Section 0 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. Introduction. Subject of our study, Religious Sociology and the Theory of Knowledge. Section 1. In this book we propose to study the most primitive and simple religion which is actually known, to make an analysis of it, and to attempt an explanation of it. A religious system may be said to be the most primitive which we can observe when it fulfills the two following conditions. In the first place, when it is found in a society whose organization is surpassed by no others in simplicity. And secondly, when it is possible to explain it without making use of any element borrowed from a previous religion. We shall set ourselves to describe the organization of this system with all the exactness and fidelity that an ethnographer or an historian could give it. But our task will not be limited to that. Sociology raises other problems than history or ethnography. It does not seek to know the past forms of civilization with the sole end of knowing them and reconstructing them. But rather, like every positive science, it has as its object the explanation of some actual reality which is near to us, and which consequently is capable of affecting our ideas and our acts. This reality is man, and more precisely, the man of today, for there is nothing which we are more interested in knowing. Then we are not going to study a very archaic religion simply for the pleasure of telling its peculiarities and its singularities. If we have taken it as the subject of our research, it is because it has seemed to us better adapted than any other to lead to an understanding of the religious nature of man, that is to say, to show us an essential and permanent aspect of humanity. But this proposition is not accepted before the raising of strong objections. It seems very strange that one must turn back and be transported to the very beginnings of history in order to arrive at an understanding of humanity as it is at present. This manner of procedure seems particularly paradoxical in the question which concerns us. In fact, the various religions generally pass as being quite unequal in value and dignity. It is said that they do not all contain the same quota of truth. Then it seems as though one could not compare the highest forms of religious thought with the lowest, without reducing the first to the level of the second. If we admit that the crude cults of the Australian tribes can help us to understand Christianity, for example, is that not supposing that this latter religion proceeds from the same mentality as the former, that it is made up of the same superstitions and rests upon the same errors? This is how the theoretical importance which has sometimes been attributed to primitive religions has come to pass as a sign of a systematic hostility to all religion, which, by prejudging the results of the study, vitiates them in advance. There is no occasion for asking here whether or not there are scholars who have merited this reproach, and who have made religious history and ethnology a weapon against religion. In any case, a sociologist cannot hold such a point of view. In fact, it is an essential postulate of sociology that a human institution cannot rest upon an error and a lie without which it could not exist. If it were not founded in the nature of things, it would have encountered in the facts a resistance over which it could never have triumphed. So when we commence the study of primitive religions, it is with the assurance that they hold to reality and express it. This principle will be seen to re-enter again and again in the course of the analyses and discussions which follow, and the reproach which we make against the schools from which we have separated ourselves is that they have ignored it. When only the letter of the formulae is considered, these religious beliefs and practices undoubtedly seem disconcerting at times, and one is tempted to attribute them to some sort of a deep-rooted error. but one must know how to go underneath the symbol to the reality which it represents and which gives it its meaning. The most barbarous and the most fantastic rites and the strangest myths translate some human need, some aspect of life, either individual or social. The reasons with which the faithful justify them may be, and generally are, erroneous, but the true reasons do not cease to exist, and it is the duty of science to discover them. In reality, then, there are no religions which are false. All are true in their own fashion. All answer, though in different ways, to the given conditions of human existence. It is undeniably possible to arrange them in a hierarchy. Some can be called superior to others, in the sense that they call into play higher mental functions, that they are richer in ideas and sentiments, that they contain more concepts with fewer sensations and images, and that their arrangement is wiser. But howsoever real this greater complexity and this higher ideality may be, they are not sufficient to place the corresponding religions in different classes. All are religions equally, just as all living beings are equally alive, from the most humble plastids up to man. So when we turn to primitive religions, it is not with the idea of depreciating religion in general, for these religions are no less respectable than the others. They respond to the same needs. They play the same role. They depend upon the same causes. They can also well serve to show the nature of the religious life, and consequently to resolve the problem which we wish to study. But why give them a sort of prerogative? Why choose them in preference to all others as the subject of our study? It is merely for reasons of method. In the first place, we cannot arrive at an understanding of the most recent religions except by following the manner in which they have been progressively composed in history. In fact, historical analysis is the only means of explanation which it is possible to apply to them. It alone enables us to resolve an institution into its constituent elements, for it shows them to us as they are born in time, one after another. On the other hand, by placing every one of them in the condition where it was born, it puts into our hands the only means we have of determining the causes which gave rise to it. Every time that we undertake to explain something human, taken at a given moment in history, be it a religious belief, a moral precept, a legal principle, an aesthetic style, or an economic system, it is necessary to commence by going back to its most primitive and simple form, to try to account for the characteristics by which it was marked at that time, and then to show how it developed and became complicated little by little, and how it became that which it is at the moment in question. One readily understands the importance which the determination of the point of departure has for this series of progressive explanations, for all the others are attached to it. It was one of Descartes' principles that the first ring has a predominating place in the chain of scientific truths. But there is no question of placing at the foundation of the science of religions an idea elaborated after the Cartesian manner, that is to say, a logical concept, a pure possibility, constructed simply by force of thought. What we must find is a concrete reality, and historical and ethnological observation alone can reveal that to us. But even if this cardinal conception is obtained by a different process than that of Descartes, it remains true that it is destined to have a considerable influence on the whole series of propositions which the science establishes. Biological evolution has been conceived quite differently ever since it has been known that monocellular beings do exist. In the same way, the arrangement of religious facts is explained quite differently, according as we put Naturism, Animism, or some other religious form at the beginning of the evolution. Even the most specialized scholars, if they are unwilling to confine themselves to a task of pure erudition, and if they desire to interpret the facts which they analyze, are obliged to choose one of these hypotheses and make it their starting point. Whether they desire it or not, the questions which they raise necessarily take the following form. How has Naturism or Animism been led to take this particular form, here or there, or to enrich itself or impoverish itself in such and such a fashion? Since it is impossible to avoid taking sides on this initial problem, and since the solution given is destined to affect the whole science, it must be attacked at the outset. That is what we propose to do. Besides this, outside of these indirect reactions, the study of primitive religions has of itself an immediate interest which is of primary importance. If it is useful to know what a certain particular religion consists in, it is still more important to know what religion in general is. This is the problem which has aroused the interest of philosophers in all times, and not without reason, for it is of interest to all humanity. Unfortunately, the method which they generally employ is purely dialectic. They confine themselves to analyzing the idea which they make for themselves of religion, except as they illustrate the results of this mental analysis by examples borrowed from the religions which best realize their ideal. But even if this method ought to be abandoned, the problem remains intact, and the great service of philosophy is to have prevented its being suppressed by the disdain of scholars. Now it is possible to attack it in a different way. Since all religions can be compared to each other, and since all are species of the same class, there are necessarily many elements which are common to all. We do not mean to speak simply of the outward and visible characteristics which they all have equally, and which make it possible to give them a provisional definition from the very outset of our researches. The discovery of these apparent signs is relatively easy, for the observation which it demands does not go beneath the surface of things. But these external resemblances suppose others which are profound. At the foundation of all systems of beliefs and of all cults, there ought necessarily to be a certain number of fundamental representations or conceptions and of ritual attitudes which, in spite of the diversity of forms which they have taken, have the same objective significance and fulfill the same functions everywhere. These are the permanent elements which constitute that which is permanent and human in religion. They form all the objective contents of the idea which is expressed when one speaks of religion in general. How is it possible to pick them out? Surely, it is not by observing the complex religions which appear in the course of history. Every one of these is made up of such a variety of elements that it is very difficult to distinguish what is secondary from what is principal, the essential from the accessory. Suppose that the religion considered is like that of Egypt, India, or the classical antiquity. It is a confused mass of many cults, varying according to the locality, the temples, the generations, the dynasties, the invasions, etc. Popular superstitions are there confused with the purest dogmas. Neither the thought nor the activity of the religion is evenly distributed among the believers. According to the men, the environment and the circumstances, the beliefs as well as the rites are thought of in different ways. Here they are priests, there they are monks, elsewhere they are laymen. There are mystics and rationalists, theologians and prophets, etc. In these conditions, it is difficult to see what is common to all. In one or another of these systems, it is quite possible to find the means of making a profitable study of some particular fact which is specially developed there, such as sacrifice or prophecy, monasticism or the mysteries. But how is it possible to find the common foundation of the religious life underneath the luxuriant vegetation which covers it? How is it possible to find, underneath the disputes of theology, the variations of ritual, the multiplicity of groups and the diversity of individuals, the fundamental states characteristic of religious mentality in general? Things are quite different in the lower societies. The slighter development of individuality, the small extension of the group, the homogeneity of external circumstances, all contribute to reducing the differences and variations to a minimum. the group has an intellectual and moral conformity of which we find but rare examples in the more advanced societies. Everything is common to all. Movements are stereotyped. Everybody performs the same ones in the same circumstances, and this conformity of conduct only translates the conformity of thought. Every mind being drawn into the same eddy, the individual type nearly confounds itself with that of the race. And while all is uniform, all is simple as well. Nothing is deformed like these myths, all composed of one and the same theme which is endlessly repeated, or like these rites made up of a small number of gestures repeated again and again. Neither the popular imagination nor that of the priests has had either the time or the means of refining and transforming the original substance of the religious ideas and practices. These are shown in all their nudity, and offer themselves to an examination, it requiring only the slightest effort to lay them open. That which is accessory or secondary, the development of luxury, has not yet come to hide the principal elements. All is reduced to that which is indispensable, to that without which there could be no religion. But that which is indispensable is also that which is essential, that is to say, that which we must know before all else. Primitive civilizations offer privileged cases, then, because they are simple cases. That is why, in all fields of human activity, the observations of ethnologists have frequently been veritable revelations, which have renewed the study of human institutions. For example, before the middle of the 19th century, everybody was convinced that the father was the essential element of the family. No one had dreamed that there could be a family organization of which the paternal authority was not the keystone. But the discovery of Backhofen came and upset this old conception. Up to very recent times it was regarded as evident that the moral and legal relations of kindred were only another aspect of the psychological relations which result from a common descent. Backhofen and his successors, MacLennan, Morgan, and many others still, labored under this misunderstanding. But since we have become acquainted with the nature of the primitive clan, we know that, on the contrary, relationships cannot be explained by consanguinity. To return to religions, the study of only the most familiar ones had led men to believe for a long time that the idea of God was characteristic of everything that is religious. Now, the religion which we are going to study presently is, in a large part, foreign to all idea of divinity. The forces to which the rites are there addressed are very different from those which occupy the leading place in our modern religions, yet they aid us in understanding these latter forces. So nothing is more unjust than the disdain with which too many historians still regard the work of ethnographers. Indeed, it is certain that ethnology has frequently brought about the most fruitful revolutions in the different branches of sociology. It is for this same reason that the discovery of unicellular beings, of which we just spoke, has transformed the current idea of life. Since in these very simple beings, life is reduced to its essential traits, these are less easily misunderstood. But primitive religions do not merely aid us in disengaging the constituent elements of religion. They have also the great advantage that they facilitate the explanation of it. Since the facts there are simpler, the relations between them are more apparent. The reasons with which men account for their acts have not yet been elaborated and denatured by studied reflection. They are nearer and more closely related to the motives which have really determined these acts. In order to understand an hallucination perfectly, and give it its most appropriate treatment, a physician must know its original point of departure. Now, this event is proportionately easier to find if he can observe it near its beginnings. The longer the disease is allowed to develop, the more it evades observation. That is because all sorts of interpretations have intervened as it advanced, which tend to force the original state into the background, and across which it is frequently difficult to find the initial one. Between a systematized hallucination and the first impressions which gave it birth, the distance is often considerable. It is the same thing with religious thought. In proportion as it progresses in history, the causes which called it into existence, though remaining active, are no longer perceived, except across a vast scheme of interpretations which quite transform them. Popular mythologies and subtle theologies have done their work. They have superimposed upon the primitive sentiments others which are quite different, and which, though holding to the first, of which they are an elaborated form, only allow their true nature to appear very imperfectly. The psychological gap between the cause and the effect, between the apparent cause and the effective cause, has become more considerable and more difficult for the mind to leap. The remainder of this book will be an illustration and a verification of this remark on method. It will be seen how, in the primitive religions, the religious fact still visibly carries the mark of its origins. It would have been well nigh impossible to infer them merely from the study of the more developed religions. The study which we are undertaking is therefore a way of taking up again, but under new conditions, the old problem of the origin of religion. To be sure, if by origin we are to understand the very first beginning, the question has nothing scientific about it, and should be resolutely discarded. There was no given moment when religion began to exist, and there is consequently no need of finding a means of transporting ourselves thither in thought. Like every human institution, religion did not commence anywhere. Therefore, all speculations of this sort are justly discredited. They can only consist in subjective and arbitrary constructions which are the subject to no sort of control. But the problem which we raise is quite another one. What we want to do is to find a means of discerning the ever-present causes upon which the most essential forms of religious thought and practice depend. Now, for the reasons which were just set forth, these causes are proportionately more easily observable as the societies where they are observed are less complicated. That is why we try to get as near as possible to the origins. It is not that we ascribe particular virtues to the lower religions. On the contrary, they are rudimentary and gross. We cannot make of them a sort of model which later religions only have to reproduce. But even their grossness makes them instructive, for they thus become convenient for experiments, as in them the facts and their relations are easily seen. In order to discover the laws of the phenomena which he studies, the physicist tries to simplify these latter and rid them of their secondary characteristics. For that which concerns institutions, nature spontaneously makes the same sort of simplifications at the beginning of history. We merely wish to put these to profit. Undoubtedly, we can only touch very elementary facts by this method. When we shall have accounted for them as far as possible, the novelties of every sort which have been produced in the course of evolution will not yet be explained. But while we do not dream of denying the importance of the problems thus raised, we think that they will profit by being treated in their turn, and that it is important to take them up only after those of which we are going to undertake the study at present. End of section 0. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Section 1 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Introduction, Section 2. But our study is not of interest merely for the science of religion. In fact, every religion has one side by which it overlaps the circle of properly religious ideas, and there the study of religious phenomena gives a means of renewing the problems which, up to the present, have only been discussed among philosophers. For a long time it has been known that the first systems of representations with which men have pictured to themselves the world and themselves were of religious origin. There is no religion that is not a cosmology at the same time that it is a speculation upon divine things. If philosophy and the sciences were born of religion, it is because religion began by taking the place of the sciences and philosophy. But it has been less frequently noticed that religion has not confined itself to enriching the human intellect, formed beforehand, with a certain number of ideas. It has contributed to forming the intellect itself. Men owe to it not only a good part of the substance of their knowledge, but also the form in which this knowledge has been elaborated. At the roots of all our judgments, there are a certain number of essential ideas which dominate all our intellectual life. They are what philosophers since Aristotle have called the categories of the understanding: ideas of time, space, class, number, cause, substance, personality, etc. They correspond to the most universal properties of things. They are like the solid frame which encloses all thought. This does not seem to be able to liberate itself from them without destroying itself, for it seems that we cannot think of objects that are not in time and space, which have no number, etc. Other ideas are contingent and unsteady. We can conceive of their being unknown to a man, a society, or an epoch, but these others appear to be nearly inseparable from the normal working of the intellect. They are like the framework of the intelligence. Now, when primitive religious beliefs are systematically analyzed, the principal categories are naturally found. They are born in religion and of religion. They are a product of religious thought. This is a statement that we are going to have occasion to make many times in the course of this work. This remark has some interest of itself already, but here is what gives it its real importance. The general conclusion of the book which the reader has before him is that religion is something eminently social. Religious representations are collective representations which express collective realities. The rites are a manner of acting which take rise in the midst of the assembled groups, and which are destined to excite, maintain, or recreate certain mental states in these groups. So if the categories are of religious origin, they ought to participate in this nature common to all religious facts. They too should be social affairs and the product of collective thought. At least, for in the actual condition of our knowledge of these matters, one should be careful to avoid all radical and exclusive statements, it is allowable to suppose that they are rich in social elements. Even at present, these can be imperfectly seen in some of them. For example, try to represent what the notion of time would be without the processes by which we divide it, measure it, or express it with objective signs. A time which is not a succession of years, months, weeks, days, and hours. This is something nearly unthinkable. We cannot conceive of time except on condition of distinguishing its different moments. Now, what is the origin of this differentiation? Undoubtedly, the states of consciousness, which we have already experienced, can be reproduced in us in the same order in which they passed in the first place. Thus portions of our past become present again, though being clearly distinguished from the present. But howsoever important this distinction may be for our private experience, it is far from being enough to constitute the notion or category of time. This does not consist merely in a commemoration, either partial or integral, of our past life. It is an abstract and impersonal frame which surrounds not only our individual existence, but that of all humanity. It is like an endless chart, where all duration is spread out before the mind, and upon which all possible events can be located in relation to fixed and determined guidelines. It is not my time that is thus arranged. It is time in general, such as it is objectively thought of by everybody in a single civilization. That alone is enough to give us a hint that such an arrangement ought to be collective, and in reality, observation proves that these indispensable guidelines, in relation to which all things are temporally located, are taken from social life. The divisions into days, weeks, months, years, etc. correspond to the periodical recurrence of rites, feasts, and public ceremonies. A calendar expresses the rhythm of the collective activities, which at the same time its function is to assure their regularity. It is the same thing with space. As Hamelin has shown, space is not the vague and indeterminate medium which Kant imagined. If purely and absolutely homogeneous, it would be of no use and could not be grasped by the mind. Spatial representation consists essentially in a primary coordination of the data of sensuous experience. But this coordination would be impossible if the parts of space were qualitatively equivalent and if they were really interchangeable. To dispose things spatially, there must be a possibility of placing them differently, of putting some at the right, others at the left, these above, those below, at the north of or at the south of, east or west of, etc., etc. Just as to dispose states of consciousness temporally, there must be a possibility of localizing them at determined dates. That is to say that space could not be what it is if it were not, like time, divided and differentiated. But whence come these divisions which are so essential? By themselves, they are neither right nor left, up nor down, north nor south, etc. All these distinctions evidently come from the fact that different sympathetic values have been attributed to various regions. Since all the men of a single civilization represent space in the same way, it is clearly necessary that these sympathetic values, and the distinctions which depend upon them, should be equally universal, and that almost necessarily implies that they be of social origin. Besides that, there are cases where this social character is made manifest. There are societies in Australia and North America where space is conceived in the form of an immense circle, because the camp has a circular form. And this spatial circle is divided up exactly like the tribal circle, and is in its image. There are as many regions distinguished as there are clans in the tribe, and it is the place occupied by the clans inside the encampment which has determined the orientation of these regions. Each region is defined by the totem of the clan to which it is assigned. Among the Zuni, for example, the pueblo contains 7 quarters. Each of these is a group of clans which has had a unity. In all probability, it was originally a single clan which was later subdivided. Now their space also contains 7 quarters, and each of these 7 quarters of the world is in intimate connection with a quarter of the pueblo, that is to say, with a group of clans. Thus, says Cushing, one division is thought to be in relation with the north, another represents the west, another the south, etc. Each quarter of the pueblo has its characteristic color, which symbolizes it. Each region has its color, which is exactly the same as that of the corresponding quarter. In the course of history, the number of fundamental clans has varied. The number of the fundamental regions of space has varied with them. Thus, the social organization has been the model for the spatial organization and a reproduction of it. It is thus even up to the distinction between right and left, which, far from being inherent in the nature of man in general, is very probably the product of representations which are religious and therefore collective. Analogous proofs will be found presently in regard to the ideas of class, force, personality, and efficacy. It is even possible to ask if the idea of contradiction does not also depend upon social conditions. What makes one tend to believe this is that the empire which the idea has exercised over human thought has varied with times and societies. Today, the principle of identity dominates scientific thought. But there are vast systems of representations which have played a considerable role in the history of ideas, where it has frequently been set aside. These are the mythologies, from the grossest up to the most reasonable. There, we are continually coming upon beings which have the most contradictory attributes simultaneously, who are at the same time one and many, material and spiritual, who can divide themselves up indefinitely without losing anything of their constitution. In mythology, it is an axiom that the part is worth the whole. These variations, through which the rules which seem to govern our present logic have passed, prove that, far from being engraven through all eternity upon the mental constitution of men, they depend, at least in part, upon factors that are historical and consequently social. We do not know exactly what they are, but we may presume that they exist. This hypothesis once admitted, the problem of knowledge is posed in new terms. Up to the present, there have been only two doctrines in the field. For some, the categories cannot be derived from experience. They are logically prior to it and condition it. They are represented as so many simple and irreducible data, immanent in the human mind by virtue of its inborn constitution. For this reason, they are said to be a priori. Others, however, hold that they are constructed and made up of pieces and bits, and that the individual is the artisan of this construction. But each solution raises grave difficulties. Is the empirical thesis the one adopted? Then it is necessary to deprive the categories of all their characteristic properties. As a matter of fact, they are distinguished from all other knowledge by their universality and necessity. They are the most general concepts which exist, because they are applicable to all that is real. And since they are not attached to any particular object, they are independent of every particular subject. They constitute the common field where all minds meet. Further, they must meet there, for reason, which is nothing more than all the fundamental categories taken together, is invested with an authority which we could not set aside if we would. When we attempt to revolt against it, and to free ourselves from some of these essential ideas, we meet with great resistances. They do not merely depend upon us, but they impose themselves upon us. Now, empirical data present characteristics which are diametrically opposed to these. A sensation, or an image, always relies upon a determined object, or upon a collection of objects of the same sort, and expresses the momentary condition of a particular consciousness. It is essentially individual and subjective. We therefore have considerable liberty in dealing with the representations of such an origin. It is true that when our sensations are actual, they impose themselves upon us in fact. But, by right, we are free to conceive them otherwise than they really are, or to represent them to ourselves as occurring in a different order from that where they are really produced. In regard to them, nothing is forced upon us except as considerations of another sort intervene. Thus we find that we have here two sorts of knowledge, which are like the two opposite poles of the intelligence. Under these conditions, forcing reason back upon experience causes it to disappear, for it is equivalent to reducing the universality and necessity which characterize it to pure appearance, to an illusion which may be useful practically, but which corresponds to nothing in reality. Consequently, it is denying all objective reality to the logical life, whose regulation and organization is the function of the categories. Classical empiricism results in irrationalism. Perhaps it would even be fitting to designate it by this latter name. In spite of the sense ordinarily attached to the name, the a priorists have more respect for the facts. Since they do not admit it as a truth established by evidence that the categories are made up of the same elements as our sensual representations, they are not obliged to impoverish them systematically, to draw from them all their real content, and to reduce them to nothing more than verbal artifices. On the contrary, they leave them all their specific characteristics. The a priorists are the rationalists. They believe that the world has a logical aspect which the reason expresses excellently. But for all that, it is necessary for them to give the mind a certain power of transcending experience and of adding to that which is given to it directly. And of this singular power they give neither explanation nor justification. For it is no explanation to say that it is inherent in the nature of the human intellect. It is necessary to show whence we hold this surprising prerogative, and how it comes that we can see certain relations in things, which the examination of these things cannot reveal to us. Saying that only on this condition is experience itself possible changes the problem perhaps, but does not answer it. For the real question is to know how it comes that experience is not sufficient unto itself, but presupposes certain conditions which are exterior and prior to it, and how it happens that these conditions are realized at the moment and in the manner that is desirable. To answer these questions, it has sometimes been assumed that above the reason of individuals there is a superior and perfect reason from which the others emanate, and from which they get this marvelous power of theirs, by a sort of mystic participation. This is the divine reason. But this hypothesis has at least the one grave disadvantage of being deprived of all experimental control. Thus, it does not satisfy the conditions demanded of a scientific hypothesis. More than that, the categories of human thought are never fixed in any one definite form. They are made, unmade, and remade incessantly. They change with places and times. On the other hand, the divine reason is immutable. How can this immutability give rise to this incessant variability? Such are the two conceptions that have been pitted against each other for centuries, and if this debate seems to be eternal, it is because the arguments given are really about equivalent. If reason is only a form of individual experience, it no longer exists. On the other hand, if the powers which it has are recognized but not accounted for, it seems to be set outside the confines of nature and science. In the face of these two opposed objections, the mind remains uncertain. But if the social origin of the categories is admitted, a new attitude becomes possible, which we believe will enable us to escape both of the opposed difficulties. The fundamental proposition of the a priorist theory is that knowledge is made up of two sorts of elements, which cannot be reduced into one another, and which are like two distinct layers superimposed one upon the other. Our hypothesis keeps this principle intact. In fact, that knowledge which is called empirical, the only knowledge of which the theorists of empiricism have made use in constructing the reason, is that which is brought into our minds by the direct action of objects. It is composed of individual states which are completely explained by the cyclical nature of the individual. If, on the other hand, the categories are, as we believe they are, essentially collective representations before all else, they should show the mental states of the group. They should depend upon the way in which this is founded and organized, upon its morphology, upon its religious, moral, and economic institutions, etc. So between these two sorts of representations, there is all the difference which exists between the individual and the social, and one can no more derive the second from the first than he can deduce society from the individual, the whole from the part, the complex from the simple. Society is a reality sui generis. It has its own peculiar characteristics which are not found elsewhere and which are not met with again in the same form in all the rest of the universe. The representations which express it have a wholly different content from purely individual ones, and we may rest assured in advance that the first adds something to the second. Even the manner in which the two are formed results in differentiating them. Collective representations are the result of an immense cooperation, which stretches out not only into space, but into time as well. To make them, a multitude of minds have associated, united, and combined their ideas and sentiments. For them, long generations have accumulated their experience and their knowledge. A special intellectual activity is therefore concentrated in them, which is infinitely richer and complexer than that of the individual. From that, one can understand how the reason has been able to go beyond the limits of empirical knowledge. It does not owe this to any vague mysterious virtue, but simply to the fact that according to the well-known formula, man is double. There are two beings in him, an individual being which has its foundation in the organism, and the circle of whose activities is therefore strictly limited, and a social being which represents the highest reality in the intellectual and moral order that we can only know by observation, I mean society. This duality of our nature has as its consequence, in the practical order, the irreducibility of a moral ideal to a utilitarian motive, and in the order of thought, the irreducibility of reason to individual experience. Insofar as he belongs to society, the individual transcends himself, both when he thinks and when he acts. This same social character leads to an understanding of the origin of the necessity of the categories. It is said that an idea is necessary when it imposes itself upon the mind by some sort of virtue of its own, without being accompanied by any proof. It contains within it something which constrains the intelligence and which leads to its acceptance without preliminary examination. The a priorist postulates this singular quality, but does not account for it. For saying that the categories are necessary because they are indispensable to the functioning of the intellect is simply repeating that they are necessary. But if they really have the origin which we attribute to them, their ascendancy no longer has anything surprising in it. They represent the most general relations which exist between things. Surpassing all our other ideas in extension, they dominate all the details of our intellectual life. If men did not agree upon these essential ideas at every moment, if they did not have the same conception of time, space, cause, number, etc., all contact between their minds would be impossible, and with that, all life together. Thus, society could not abandon the categories to the free choice of the individual without abandoning itself. If it is to live there, it is not merely need of a satisfactory moral conformity, but also there is a minimum of logical conformity beyond which it cannot safely go. For this reason, it uses all its authority upon its members to forestall such dissidences. Does a mind ostensibly free itself from these forms of thought? It is no longer considered a human mind in the full sense of the word, and is treated accordingly. That is why we feel that we are no longer completely free and that something resists, both within and outside ourselves, when we attempt to rid ourselves of these fundamental notions, even in our own conscience. Outside of us, there is public opinion which judges us. But more than that, since society is also represented inside of us, it sets itself against these revolutionary fancies, even inside of ourselves. We have the feeling that we cannot abandon them if our whole thought is not to cease being really human. This seems to be the origin of the exceptional authority which is inherent in the reason and which makes us accept its suggestions with confidence. It is the very authority of society, transferring itself to a certain manner of thought which is the indispensable condition of all common action. The necessity with which the categories are imposed upon us is not the effect of simple habits whose yoke we could easily throw off with a little effort, nor is it a physical or metaphysical necessity, since the categories change in different places and times. It is a special sort of moral necessity which is to the intellectual life what moral obligation is to the will. But if the categories originally only translate social states, does it not follow that they can be applied to the rest of nature only as metaphors? If they were made merely to express social conditions, it seems as though they cannot be extended to all other realms except in this sense. Thus, insofar as they aid us in thinking of the physical or biological world, they have only the value of artificial symbols, useful practically perhaps, but having no connection with reality. Thus we come back by a different road to nominalism and empiricism. But when we interpret a sociological theory of knowledge in this way, we forget that even if society is a specific reality, it is not an empire within an empire. It is part of nature, and indeed its highest representation. The social realm is a natural realm, which differs from the others only by a greater complexity. Now it is impossible that nature should differ radically from itself in the one case, and the other in regard to that which is most essential. The fundamental relations that exist between things, just that which it is the function of the categories to express, cannot be essentially dissimilar in the different realms. If, for reasons which we shall discuss later, they are more clearly disengaged in the social world, it is nevertheless impossible that they should not be found elsewhere, though in less pronounced forms. Society makes them more manifest, but it does not have a monopoly upon them. That is why ideas which have been elaborated on the model of social things can aid us in thinking of another department of nature. It is at least true that if these ideas play the role of symbols, when they are thus turned aside from their original signification, they are well-founded symbols. If a sort of artificiality enters into them from the mere fact that they are constructed concepts, it is an artificiality which follows nature very closely, and which is constantly approaching it still more closely. From the fact that the ideas of time, space, class, cause, or personality are constructed out of social elements, it is not necessary to conclude that they are devoid of all objective value. On the contrary, their social origin rather leads to the belief that they are not without foundation in the nature of things. Thus renovated, the theory of knowledge seems destined to unite the opposing advantages of the two rival theories, without incurring their inconveniences. It keeps all the essential principles of the a priorists, but at the same time it is inspired by that positive spirit which the empiricists have striven to satisfy. It leaves the reason its specific power, but it accounts for it, and does so without leaving the world of observable phenomena. It affirms the duality of our intellectual life, but it explains it, and with natural causes. The categories are no longer considered as primary and unanalyzable facts, yet they keep a complexity which falsifies any analysis as ready as that with which the empiricists content themselves. They no longer appear as very simple notions which the first comer can very easily arrange from his own personal observations, and which the popular imagination has unluckily complicated. But rather they appear as priceless instruments of thought which the human groups have laboriously forged through the centuries, and where they have accumulated the best of their intellectual capital. A complete section of the history of humanity is resumed therein. This is equivalent to saying that to succeed in understanding them and judging them, it is necessary to resort to other means than those which have been in use up to the present. To know what these conceptions, which we have not made ourselves, are really made of, it does not suffice to interrogate our own consciousness. We must look outside of ourselves. It is history that we must observe. There is a whole science which must be formed, a complex science which can advance but slowly and by collective labor, and to which the present work brings some fragmentary contributions in the nature of an attempt. Without making these questions the direct object of our study, we shall profit by all the occasions which present themselves to us of catching at their very birth some at least of these ideas which, while being of religious origin, still remain at the foundation of the human intelligence. End of section 1. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Section 2 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Logan Lorenz. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 1. Usefulness of a Preliminary Definition. Book 1, Preliminary Questions. Chapter 1, Definition of Religious Phenomena and of Religion. If we are going to look for the most primitive and simple religion which we can observe, it is necessary to begin by defining what is meant by a religion. For without this, we would run the risk of giving the name to a system of ideas and practices which has nothing at all religious about it, or else of leaving to one side many religious facts without perceiving their true nature. That this is not an imaginary danger, and that nothing is thus sacrificed to a vain formalism of method, is well shown by the fact that, owing to his not having taken this precaution, A certain scholar to whom the science of comparative religions owes a great deal, Professor Fraser, has not been able to recognize the profoundly religious character of the beliefs and rites which will be studied below, where, according to our view, the initial germ of the religious life of humanity is to be found. So this is a prejudicial question, which must be treated before all others. It is not that we dream of arriving at once at the profound characteristics which really explain religion. These can be determined only at the end of our study. But that which is necessary and possible is to indicate a certain number of external and easily recognizable signs which will enable us to recognize religious phenomena wherever they are met with, and which will deter us from confounding them with others. We shall proceed to this preliminary operation at once. But to attain the desired results, it is necessary to begin by freeing the mind of every preconceived idea. Men have been obliged to make for themselves a notion of what religion is, long before the science of religion started its methodological comparisons. The necessities of existence force all of us, believers and non-believers, to represent in some way these things in the midst of which we live, upon which we must pass judgment constantly, and which we must take into account in all our conduct. However, since these preconceived ideas are formed without any method, according to the circumstances and chances of life, they have no right to any credit whatsoever and must be rigorously set aside in the examination which is to follow. It is not from our prejudices, passions, or habits that we should demand the elements of the definition which we must have. It is from the reality itself which we are going to define. Let us set ourselves before this reality. Leaving aside all conceptions of religion in general, let us consider the various religions in their concrete reality and attempt to disengage that which they have in common, for religion cannot be defined except by the characteristics which are found wherever religion itself is found. In this comparison, then, we shall make use of all the religious systems which we can know, those of the present and those of the past, the most primitive and simple as well as the most recent and refined, for we have neither the right nor the logical means of excluding some and retaining others. For those who regard religion as only a natural manifestation of human activity, all religions, without any exception whatsoever, are instructive, for all, after their manner, express man, and thus can aid us in better understanding this aspect of our nature. Also, we have seen how far it is from being the best way of studying religion to consider by preference the forms which it presents among the most civilized peoples. But to aid the mind in freeing itself from these usual conceptions which, owing to their prestige, might prevent it from seeing things as they really are, it is fitting to examine some of the most current of the definitions in which these prejudices are commonly expressed before taking up the question on our own account. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 1, Section 1. One idea which generally passes as characteristic of all that is religious is that of the supernatural. By this is understood all sorts of things which surpass the limits of our knowledge. The supernatural is the world of the mysterious, of the unknowable, of the ununderstandable. Thus religion would be a sort of speculation upon all that which evades science or distinct thought in general. Religions diametrically opposed in their overt dogmas, said Spencer, are perfectly at one in the tacit conviction that the existence of the world, with all it contains and all which surrounds it, is a mystery calling for an explanation. He thus makes them consist essentially in the belief of the omnipresence of something which is inscrutable. In the same manner, Max Muller sees in religion a struggle to conceive the inconceivable, to utter the unutterable, a longing after the infinite. It is certain that the sentiment of mystery has not been without a considerable importance in certain religions, notably in Christianity. It must also be said that the importance of this sentiment has varied remarkably at different moments in the history of Christianity. There are periods when this notion passes to an inferior place and is even effaced. For example, for the Christians of the 17th century, dogma had nothing disturbing for the reason. Faith reconciled itself easily with science and philosophy, and the thinkers such as Pascal, who really felt that there is something profoundly obscure in things, were so little in harmony with their age that they remained misunderstood by their contemporaries. It would appear somewhat hasty, therefore, to make an idea subject to parallel eclipses, the essential element of even the Christian religion. In all events, it is certain that this idea does not appear until late in the history of religions. It is completely foreign, not only to those peoples who are called primitive, but also to all others who have not attained a considerable degree of intellectual culture. When we see them attribute extraordinary virtues to insignificant objects, and people the universe with singular principles, made up of the most diverse elements and endowed with a sort of ubiquity which is hardly representable, we are undoubtedly prone to find an air of mystery in these conceptions. It seems to us that these men would have been willing to resign themselves to these ideas, so disturbing for our modern reason, only because of their inability to find others which were more rational. But as a matter of fact, these explanations which surprise us so much appear to the primitive man as the simplest in the world. He does not regard them as a sort of ultima ratio to which the intellect resigns itself only in despair of others, but rather as the most obvious manner of representing and understanding what he sees about him. For him there is nothing strange in the fact that by a mere word or gesture one is able to command the elements, retard or precipitate the motion of the stars, bring rain or cause it to cease, etc. The rites which he employs to assure the fertility of the soil or the fecundity of an animal species on which he is nourished do not appear more irrational to his eyes than the technical processes of which our agriculturists make use, for the same object, due to ours. The powers which he puts into play by these diverse means do not seem to him to have anything especially mysterious about them. Undoubtedly, these forces are different from those which the modern scientist thinks of, and whose use he teaches us. They have a different way of acting, and do not allow themselves to be directed in the same manner. But for those who believe in them, they are no more unintelligible than are gravitation and electricity for the physicist of today. Moreover, we shall see in the course of this work that the idea of physical forces is very probably derived from that of religious forces. Then there cannot exist between the two the abyss which separates the rational from the irrational. Even the fact that religious forces are frequently conceived under the form of spiritual beings or conscious wills is no proof of their irrationality. The reason has no repugnance a priori to admitting that the so-called inanimate bodies should be directed by intelligences, just as the human body is, though contemporary science accommodates itself with difficulty to this hypothesis. When Leibniz proposed to conceive the external world as an immense society of minds, between which there were and could be only spiritual relations, he thought he was working as a rationalist, and saw nothing in this universal animism which could be offensive to the intellect. Moreover, the idea of the supernatural, as we understand it, dates only from today. In fact, it presupposes the contrary idea, of which it is the negation, but this idea is not at all primitive. In order to say that certain things are supernatural, it is necessary to have a sentiment that a natural order of things exists. That is to say, that the phenomena of the universe are bound together by necessary relations, called laws. When this principle has once been admitted, all that is contrary to these laws must necessarily appear to be outside of nature, and consequently of reason. For what is natural in the sense of the word is also rational, these necessary relations only expressing the manner in which things are logically related. But this idea of universal determinism is of recent origin. Even the greatest thinkers of classical antiquity never succeeded in becoming fully conscious of it. It is the conquest of the positive sciences. It is the postulate upon which they repose and which they have proved by their progress. Now, as long as this was lacking or insufficiently established, the most marvelous events contained nothing which did not appear perfectly conceivable. So long as men did not know the immutability and the inflexibility of the order of things, and so long as they saw there the work of contingent wills, they found it natural that either these wills or others could modify them arbitrarily. That is why the miraculous interventions which the ancients attributed to their gods were not, to their eyes, miracles in the modern acceptation of the term. For them, they were beautiful, rare, or terrible spectacles, or causes of surprise and marvel, mirabilia, miracula, but they never saw them in glimpses of a mysterious world into which the reason cannot penetrate. We can understand this mentality the better since it has not yet completely disappeared from our midst. If the principle of determinism is solidly established today in the physical and natural sciences, it is only a century ago that it was first introduced into the social sciences, and its authority there is still contested. There are only a small number of minds which are strongly penetrated with this idea that societies are subject to natural laws and form a kingdom of nature. It follows that veritable miracles are believed to be possible there. It is admitted, for example, that a legislator can create an institution out of nothing by a mere injunction of its will, or transform one social system into another, just as the believers in so many religions have held that the divine will created the world out of nothing, or can arbitrarily transmute one thing into another. As far as social facts are concerned, we still have the mentality of primitives. However, if so many of our contemporaries still retain this antiquated conception for sociological affairs, it is not because the life of societies appears obscure and mysterious to them. On the contrary, if they are so easily contented with these explanations, and if they are so obstinate in their illusions which experience constantly belies, it is because social events seem to them the clearest thing in the world. It is because they have not yet realized their real obscurity. It is because they have not yet recognized the necessity of resorting to the laborious methods of the natural sciences to gradually scatter the darkness. The same state of mind is found at the root of many religious beliefs which surprise us by their pseudo-simplicity. It is science and not religion which has taught men that things are complex and difficult to understand. But the human mind, says Jevons, has no need of a properly scientific culture to notice that determined sequences, or a constant order of succession, exist between facts, or to observe, on the other hand, that this order is frequently upset. It sometimes happens that the sun is suddenly eclipsed, that rain fails at the time when it is expected, that the moon is slow to reappear after its periodical disappearance, etc. Since these events are outside the ordinary course of affairs, they are attributed to extraordinary exceptional causes, that is to say, in fine, to extranatural causes. It is under this form that the idea of the supernatural is born at the very outset of history, and from this moment, according to this author, religious thought finds itself provided with its proper subject. But in the first place, the supernatural cannot be reduced to the unforeseen. The new is a part of nature just as well as its contrary. If we state that in general phenomena succeed one another in a determined order, we observe equally well that this order is only approximative, that it is not always precisely the same, and that it has all kinds of exceptions. If we have ever so little experience, we are accustomed to seeing our expectations fail, and these deceptions return too often to appear extraordinary to us. A certain contingency is taught by experience, just as well as a certain uniformity. Then we have no reason for assigning the one to causes and forces entirely different from those upon which the other depends. In order to arrive at the idea of the supernatural, it is not enough, therefore, to be witnesses to unexpected events. It is also necessary that these be conceived as impossible, that is to say, irreconcilable with an order which, rightly or wrongly, appears to us to be implied in the nature of things. Now, this idea of a necessary order has been constructed little by the positive sciences, and consequently the contrary notion could not have existed before then. Also, in whatever manner men have represented the novelties and contingencies revealed by experience, there is nothing in these representations which could serve to characterize religion. For religious conceptions have as their object, before everything else, to express and explain, not that which is exceptional and abnormal in things, but on the contrary, that which is constant and regular. Very frequently the gods serve less to account for the monstrosities, fantasies, and anomalies than for the regular march of the universe, for the movement of the stars, the rhythm of the seasons, the annual growth of vegetation, the perpetuation of species, etc. It is far from being true, then, that the notion of the religions coincides with that of the extraordinary or the unforeseen. Jevons replies that this conception of religious forces is not primitive. Men commenced by imagining them to account for disorders and accidents, and it was only afterwards that they began to utilize them in explaining the uniformities of nature. But it is not clear what could have led men to attribute such manifestly contradictory functions to them. More than that, the hypothesis according to which sacred beings were at first restricted to the negative function of disturbers is quite arbitrary. In fact, we shall see that even with the most simple religions we know, their essential task is to maintain in a positive manner the normal course of life. So the idea of mystery is not of primitive origin. It was not given to man. It is man who has forged it with his own hands, along with the contrary idea. This is why it has a place only in a very small number of advanced religions. It is impossible to make it the characteristic mark of religious phenomena without excluding from the definition the majority of the facts to be defined. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Elementary Forms of Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward, Swain. Book 1, Chapter 1, Section 2. Another idea by which the attempt to define religion is often made is that of divinity. Religion, says Monsieur Reville, is the determination of human life by the sentiment of a bond uniting the human mind to that mysterious mind whose domination of the world and itself it recognizes, and to whom it delights in feeling itself united. It is certain that if the word divinity is taken in a precise and narrow sense, this definition leaves aside a multitude of obviously religious facts. The souls of the dead and the spirits of all ranks and classes with which the religious imagination of so many different peoples has populated nature are always the object of rites and sometimes even of a regular cult, yet they are not gods in the proper sense of the term. But in order that the definition may embrace them, it is enough to substitute for the term gods the more comprehensive one of spiritual beings. This is what Tyler does. The first requisite in a systematic study of the religions of the lower races, he says, is to lay down a rudimentary definition of religion. By requiring in this definition the belief in a supreme deity, no doubt many tribes may be excluded from the category of religious. But such a narrow definition has the fault of identifying religion rather with particular developments. It seems best simply to claim as a minimum definition of religion the belief in spiritual beings. By spiritual beings must be understood conscious subjects gifted with powers superior to those possessed by common men. This qualification is found in the souls of the dead, geniuses or demons, as well as in divinities properly so called. It is important, therefore, to give our attention at once to the particular conception of religion which is implied in this definition. The relations which we can have with beings of this sort are determined by the nature attributed to them. They are conscious beings, then we can act upon them only in the same way that we act upon consciousness in general, that is to say, by psychological processes, attempting to convince them or move them, either with the aid of words, invocations, prayers, or by offerings and sacrifices. And since the object of religion is to regulate our relations with these special beings, there can be no religion except where there are prayers, sacrifices, propitiatory rites, etc. Thus we have a very simple criterion which permits us to distinguish that which is religious from that which is not. It is to this criterion that Fraser, and with him numerous ethnographers, systematically makes reference. But howsoever evident this definition may appear, thanks to the mental habits which we owe to our religious education, there are many facts to which it is not applicable, but which appertain to the field of religion nevertheless. In the first place, there are great religions from which the idea of gods and spirits is absent, or at least where it plays only a secondary and minor role. This is the case with Buddhism. Buddhism, says Burnouf, sets itself in opposition to Brahmanism as a moral system without God and an atheism without nature. As it recognizes not a God upon whom man depends, says Barth, its doctrine is absolutely atheistic, while Oldenburg, in his turn, calls it a faith without a God. In fact, all that is essential to Buddhism is found in the four propositions which the faithful call the Four Noble Truths. The first states the existence of suffering as the accompaniment to the perpetual change of things. The second shows desire to be the cause of suffering. The third makes the suppression of desire the only means of suppressing sorrow. The fourth enumerates the three stages through which one must pass to attain this suppression. They are uprightness, meditation, and finally wisdom, the full possession of the doctrine. These three stages, once traversed, one arrives at the end of the road, at the deliverance, at salvation by the nirvana. Now, in none of these principles is there a question of a divinity. The Buddhist is not interested in knowing whence came the world in which he lives and suffers. He takes it as a given fact, and his whole concern is to escape it. On the other hand, in this work of salvation, he can count only upon himself. He has no God to thank, as he had previously no God to invoke during his struggle. Instead of praying, in the ordinary sense of the term, instead of turning towards a superior being and imploring his assistance, he relies upon himself and meditates. This is not saying that he absolutely denies the existence of the beings called Indra, Agni, and Varuna, but he believes that he owes them nothing and that he has nothing to do with them, for their power can only extend over the goods of this world, which are without value for him. Then he is an atheist, in the sense that he does not concern himself with the question whether gods exist or not. Besides, even if they should exist, and with whatever powers they might be armed, the saint or the emancipated man regards himself superior to them, for that which causes the dignity of beings is not the extent of the action they exercise over things, but merely the degree of their advancement upon the road of salvation. It is true that Buddha, at least in some divisions of the Buddhist church, has sometimes been considered as a sort of god. He has his temples. He is the object of a cult, which, by the way, is a very simple one, for it is reduced essentially to the offering of flowers and the adoration of consecrated relics or images. It is scarcely more than a commemorative cult. But more than that, this divinization of Buddha, granting that the term is exact, is peculiar to the form known as Northern Buddhism. The Buddhists of the South, says Kern, and the less advanced of the Northern Buddhists can be said, according to data known today, to speak of their founder as if he were a man. Of course, they attribute extraordinary powers to Buddha, which are superior to those possessed by ordinary mortals, but it was a very ancient belief in India, and one that is also very general in a host of different religions, that a great saint is endowed with exceptional virtues. Yet a saint is not a god, any more than a priest or magician is, in spite of the superhuman faculties frequently attributed to them. On the other hand, according to the most authorized scholars, all this theism and the complicated mythology which generally accompanies it are only derived and deviated forms of Buddhism. At first, Buddha was only regarded as the wisest of men. Burnouf says the conception of a Buddha who is something more than a man, arrived at the highest stage of holiness, is outside the circle of ideas which form the foundation of the simple sutras, and the same author adds elsewhere that his humanity is a fact so incontestably recognized by all that the myth-makers, to whom miracles cost so little, have never even had the idea of making a god out of him since his death. So we may well ask if he has ever really divested himself completely of all human character, and if we have a right to make him into a god completely. In any case, it would have to be a god of a very particular character, and one whose role in no way resembles that of other divine personalities. For a god is before all else a living being, with whom man should reckon, and upon whom he may count. But Buddha is dead. He has entered into the nirvana, and he can no longer influence the march of human events. Finally, whatever one may think of the divinity of Buddha, it remains a fact that this is a conception wholly outside the essential part of Buddhism. Buddhism consists primarily in the idea of salvation, and salvation supposes only that one know the good doctrine and practice it. To be sure, this could never have been known if Buddha had not come to reveal it, but when this revelation had once been made, the work of Buddha was accomplished. From that moment he ceased to be a factor necessary to the religious life. The practice of the Four Holy Truths would be possible, even if the memory of him who revealed them were completely obliterated. It is quite another matter with Christianity, which is inconceivable without the ever-present idea of Christ and his ever-practiced cult. For it is by the ever-living Christ, sacrificed each day, that the community of believers continues to communicate with the supreme source of the spiritual life. All that precedes can be applied equally well to another great religion of India, Jainism. The two doctrines have nearly the same conception of the world and of life. Like the Buddhists, says Barth, the Jainas are atheists. They admit of no creator. The world is eternal. They explicitly deny the possibility of a perfect being from the beginning. The Jinnah became perfect. He was not always so. Just as the Buddhists in the north, the Jainists, or at least certain of them, have come back to a sort of deism. In the inscriptions of Deccan there is mention of a Jinnapati, a sort of supreme Jinnah, who is called the primary creator. But such language, says the same author, is in contradiction to the most explicit declarations extracted from their most authorized writings. Moreover, if this indifference for the divine is developed to such a point in Buddhism and Jainism, it is because its germ existed already in the Brahmanism from which the two were derived. In certain of its forms at least, Brahmic speculation ended in a frankly materialistic and atheistic interpretation of the universe. In time, the numerous divinities which the people of India had originally learned to adore came to merge themselves into a sort of principal deity, impersonal and abstract, the essence of all that exists. This supreme reality, which no longer has anything of a divine personality about it, is contained within man himself, or rather man is but one with it, for nothing exists apart from it. To find it and unite himself to it, one does not have to search some external support outside himself. It is enough to concentrate upon himself and meditate. If in Buddhism, says Oldenburg, the proud attempt be made to conceive a deliverance in which man himself delivers himself, to create faith without a god, it is Brahmanical speculation which has prepared the way for this thought. It thrusts back the idea of a god step by step. The forms of the old gods have faded away, and besides the Brahma, which is enthroned in its everlasting quietude, highly exalted above the destinies of the human world, there is left remaining, as the sole really active person in the great work of deliverance, man himself. Here then we find a considerable portion of religious evolution which has consisted in the progressive recoil of the idea of a spiritual being from that of a deity. Here are great religions where invocations, propitiations, sacrifices, and prayers, properly so called, are far from holding a preponderating place, and which consequently do not present that distinctive sign by which some claim to recognize those manifestations which are properly called religious. But even within deistic religions there are many rites which are completely independent of all idea of gods or spiritual beings. In the first place, there are a multitude of interdictions. For example, the Bible orders that a woman live isolated during a predetermined period each month. A similar isolation is obligatory during the lying in at childbirth. It is forbidden to hitch an ass and a horse together, or to wear a garment in which the hemp is mixed with flax. But it is impossible to see the part which belief in Yahweh can have played in these interdictions, for he is wholly absent from all the relations thus forbidden, and could not be interested in them. As much can be said for the majority of the dietetic regulations. These prohibitions are not peculiar to the Hebrews, but they are found under diverse forms. but with substantially the same character in innumerable religions. It is true that these rights are purely negative, but they do not cease being religious for that. Also, there are others which demand active and positive services of the faithful, but which are nevertheless of the same nature. They work by themselves, and their efficacy depends upon no divine power. They mechanically produce the effects which are the reason for their existence. They do not consist either in prayers or offerings addressed to a being, upon whose goodwill the expected result depends. This result is obtained by the automatic operation of the ritual. Such is notably the case with the sacrifice of the Vedic religion. The sacrifice exercises a direct influence upon the celestial phenomena, says Durkheim. It is all-powerful of itself, and without any divine influence. It is this, for example, which broke open the doors of the cavern where the dawn was imprisoned, and which made the light of day burst forth. In the same way, there are special hymns, which, by their direct action, made the waters of heaven fall upon the earth, and even in spite of the gods. The practice of certain austerities has the same power. More than that, the sacrifice is so fully the origin of things par excellence, that they have attributed to it not only the origin of man, but even that of the gods. Such a conception may well appear strange. It is explained, however, as being one of the ultimate consequences of the idea of the omnipotence of sacrifice. Thus, in the entire first part of his work, M. Durkheim speaks only of sacrifices, where divinities play no role whatsoever. Nor is this fact peculiar to the Vedic religion, but is, on the contrary, quite general. In every cult there are practices which act by themselves, by a virtue which is their own, without the intervention of any god between the individual who practices the rite and the end sought after. When, in the so-called Feast of the Tabernacles, the Jews set the air in motion by shaking willow branches in a certain rhythm, it was to cause the wind to rise and the rain to fall, and it was believed that the desired phenomenon would result automatically from the rite, provided it were correctly performed. This is the explanation of the fundamental importance laid by nearly all cults upon the material portion of the ceremonies. This religious formalism, very probably the first form of legal formalism, comes from the fact that since the formula to be pronounced and the movements to be made contain within themselves the source of their efficacy, they would lose it if they did not conform absolutely to the type consecrated by success. Thus there are rites without gods, and even rites from which gods are derived. All religious powers do not emanate from divine personalities, and there are relations of cult which have other objects than uniting man to a deity. Religion is more than the idea of gods or spirits, and consequently cannot be defined exclusively in relation to these latter. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 1, Section 3. These definitions set aside, let us set ourselves before the problem. First of all, let us remark that in all these formulae, it is the nature of religion as a whole that they seek to express. They proceed as if it were a sort of indivisible entity, while as a matter of fact, it is made up of parts. It is a more or less complex system of myths, dogmas, rites, and ceremonies. Now, a whole cannot be defined except in relation to its parts. It will be more methodical, then, to try to characterize the various elementary phenomena of which all religions are made up, before we attack the system produced by their union. This method is imposed still more forcibly by the fact that there are religious phenomena which belong to no determined religion. Such are those phenomena which constitute the matter of folklore. In general, they are the debris of past religions, inorganized survivals, but there are some which have been formed spontaneously under the influence of local causes. In our European countries, Christianity has forced itself to absorb and assimilate them. It has given them a Christian coloring. Nevertheless, there are many which have persisted up until a recent date, or which still exist with a relative autonomy. Celebrations of May Day, the summer solstice or the carnival, beliefs relative to genii, local demons, etc., are cases in point. If the religious character of these facts is now diminishing, their religious importance is nevertheless so great that they have enabled Manhart and his school to revive the science of religions. A definition which did not take account of them would not cover all that is religious. Religious phenomena are naturally arranged in two fundamental categories, beliefs and rites. The first are states of opinion and consist in representations. The second are determined modes of action. Between these two classes of facts there is all the difference which separates thought from action. The rites can be defined and distinguished from other human practices, moral practices, for example, only by the special nature of their object. A moral rule prescribes certain manners of acting to us, just as a rite does, but which are addressed to a different class of objects. So it is the object of the rite which must be characterized if we are to characterize the rite itself.
Now it is in the beliefs that the spiritual nature of this object is expressed. It is possible to define the right only after we have defined the belief. All known religious beliefs, whether simple or complex, present one common characteristic. They presuppose a classification of all the things, real and ideal, of which men think, into two classes or opposed groups, generally designated by two distinct terms, which are translated well enough by the words profane and sacred, profane, sacré. This division of the world into two domains, one containing all that is sacred, the other all that is profane, is the distinctive trait of religious thought. The beliefs, myths, dogmas, and legends are either representations or systems of representations which express the nature of sacred things, the virtues and powers which are attributed to them, or their relations with each other and with profane things. But by sacred things, one must not understand simply those personal beings which are called gods or spirits. A rock, a tree, a spring, a pebble, a piece of wood, a house, in a word, anything can be sacred. A right can have this character. In fact, the right does not exist which does not have it to a certain degree. There are words, expressions, and formulae which can be pronounced only by the mouths of consecrated persons. There are gestures and movements which everybody cannot perform. If the Vedic sacrifice has had such an efficacy that, according to mythology, it was the creator of the gods, and not merely a means of winning their favor, it is because it possessed a virtue comparable to that of the most sacred beings. The circle of sacred objects cannot be determined, then, once for all. Its extent varies infinitely according to the different religions. That is how Buddhism is a religion. In default of gods, it admits the existence of sacred things, namely the Four Noble Truths and the practices derived from them. Up to the present, we have confined ourselves to enumerating a certain number of sacred things as examples. We must now show by what general characteristics they are to be distinguished from profane things. One might be tempted, first of all, to define them by the place they are generally assigned in the hierarchy of things. They are naturally considered superior in dignity and power to profane things, and particularly to man, when he is only a man and has nothing sacred about him. One thinks of himself as occupying an inferior and dependent position in relation to them, and surely this conception is not without some truth. Only there is nothing in it which is really characteristic of the sacred. It is not enough that one thing be subordinated to another for the second to be sacred in regard to the first. Slaves are inferior to their masters, subjects to their king, soldiers to their leaders, the miser to his gold, the man ambitious for power to the hands which keep it from him. But if it is sometimes said of a man that he makes a religion of those beings or things whose eminent value and superiority to himself he thus recognizes, it is clear that in any case the word is taken in a metaphorical sense, and that there is nothing in these new relations which is really religious. On the other hand, it must not be lost to view that there are sacred things of every degree, and that there are some in relation to which a man feels himself relatively at his ease. An amulet has a sacred character, yet the respect which it inspires is nothing exceptional. Even before his gods, a man is not always in such a marked state of inferiority, for it very frequently happens that he exercises a veritable physical constraint upon them to obtain what he desires. He beats the fetish with which he is not contented, but only to reconcile himself with it again, if in the end it shows itself more docile to the wishes of its adorer. To have rain, he throws stones into the spring or sacred lake where the god of rain is thought to reside. He believes that by this means he forces him to come out and show himself. Moreover, if it is true that man depends upon his gods, this dependence is reciprocal. The gods also have need of man. Without offerings and sacrifices, they would die. We shall even have occasion to show that this dependence of the gods upon their worshippers is maintained even in the most idealistic religions. But if a purely hierarchic distinction is a criterion at once too general and too imprecise, there is nothing left with which to characterize the sacred in its relation to the profane, except their heterogeneity. However, this heterogeneity is sufficient to characterize this classification of things and to distinguish it from all others, because it is very particular. It is absolute. In all the history of human thought, there exists no other example of two categories of things so profoundly differentiated or so radically opposed to one another. The traditional opposition of good and bad is nothing besides this. For the good and the bad are only two opposed species of the same class, namely morals, just as sickness and health are two different aspects of the same order of facts, life, while the sacred and the profane have always and everywhere been conceived by the human mind as two distinct classes, as two worlds between which there is nothing in common. The forces which play in one are not simply those which are met with in the other, but a little stronger. They are of a different sort. In different religions, this opposition has been conceived in different ways. Here, to separate these two sorts of things, it has seemed sufficient to localize them in different parts of the physical universe. There, the first have been put into an ideal and transcendental world, while the material world is left in full possession of the others. But howsoever much the forms of the contrast may vary, the fact of the contrast is universal. This is not equivalent to saying that a being can never pass from one of these worlds into the other, but the manner in which this passage is effected, when it does take place, puts into relief the essential duality of the two kingdoms. In fact, it implies a veritable metamorphosis. This is notably demonstrated by the initiation rites, such as they are practiced by a multitude of peoples. This initiation is a long series of ceremonies with the object of introducing the young man into the religious life. For the first time, he leaves the purely profane world where he passed his first infancy and enters into the world of sacred things. Now, this change of state is thought of not as a simple and regular development of pre-existent germs, but as a transformation, totemis substantiae, of the whole being. It is said that at this moment the young man dies, that the person that he was ceases to exist, and that another is instantly substituted for it. He is reborn under a new form. Appropriate ceremonies are felt to bring about his death and rebirth, which are not understood in a merely symbolic sense, but are taken literally. Does this not prove that between the profane being which he was and the religious being which he becomes, there is a break of continuity? This heterogeneity is even so complete that it frequently degenerates into a veritable antagonism. The two worlds are not only conceived of as separate, but even as hostile and jealous rivals of each other. Since men cannot fully belong to one except on condition of leaving the other completely, they are exhorted to withdraw themselves completely from the profane world, in order to lead an exclusively religious life. Hence comes the monasticism which is artificially organized outside of and apart from the natural environment in which the ordinary man leads the life of this world, in a different one, close to the first, and nearly its contrary. Hence comes the mystic asceticism whose object is to root out from man all the attachment for the profane world that remains in him. From that come all the forms of religious suicide, the logical working out of this asceticism, for the only manner of fully escaping the profane life is, after all, to forsake all life. The opposition of these two classes manifests itself outwardly with a visible sign by which we can easily recognize this very special classification wherever it exists. Since the idea of the sacred is always and everywhere separated from the idea of the profane in the thought of men, and since we picture a sort of logical chasm between the two, the mind irresistibly refuses to allow the two corresponding things to be confounded, or even to be merely put in contact with each other, for such a promiscuity, or even too direct a contiguity, would contradict too violently the dissociation of these ideas in the mind. The sacred thing is par excellence that which the profane should not touch, and cannot touch with impunity. To be sure, this interdiction cannot go as far as to make all communication between the two worlds impossible, for if the profane could in no way enter into relations with the sacred, this latter could be good for nothing. But in addition to the fact that this establishment of relations is always a delicate operation in itself, demanding great precautions and a more or less complicated initiation, it is quite impossible, unless the profane is to lose its specific characteristics and become sacred after a fashion, and to a certain degree itself. The two classes cannot even approach each other and keep their own nature at the same time. Thus we arrive at the first criterion of religious beliefs. Undoubtedly there are secondary species within these two fundamental classes, which, in their turn, are more or less incompatible with each other. But the real characteristic of religious phenomena is that they always suppose a bipartite division of the whole universe, known and knowable, into two classes which embrace all that exists, but which radically exclude each other. Sacred things are those which the interdictions protect and isolate. Profane things, those to which these interdictions are applied, and which must remain at a distance from the first. Religious beliefs are the representations which express the nature of sacred things and the relations which they sustain, either with each other or with profane things. Finally, rites are the rules of conduct which prescribe how a man should comport himself in the presence of these sacred objects. When a certain number of sacred things sustain relations of coordination or subordination with each other in such a way as to form a system having a certain unity, but which is not comprised within any other system of the same sort, the totality of these beliefs and their corresponding rites constitutes a religion. From this definition it is seen that a religion is not necessarily contained within one sole and single idea, and does not proceed from one unique principle, which, though varying according to the circumstances under which it is applied, is nevertheless at bottom always the same. It is rather a whole made up of distinct and relatively individualized parts. Each homogeneous group of sacred things, or even each sacred thing of some importance, constitutes a center of organization about which gravitate a group of beliefs and rites or a particular cult. There is no religion, however unified it may be, which does not recognize a plurality of sacred things. Even Christianity, at least in its Catholic form, admits, in addition to the divine personality, which incidentally is triple as well as one, the Virgin, angels, saints, souls of the dead, etc. Thus, a religion cannot be reduced to one single cult generally, but rather consists in a system of cults, each endowed with a certain autonomy. Also, this autonomy is variable. Sometimes they are arranged in hierarchy and subordinated to some predominating cult, into which they are finally absorbed, but sometimes also they are merely rearranged and united. The religion which we are going to study will furnish us with an example of just this latter sort of organization. At the same time, we find the explanation of how there can be groups of religious phenomena which do not belong to any special religion. It is because they have not been, or are no longer, a part of any religious system. If, for some special reason, one of the cults of which we just spoke happens to be maintained, while the group of which it was a part disappears, it survives only in a disintegrated condition. That is what has happened to many agrarian cults, which have survived themselves as folklore. In certain cases, it is not even a cult, but a simple ceremony or particular rite which persists in this way. Although this definition is only preliminary, it permits us to see in what terms the problem, which necessarily dominates the science of religion, should be stated. When we believed that sacred beings could be distinguished from others merely by the greater intensity of the powers attributed to them, the question of how men came to imagine them was sufficiently simple. It was enough to demand which forces had, because of their exceptional energy, been able to strike the human imagination forcefully enough to inspire religious sentiments. But if, as we have sought to establish, sacred things differ in nature from profane things, if they have a wholly different essence, then the problem is more complex. For we must first of all ask what has been able to lead men to see in the world two heterogeneous and incompatible worlds, though nothing sensible experience seems to be able to suggest the idea of so radical a duality to them. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 1, Section 4. However, this definition is not yet complete, for it is equally applicable to two sorts of facts, which, while being related to each other, must be distinguished nevertheless. These are magic and religion. Magic, too, is made up of beliefs and rites. Like religion, it has its myths and its dogmas, only they are more elementary, undoubtedly because, seeking technical and utilitarian ends, it does not waste its time in pure speculation. It has its ceremonies, sacrifices, lustrations, prayers, chants, and dances as well. The beings which the magician invokes and the forces which he throws in play are not merely of the same nature as the forces and beings to which religion addresses itself. Very frequently they are identically the same. Thus, even with the most inferior societies, the souls of the dead are essentially sacred things and the object of religious rites. But at the same time, they play a considerable role in magic. In Australia, as well as in Melanesia, in Greece, as well as among the Christian peoples, the souls of the dead, their bones and their hair, are among the intermediaries used the most frequently by the magician. Demons are also a common instrument for magic action. Now, these demons are also beings surrounded with interdictions. They too are separated and live in a world apart, so that it is frequently difficult to distinguish them from the gods properly so called. Moreover, in Christianity itself, is not the devil a fallen god? Or even leaving aside all question of his origin, does he not have a religious character from the mere fact that the hell of which he has charge is something indispensable to the Christian religion? There are even some regular and official deities who are invoked by the magician. Sometimes these are the gods of a foreign people. For example, Greek magicians called upon Egyptian, Assyrian, or Jewish gods. Sometimes they are even national gods. Hecate and Diana were the object of a magic cult. The Virgin, Christ, and the saints have been utilized in the same way by Christian magicians. Then will it be necessary to say that magic is hardly distinguishable from religion, that magic is full of religion just as religion is full of magic, and consequently that it is impossible to separate them and to define the one without the other? It is difficult to sustain this thesis because of the marked repugnance of religion for magic, and in return, the hostility of the second towards the first. Magic takes a sort of professional pleasure in profaning holy things. In its rites, it performs the contrary of the religious ceremony. On its side, religion, when it has not condemned and prohibited magic rites, has always looked upon them with disfavor. As Hubert and Mauss have remarked, there is something thoroughly anti-religious in the doings of the magician. Whatever relations there may be between these two sorts of institutions, it is difficult to imagine their not being opposed somewhere, and it is still more necessary for us to find where they are differentiated, as we plan to limit our researches to religion, and to stop at the point where magic commences. Here is how a line of demarcation can be traced between these two domains. The really religious beliefs are always common to a determined group, which makes profession of adhering to them and of practicing the rites connected with them. They are not merely received individually by all the members of this group. They are something belonging to the group, and they make its unity. The individuals which compose it feel themselves united to each other by the simple fact that they have a common faith. a society whose members are united by the fact that they think in the same way in regard to the sacred world and its relations with the profane world, and by the fact that they translate these common ideas into common practices, is what is called a church. In all history, we do not find a single religion without a church. Sometimes the church is strictly national. Sometimes it passes the frontiers. Sometimes it embraces an entire people. Rome, Athens, the Hebrews. Sometimes it embraces only a part of them. The Christian society since the advent of Protestantism. Sometimes it is directed by a corps of priests. Sometimes it is almost completely devoid of any official directing body. But wherever we observe the religious life, we find that it has a definite group as its foundation. Even the so-called private cults, such as the domestic cult or the cult of a corporation, satisfy this condition, for they are always celebrated by a group, the family or the corporation. Moreover, even these particular religions are ordinarily only special forms of a more general religion which embraces all. These restricted churches are in reality only chapels of a vaster church, which, by reason of this very extent, merits the name still more. It is quite another matter with magic. To be sure, the belief in magic is always more or less general. It is very frequently diffused in large masses of the population, and there are even peoples where it has as many adherents as the real religion. But it does not result in binding together those who adhere to it, nor in uniting them into a group leading a common life. There is no church of magic. Between the magician and the individuals who consult him, as between these individuals themselves, there are no lasting bonds which make them members of the same moral community, comparable to that formed by the believers in the same god or the observers of the same cult. The magician has a clientele and not a church, and it is very possible that his clients have no other relations between each other, or even do not know each other. Even the relations which they have with him are generally accidental and transient. They are just like those of a sick man with his physician. The official and public character with which he is sometimes invested changes nothing in this situation. The fact that he works openly does not unite him more regularly or more durably to those who have recourse to his services. It is true that in certain cases, magicians form societies among themselves. It happens that they assemble more or less periodically to celebrate certain rites in common. It is well known what a place these assemblies of witches hold in European folklore. But it is to be remarked that these associations are in no way indispensable to the working of the magic. They are even rare and rather exceptional. The magician has no need of uniting himself to his fellows to practice his art. More frequently, he is a recluse. In general, far from seeking society, he flees it. Even in regard to his colleagues, he always keeps his personal independence. Religion, on the other hand, is inseparable from the idea of a church. From this point of view, there is an essential difference between magic and religion. But what is especially important is that when these societies of magic are formed, they do not include all the adherents to magic, but only the magicians. The laymen, if they may be so called, that is to say, those for whose profit the rites are celebrated, in fine, those who represent the worshippers in the regular cults, are excluded. Now, the magician is for magic what the priest is for religion, but a college of priests is not a church, any more than a religious congregation which should devote itself to some particular saint in the shadow of a cloister would be a particular cult. A church is not a fraternity of priests. It is a moral community formed by all the believers in a single faith, laymen as well as priests, but magic lacks any such community. But if the idea of a church is made to enter into the definition of religion, does that not exclude the private religions, which the individual establishes for himself and celebrates by himself? There is scarcely a society where these are not found. Every Ojibwe, as we shall see below, has his own personal Manitou, which he chooses himself and to which he renders special religious services. The Melanesian of the Banks Islands has his Temenu, the Roman his Genius, the Christian his patron saint and guardian angel, etc. By definition, all these cults seem to be independent of all the idea of the group. Not only are these individual religions very frequent in history, but nowadays many are asking if they are not destined to be the preeminent form of the religious life, and if the day will not come when there will be no other cult than that which each man will fully perform within himself. But if we leave these speculations in regard to the future aside for the moment, and confine ourselves to religions such as they are at present or have been in the past, it becomes clearly evident that these individual cults are not distinct and autonomous religious systems, but merely aspects of the common religion of the whole church, of which the individuals are members. The patron saint of the Christians chosen from the official list of saints recognized by the Catholic Church. There are even canonical rules prescribing how each Catholic should perform this private cult. In the same way, the idea that each man necessarily has a protecting genius is found, under different forms, at the basis of a great number of American religions, as well as of the Roman religion, to cite only these two examples. For, as will be seen later, it is very closely connected with the idea of the soul, and this idea of the soul is not one of those which can be left entirely to individual choice. In a word, it is the church of which he is a member which teaches the individual what these personal gods are, what their function is, how he should enter into relations with them, and how he should honor them. When a methodical analysis is made of the doctrines of any church whatsoever, sooner or later we come upon those concerning private cults. So these are not two religions of different types, and turned in opposite directions. Both are made up of the same ideas, of the same principles, here applied to circumstances which are of interest to the group as a whole, there to the life of the individual. This solidarity is even so close that among certain peoples, the ceremonies by which the faithful first enter into communication with their protecting geniuses are mixed with rites whose public character is incontestable, namely the rites of initiation. There still remain those contemporary aspirations towards a religion which would consist entirely in internal and subjective states, and which would be constructed freely by each of us. But howsoever real these aspirations may be, they cannot affect our definition, for this is to be applied only to facts already realized, and not to uncertain possibilities. One can define religions such as they are, or such as they have been, but not such as they more or less vaguely tend to become. It is possible that this religious individualism is destined to be realized in facts, but before we can say just how far this may be the case, we must know what religion is, of what elements it is made up, from what causes it results, and what function it fulfills, all questions whose solution cannot be foreseen before the threshold of our study has been passed. It is only at the close of this study that we can attempt to anticipate the future. Thus we arrive at the following definition. A religion is a unified system of beliefs and practices relative to sacred things, that is to say, things set apart and forbidden, beliefs and practices which unite into one single moral community called a church, all those who adhere to them. The second element, which thus finds a place in our definition, is no less essential than the first, for by showing that the idea of religion is inseparable from that of the church, it makes it clear that religion should be an eminently collective thing. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Chapter 2. Leading Conceptions of the Elementary Religion. 1. Animus. Armed with this definition, we are now able to set out in search of this elementary religion, which we propose to study. Even the crudest religions with which history and ethnology make us acquainted are already of a complexity which corresponds badly with the idea sometimes held of primitive mentality. One finds there is not only a confused system of beliefs and rites, but also such a plurality of different principles and such a richness of essential notions that it seems impossible to see in them anything but the late product of a rather long evolution. Hence, it has been concluded that to discover the truly original form of the religious life, it is necessary to descend by analysis beyond these observable religions, to resolve them into their common and fundamental elements, and then to seek amongst these latter some one from which the others were derived. To the problem, thus stated, two contrary solutions have been given. There is no religious system, ancient or recent, where one does not meet, under different forms, two religions, as it were, side by side, which, though being united closely and mutually penetrating each other, do not cease, nevertheless, to be distinct. The one addresses itself to the phenomena of nature, either the great cosmic forces, such as winds, rivers, stars, and the sky, etc., or else the objects of various sorts which cover the surface of the earth, such as plants, animals, rocks, etc. For this reason, it has been given the name of naturalism. The other has spiritual beings as its object, spirit, souls, genesis, demons, divinities, properly so-called animated and conscious agents like man, but distinguished from him nevertheless by the nature of their power, and especially by the peculiar characteristics that they do not affect the senses in the same way. Ordinarily, they are not visible to the human eye. This religion of spirits is called Animus. Now, to explain the universal coexistence of these two sorts of cults, two contradictory theories have been proposed. Some Animus is the primitive religion, of which naturalism is only a secondary and derived form. For the others, on the contrary, it is the nature cult which has the point of departure for religious evolution. The cult of spirits is only a peculiar case of that. These two theories are up to the present the only ones by which the attempt has been made to explain rationally the origins of religious thought. Thus, the capital problem raised by the history of religion is generally reduced to asking which of these two solutions should be chosen, or whether it is not better to combine them, and in that case, what place must be given to each of the two elements. Even those scholars who do not admit either of these hypotheses in their systematic form do not refuse to retain certain propositions upon which they rest. Thus, we have a certain number of theories already made, which must be submitted to criticism before we take up the study of the facts for ourselves. It will be better understood how indispensable it is to attempt a new one when we have seen the insufficiency of these traditional conceptions. End Section 7. Read by Jim Scheel, Los Angeles, California, July 23, 2022. Section 8 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Section 8, Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 1. It is Tyler who formed the animist theory in its essential outlines. Spencer, who took it up after him, did not reproduce it without introducing certain modifications. But in general, the questions are posed by each in the same terms, and the solutions accepted are, with a single exception, identically the same. Therefore, we can unite these two doctrines in the exposition which follows, if we mark, at the proper moment, the place where the two diverge from one another. In order to find the elementary forms of the religious life in these animistic beliefs and practices, three desiderata must be satisfied. First, since according to this hypothesis the idea of the soul is the cardinal idea of religion, it must be shown how this is formed without taking any of its elements from an anterior religion. Secondly, it must be made clear how souls become the object of a cult and are transformed into spirits. And thirdly, and finally, since the cult of these spirits is not all of any religion, it remains to be explained how the cult of nature is derived from it. According to this theory, the idea of the soul was first suggested to men by the boldly understood spectacle of the double life they ordinarily led, on the one hand when awake, on the other when asleep. In fact, for the savage, the mental representations which he has while awake and those of his dreams are said to be of the same value. He objectifies the second like the first, that is to say, that he sees in them the images of external objects whose appearance they more or less accurately reproduce. So when he dreams that he has visited a distant country, he believes that he really was there. But he could not have gone there unless two things exist within him. The one, his body, which has remained lying on the ground while he finds in the same position on awaking. The other, during this time, has traveled through space. Similarly, if he seems to talk with one of his companions, who he knows was really at a distance, he concludes that the other also is composed of two beings, one which sleeps at a distance, and the other which has come to manifest himself by means of a dream. From these repeated experience, he little by little arrives at the idea that each of us has a double, another self, which in determined conditions has the power to leave the organism where it resides and going roaming at a distance. Of course, this double reproduces all the essential traits of the perceptible being, which serves it as external covering. But at the same time, it is distinguished from this by many characteristics. It is more active since it can cover vast distances in an instant. It is more malleable and plastic, for to leave the body it must pass out by its apertures, especially the mouth and nose. It is represented as made of matter undoubtedly, but a matter much more subtle and ethereal than any which we know empirically. This double is the soul. In fact, it cannot be doubted that in numerous societies the soul has been conceived in the image of the body. It is believed that it reproduces even the accidental deformities, such as those resulting from wounds or mutilations. Certain Australians, after having killed their enemy, cut off his right thumb, so that his soul, deprived of its thumb also, cannot throw a javelin and revenge itself. But while it resembles the body, it has, at the same time, something half-spiritual about it. They say that it is the finer or more aerial-form part of the body, that it has no flesh, nor bone, nor sinew, that when one wishes to take hold of it, he feels nothing, that it is like a purified body. Also, other facts of experience which affect the mind in the same way naturally group themselves around this fundamental fact taught by the dream: fainting, apoplexy, catalepsy, ecstasy, in a word, all cases of temporary insensibility. In fact, they all are explained very well by the hypothesis that the principle of life and feeling is able to leave the body momentarily. Also, it is natural that this principle should be confounded with the double, since the absence of the double during sleep daily has the effect of suspending thought and life. Thus, diverse observations seem to agree mutually and to confirm the idea of the constitutionally duality of man. But the soul is not a spirit. It is attached to a body, which it can leave only by exception. Insofar as it is nothing more than that, it is not the object of any cult. The spirit, on the other hand, though generally having some special thing of its residence, can go away at will, and a man can enter into relations with it only by observing ritual precautions. The soul can become a spirit, then only by transforming itself. The simple application of these preceding ideas to the fact of death producing this metamorphosis quite naturally. For a rudimentary intelligence, in fact, death is not distinguished from a long fainting swoon or a prolonged sleep. It has all their aspects. Thus it seems that it too consists of a separation of the soul and the body, analogous to that produced every night. But as in such cases, the body is not reanimated. The idea is formed of a separation without an assignable limit of time. When the body is once destroyed, and the funeral rites have the object of hastening this destruction, the separation is taken as final. Hence come spirits detached from their organism and left free in space. As their number augments with time, a population of souls forms around the living population. These souls of men have the needs and passions of men. They seek to concern themselves with the life of their companions of yesterday, either to aid them or to injure them, according to the sentiments which they have kept toward them. According to the circumstances, their nature makes them either very precious auxiliaries or very redoubtable adversaries. Owing to their extreme fluidity, they can even enter into the body and cause all sorts of disorders there, or else increase its vitality. Thus comes the habit of attributing to them all those events of life which vary slightly from the ordinary. There are very few of these for which they cannot account. Thus, they constitute a sort of ever-ready supply of causes which never leaves one at a loss when in search of explanations. Does a man appear inspired? Does he speak with energy? Is it as though he were lifted outside himself and above the ordinary level of man? It is because a good spirit is within him and animates him. Is he overtaken by an attack or seized by madness? Is it because an evil spirit has entered into him and brought him all this trouble? There are no maladies which cannot be assigned to some influence of this sort. Thus, the power of souls is increased by all that men attribute to them, and in the end, men find themselves the prisoners of this imaginary world of which they are, however, the authors and the models. They fall into dependence upon these spiritual forces which they have created with their own hands and in their own image. For if souls are the givers of health and sickness, of goods and evils to this extent, it is wise to conciliate their favor or appease them when they are irritated. Hence come the offerings, prayers, sacrifices, in a word, all the apparatus of religious observances. Here is the soul transformed. From a simple, vital principle animating the body of a man, it has become a spirit, a good or evil genius, or even a deity, according to the importance of the effects with which it is charged. But since it is death which brought about this apotheosis, it is to the dead, to the souls of ancestors, that the first cult known to humanity was addressed. Thus, the first rites were funeral rites. The first sacrifices were food offerings destined to satisfy the needs of the departed. The first altars were tombs. But since these spirits were of human origin, they interested themselves only in the life of men and were thought to act only upon human events. It is still to be explained how other spirits were imagined to account for the other phenomena in the universe, and how the cult of nature was subsequently formed besides that of the ancestors. For Tyler, this extension of animus was due to the particular mentality of the primitive, who, like an infant, cannot distinguish the animate from the inanimate. Since the first beings of which the child commences to have an idea are men, that is, himself and those around him, it is upon this model of human nature that he tends to think of everything. The toys with which he plays, or the object of every sort which affect his senses, he regards as living beings like himself. Now, the primitive thinks like a child. Consequently, he is also inclined to endow all things, even inanimate ones, with a nature analogous to his own. Then if, for the reasons exposed above, he once arrives at the idea that man is a body animated by a spirit, he must necessarily attribute a duality of this sort and souls like his own even to inert bodies themselves. Yet the sphere of action of the two could not be the same. The souls of men have a direct influence only upon the world of men. They have a marked preference for the human organism, even when death has given them their liberty. On the other hand, the souls of things reside especially in these things, and are regarded as the productive causes of all that passes there. The first account for health and sickness, skillfulness or unskillfulness, etc. By the second are explained especially the phenomenon of the physical world, the movement of water courses or the stars, the germination of plants, the reproduction of animals, etc. Thus, the first philosophy of man, which is at the basis of the ancestor cult, is completed by a philosophy of the world. In regard to these cosmic spirits, man finds himself in a state of dependence, still more evident than that in regard to the wandering doubles of his ancestors. For he could have only ideal and imaginary relations with the latter, but he depends upon things in reality to live. He has need for their concurrence. He then believes that he has an equal need of the spirits which appear to animate these things and to determine their diverse manifestations. He implores their assistance. He solicits them with offerings and prayers, and the religion of man is thus completed in a religion of nature. Herbert Spencer objects against this explanation that the hypothesis upon which it rests is contradicted by the facts. It is held, he says, that there is a time when men do not realize the difference which separate the animate from the inanimate. Now, as one advances in the animal scale, he sees the ability to make this distinction develop. The superior animals do not confound an object which moves itself and whose movements are adapted to certain ends with those which are mechanically moved from without. Amusing herself with a mouse that she has caught, the cat, if it remains long stationary, touches it with her paw to make it run. Obviously, the thought is that a living thing disturbed will try to escape. Even the primitive men could not have an intelligence inferior to that of the animals which preceded them in evolution. Then it cannot be for lack of discernment that they passed from the cult of ancestors to the cult of things. According to Spencer, who upon this point, but upon this point only, differs from Tyler, this passage was certainly due to a confusion, but to one of a different sort. It was, in a large part at least, the result of numerous errors due to language. In many inferior societies, it is a very common custom to give to each individual, either at his birth or later, the name of some animal, plant, star, or natural object. But as a consequence of the extreme imprecision of his language, it is very difficult for a primitive to distinguish a metaphor from reality. He soon lost sight of the fact that these names were only figures, and taking them literally, he ended by believing that an ancestor named Tiger or Lion was really a tiger or a lion. Then the cult of which the ancestor was the object up to that time was changed over to the animal with which he was thereafter confounded. And as the same substitution went on for the plants, the stars, and all the natural phenomena, the religion of nature took the place of the old religion of the dead. Besides this fundamental confusion, Spencer signalizes others, which aided the action of the first from time to time. For example, the animals which frequent the surroundings of the tombs or houses of men have been taken for their reincarnated souls and adored under this title. Or again, the mountain which tradition made the cradle of the race was finally taken for the ancestor of the race. It was thought that men were descended from it because their ancestors appeared coming from it, and it was consequently treated as an ancestor itself. But according to the statement of Spencer, these accessory causes had only a secondary influence. That which principally determined the institution of naturalism was the literal interpretation of metaphorical names. We had to mention this theory to have our exposition of animus complete, but it is too inadequate for the facts, and too universally abandoned today to determine that we stop any longer for it. In order to explain a fact as general as the religion of nature by an illusion, it would be necessary that the illusion invoked should have causes of an equal generality. Now, even if misunderstandings, such as those of which Spencer gives some rare illustrations, could explain the transformation of the cult of ancestors into that of nature, it is not clear why this should be produced with a sort of universality. No psychical mechanism necessitated it. It is true that because of its ambiguity, the word might lead to an equivocation, but on the other hand, all the personal souvenirs left by the ancestor in the memories of men should oppose this confusion. Why should the tradition which represented the ancestor, such as he really was, that is to say, as a man who led the life of a man, everywhere give way before the prestige of a word? Likewise, one should have a little difficulty in admitting that men were born of a mountain or a star, of an animal or a plant. The idea of a similar exception to the ordinary conceptions of generation could not fail to raise active resistance. Thus, it is far more true that the error found a road all prepared before it, but rather all sorts of reasons should have kept it from being accepted. It is difficult to understand how, in spite of all these obstacles, it could have triumphed so generally. End Section 8. Read by Jim Scheel, Los Angeles, California, July 24th, 2022. Section 9 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Section 9. Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 2. The theory of Tyler, whose authority is always great, still remains. His hypothesis on the dream and the origin of the ideas of the soul and of the spirit are still classic. It is necessary, therefore, to test their value. First of all, it should be recognized that the theorist of animism have rendered an important service to the science of religions, and even to the general history of ideas by submitting the idea of the soul to historical analysis. Instead of following so many philosophers and making it a simple and immediate object of consciousness, they have much more correctly viewed it as a complex whole, a product of history and mythology. It cannot be doubted that it is something essentially religious in its nature, origin, and functions. It is from religion that the philosophers received it. It is impossible to understand the form in which it is represented by the thinkers of antiquity if one does not take into account the mythical elements which served in its foundation. But if Tyler has had the merit of raising this problem, the solution he gives raises grave difficulties. First of all, there are reservations to be made in regard to the very principle which is at the basis of this theory. It is taken for granted that the soul is entirely distinct from the body, that is, as its double, and that within it or outside of it, it normally lives its own autonomous life. Now we shall see that this conception is not that of the primitive, or at least that it only expresses one aspect of his idea of the soul. For him, the soul, though being under certain conditions, independent of the organism which it animates, confounds itself with this latter to such an extent that it cannot be radically separated from it. There are organs which are not only its appointed seat, but also its outward form in material manifestation. The notion is therefore more complex than the doctrine supposes, and it is doubtful, consequently, whether the experiences mentioned are sufficient to account for it. For even if they did enable us to understand how men have come to believe themselves double, they cannot explain how this duality does not exclude, but rather implies a deeper unity and an inanimate interpretation of the two things thus differentiated. But let us admit that the idea of the soul can be reduced to the idea of a double, and then see how this latter came to be formed. It could not have been suggested to men except by the experience of dreams, that they might understand how they could see places more or less distant during sleep, while their bodies remained lying on the ground. It would seem that they were led to conceive of themselves as two beings. On the one hand, the body, on the other, the second self, able to leave the organism in which it lives and to roam about in space. But if this hypothesis of a double is to be able to impose itself upon men with a sort of necessity, it should be the only one possible, or at least the most economical one. Now, as a matter of fact, there are more simple ones which, it would seem, might have occurred to the mind just as naturally. For example, why should the sleeper not imagine that while asleep he is able to see things at a distance? To imagine such a power would demand less expense to the imagination than the construction of this complex notion of a double made of some ethereal, semi-invisible substance and of which direct experience offers no example. But even suppose that certain dreams rather naturally suggest the animistic explanation, there are certainly many others which are absolutely incompatible with it. Often our dreams are concerned with past events. We see again the things which we saw or did yesterday or the day before or even during our youth, etc. Dreams of this sort are frequent and hold a rather considerable place in our nocturnal life. But the idea of a double cannot account for them. Even if the double can go from one point to another in space, it is not clear how it could possibly go back and forth in time. Howsoever rudimentary his intelligence may be, how could a man on awakening believe that he had really been assisting at or taking part in events which he knows passed long before? How could he imagine that during his sleep he lived a life which he knows has long since gone by? It would be much more natural that he should regard these renewed images as merely what they really are, that is, as souvenirs like those which he has during the day, but ones of a special intensity. Moreover, in the scenes of which we are the actors and witnesses while we sleep, it constantly happens that one of our contemporaries has a role as well as ourselves. We think we see and hear him in the same place where we see ourselves. According to the animists,
The primitive would explain this by imagining that his double was visited by or met with those of certain of his companions. But it would be enough that on awakening he questioned them, to find that their experiences did not coincide with his. During this same time, they too have had dreams, but wholly different ones. They have not seen themselves participating in the same scene. They believe that they have visited wholly different places. Since such contradictions should be the rule in these cases, why should they not lead men to believe that they had probably been in error, that they had been merely imagining it, that they had been duped by illusions? This blind credulity, which is attributed to the primitive, is really too simple. It is not true that he must objectify all his sensations. He cannot live long without perceiving that even when awake his senses sometimes deceive him. Then why should he believe them more infallibly at night than during the day? Thus we find that there are many reasons opposing the theory that he takes his dreams for the reality and interprets them by means of a double of himself. But more than that, even if every dream were well explained by the hypothesis of a double, and could not be explained otherwise, it would remain a question why men have attempted to explain them. Dreams undoubtedly constitute the matter of a possible problem. But we pass by problems every day which we do not raise, and of which we have no suspicion until some circumstance makes us feel the necessity of raising them. Even when the taste for pure speculation is aroused, reflection is far from raising all of the problems to which it could eventually apply itself. Only those attract it which present a particular interest, especially when it is a question of facts which always take place in the same manner. Habit easily numbs curiosity, and we do not even dream of questioning them. To shake off this torpor, it is necessary that practical exigencies, or at least a very pressing theoretical interest, stimulate our attention and turn it into this direction. That is why, at every moment in history, there have been so many things that we have not tried to understand, without even being conscious of our renunciation. Up until very recent times, it was believed that the sun was only a few feet in diameter. There is something incomprehensible in the statement that a luminous disk of such slight dimensions could illuminate the world. Yet for centuries, men never thought of resolving this contradiction. The fact of heredity has been known for a long time, but it is very recently that an attempt has been made to formulate its theory. Certain beliefs were even admitted which rendered it wholly unintelligible. Thus, in many Australian societies, of which we shall have occasion to speak, the child is not physiologically the offspring of its parents. This intellectual laziness is necessary at its maximum among the primitive peoples. These weak beings, who have so much trouble in maintaining life against all the forces which assail it, have no means for supporting any luxury in the way of speculation. They do not reflect, except when they are driven to it. Now it is difficult to see what could have led them to make dreams the theme of their meditations. What does the dream amount to in our lives? How little is the place it holds, especially because of the very vague impressions it leaves in the memory, and of the rapidity with which it is effaced from remembrance, and consequently, how surprising it is that a man of so rudimentary an intelligence should have expected such efforts to find its explanation. Of the two existences which he successively leads, that of the day and that of the night, it is the first which should interest him the most. Is it not strange that the second should have so captivated his attention, that he made it the basis of a whole system of his complicated ideas, destined to have so profound an influence upon his thought and conduct? Thus, all tends to show that, in spite of the credit it still enjoys, the animistic theory of the soul must be revised. It is true that today the primitive attributes his dreams, or at least certain of them, to displacements of his double. But that does not say that the dream actually furnished the materials out of which the idea of the double or the soul was first constructed. It might have been applied afterwards to the phenomena of dreams, ecstasy, and possession, without having been derived from them. It is very frequent that after it has been formed, an idea is employed to coordinate or illuminate, with a light frequently more apparent than real, certain facts with which it had no relation at first, and which would never have suggested it themselves. God and the immortality of the soul are frequently proven today by showing that these beliefs are implied in the fundamental principles of morality. As a matter of fact, they have quite another origin. The history of religious thought could furnish numerous examples of these retrospective justifications, which can teach us nothing of the way in which the ideas were formed, nor of the elements out of which they are composed. It is also probable that the primitive distinguishes between his dreams and does not interpret them all in the same way. In our European societies, the still numerous persons for whom sleep is a sort of magico-religious state, in which the mind, being partially relieved of the body, has a sharpness of vision which it does not enjoy during waking moments, do not go to the point of considering all their dreams as so many mystic intuitions. On the contrary, along with everybody else, they see in the majority of their dreams only profane conditions, vain plays of images, or simple hallucinations. It might be supposed that the primitive should make analogous distinctions. Codrington says distinctly that the Melanesians do not attribute all their dreams indiscriminately to the wanderings of their soul, but merely those which strike their imagination forcibly. Undoubtedly, by that should be understood those in which the sleeper imagines himself in relations with religious beings, good or evil geniuses, souls of the dead, etc. Similarly, the Diri in Australia sharply distinguish ordinary dreams from those nocturnal visions in which some deceased friend or relative shows himself to them. In the first, they see a simple fantasy of their imagination. They attribute the second to the actions of an evil spirit. All the facts which Howitt mentions as examples to show how the Australian attributes to the soul the power of leaving the body have an equally mystic character. The sleeper believes himself transported into a land of the dead, or else he converses with a dead companion. These dreams are frequent among the primitives. It is probably upon these facts that the theory is based. To account for them, it is admitted that the soul of the dead come back to the living during their sleep. This theory was the more readily accepted because no fact of experience could invalidate it. But these dreams were possible only where the ideas of spirits, souls, and a land of the dead were already existent. That is to say, where religious evolution was relatively advanced. Thus, far from having been able to furnish to religion the fundamental notion upon which it rests, they suppose a previous religious system upon which they are dependent. End Section 9. Read by Jim Scheel, Los Angeles, California, July 25th, 2022. Section 10 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 3. We now arrive at that which constitutes the very heart of the doctrine. Wherever this idea of a double may come from, it is not sufficient, according to the avowal of the animists themselves, to explain the formation of the cult of the ancestors, which they would make the initial type of all religions. If this double is to become the object of a cult, it must cease to be a simple reproduction of the individual, and must acquire the characteristics necessary to put it in the rank of sacred beings. It is death, they say, which performs this transformation. But whence comes the virtue which they attribute to this? Even where the analogy of sleep and death sufficient to make one believe that the soul survives the body, and there are reservations to be made on this point, Why does this soul, by the mere fact that it is now detached from the organism, so completely change its nature? If it was only a profane thing, a wandering vital principle during life, how does it become a sacred thing all at once, and the object of religious sentiment? Death adds nothing essential to it, except a greater liberty of movement. Being no longer attached to a special residence, from now on, it can do at any time what it formerly did only at night, but the action of which it is capable is always of the same sort. Then why have the living considered this uprooted and vagabond double of their former companion as anything more than an equal? It was a fellow creature whose approach might be inconvenient. It was not a divinity. It seems as though death ought to have the effect of weakening vital energies instead of strengthening them. It is, in fact, a very common belief in the inferior societies that the soul participates actively in the life of the body. If the body is wounded, it is wounded itself and in a corresponding place. Then it should grow old along with the body. In fact, there are peoples who do not render funeral honors to men arriving at senility. They are treated as if their souls also had become senile. It even happens that they regularly put to death before they arrive at old age certain privileged individuals, such as kings or priests, who are supposed to be the possessors of powerful spirits whose protection the community wishes to keep. They thus seek to keep the spirit from being affected by the physical decadence of its momentary keepers. With this end in view, they take it from the organism where it resides before age can have weakened it, and they transport it, while it has as yet lost nothing of its vigor, into a younger body where it will be able to keep its vitality intact. So when death results from sickness or old age, it seems as though the soul could retain only a diminished power, and if it is only its double, it is difficult to see how it could survive at all after the body is once definitively dissolved. From this point of view, the idea of survival is intelligible only with great difficulty. There is a logical and psychological gap between the idea of a double at liberty and that of a spirit to which a cult is addressed. This interval appears still more considerable when we realize that an abyss separates the sacred world from the profane. It becomes evident that a simple change of degree could not be enough to make something pass from one category into another. Sacred beings are not distinguished from profane ones merely by the strange or disconcerting forms which they take, or by the greater powers which they enjoy. Between the two, there is no common measure. Now, there is nothing in the notion of a double which could account for so radical a heterogeneity. It is said that when once freed from the body, the spirit can work all sorts of good and evil for the living, according to the way in which it regards them. But it is not enough that a being should disturb his neighborhood to seem to be of a wholly different nature for those whose tranquility it menaces. To be sure, in the sentiment which the believer feels for the things he adores, there always enters in some element of reserve and fear, but this is a fear sui generis, derived from the respect more than from fright, and where the dominating emotion is that which la majesté inspires in men. The idea of majesty is essentially religious. Then we have explained nothing of religion until we have found whence this idea comes, to what it corresponds, and what can have aroused it in the mind. Simple souls of men cannot become invested with this character by the simple fact of being no longer incarnate. This is clearly shown by an example from Melanesia. The Melanesians believe that men have souls which leave the body at death. It then changes its name and becomes what they call a Tindalo, a Natmat, etc. Also, they have a cult of the souls of the dead. They pray to them, invoke them, and make offerings and sacrifices to them. But every Tindalo is not the object of these ritual practices. Only those have this honor which come from men to whom public opinion attributed during life the very special virtue which the Melanesians call the mana. Later on, we shall have occasion to fix precisely this meaning which this word expresses. For the time being, it will suffice to say that it is the distinctive character of every sacred being. As Codrington said, it is what works to effect anything which is beyond the ordinary power of men, outside the common process of nature. A priest, a sorcerer, or a ritual formula have mana, as well as a sacred stone or spirit. Thus the only tindalo to which religious services are rendered are those which were already sacred of themselves when their proprietor was still alive. In regard to the other souls, which come from ordinary men, from the crowd of the profane, the same author says that they are nobodies alike before and after death. By itself, death has no deifying virtue, since it brings about, in a more or complete and final fashion, the separation of the soul from profane things. It can well reinforce the sacred character of the soul, if this already exists, but it cannot create it. Moreover, if, as the hypothesis of the animists supposes, the first sacred beings were really the souls of the dead and the first cult of the ancestors, it should be found that the lower the societies examined are, the more the place given to this cult in the religious life. But it is rather the contrary which is true. The ancestral cult is not greatly developed or even presented under the characteristic form, except in the advanced societies like those of China, Egypt, and the Greek and Latin cities. On the other hand, it is completely lacking in the Australian societies, which, as we shall see, represent the lowest and simplest forms of social organization which we know. It is true that funeral rites and the rites of mourning are found there, but these practices do not constitute a cult, though this name has sometimes wrongfully been given them. In reality, a cult is not a simple group of ritual precautions which a man is held to take in certain circumstances. It is a system of diverse rites, festivals, and ceremonies which all have this characteristic, that they reappear periodically. They fulfill the need which the believer feels of strengthening and reaffirming, at regular intervals of time, the bond which unites him to the sacred beings upon which he depends. That is why one speaks of marriage rites, but not of a marriage cult, of rites of birth, but not a cult of the newborn child. It is because the events on the occasion of which these rites take place imply periodically. In the same way, there is no cult of the ancestors except when sacrifices are made on the tombs from time to time. When libations are poured, there are certain more or less specific dates, or when festivals are regularly celebrated in honor of the dead. But the Australian has no relations to this sort with his death. It is true that he must bury their remains according to a ritual, mourn for them during the prescribed length of time, and in a prescribed manner, and revenge them if there is the occasion to. But when he has once accomplished these pious tasks, when the bones are once dry and the period of mourning is once accomplished, then all is said and done, and the survivors have no more duties towards their relatives who exist no longer. It is true that there is a way in which the dead continue to hold a place in the lives of their kindred, even after the mourning is finished. It is sometimes the case that their hair or certain of their bones are kept because of special virtues which are attached to them, but by that time they have ceased to exist as persons and have fallen to the rank of anonymous and impersonal charms. In this condition, they are the objects of no cult. They serve only for magical purposes. However, there are certain Australian tribes which periodically celebrate rites in honor of fabulous ancestors whom tradition places at the beginning of time. These ceremonies generally consist in a sort of dramatic representation which are rehearsed the deeds which the myth ascribed to these legendary heroes. but their personages thus represented are not men who, after living the life of men, have been transformed into a sort of god by the fact of their death. They are considered to have exercised superhuman powers while alive. To them is attributed all that is grand in the history of the tribe, or even the whole world. It is they who in a large measure made the earth such as it is, and men such as they are. The halos with which they are still decorated do not come to them merely from the fact that they are ancestors, that is to say, in fine, that they are dead, but rather from the fact that a divine character is and always has been attributed to them. To use the Melanesian expression, it is because they are constitutionally endowed with mana. Consequently, there is nothing in these rites which shows that death has the slightest power of deification. It cannot even be correctly said of certain rites that they form an ancestor cult, since they are not addressed to ancestors as such. In order to have a real cult of the dead, it is necessary that after death real ancestors, the relations whom men really lose every day, become the object of the cult. Let us repeat it once more. There is no traces of any such cult in Australia. Thus, the cult, which according to this hypothesis ought to be the predominating one in inferior societies, is really non-existent there. In reality, the Australian is not concerned with his dead, except at the moment of their decease and during the time which immediately follows. Yet these same peoples, as we shall see, have a very complex cult for sacred beings of a wholly different nature, which is made up of numerous ceremonies and frequently occupying weeks or even entire months. It cannot be admitted that the few rites which the Australians perform when he happens to lose one of his relatives were the origin of these permanent cults, which return regularly every year and which take up a considerable part of his existence. The contrast between the two is so great that we may even ask whether the first were not rather derived from the second, and if the souls of men, far from having been the model upon which the gods were originally imagined, have not rather been conceived from the very first as emanations from the divinity. End Section 10. Read by Jim Scheel, Los Angeles, California, August 3rd, 2022. Section 11 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Section 11, Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 4. From the moment that the cult of the dead is shown not to be primitive, animism lacks a basis. It would then seem useless to discuss the third thesis of the system, which concerns the transformation of the cult of the dead into the cult of nature. But since the postulate upon which it rests is also found in certain histories of religion who do not admit the animism properly so called, such as Brinton, Lang, Reville, and even Robertson Smith himself, it is necessary to make an examination of it. This extension of the cult of the dead to all nature is said to come from the fact that we instinctively tend to represent all things in our own image, that is to say, as living and thinking beings. We have seen that Spencer has already contested the reality of this so-called instinct, since animals clearly distinguish living bodies from dead ones. It seems to him impossible that man, the heir of all animals, should not have had this same faculty of discernment from the very first. But howsoever certain the facts cited by Spencer may be, they have not the demonstrative value which he attributes to them. His reasoning supposes that all the faculties, instincts, and aptitudes of the animal have passed integrally into man. Now, many errors have their origin in this principle, which is wrongfully taken as a proven truth.
For example, since sexual jealousy is generally very strong among the higher animals, it has been concluded that it ought to be found among men with the same intensity from the very beginning of history. But it is well known today that men can practice a sexual communism which would be impossible if this jealousy were not capable of attenuating itself and even of disappearing when necessary. The fact is that man is not merely an animal with certain additional qualities, he is something else. Human nature is the result of a sort of recasting of the animal nature, and in the course of the various complex operations which have brought about this recasting, there have been losses as well as gains. How many instincts have we not lost? The reason for this is that men are not only in relations with the physical environment, but also with a social environment infinitely more extended, more stable, and more active than the one whose influence animals undergo. To live, they must adapt themselves to this. Now, in order to maintain itself, society frequently finds it necessary that we should see things from a certain angle and feel them in a certain way. Consequently, it modifies the ideas which we would ordinarily make of them for ourselves and the sentiments to which we would be inclined if we listened only to our animal nature. It alters them, even going so far as to put the contrary sentiments in their place. Does it not even go so far as to make us regard our own individual lives as something of little value, while for the animal this is of the greatest things? Then it is a vain enterprise to seek to infer the mental constitution of the primitive man from that of the higher animals. But if the objection of Spencer does not have the decisive value which its author gives it, it is equally true that the animal theory can draw no authority from the confusion which children seem to make. When we hear a child angrily apostrophize an object which he has hit against, we conclude that he thinks of it as a conscious being like himself. But that is interpreting his words and acts very badly. In reality, he is quite a stranger to the very complicated reasoning attributed to him. If he lays the blame on the table which has hurt him, it is not because he supposes it animated and intelligent, but because it has hurt him. His anger, once aroused by the pain, must overflow, so that it looks for something upon which to discharge itself, and naturally turns towards the thing which has provoked it, even though this has no effect. The action of an adult in similar circumstances is often as slightly reasonable. When we are violently irritated, we feel the need of inveighing, of destroying, though we attribute no conscious ill will to the object upon which we vent our anger. There is even so little confusion that when the emotion of a child is calmed, he can very well distinguish a chair from a person. He does not act in at all the same way towards the two. It is a similar reason which explains his tendency to treat his playthings as if they were living beings. It is his extreme intense need of playing which thus finds a means of expressing itself, just as in the other case the violent sentiments caused by pain created an object out of nothing. In order that he may consciously play with his jumping jack, he imagines it is a living person. This illusion is the easier for him because imagination is his sovereign mistress. He thinks almost entirely with images, and we know how pliant images are, bending themselves to the docility before every exigency of the will. But he is so little deceived by his own fiction that we would be the first to be surprised if it suddenly became a reality and his toy bit him. Let us therefore leave these doubtful analogies to one side. To find out if men were primitively inclined to the confusions imputed to them, we should not study animals or children of today, but the primitive beliefs themselves. If the spirits and gods of nature were really formed in the image of the human soul, they should bear traces of their origin and bring to mind the essential traits of their model. The most important characteristic of the soul is that it is conceived as the internal principle which animates the organism. It is that which moves it and makes it live, to such an extent that when it withdraws itself, life ceases or is suspended. It has its natural residence in the body, at least while this exists, but it is not thus with the spirits assigned to the different things in nature. The god of the sun is not necessarily in the sun, nor is the spirit of a certain rock in the rock, which is its principal place of habitation. A spirit undoubtedly has close relations with the body to which it is attached, but one employs a very inexact expression when he says that it is its soul. As Codrington says, there does not appear to be anywhere in Melanesia a belief in a spirit which animates any natural object, a tree, waterfall, storm, or rock, so as to be to it what the soul is believed to be to the body of man. Europeans, it is true, speak of the spirits of the sea, or the storm, or the forest, but the native idea which they represent is that ghosts haunt the sea and the forest, having power to raise storms and strike a traveler with disease. While the soul is essentially within the body, the spirit passes the major portion of its time outside the object which serves as its base. This is one difference which does not seem to show that the second idea has derived from the first. From another point of view, it must be added that if men were really forced to project their own image into things, then the first sacred beings ought to have been conceived in their likeness. Now, anthropomorphism, far from being primitive, is rather the mark of a relatively advanced civilization. In the beginning, sacred beings are conceived in the form of an animal or vegetable from which the human form is only slowly disengaged. It will be seen below that in Australia it is animals and plants which are the first sacred beings. Even among the Indians of North America, the great cosmic divinities which commence to be the object of a cult there are very frequently represented in animal forms. The difference between the animal, man, and the divine being, says Reville, not without surprise, is not felt in this state of mind, and generally it might be said that it is the animal form which is the fundamental one. To find a God made up entirely of human elements, it is necessary to advance nearly to Christianity. Here, God is a man, not only in the physical aspect in which he is temporarily made manifest, but also in the ideas and sentiments which he expresses. But even in Greece and Rome, though the gods were generally represented with human traits, many mythological personages still had traces of an animal origin. Thus, there is Dionysus, who is often met in the form of a bull, or at least with the horns of a bull. There is Demeter, who is often represented with a horse's mane. There are Pan, Silenus, there are fawns, etc. It is not at all true that man has had such an inclination to impose his own form upon things. More than that, he has even commenced by conceiving of himself as participating closely in the animal nature. In fact, it is a belief almost universal in Australia and very widespread among the Indians of North America that the ancestors of man were beasts or plants, or at least that the first men had, either in whole or in part, the distinctive characteristics of certain animals or vegetable species. Thus far, from seeing beings like themselves everywhere, men commenced by believing themselves to be in the image of some beings from which they differed radically. End Section 11. Read by Jim Scheel, Los Angeles, California, August 4th, 2022. Section 12 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 5. Finally, the animistic theory implies a consequence which is perhaps its best refutation. If it were true, it would be necessary to admit that religious beliefs are so many hallucinatory representations without any objective foundation whatsoever. It is supposed that they are all derived from the idea of the soul because one sees only a magnified soul in the spirits and gods. But according to Tyler and his disciples, the idea of the soul is itself constructed entirely out of the vague and inconsistent images which occupy our attention during sleep. For the soul is the double, and the double is merely a man as he appears to himself while he sleeps. From this point of view, then, sacred beings are only the imaginary conceptions which men have produced during a sort of delirium which regularly overtakes them every day, though it were quite impossible to see to what useful ends these conceptions serve, nor what they answer to in reality. If a man prays, if he makes sacrifices and offerings, if he submits to the multiple privations which the ritual prescribes, it is perhaps a sort of constitutional eccentricity has made him take his dreams for perceptions, death for a prolonged sleep, and dead bodies for living and thinking beings. Thus, not only is it true, as many have held, that the forms under which religious powers have been represented to the mind do not express them exactly, and the symbols with the aid of which they have been thought of partially hide their nature, but more than that. Behind these images and figures there exists nothing but the nightmares of primitive minds. In fine, religion is nothing but a dream, systematized and lived, but without any foundation in reality. Thus it comes about that the theorists of animism, when looking at the origins of religious thought, content themselves with a small outlay of energy. When they think that they have explained how men have been induced to imagine beings of strange, vaporous form, such as those they see in their dreams, they think the problem is resolved. In reality, it is not even approached. It is inadmissible that systems of ideas like religions, which have held so considerable a place in history, and to which in all times men have come to receive the energy which they must have to live, should be made up of a tissue of illusions. Today we are beginning to realize that law, morals, and even scientific thought itself were born of religion, were for a long time confounded with it, and have remained penetrated with its spirit. How could a vain fantasy have been able to fashion the human consciousness so strongly and so durably? Surely it ought to be a principle of the science of religions that religious expression nothing which does not exist in nature, for there are sciences only of nature phenomena. The only question is to learn from what part of nature these realities come, and what has been able to make men represent them under this singular form which is peculiar to religious thought. But if this question is to be raised, it is necessary to commence by admitting that they are real things which are thus represented. When the philosophers of the 18th century made religion a vast error imagined by the priest, they could at least explain its persistence by the interest which the sacerdotal class had in deceiving the people. But if the people themselves have been the artisans of these systems of erroneous ideas at the same time that they were its dupes, how has this extraordinary dupery been able to perpetuate itself all through the course of history? One might even demand if under these conditions the words of science of religions can be employed without impropriety. A science is a discipline which, in whatever manner it is conceived, is always applied to the same real data. Physics and chemistry are sciences because the physical-chemical phenomena are real, and of a reality which does not depend upon the truths which these sciences show. There is a psychological science because there are really consciousnesses which do not hold their right of existence from the psychologist. But on the contrary, religion could not survive the animistic theory and the day when its truth was recognized by men, for they could not fail to renounce the errors whose nature and origin would thus be revealed to them. What sort of science is it whose principal discovery is that the subject of which it treats does not exist? End Section 12, Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 5. Read by Jim Scheel, Los Angeles, California, August 5th, 2022.
Section 13 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emmanuel Satya. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 3. 2. Naturism. The spirit of the naturistic school is quite different. In the first place, it is recruited in a different environment. The animists are, for the most part, ethnologists or anthropologists. The religions which they have studied are the crudest which humanity has ever known. Hence comes the extraordinary importance which they attribute to the souls of the dead, to spirits and to demons, and, in fact, to all spiritual beings of the second order. It is because these religions know hardly any of the high order. On the contrary, the theories which we are now going to describe are the work of scholars who have concerned themselves especially with the great civilizations of Europe and Asia. Ever since the work of the Grimm brothers, who pointed out that the interest that there is in comparing the different mythologies of the Indo-European peoples, scholars have been struck by the remarkable similarities which these present. Mythical personages were identified who, though having different names, symbolized the same ideas and fulfilled the same functions. Even the names were frequently related, and it has been thought possible to establish the fact that they are not unconnected with one another. Such resemblances seem to be explicable only by a common origin. Thus they were led to suppose that these conceptions, so varied in appearance, really came from one common source, of which there were only diversified forms and which it was not impossible to discover. By comparative method, they believed one should be able to go back beyond these great religions to a much more ancient system of ideas and to the really primitive religion from which the others were derived. The discovery of the Vedas aided greatly in stimulating these ambitions. In the Vedas, scholars had a written text whose antiquity was undoubtedly exaggerated at the moment of its discovery, but which is surely one of the most ancient which we have at our disposition in an Indo-European language. Here they were enabled to study, by the ordinary methods of philology, a literature as old as or older than Homer, and a religion which was believed more primitive than that of the ancient Germans. A document of such value was evidently destined to throw a new light upon the religious beginnings of humanity, and the science of religions could not be failed to be revolutionized by it. The conception which was thus born was so fully demanded by the state of the science and by the general march of ideas that it appeared almost simultaneously in two different lands. In 1856, Max Müller exposed its principles in his Oxford Essays. 3 years later appeared the work of Adalbert Kuhn on the origin of fire and the training of the gods, which was clearly inspired by the same spirit. When once set forth, the idea spread very rapidly in scientific circles. To the name of Kuhn is closely associated that of his brother-in-law Schwarz, whose work on the origin of mythology followed closely upon the preceding one. Steinthal and the whole German school of Völkerpsychologie attached themselves to the same movement. The theory was introduced into France in 1863 by M. Michel Karl. It met so little resistance that, according to an expression of Gruppe, a time came when, aside from certain classical philologists, to whom Vedic studies were unknown, all the mythologists had adopted the principles of Max Müller or Kuhn as their point of departure. It is therefore important to see what they really are and what they are worth. Since no one has presented them in a more systematic form than Max Müller, it is upon his work that we shall base the description which follows. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emmanuel Satya. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. translated by Joseph Wordswine. Book 1, Chapter 3, Section 1. We have seen that the postulate at the basis of animism is that religion, at least in its origin, expresses no physical reality. But Max Müller commences with the contrary principle. For him, it is an axiom that religion reposes upon an experience from which it draws all its authority. Religion, he says, if it is to hold its place as a legitimate element of our consciousness, must, like all other knowledge, begin with sensuous experience. Taking up the old empirical adage, nihil est in intellectu quod non ante fuerit in sensu, he applies it to religion and declares that there can be nothing in beliefs which was not first perceived. So, here is a doctrine which seems to escape the grave objection which we raised against animism. From this point of view, it seems that religion ought to appear not as a sort of vague and confused dreaming, but as a system of ideas and practices well founded in reality. But which are these sensations which give birth to religious thought? That is the question which the study of the Vedas is supposed to aid in resolving. The names of the gods are generally either common words, still employed, or else words formerly common, whose original sense it is possible to discover. Now both designate the principal phenomena of nature. Thus Agni, the name of one of the principal divinities of India, originally signified only the material fact of fire, such as it is ordinarily perceived by the senses and without any mythological addition. Even in the Vedas it is still employed with this meaning. In any case, it is well shown that this signification was primitive by the fact that it is conserved in other Indo-European languages. The Latin ignis, the Lithuanian ugnis, and the Old Slav ogni are evidently closely related to Agni. Similarly, the relationship of the Sanskrit Deus, the Greek Zeus, the Latin Jovis, and the Zeo of High German is today uncontested. This proves that these different words designate one single and the same divinity, whom the different Indo-European peoples recognized as such before their separation. Now, Deus signifies the bright sky. These and other similar facts tend to show that among these peoples, the forms and forces of nature were the first objects to which the religious sentiment attached itself. They were the first things to be deified. Going one step further in his generalization, Max Müller thought that he was prepared to conclude that the religious evolution of humanity in general had the same point of departure. It is almost entirely by considerations of a psychological sort that he justifies these inferences. The varied spectacles which nature offers man seem to him to fulfill all the conditions necessary for arousing religious ideas in the mind directly. In fact, he says, at first sight, nothing seemed less natural than nature. Nature was the greatest surprise, a terror, a marvel, a standing miracle, and it was only on account of their permanence, constancy, and regular recurrence that certain features of that standing miracle were called natural, in the sense of foreseen, common, intelligible. It was that vast domain of surprise, of terror, of marvel, of miracle, the unknown as distinguished from the known, or, as I like to express it, the infinite as distinct from the finite, which supplies from the earliest times the impulse to religious thought and language. In order to illustrate this idea, he applies it to a natural force which holds a rather large place in the Vedic religion, fire. He says, if you can for a moment transfer yourself to the early stage of life to which we must refer not only the origin, but likewise the early phases of physical religion, you can easily understand what an impression the first appearance of fire must have made on the human mind. Fire was not given as something permanent or eternal, like the sky, or the earth, or the water. In whatever way it first appeared, whether through lightning, or through the friction of the branches of trees, or through the sparks of flints. It came and went. It had to be guarded. It brought destruction, but at the same time, it made life possible in winter. It served as a protection during the night. It became a weapon of defense and offense. And last, not least, it changed man from a devourer of raw flesh into an eater of cooked meat. At a later time, it became the means of working metal, of making tools and weapons. It became an indispensable factor in all mechanical and artistic progress and has remained so ever since. What should we be without fire even now? The same author says in another work that a man could not enter into relations with nature without taking account of its immensity, of its infiniteness. It surpasses him in every way. Beyond the distances which he perceives, there are others which extend without limits. Each moment of time is preceded and followed by a time to which no limit can be assigned. The flowing river manifests an infinite force, since nothing can exhaust it. There is no aspect of nature which is not fitted to awaken within us this overwhelming sensation of an infinity which surrounds us and dominates us. It is from this sensation that religions are derived. However, they are there only in germ. Religion really commences only at the moment when these natural forces are no longer represented in the mind in an abstract form. They must be transformed into personal agents, living and thinking beings, spiritual powers or gods, for it is to beings of this sort that the cult is generally addressed. We have seen that animism itself has been obliged to raise this question, and also how it has answered it. Man seems to have a sort of native and capacity for distinguishing the animate from the inanimate, and an irresistible tendency to conceive the second under the form of the first. Max Müller rejects any such solution. According to him, it is language which has brought about this metamorphosis, by the action which it exercises upon thought. It is easily explained how men, being perplexed by the marvelous forces upon which they feel that they depend, have been led to reflect upon them, and how they have asked themselves what these forces are, and have made an effort to substitute for the obscure sensation which they primitively had of them, a clear idea and a better defined concept. But as our author very justly says, this idea and concept are impossible without the word. Language is not merely the external covering of a thought. It also is its internal framework. It does not confine itself to expressing this thought after it has once been formed. It also aids in making it. However, its nature is of a different sort, so its laws are not those of thought. Then, since it contributes to the elaboration of this latter, it cannot fail to do it violence to some extent, and to deform it. It is a deformation of this sort which is said to have created the special characteristic of religious thought. Thinking consists in arranging our ideas, and consequently in classifying them. To think of fire, for example, is to put it into a certain category of things in such a way as to be able to say that is this or that, or this and not that. But classifying is also naming, for a general idea has no existence and reality except in and by the word which expresses it, and which alone makes its individuality. Thus the language of a people always has an influence upon the manner in which new things, recently learnt, are classified in the mind and are subsequently thought of. These new things are thus forced to adapt themselves to pre-existing forms. For this reason, the language which men spoke when they undertook to construct an elaborated representation of the universe marked the system of ideas which was then born with an indelible trace. Nor are we without some knowledge of this language, at least in so far as the Indo-European peoples are concerned. Howsoever distant it may be from us, souvenirs of it remain in our actual languages, which permit us to imagine what it was. These are the roots. These stems from which are derived all the words which we employ and which are found at the basis of all the Indo-European languages are regarded by Max Müller as so many echoes of the language which the corresponding people spoke before their separation. That is to say, at the very moment when this religion of nature, which is to be explained, was being formed. Now, these roots present two remarkable characteristics, which, it is true, have as yet been observed only in this particular group of languages, but which our author believes to be present equally in other linguistic families. In the first place, the roots are general. That is to say, that they do not express particular things and individuals, but types, and even types of extreme generality. They represent the most general themes of thought. One finds there, as though fixed and crystallized, those fundamental categories of the intellect which at every moment in history dominate the entire mental life, the arrangement of which philosophers have many times attempted to reconstruct. Secondly, the types to which they correspond are types of action, and not of objects. They translate the most general manners of acting which are to be observed among living beings, and especially among men. They are such actions as striking, pushing, robbing, lying down, getting up, pressing, mounting, descending, walking, etc. In other words, men generalize and name their principal ways of acting before generalizing and naming the phenomena of nature. Owing to their extreme generality, these words could easily be extended to all sorts of objects which they did not originally include. It is even this extreme suppleness which has permitted them to give birth to the numerous words which are derived from them. Then when men, turning towards things, undertook to name them, that they might be able to think about them, they applied these words to them, though they were in no way designed for them. But, owing to their origin, these were able to designate the forces of nature only by means of their manifestations, which seemed the nearest to human actions. A thunderbolt was called something that tears up the soil or that spreads fire. The wind, something that sighs or whistles. The sun, something that throws golden arrows across space. A river, something that flows, etc. But since natural phenomena were thus compared to human acts, this something to which they were attached was necessarily conceived under the form of personal agents, more or less like men. It was only a metaphor, but it was taken literally. The error was inevitable, for science, which alone could dispel the illusion, did not yet exist. In a word, since language was made of human elements, translating human states, it could not be applied to nature without transforming it. Even today, remarks Emblem, it forces us in a certain measure to represent things from this angle. We do not express an idea, even one designating a simple quality, without giving it a gender, that is to say, a sex. We cannot speak of an object, even though it be considered in the most general fashion, without determining it by an article. Every subject of a sentence is presented as an active being, every idea as an action, and every action, be it transitory or permanent, is limited in its duration by the tense in which we put the verb. Our scientific training enables us to rectify the errors which language might thus suggest to us, but the influence of the word ought to be all-powerful when it has no check. Language thus superimposes upon the material world, such as it is revealed to our senses, a new world, composed wholly of spiritual beings which it has created out of nothing, and which have been considered as the causes determining physical phenomena ever since. But its action does not stop there. When words were once forged to represent these personalities which the popular imagination had placed behind things, a reaction affected these words themselves. They raised all sorts of questions, and it was to resolve these problems that myths were invented. It happened that one object received a plurality of names, corresponding to the plurality of aspects under which it was presented in experience. Thus, there are more than 20 words in the Vedas for the sky. Since these words were different, it was believed that they corresponded to so many distinct personalities, but at the same time, it was strongly felt that these same personalities had an air of relationship. To account for that, it was imagined that they formed a single family. Genealogies, a civil condition and a history were invented for them. In other cases, different things were designated by the same term. To explain these homonyms, it was believed that the corresponding things were transformations of each other, and new fictions were invented to make these metamorphoses intelligible. Or again, a word which had ceased to be understood was the origin of fables designed to give it a meaning. The creative work of language continued then, making constructions ever more and more complex. And then mythology came to endow each god with a biography, ever more and more extended and complete, the result of all of which was that the divine personalities, at first confounded with things, finally distinguished and determined themselves. This is how the notion of the divine is said to have been constructed. As for the religion of ancestors, it was only a reflection of this other. The idea of the soul is said to have been first formed for reasons somewhat analogous to those given by Tyler, except that according to Max Müller, they were designed to account for death rather than for dreams. Then, under the influence of diverse, partially accidental circumstances, the souls of men, being once disengaged from the body, were drawn little by little within the circle of divine beings, and were thus finally deified themselves. But this new cult was the product of only a secondary formation. This is proven by the fact that deified men have generally been imperfect gods or demigods, whom the people have always been able to distinguish from the genuine deities. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emmanuel Satya. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 3, Section 2. This doctrine rests in part upon a certain number of linguistic postulates which have been and still are very much questioned. Some have contested the reality of many of the similarities which Max Müller claimed to have found between the names of the gods in the various European languages. The interpretation which he gave them has been especially doubted. It has been asked if these names, far from being the mark of a very primitive religion, are not the slow product, either of direct borrowings or of natural intercourse with others. Also, it is no longer admitted that the roots once existed in an isolated state as autonomous realities, nor that they allow us to reconstruct, even hypothetically, the original language of the Indo-Europeans. Finally, recent researches would tend to show that the Vedic divinities did not all have the exclusively naturalistic character attributed to them by Max Müller and his school. But we shall leave aside those questions, the discussion of which requires a special competence as a philologist, and address ourselves directly to the general principles of the system. It will be important here not to confound the naturalistic theory with these controverted postulates, for this is held by numbers of scholars who do not make language play the predominating role attributed to it by Max Müller. that men have an interest in knowing the world which surrounds them, and consequently that their reflection should have been applied to it at an early date, is something that everyone will readily admit. Cooperation with the things with which they were in immediate connection was so necessary for them that they could not fail to seek a knowledge of their nature. But if, as Naturism pretends, it is one of these reflections that religious thought was born, it is impossible to explain how it was able to survive the first attempts made, and the persistence with which it has maintained itself becomes unintelligible. If we have need of knowing the nature of things, it is in order to act upon them in an appropriate manner. But the conception of the universe given us by religion, especially in its early forms, is too greatly mutilated to lead to temporarily useful practices. Things become nothing less than living and thinking beings, minds or personalities like those which the religious imagination has made into the agents of cosmic phenomena. It is not by conceiving of them under this form, or by treating them according to this conception, that man could make them work for their ends. It is not by addressing prayers to them, by celebrating them in feasts and sacrifices, or by imposing upon themselves fasts and privations, that man can deter them from working harm or oblige them to serve their own designs. Such processes could succeed only very exceptionally and, so to speak, miraculously. If, then, religion's reasons for existence was to give us a conception of the world which would guide us in our relations with it, it was in no condition to fulfill its function, and people would not have been slow to perceive it. Failures, being infinitely more frequent than successes, would have quickly shown them that they were following a false route, and religion, shaken at each instant by these repeated contradictions, would not have been able to survive. It is undeniably true that errors have been able to perpetuate themselves in history, but, except under a union of very exceptional circumstances, they can never perpetuate themselves, thus unless they were true practically. That is to say, unless, without giving us a theoretically exact idea of the things with which they deal, they express well enough the manner in which they affect us, either for good or for bad. Under these circumstances, the actions which they determine have every chance of being, at least in a general way, the very ones which are proper. So it is easily explained how they have been able to survive the proofs of experience. But an error, and especially a system of errors which leads to, and can lead to nothing but mistaken and useless practices, has no chance of living. Now, what is there in common between the rites with which the believer tries to act upon nature and the processes by which science has taught us to make use of it, and which we now know are the only efficacious ones? If that is what man demanded of religion, it is impossible to see how it could have maintained itself, unless clever tricks had prevented their seeing that it did not give them what they expected from it. It would be necessary to return again to the over-simple explanations of the 18th century. Thus, it is only in appearance that Naturism escapes the objection which we recently raised against Animism. It also makes religion a system of hallucinations, since it reduces it to an immense metaphor with no objective value. It is true that it gives religion a point of departure in reality, to wit, in the sensations which the phenomena of nature provoke in us. But, by the bewitching action of language, this sensation is soon transformed into extravagant conceptions. Religious thought does not come in contact with reality, except to cover it at once with a thick veil which conceals its real forms. This veil is the tissue of fabulous beliefs which mythology brought forth. Thus the believer, like the delirious man, lives in a world peopled with beings and things which have only a verbal existence. Max Müller himself recognized this, for he regarded myth as the product of a disease of the intellect. At first, he attributed them to a disease of language. But since language and the intellect are inseparable for him, what is true of the one is true of the other. When trying to explain the inmost nature of mythology, he says, I called it a disease of language rather than of thought. After I had fully explained in my Science of Thought that language and thought are inseparable, and that a disease of language is therefore the same thing as a disease of thought, no doubt ought to have remained as to what I meant. To represent the Supreme God as committing every kind of crime, as being deceived by men, as being angry with his wife and violent with his children, is surely a proof of disease, of an unusual condition of thought, or, to speak more clearly, of real madness. And this argument is not valid merely against Max Müller and his theory, but against the very principle of Naturism in whatever way it may be applied. Whatever we may do, if religion has as its principal object the expression of the forces of nature, it is impossible to see in it anything more than a system of lying fictions whose survival is incomprehensible. Max Müller thought he escaped this objection, whose gravity he felt, by distinguishing radically between mythology and religion and by putting the first outside the second. He claims the right of reserving the name of religion for only those beliefs which conform to the prescriptions of a sane moral system and a rational theology. The myths were parasitic growths which, under the influence of language, attached themselves upon these fundamental conceptions and denatured them. Thus the belief in Zeus was religious insofar as the Greeks considered him the supreme god, father of humanity, protector of laws, avenger of crimes, etc. But all that which concerned the biography of Zeus, his marriages, and his adventures was only mythology. But this distinction is arbitrary. It is true that mythology has an aesthetic interest as well as one for the history of religions, but it is one of the essential elements of the religious life nevertheless. If the myth were withdrawn from religion, it would be necessary to withdraw the rite also, for the rites are generally addressed to definite personalities who have a name, a character, determined attributes and a history, and they vary according to the manner in which these personalities are conceived. The cult rendered to a divinity depends upon the character attributed to him, and it is the myth which determines the character. Very frequently, the rite is nothing more than the myth put in action. The Christian communion is inseparable from the myth of the Last Supper, from which it derives all its meaning. Then, if all mythology is the result of a sort of verbal delirium, the question which we raise remains intact. The existence, and especially the persistence of the cult, become inexplicable. It is hard to understand how men have continued to do certain things for centuries without any object. Moreover, it is not merely the peculiar traits of the divine personalities which are determined by mythology. The very idea that there are gods or spiritual beings set above the various departments of nature, in no matter what manner they may be represented, is essentially mythical. Now, if all that which appertains to the notion of gods conceived as cosmic agents is blotted out of the religions of the past, what remains? The idea of a divinity in itself, of a transcendental power upon which man depends and upon which he supports himself. But that is only an abstract and philosophic conception which has been fully realized in no historical religion. It is without interest for the science of religions. We must therefore avoid distinguishing between religious beliefs, keeping some because they seem to us to be true and sane, and rejecting others because they shock and disconcert us. All myths, even those which we find the most unreasonable, have been believed. Men have believed in them no less firmly than in their own sensations. They have based their conduct upon them. In spite of appearances, it is therefore impossible that they should be without objective foundation. However, it will be said that in whatever manner religions may be explained, it is certain that they are mistaken in regard to the real nature of things. Science has proved it. The mode of actions which they counsel or prescribe to man can therefore rarely have useful effects. It is not by illustrations that the sick are cured, nor by sacrifices and chants that the crops are made to grow. Thus the objection which we have made to Naturism would seem to be applicable to all possible systems of explanation. Nevertheless, there is one which escapes it. Let us suppose that religion responds to quite another need than that of adapting ourselves to sensible objects. Then it will not risk being weakened by the fact that it does not satisfy, or only badly satisfies, this need. If religious faith was not born to put man in harmony with the material world, the injuries which it has been able to do him in his struggle with the world do not touch it at its source, because it is fed from another. If it is not for these reasons that a man comes to believe, he should continue to believe, even when these reasons are contradicted by the facts. It is even conceivable that faith should be strong enough not only to support these contradictions, but also even to deny them and to keep the believer from seeing their importance. This is what succeeds in rendering them inoffensive for religion. When the religious sentiment is active, it will not admit that religion can be in the wrong, and it readily suggests explanations which make it appear innocent. If the right does not produce the desired results, this failure is imputed either to some fault of execution or to the intervention of another contrary deity. But for that, it is necessary that these religious ideas have their source in another sentiment than that betrayed by these deceptions of experience, or else whence could come their force of resistance? End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 3, Section 3. But more than that, even if men had really had reasons for remaining obstinate, in spite of all their mistakes, in expressing cosmic phenomena in religious terms, it is also necessary that these be of a nature to suggest such an interpretation. Now, when could they have gotten such a property? Here again we find ourselves in the presence of one of those postulates which pass as evident only because they have not been criticized. It is stated as an axiom that in the natural play of physical forces there is all that is needed to arouse within us the idea of the sacred. But when we closely examine the proofs of this proposition, which, by the way, are sufficiently brief, we find that they reduce to a prejudice. They talk about the marvel which men should feel as they discover the world. But really, that which characterizes the life of nature is a regularity which approaches monotony. Every morning the sun mounts in the horizon. Every evening it sets. Every month the moon goes through the same cycle. The river flows in an uninterrupted manner in its bed. The same seasons periodically bring back the same sensations. To be sure, here and there an unexpected event sometimes happens. The sun is eclipsed, the moon is hidden behind clouds, the river overflows. But these momentary variations could only give birth to equally momentary impressions, the remembrance of which is gone after a little while. They could not serve as a basis for these stable and permanent systems of ideas and practices which constitute religions. Normally, the course of nature is uniform, and uniformity could never produce strong emotions. representing the savage as filled with admiration before these marvels, transports much more recent sentiments to the beginnings of history. He is much too accustomed to it to be greatly surprised by it. It requires culture and reflection to shake off this yoke of habit and to discover how marvelous this regularity itself is. Besides, as we have already remarked, admiring an object is not enough to make it appear sacred to us. That is to say, to mark it with those characteristics which make all direct contact with it appear a sacrilege and a profanation. We misunderstand what the religious sentiment really is if we confound it with every impression of admiration and surprise. But, they say, even if it is not admiration, there is a certain impression which man cannot help feeling in the presence of nature. He cannot come in contact with it without realizing that it is greater than he. It overwhelms him by its immensity. This sensation of an infinite space which surrounds him, of an infinite time which has preceded and will follow the present moment, and of forces infinitely superior to those of which he is master, cannot fail, as it seems, to awaken within him the idea that outside of him there exists an infinite power upon which he depends. And this idea enters as an essential element into our conception of the divine. But let us bear in mind what the question is. We are trying to find out how men came to think that there are in reality two categories of things, radically heterogeneous and incomparable to each other. Now, how could the spectacle of nature give rise to the idea of this duality? Nature is always and everywhere of the same sort. It matters little that it extends to infinity. Beyond the extreme limit to which my eyes can reach, it is not different from what it is here. The space which I imagine beyond the horizon is still space, identical with that which I see. The time which flows without end is made up of moments identical with those which I have passed through. Extension, like duration, repeats itself indefinitely. If the portions which I touch have of themselves no sacred character, where did the others get theirs? The fact that I do not see them directly is not enough to transform them. A world of profane things may well be unlimited, but it remains a profane world. Do they say that the physical forces with which we come in contact exceed our own? Sacred forces are not to be distinguished from profane ones simply by their greater intensity. They are different. They have special qualities which the others do not have. Quite on the contrary, all the forces manifested in the universe are of the same nature. Those that are within us just as those that are outside of us. And especially there is no reason which could have allowed giving a sort of preeminent dignity to some in relation to others. Then, if religion really was born because of the need of assigning causes to physical phenomena, the forces thus imagined would have been no more sacred than those conceived by the scientist today to account for the same facts. This is as much as to say that there would have been no sacred beings and therefore no religion. But even supposing that this sensation of being overwhelmed were really able to suggest religious ideas, it could not have produced this effect upon the primitive, for he does not have it. He is in no way conscious that cosmic forces are so superior to his own. Since science has not yet taught him modesty, He attributes to himself an empire over things which he really does not have, but the illusion of which is enough to prevent his feeling dominated by them. As we have already pointed out, he thinks that he can command the elements, release the winds, compel the rain to fall, or stop the sun, by a gesture, etc. Religion itself contributes to giving him this security, for he believes that it arms him with extended powers over nature. His rites are, in part, means destined to aid him in imposing his will upon the world. Thus, far from being due to the sentiment which men should have of their littleness before the universe, religions are rather inspired by the contrary sentiment. Even the most elevated and idealistic have the effect of reassuring men in their struggle with things. They teach that faith is, of itself, able to move mountains, that is to say, to dominate the forces of nature. How could they give rise to this confidence if they had had their origin in a sensation of feebleness and impotency? Finally, if the objects of nature really became sacred because of their imposing forms or the forces which they manifest, then the sun, the moon, the sky, the mountains, the sea, the winds, in a word, the great cosmic powers, should have been the first to be raised to this dignity, for there are no others more fitted to appeal to the senses and the imagination. But as a matter of fact, they were divinized but slowly. The first beings to which the cult is addressed, the proof will be found in the chapters which follow, are humble vegetables and animals, in relation to which men could at least claim an equality. They are ducks, rabbits, kangaroos, lizards, worms, frogs, etc. Their objective qualities surely were not the origin of the religious sentiments which they inspired. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 4, Section 1. Totemism as an Elementary Religion. History of a Question. Howsoever opposed their conclusions may seem to be, the two systems which we have just studied agree upon one essential point. They state the problem in identical terms. Both undertake to construct the idea of a divine out of the sensations aroused in us by certain natural phenomena, either physical or biological. For the animists, it is dreams; for the naturists, certain cosmic phenomena, which served as the point of departure for religious evolution. But for both it is in the nature, either of man or of the universe, that we must look for the germ of a grand opposition which separates the profane from the sacred. But such an enterprise is impossible. It supposes a veritable creation ex nihilo. A fact of common experience cannot give us the idea of something whose characteristic is to be outside the world of common experience. A man, as he appears to himself in his dreams, is only a man. Natural forces, as our senses perceive them, are only natural forces, howsoever great their intensity may be. Hence comes the common criticism which we address to both doctrines. In order to explain how these pretended data of religious thought have been able to take a sacred character which has no objective foundation, it would be necessary to admit that a whole world of delusive representations has superimposed itself upon the other, denatured it to the point of making it unrecognizable, and substituted a pure hallucination for reality. Here it is the illusions of the dream which brought about this transfiguration. There it is the brilliant and vain company of images evoked by the word. But in one case, as in the other, it is necessary to regard religion as the product of a delirious imagination. Thus one positive conclusion is arrived at as the result of this critical examination. Since neither man nor nature have of themselves a sacred character, they must get it from another source. Aside from the human individual and the physical world, there should be some other reality, in relation to which this variety of delirium, which all religion is, in a sense, has a significance and an objective value. In other words, beyond those which we have called animistic and naturistic, there should be another sort of cult, more fundamental and more primitive, of which the first are only derived forms or particular aspects. In fact, this cult does exist. It is the one to which ethnologists have given the name of Totemism. Section 1. It was only at the end of the 18th century that the word totem appeared in ethnographical literature. It is found for the first time in the book of an Indian interpreter, J. Long, which was published in London in 1791. For nearly half a century, totemism was known only as something exclusively American. It was only in 1841 that Gray, in a passage which has remained celebrated, pointed out the existence of wholly similar practices in Australia. From that time on, scholars began to realize that they were in the presence of a system of a certain generality, but they saw there only an essentially archaic institution, an ethnographical curiosity having no great interest for the historian. MacLennan was the first who undertook to attach totemism to the general history of humanity. In a series of articles in the Fortnightly Review, he set himself to show that totemism was not only a religion, but one from which were derived a multitude of beliefs and practices which are found in much more advanced religious systems. He even went so far as to make it the source of all the animal-worshipping and plant-worshipping cults which are found among ancient peoples. Certainly this extension of totemism was abusive. The cults of animals and plants depend upon numerous causes which cannot be reduced to one without the error of too great simplicity. But this error, by its very exaggerations, had at least the advantage that it put into evidence the historical importance of totemism. Students of American totemism had already known for a long time that this form of religion was most intimately united to a determined social organization, that its basis is the division of the social groups into clans. In 1877, in his Ancient Society, Lewis H. Morgan undertook to make a study of it, to determine its distinctive characteristics, and at the same time to point out its generality among the Indian tribes of North and Central America. At nearly the same moment, and even following the direct suggestion of Morgan, Fison and Howitt established the existence of the same social system in Australia, as well as its relations with totemism. Under the influence of these directing ideas, observations could be made with better method. The researches which the American Bureau of Ethnology undertook played an important part in the advance of these studies. By 1887, the documents were sufficiently numerous and significant to make Fraser consider it time to unite them and present them to us in a systematic form. Such is the object of his little book Totemism, where the system is studied both as a religion and as a legal institution. But this study was purely descriptive. No effort was made to explain totemism or to understand its fundamental notions. Robertson Smith is the first who undertook this work of elaboration. He realized more clearly than any of his predecessors how rich this crude and confused religion is in germs for the future. It is true that MacLennan had already connected it with the great religions of antiquity, but that was merely because he thought he had found here and there the cult of animals or plants. Now, if we reduce totemism to a sort of animal or plant worship, we have seen only its most superficial aspect. We have even misunderstood its real nature. Going beyond the mere letter of the totemic beliefs, Smith set himself to find the fundamental principles upon which they depend. In his book upon kinship and marriage in early Arabia, he had already pointed out that totemism supposes a likeness in nature, either natural or acquired, of men and animals or plants. In his The Religion of the Semites, he makes this same idea the first origin of the entire sacrificial system. It is to totemism that humanity owes the principle of the communion meal. It is true that the theory of Smith can now be shown one-sided. It is no longer adequate for the facts actually known, but for all that it contains an ingenious theory and has exercised a most fertile influence upon the science of religions. The Golden Bough of Fraser is inspired by these same ideas, for Totemism, which MacLennan has attached to the religions of classical antiquity, and Smith to the religions of the Semitic peoples, is here connected to the European folklore. The schools of MacLennan and Morgan are thus united to that of Manhart. During this time, the American tradition continued to develop with an independence which it has kept up until very recent times. 3 groups of societies were the special object of the researches which were concerned with totemism. These are, first, certain tribes of the Northwest, the Tlingit, the Haida, the Kwakiutl, the Salish, and the Tsimshian, then the great nation of the Sioux, and finally the Pueblo Indians in the southwestern part of the United States. The first were studied principally by Dahl, Krause, Boas, Swanton, Hill-Tout, the second by Dorsey, the last by Mindeleff, Mrs. Stevenson, and Cushing. But however rich the harvest of facts thus gathered in all parts of the country may have been, the documents at our disposal were still fragmentary. Though the American religions contain numerous traces of totemism, they have passed the stage of real totemism. On the other hand, observations in Australia had brought little more than scattered beliefs and isolated rites, initiation rituals, and interdictions relative to totemism. It was with facts taken from all these sources that Fraser attempted to draw a picture of totemism in its entirety. Whatever may be the incontestable merit of the reconstruction undertaken in such circumstances, it could not help being incomplete and hypothetical. A totemic religion in complete action had not yet been observed. It is only in very recent years that this serious deficiency has been repaired. 2 observers of remarkable ability, Baldwin Spencer and F.J. Gillen, discovered in the interior of the Australian continent a considerable number of tribes whose basis and unity was founded in totemic beliefs. The results of their observations have been published in 2 works, which have given a new life to the study of totemism. The first of these, The Native Tribes of Central Australia, deals with the more central of these tribes, the Arunta, the Luritja, and a little farther to the south, on the shores of Lake Eyre, the Urubuna. The second, which is entitled The Northern Tribes of Central Australia, deals with the societies north of the Urubuna, occupying the territory between McDonald's Range and Carpenter Gulf. Among the principal of these we may mention the Untmutjera, the Kaitish, the Warramunga, the Wargaya, the Tingili, the Bimbinga, the Walpari, the Gnanyi, and finally, on the very shores of the Gulf, the Mara and the Anula. More recently, a German missionary, Karl, who has also passed long years in these same Central Australian societies, has commenced to publish his own observations on 2 of these tribes, the Aranda and the Luritja, the Arunta and Luritja of Spencer and Gillen. Having well mastered the language spoken by these peoples, Strelov has been able to bring us a large number of totemic myths and religious songs, which are given us, for the most part, in the original text. In spite of some differences of detail which are easily explained, and whose importance has been greatly exaggerated, we shall see that the observations of Strelov, though completing, making more precise and sometimes even rectifying those of Spencer and Gillen, confirm them in all that is essential. These discoveries have given rise to an abundant literature to which we shall have occasion to return. The works of Spencer and Gillen especially have exercised a considerable influence, not only because they were the oldest, but also because the facts were there presented in a systematic form, which was of a nature to give a direction to later studies, and to stimulate speculation. Their results were commented upon, discussed, and interpreted in all possible manners. At this same time, Howitt, whose fragmentary studies were scattered in a number of different publications, undertook to do for the southern tribes what Spencer and Gillen had done for those of the centre. In his Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, he gives us a view of a social organisation of the peoples who occupy southern Australia, New South Wales, and a good part of Queensland. The progress thus realised suggested to Fraser the idea of completing his totemism by a sort of compendium, where would be brought together all the important documents which are concerned either with the totemic religion or the family and matrimonial organisation which, rightly or wrongly, is believed to be connected with this religion. The purpose of this book is not to give us a general and systematic view of totemism, but rather to put the materials necessary for a construction of this sort at the disposition of scholars. The facts are here arranged in a strictly ethnographical and geographical order. Each continent, and within the continent each tribe or ethnic group, is studied separately. Though so extended a study, where so many diverse peoples are successively passed in review, could hardly be equally thorough in all its parts. Still, it is a useful handbook to consult, and one which can aid greatly in facilitating researches. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 1, Chapter 4, Section 2. From this historical resume, it is clear that Australia is the most favourable field for the study of totemism, and therefore we shall make it the principal area of our observations. In his Totemism, Fraser sought especially to collect all the traces of totemism which could be found in history or ethnography. He was thus led to include in his study societies the nature and degree of whose culture differs most widely. Ancient Egypt, Arabia, and Greece, and the southern Slavs are found there, side by side with the tribes of Australia and America. This manner of procedure is not at all surprising for a disciple of the anthropological school, for this school does not seek to locate religions in the social environments of which they are a part, and to differentiate them according to the different environments to which they are thus connected, but rather, as is indicated by the name which it has taken to itself, its purpose is to go beyond the national and historical differences to the universal and really human bases of the religious life. It is supposed that man has a religious nature of himself, in virtue of his own constitution, and independently of all social conditions, and they propose to study this. For researches of this sort, all peoples can be called upon equally well. It is true that they prefer the more primitive peoples, because this fundamental nature is more apt to be unaltered here, but since it is found equally well among the most civilized peoples, it is but natural that they too should be called as witnesses. Consequently, all those who pass as being not too far removed from the origins, and who are confusedly lumped together under the rather imprecise rubric of savages, are put on the same plane and consulted indifferently. Since, from this point of view, facts have an interest only in proportion to their generality, they consider themselves obliged to collect as large a number as possible of them. The circle of comparisons could not become too large. Our method will not be such a one for several reasons. In the first place, for the sociologist as for the historian, social facts vary with the social system of which they form a part. They cannot be understood when detached from it. This is why two facts which come from two different societies cannot be profitably compared merely because they seem to resemble each other. It is necessary that these societies themselves resemble each other. That is to say, that they be only varieties of the same species. The comparative method would be impossible if social types did not exist, and it cannot be usefully applied except within a single type. What errors have not been committed for having neglected this precept? It is thus that facts have been unduly connected with each other which, in spite of exterior resemblances, really have neither the same sense nor the same importance. The primitive democracy and that of today, the collectivism of inferior societies and actual socialistic tendencies, the monogamy which is frequent in Australian tribes and that sanctioned by our laws, etc. Even in the work of Fraser, such confusions are found. It frequently happens that he assimilates simple rites of wild animal worship to practices that are really totemic, though the distance, sometimes very great, which separates the two social systems would exclude all idea of assimilation. Then, if we do not wish to fall into these same errors, instead of scattering our researches over all the societies possible, we must concentrate them upon one clearly determined type. It is even necessary that this concentration be as close as possible. One cannot usefully compare facts with which he is not perfectly well acquainted, but when he undertakes to include all sorts of societies and civilizations, one cannot know any of them with the necessary thoroughness, When he assembles facts from every country in order to compare them, he is obliged to take them hastily, without having either the means or the time to carefully criticize them. Tumultuous and summary comparisons result, which discredit the comparative method with many intelligent persons. It can give serious results only when it is applied to so limited a number of societies that each of them can be studied with sufficient precision. The essential thing is to choose those where investigations have the greatest chance to be fruitful. Also, the value of the facts is much more important than their number. In our eyes, the question whether totemism has been more or less universal or not is quite secondary. If it interests us, it does so before all because in studying it, we hope to discover relations of a nature to make us understand better what religion is. Now, to establish these relations, it is neither necessary nor always useful to heap up numerous experiences upon each other. It is much more important to have a few that are well studied and really significant. One single fact may make a law appear, where a multitude of imprecise and vague observations would only produce confusion. In every science, the scholar would be overwhelmed by the facts which present themselves to him if he did not make a choice among them. It is necessary that he distinguish those which promise to be the most instructive, that he concentrate his attention upon these, and that he temporarily leave the others to one side. That is why, with one reservation which will be indicated below, we propose to limit our research to Australian societies. They fulfill all the conditions which were just enumerated. They are perfectly homogeneous, for though it is possible to distinguish varieties among them, they all belong to one common type. This homogeneity is even so great that the forms of social organization are not only the same, but that they are even designated by identical or equivalent names in a multitude of tribes, sometimes very distant from each other. Also, Australian totemism is the variety for which our documents are the most complete. Finally, that which we propose to study in this work is the most primitive and simple religion which it is possible to find. It is therefore natural that to discover it, we address ourselves to societies as slightly evolved as possible, for it is evidently there that we have the greatest chance of finding it and studying it well. Now, there are no societies which present this characteristic to a higher degree than the Australian ones. Not only is their civilization most rudimentary, the house and even the hut are still unknown, but also their organization is the most primitive and simple which is actually known. It is that which we have elsewhere called organization on a basis of clans. In the next chapter we shall have occasion to restate its essential traits. However, though making Australia the principal field of our research, we think it best not to leave completely aside the societies where totemism was first discovered, that is to say, the Indian tribes of North America. This extension of the field of comparison has nothing about it which is not legitimate. Undoubtedly, these people are more advanced than those of Australia. Their civilization has become much more advanced. Men there live in houses or under tents, and there are even fortified villages. The size of the society is much greater, and centralization, which is completely lacking in Australia, is beginning to appear there. We find vast confederations, such as that of Iroquois, under one central authority. Sometimes a complicated system of differentiated classes arranged in a hierarchy is found. However, the essential lines of a social structure remain the same as those in Australia. It is always the organization on a basis of clans. Thus we are not in the presence of two different types, but of two varieties of a single type, which are still very close to each other. They represent two successive moments of a single evolution, so their homogeneousness is still great enough to permit comparisons. Also, these comparisons may have their utility. Just because their civilization is more advanced than that of the Australians, certain phases of a social organization which is common to both can be studied more easily among the first than among the second. As long as men are still making their first steps in the art of expressing their thought, it is not easy for the observer to perceive that which moves them, for there is nothing to translate clearly that which passes in these obscure minds, which have only a confused and ephemeral knowledge of themselves. For example, religious symbols then consist only in formless combinations of lines and colors, whose sense it is not easy to divine, as we shall see. There are many gestures and movements by which interior states express themselves, but being essentially ephemeral, they readily elude observation. That is why totemism was discovered earlier in America than in Australia. It was much more visible there, though it held relatively less place in the totality of a religious life. Also, wherever beliefs and institutions do not take a somewhat definite material form, they are more liable to change under the influence of the slighter circumstances or to become wholly effaced from the memory. Thus the Australian clans frequently have something floating and protean about them, while the corresponding organization in America has greater stability and more clearly defined contours. Thus, though American totemism is further removed from its origins than that of Australia, still there are important characteristics of which it has better kept the memory. In the second place, in order to understand an institution, it is frequently well to follow it into the advanced stages of its evolution, for sometimes it is only when it is fully developed that its real signification appears with the greatest clearness. In this way also, American totemism, since it has a long history behind it, could serve to clarify certain aspects of Australian totemism. At the same time, it will put us in a better condition to see how totemism is bound up with the forms which follow, and to mark its place in the general historical development of religion. So, in the discussions which follow, we shall not forbid ourselves the use of certain facts borrowed from the Indian societies of North America, but we are not going to study American totemism here. Such a study must be made directly and by itself, and cannot be mixed with the one which we are undertaking. It raises other problems, and implies a wholly different set of special investigations. We shall have recourse to American facts merely in a supplementary way, and only when they seem to be able to make us understand Australian facts to advantage. It is these latter which constitute the real and immediate object of our researches. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 1. The Totem as Name and as Emblem. Owing to its nature, our study will include two parts. Since every religion is made up of intellectual conceptions and ritual practices, we must deal successively with the beliefs and rites which compose the totemic religion. These two elements of the religious life are too closely connected with each other to allow of any radical separation. In principle, the cult is derived from the beliefs, yet it reacts upon them. The myth is frequently modeled after the rite in order to account for it, especially when its sense is no longer apparent. On the other hand, there are beliefs which are clearly manifested only through the rites which express them. So these two parts of our analysis cannot fail to overlap. However, these two orders of facts are so different that it is indispensable to study them separately. And since it is impossible to understand anything about a religion while unacquainted with the ideas upon which it rests, we must seek to become acquainted with these latter first of all. But it is not our intention to retrace all the speculations into which the religious thought, even of the Australians alone, has run. The things we wish to reach are the elementary notions at the basis of the religion, but there is no need of following them through all the development, sometimes very confused, which the mythological imagination of these peoples has given them. We shall make use of myths when they enable us to understand these fundamental ideas better, but we shall not make mythology itself the subject of our studies. Insofar as this is a work of art, it does not fall within the jurisdiction of the simple science of religion. Also, the intellectual evolution from which it results is of too great a complexity to be studied indirectly and from a foreign point of view. It constitutes a very difficult problem which must be treated by itself, for itself, and with a method peculiar to itself. Among the beliefs upon which totemism rests, the most important are naturally those concerning the totem. It is with these that we must begin. At the basis of nearly all the Australian tribes, we find a group which holds a preponderating place in the collective life. This is the clan. Two essential traits characterize it. In the first place, The individuals who compose it consider themselves united by a bond of kinship, but one which is of a very special nature. This relationship does not come from the fact that they have definite blood connections with one another. They are relatives from the mere fact that they have the same name. They are not fathers and mothers, sons or daughters, uncles or nephews of one another in the sense which we now give these words, yet they think of themselves as forming a single family, which is large or small according to the dimensions of the clan, merely because they are collectively designated by the same word. When we say that they regard themselves as a single family, we do so because they recognize duties towards each other which are identical with those which have always been incumbent upon kindred, such duties as aid, vengeance, mourning, the obligation not to marry among themselves, etc. By this first characteristic, the clan does not differ from the Roman gens or the Greek genos, for this relationship also came merely from the fact that all the members of the gens have the same name, the nomen gentilicium. And in one sense, the gens is a clan, but it is a variety which should not be confounded with the Australian clan. This latter is distinguished by the fact that its name is also the name of a determined species of material things with which it believes that it has very particular relations, the nature of which we shall presently describe. They are especially relations of kinship. The species of things which serves to designate the clan collectively is called its totem. The totem of the clan is also that of each of its members. Each clan has its totem which belongs to it alone. Two different clans of the same tribe cannot have the same. In fact, one is a member of a clan merely because he has a certain name. All who bear this name are members of it for that very reason. In whatever manner they may be spread over the tribal territory, they all have the same relations of kinship with one another. Consequently, two groups having the same totem can only be two sections of the same clan. Undoubtedly, it frequently happens that all the clan does not reside in the same locality, but has representatives in several different places. However, this lack of a geographical basis does not cause its unity to be the less keenly felt. In regard to the word totem, we may say that it is the one employed by the Ojibwe and Algonquin tribe to designate the sort of thing whose name the clan bears. Although this expression is not at all Australian, and is found only in one single society in America, ethnographers have definitely adopted it, and we use it to denote, in a general way, the system which we are describing. Schoolcraft was the first to extend the meaning of the word thus, and to speak of a, quote, totemic system, end quote. This extension, of which there are examples enough in ethnography, is not without inconveniences. It is not normal for an institution of this importance to bear a chance name, taken from a strictly local dialect, and bringing to mind none of the distinctive characteristics of the thing it designates. But today, this way of employing the word is so universally accepted that it would be an excess of purism to rise against this usage. In a very large proportion of the cases, the objects which serve as totems belong either to the animal or the vegetable kingdom, but especially to the former. Inanimate things are much more rarely employed. Out of more than 500 totemic names collected by Howitt among the tribes of southeastern Australia, there are scarcely 40 which are not the names of plants or animals. These are the clouds, rain, hail, frost, the moon, the sun, the wind, the autumn, the summer, the winter, certain stars, thunder, fire, smoke, water, or the sea. It is noticeable how small a place is given to celestial bodies, and, more generally, to the great cosmic phenomena, which were destined to so great a fortune in later religious development. Among all the clans of which Howitt speaks, there were only 2 which had the moon as totem, 2 the sun, 3 a star, 3 the thunder, 2 the lightning. The rain is a single exception. It, on the contrary, is very frequent. These are the totems which can be spoken of as normal, but totemism has its abnormalities as well. It sometimes happens that the totem is not a whole object, but the part of an object. This fact appears rather rarely in Australia. Howitt cites only one example. However, it may well be that this is found with a certain frequency in the tribes where the totemic groups are excessively subdivided. It might be said that the totems had to break themselves up in order to be able to furnish names to these numerous divisions. This is what seems to have taken place among the Arunta and the Loricha. Strelo has collected 442 totems in these two societies, of which many are not an animal species, but some particular organ of the animal of the species, such as the tail or stomach of an opossum, the fat of the kangaroo, etc. We have seen that normally the totem is not an individual, but a species or a variety. It is not such and such a kangaroo or a crow, but the kangaroo or crow in general. Sometimes, however, it is a particular object. First of all, this is necessarily the case when the thing serving as totem is unique in its class, as the sun, the moon, such or such a constellation, etc. It also happens that clans take their names from certain geographical irregularities or depressions of the land, from a certain anthill, etc. It is true that we have only a small number of examples of this in Australia, but Strelo does mention some. But the very causes which have given rise to these abnormal totems show that they are of a relatively recent origin. In fact, what has made certain geographical features of the land become totems is that a mythical ancestor is supposed to have stopped there, or to have performed some act of his legendary life there. But at the same time, these ancestors are represented in the myths as themselves belonging to clans which had perfectly regular totems. That is to say, ones taken from the animal or vegetable kingdoms. Therefore, the totemic names thus commemorating the acts and performances of these heroes cannot be primitive. They belong to a form of totemism that is already derived and deviated. It is even permissible to ask if the meteorological totems have not a similar origin, for the sun, the moon, and the stars are frequently identified with the ancestors of the mythological epoch. Sometimes, but no less exceptionally, it is an ancestor or a group of ancestors which serves as totem directly. In this case, the clan takes its name not from a thing or a species of real things, but from a purely mythical being. Spencer and Gillen had already mentioned 2 or 3 totems of this sort. Among the Waramunga and among the Chingili, there are clans which bear the name of an ancestor named Thabala, who seems to be gaiety incarnate. Another Waramunga clan bears the name of a huge fabulous serpent named Walunkwa, from which the clan considers itself descended. We owe other similar facts to Strelo. In any case, it is easy enough to see what probably took place. Under the influence of diverse causes, and by the very development of mythological thought, the collective and impersonal totem became effaced before certain mythical personages who advanced to the first rank and became totems themselves. However interesting these different irregularities may be, they contain nothing which forces us to modify our definition of a totem. They are not, as has sometimes been believed, different varieties of totems which are more or less irreducible into each other or into the normal totem, such as we have defined it. They are merely secondary and sometimes even aberrant forms of a single notion which is much more general, and there is every ground for believing it the more primitive. The manner in which the name is acquired is more important for the organization and recruiting of the clan than for religion. It belongs to the sociology of the family rather than to religious sociology. So we shall confine ourselves to indicating summarily the most essential principles which regulate the matter. In the different tribes, 3 different systems are in use. In a great number, or it might even be said, in the greater number of the societies, the child takes the totem of its mother by right of birth. This is what happens among the Dieri and the Urabunna of the centre of southern Australia, the Wajabaluk and the Gurnditch Mara of Victoria, the Kamilaroi, the Wiradjuri, the Wongibon and the Ewachlai of New South Wales, and the Wakelbura, the Pita Pita, and the Cornandaburi of Queensland, to mention only the most important names. In this case, owing to a law of exogamy, the mother is necessarily of a different totem from her husband, and on the other hand, as she lives in his community, the members of a single totem are necessarily dispersed in different localities according to the chances of their marriages. As a result, the totemic group lacks a territorial base. Elsewhere, the totem is transmitted in the paternal line. In this case, if the child remains with his father, the local group is largely made up of people belonging to a single totem. Only the married women there represent foreign totems. In other words, each locality has its particular totem. Up until recent times, this scheme of organization was found in Australia only among the tribes where totemism was in decadence, such as the Narinieri, where the totem has almost no religious character at all anymore. It is therefore possible to believe that there was a close connection between the totemic system and descent in the uterine line. But Spencer and Gillen have observed, in the northern part of Central Australia, a whole group of tribes where the totemic religion is still practiced, but where the transmission of the totem is in the paternal line. These are the Warramunga, the Kwanji, the Umbia, the Bimbinga, the Mara, and the Anula. Finally, a third combination is the one observed among the Arunta and Loricha. Here, the totem of the child is not necessarily either that of the mother or that of the father. It is that of a mythical ancestor who came, by processes which the observers recount in different ways, and mysteriously fecundated the mother at the moment of conception. A special process makes it possible to learn which ancestor it was, and to which totemic group he belonged. But since it was only chance which determined that this ancestor happened to be near the mother, rather than another, the totem of the child is thus found to depend finally upon fortuitous circumstances. Outside of and above the totems of clans, there are totems of phratries which, though not differing from the former in nature, must nonetheless be distinguished from them. A phratry is a group of clans which are united to each other by particular bonds of fraternity. Ordinarily, the Australian tribe is divided into two phratries, between which the different clans are distributed. Of course, there are some tribes where this organization has disappeared, but everything leads us to believe that it was once general. In any case, there are no tribes in Australia where the number of phratries is greater than 2. Now, in nearly all the cases where the phratries have a name whose meaning has been established, this name is that of an animal, and it would therefore seem that it is a totem. This has been well demonstrated in a recent work by A. Lang. Thus, among the Gornditch, Victoria, the phratries are called Krokich and Kapuch. The former of the words designates the white cockatoo and the latter the black cockatoo. The same expressions are found again among the Buandik and the Wachobaluk. Among the Wurunierri, the names employed are Bunjil and Waang, which designate the eaglehawk and the crow. The words Mukwara and Kilpara are used for the same purpose in a large number of tribes of New South Wales. They designate the same birds. It is also the eaglehawk and the crow which have given their names to the two phratries of the Ngarigo and the Wolgal. Among the Queen Murbura, it is the white cockatoo and the crow. Many other examples might be cited. Thus, we are led to regard the phratry as an ancient clan which has been dismembered. The actual clans are the product of this dismemberment, and the solidarity which unites them is a souvenir of their primitive unity. It is true that in certain tribes, the phratries no longer have special names, as it seems. In others, where these names exist, their meaning is no longer known, even to the members. But there is nothing surprising in this. The phratries are certainly a primitive institution, for they are everywhere in a state of regression. Their descendants, the clans, have passed to the first rank. So it is but natural that the names which they bore should have been effaced from memory little by little, when they were no longer understood, for they must belong to a very archaic language no longer in use. This is proved by the fact that in many cases where we know the animal whose name the phratry bears, the word designating this animal in the current language is very different from the one employed here. Between the totem of the phratry and the totems of the clans, there exists a sort of relation of subordination. In fact, in principle, each clan belongs to one and only one phratry. It is very exceptional that it has representatives in the other phratry. This is not met with at all except among certain central tribes, notably the Arunta, also even where, owing to disturbing influences, overlappings of this sort have taken place, the great part of the clan is included entirely within one or the other of the two groups of the tribe. Only a small minority is to be found in the other one. As a rule, then, the two phratries do not overlap each other. Consequently, the list of totems which an individual may have is predetermined by the phratry to which he belongs. In other words, the phratry is like a species of which the clans are varieties. We shall presently see that this comparison is not purely metaphorical. In addition to the phratries and clans, another secondary group is frequently met with in Australian societies, which is not without a certain individuality. These are the matrimonial classes. By this name they designate certain subdivisions of the phratry whose number varies with the tribe. There are sometimes 2 and sometimes 4 per phratry. Their recruiting and operation are regulated by the 2 following principles. In the first place, each generation in a phratry belongs to a different class from the immediately preceding one. Thus, when there are only 2 classes per phratry, they necessarily alternate with each other every generation. The children make up the class of which their parents are not members, but grandchildren are of the same class as their grandparents. Thus, among the Kamilaroi, the Kubathin phratry has 2 classes, Ipai and Kumbo. The Dilbi phratry, 2 others which are called Muri and Kubbi. As the scent is in the uterine line, the child is in the phratry of its mother. If she is a Kupathin, the child will be one also. But if she is of the Ipai class, he will be a Kumbo. If the child is a girl, her children will again be in the Ipai class. Likewise, the children of the women of the Muri class will be in the Kubbi class, and the children of the Kubbi women will be Muri again. When there are 4 classes per phratry, instead of 2, the system is naturally more complex, but the principle is the same. The 4 classes form 2 couples of 2 classes each, and these 2 classes alternate with each other every generation in the manner just indicated. Secondly, the members of one class can in principle marry into only one of the classes of the other phratry. The Ipai must marry into the Kubbi class, and the Muri into the Kumbo class. It is because this organization profoundly affects matrimonial relations that we give the group the name of matrimonial class. Now it may be asked whether these classes do not sometimes have totems like the phratries and clans. This question is raised by the fact that in certain tribes of Queensland, each matrimonial class has dietetic restrictions that are peculiar to it. The individuals who compose it must abstain from eating the flesh of certain animals, which the others may consume freely. Are these animals not totems? But dietetic restrictions are not the characteristic marks of totemism. The totem is a name first of all, and then, as we shall see, an emblem. Now in the societies of which we just spoke, there are no matrimonial classes which bear the name of an animal or plant, or which have an emblem. Of course it is possible that these restrictions are indirectly derived from totemism. It might be supposed that the animals which these interdictions protect were once the totems of clans which have since disappeared, while the matrimonial classes remained. It is certain that they have a force of endurance which the clans do not have. Then these interdictions, deprived of their original field, may have spread themselves out over the entire class, since there were no other groups to which they could be attached. But it is clear that if this regulation was born of totemism, it represents only an enfeebled and denatured form of it. All that has been said of the totem in Australian societies is equally applicable to the Indian tribes of North America. The only difference is that among these latter, the totemic organization has a strictness of outline and a stability which are not found in Australia. The Australian clans are not only very numerous, but in a single tribe their number is almost unlimited. Observers cite some of them as examples, but without ever succeeding in giving us a complete list. This is because the list is never definitely terminated. The same process of dismemberment which broke up the original phratries and gave birth to clans properly so called still continues within these latter. As a result of this progressive crumbling, a clan frequently has only a very small effective force. In America, on the contrary, the totemic system has better defined forms. Although the tribes there are considerably larger on the average, the clans are less numerous. A single tribe rarely has more than a dozen of them, and frequently less. Each of them is therefore a much more important group. But above all, their number is fixed. They know their exact number, and they tell to us. This difference is due to the superiority of their social economy. From the moment when these tribes were observed for the first time, the social groups were strongly attached to the soil, and consequently better able to resist the decentralizing forces which assailed them. At the same time, the society had too keen a sentiment of its unity to remain unconscious of itself and of the parts out of which it was composed. The example of America thus enables us to explain even better the organization at the base of the clans. We would take a mistaken view if we judged this only on the present conditions in Australia. In fact, it is in a state of change and dissolution there, which is not at all normal. It is much rather the product of a degeneration which we see, due both to the natural decay of time and the disorganizing effect of the whites. To be sure, it is hardly probable that the Australian clans ever had the dimensions and solid structure of the American ones, but there must have been a time when the distance between them was less considerable than it is today, for the American societies would never have succeeded in making so solid a structure if the clans had always been of so fluid and inconsistent a nature. This greater stability has even enabled the archaic system of phratries to maintain itself in America with a clearness and a relief no longer to be found in Australia. We have just seen that in the latter continent, the phratry is everywhere in a state of decadence. Very frequently it is nothing more than an anonymous group. When it has a name, this is either no longer understood, or, in any case, it cannot mean a great deal to the native, since it is borrowed from a foreign language, or from one no longer spoken. Thus, we have been able to infer the existence of totems for phratries only from a few survivals, which, for the most part, are so slightly marked that they have escaped the attention of many observers. In certain parts of America, on the contrary, this institution has retained its primitive importance. The tribes of the northwest coast, the Tlingit and the Haida especially, had now attained a relatively advanced civilization, yet they are divided into two phratries which are subdivided into a certain number of clans, the phratries of the crow and the wolf among the Tlingit, of the eagle and the crow among the Haida. And this division is not merely nominal. It corresponds to an ever-existing state of tribal customs and is deeply marked with the tribal life. The moral distance separating the clans is very slight in comparison with that separating the phratries. The name of each is not a word whose sense is forgotten or only vaguely known. It is a totem in the full sense of the term. They have all its essential attributes, such as will be described below. Consequently, upon this point also, American tribes must not be neglected, for we can study the totems of phratries directly there, while Australia offers only obscure vestiges of them. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Logan Lorenz. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 2. But the totem is not merely a name. It is an emblem, a veritable coat of arms, whose analogies with the arms of heraldry have often been remarked. In speaking of the Australians, Gray says, each family adopt an animal or vegetable as their crest and sign, and what Gray calls a family is incontestably a clan. Also, Fison and Howard say, the Australian divisions show that the totem is, in the first place, the badge of a group. Schoolcraft says the same thing about the totems of the Indians of North America. The totem is, in fact, a design which corresponds to the heraldic emblems of civilized nations, and each person is authorized to bear it as a proof of the identity of the family to which it belongs. This is proved by the real etymology of the word, which is derived from Totem, which means village, or the residence of a family group. Thus, when the Indians entered into relations with the Europeans and contracts were formed between them, it was with its totem that each clan sealed the treaties thus concluded. The nobles of the feudal period carved, engraved, and designed in every way their coat of arms upon the walls of their castles, their arms, and every sort of object that belonged to them. The blacks of Australia and the Indians of North America do the same thing with their totems. The Indians who accompanied Samuel Hearne painted their totems on their shields before going into battle. According to Charlevoix, in time of war, certain tribes of Indians had veritable ensigns, made of bits of bark fastened to the end of a pole upon which the totems were represented. Among the Tlingit, when a conflict breaks out between two clans, the champions of the two hostile groups wear helmets over their heads, upon which are painted their respective totems. Among the Iroquois, they put the skin of the animal which serves as totem upon each wigwam as a mark of the clan. According to another observer, the animal was stuffed and set up before the door. Among the Wyandot, each clan has its own ornaments and its distinctive paintings. Among the Omaha and among the Sioux, generally, the totem is painted on the tent. Wherever the society has become sedentary, where the tent is replaced by the house, and where the plastic arts are more fully developed, the totem is engraved upon the woodwork and upon the walls. This is what happens, for example, among the Haida, the Tsimshian, the Salish, and the Tlingit. A very particular ornament of the house among the Tlingit, says Krauss, is the totemic coat of arms. Animal forms, sometimes combined with human forms, are engraved upon the posts at the sides of the doors of entry, which are as high as 15 yards. They are generally painted with very bright colors. However, these totemic decorations are not very numerous in the Tlingit village. They are found almost solely before the houses of the chiefs and rich men. They are much more frequent in the neighboring tribe of the Haida. Here, there are always several for each house, with its many sculptured posts arising on every hand, sometimes to a great height. A Haida village gives the impression of a sacred city, all bristling with belfries or little minarets. Among the Salish, the totem is frequently represented upon the interior walls of the house. Elsewhere, it is found upon the canoes, the utensils of every sort, and the funeral piles. The preceding examples are taken exclusively from the Indians of North America. This is because sculpture, engravings, and permanent figurations are not possible except where the technique of the plastic arts has reached a degree of perfection to which the Australian tribes have not yet attained. Consequently, the totemic representations of the sort which we just mentioned are rarer and less apparent in Australia than in America. However, cases of them are cited. Among the Warramunga, at the end of the burial ceremonies, the bones of the dead man are interred after they have been dried and reduced to powder. Beside the place where they are deposited, a figure representing the totem is traced upon the ground. Among the Mara and the Anula, the body is placed in a piece of hollow wood decorated with designs characteristic of the totem. In New South Wales, Oxley found engravings near the trees near the tomb where a native was buried, to which Ralph Smythe attributes a totemic character. The natives of the Upper Darling carved totemic images upon their shields. According to Collins, nearly all the utensils are covered with ornaments, which probably have the same significance. Figures of the same sort are found upon the rocks. These totemic designs may even be more frequent than it seems, for, owing to reasons which will be discussed below, it is not always easy to see what their real meaning is. These different facts give us an idea of the considerable place held by the totem in the social life of the primitives. However, up to the present, it has appeared to us as something relatively outside of the man, for it is only upon external things that we have seen it represented. But totemic images are not placed only upon the walls of their houses, the sides of their canoes, their arms, their utensils, and their tombs. They are also found on the bodies of the men. They do not put their coat of arms merely upon the things which they possess, but they put it upon their persons. They imprint it upon their flesh. It becomes a part of them, and this world of representations is even by far the more important one. In fact, it is a very general rule that the members of each clan seek to give themselves the external aspect of their totem. At certain religious festivals among the Tlingit, the person who is to direct the ceremonies wears a garment which represents, either wholly or in part, the body of the animal whose name he bears. The same usages are also found in all the northwest of America. They are found again among the Minatari when they go into combat, and among the Indians of the Pueblos. Elsewhere, when the totem is a bird, men wear the feathers of this bird on their heads. Among the Iowa, Each clan has a special fashion of cutting the hair. In the Eagle clan, 2 large tufts are arranged on the front of the head, while there is another one behind. In the Buffalo clan, they are arranged in the form of horns. Among the Omaha, analogous arrangements are found. Each clan has its own headdress. In the Turtle clan, for example, the hair is all shaved off except 6 bunches, 2 on each side of the head, 1 in front and 1 behind, in such a way as to imitate the legs, the head, and the tail of the animal. But it is more frequently upon the body itself that the totemic mark is stamped, for this is a way of representation within the capacity of even the least advanced societies. It has sometimes been asked whether the common rite of knocking out a young man's 2 upper teeth at the age of puberty does not have the object of reproducing the form of the totem. The fact is not established, but it is worth mentioning that the natives themselves sometimes explain the custom thus. For example, among the Arunta, the extraction of teeth is practiced only in the clans of the rain and of water. Now, according to tradition, the object of this operation is to make their faces look like certain black clouds with light borders which are believed to announce the speedy arrival of rain, and which are therefore considered things of the same family. This is a proof that the native himself is conscious that the object of these deformations is to give him, at least conventionally, the aspect of his totem. Among these same Arunta, in the course of the rites of subincision, certain gashes are cut upon the sisters and the future wife of the novice. Scars result from these, whose form is also represented upon a certain sacred object, of which we shall speak presently, and which is called the Churinga. As we shall see, the lines thus drawn upon the Churinga are emblematic of the totem. Among the Katish, the euro is believed to be closely connected with the rain. The men of the Ring clan wear little earrings made of euro teeth. Among the Yurkla, during the initiation, the young man is given a certain number of slashes which leave scars. The number and form of these varies with the totems. An informer of Fyson mentions the same fact in the tribes observed by him. According to Howitt, a relationship of the same sort exists among the Diri between certain arrangements of scars and the water totem. Among the Indians of the Northwest, it is a very general custom for them to tattoo themselves with the totem. But even if the tattooings, which are made by mutilations or scars, do not always have a totemic significance, it is different with simple designs drawn upon the body. They are generally representations of the totem. It is true that the native does not carry them every day, when he is occupied with purely economic occupations, or when the small family groups scatter to hunt or fish. He does not bother with all this paraphernalia, which is quite complicated. But when the clans unite to live a common life and to assist at the religious ceremonies together, then he must adorn himself. As we shall see, each of the ceremonies concerns a particular totem, and in theory, the rites which are connected with a totem can be performed only by the men of that totem. Now, those who perform, who take the part of officiants, and sometimes even those who assist as spectators, always have designs representing the totem on their bodies. One of the principal rites of initiation, by which a young man enters into the religious life of the tribe, consists in painting the totemic symbol on his body. It is true that among the Arunta the design thus traced does not always and necessarily represent the totem of the initiated, but these are exceptions, due undoubtedly to the disturbed state of the totemic organization of this tribe. Also, even among the Arunta, at the most solemn moment of the initiation, which is its crown and consecration, when the neophyte is allowed to enter the sanctuary where all the sacred objects belonging to the clan are preserved, an emblematic painting is placed upon him. This time, it is the totem of the young man which is thus represented. The bonds which unite the individual to his totem are even so strong that in the tribes on the northwest coast of North America, the emblem of the clan is painted not only upon the living, but also upon the dead. Before a corpse is interred, they put the totemic mark upon it. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 3. These totemic decorations enable us to see that the totem is not merely a name and an emblem. It is in the course of the religious ceremonies that they are employed. They are a part of the liturgy. So while the totem is a collective label, it also has a religious character. In fact, it is in connection with it that things are classified as sacred or profane. It is the very type of sacred thing. The tribes of Central Australia, especially the Arunta, the Lorija, the Kaitish, the Unmajera, and the Ilpira, make constant use of certain instruments in their rites, which are called the Churinga by the Arunta, according to Spencer and Gillen, or the Churunga, according to Strelo. They are pieces of wood or bits of polished stone of a great variety of forms, but generally oval or oblong. Each totemic group has a more or less important collection of these. Upon each of these is engraved a design representing the totem of this same group. A certain number of the Churinga have a hole at one end, through which goes a thread made of human hair or that of an opossum. Those which are made of wood and are pierced in this way serve for exactly the same purposes as those instruments of the cult to which English ethnographers have given the name of bull-roarers. By means of the thread by which they are suspended, they are whirled rapidly in the air in such a way as to produce a sort of humming, identical with that made by the toys of this name still used by our children. This deafening noise has a ritual significance and accompanies all ceremonies of any importance. These sorts of churinga are real bull-roarers, but there are others which are not made of wood and are not pierced. Consequently, they cannot be employed in this way. Nevertheless, they inspire the same religious sentiments. In fact, every churinga, for whatever purpose it may be employed, is counted among the eminently sacred things. There are none which surpass it in religious dignity. This is indicated even by the word which is used to designate them. It is not only a substantive, but also an adjective, meaning sacred. Also, among the several names which each Arunta has, there is one so sacred that it must not be revealed to a stranger. It is pronounced but rarely, and then in a low voice and a sort of mysterious murmur. Now this name is called the Aritna Churinga. Aritna means name. In general, the word Churinga is used to designate all ritual acts. For example, Ilya Churinga signifies the cult of the Imu. Churinga, when used substantively, therefore designates the thing whose essential characteristic is sacredness. Profane persons, that is to say, women and young men not yet initiated into the religious life, may not touch or even see the churinga. They are only allowed to look at it from a distance, and even this is only on rare occasions. The churinga are piously kept in a special place, which the Arunta call the Ertnatulunga. This is a cave or a sort of cavern hidden in a deserted place. The entrance is carefully closed by means of stones so cleverly placed that a stranger going past it could not suspect that the religious treasury of the clan was so near him. The sacred character of the churinga is so great that it communicates itself to the locality where they are stored. The women and the uninitiated cannot approach it. It is only after their initiation is completely finished that the young men have access to it. There are some who are not esteemed worthy of this favor except after years of trial. The religious nature radiates to a distance and communicates itself to all the surroundings. Everything nearby participates in this same nature and is therefore withdrawn from profane touch. Is one man pursued by another? If he succeeds in reaching the Ertnatulunga, he is saved. He cannot be seized there. Even a wounded animal which takes refuge there must be respected. Quarrels are forbidden there. It is a place of peace, as is said in the Germanic societies. It is a sanctuary of the Totemic group. It is a veritable place of asylum. But the virtues of the Churinga are not manifested merely by the way in which it keeps the profane at a distance. If it is thus isolated, it is because it is something of a high religious value whose loss would injure the group and the individual severely. It has all sorts of marvelous properties. By contact it heals wounds, especially those resulting from circumcision. It has the same power over sickness. It is useful for making the beard grow. It confers important powers over the totemic species whose normal reproduction it ensures. It gives men force, courage, and perseverance, while, on the other hand, it depresses and weakens their enemies. This latter belief is so firmly rooted that when two combatants stand pitted against one another, if one sees that the other has brought Churinga against him, he loses confidence, and his defeat is certain. Thus, there is no ritual instrument which has a more important place in the religious ceremonies. By means of various sorts of anointings, their powers are communicated either to the officiants or to the assistants. To bring this about, they are rubbed over the members and stomach of the faithful after being covered with grease, or sometimes they are covered with a down which flies away and scatters itself in every direction when they are whirled. This a way of disseminating the virtues which are in them. But they are not useful merely to individuals. The fate of the clan as a whole is bound up with theirs. Their loss is a disaster. It is the greatest misfortune which can happen to the group. Sometimes they leave the Eretnatulunga, for example when they are loaned to other groups. Then follows a veritable public mourning. For 2 weeks, the people of the totem weep and lament, covering their bodies with white clay just as they do when they have lost a relative. And the Churinga are not left at the free disposition of everybody. The Eretnatulunga where they are kept is placed under the control of the chief of the group. It is true that each individual has special rights to some of them, yet, though he is their proprietor in a sense, he cannot make use of them except with the consent and under the direction of the chief. It is a collective treasury, it is the sacred ark of the clan. The devotion of which they are the object shows the high price that is attached to them. The respect with which they are handled is shown by the solemnity of the movements. They are taken care of, they are greased, rubbed, polished, and when they are moved from one locality to another, it is in the midst of ceremonies which bear witness to the fact that this displacement is regarded as an act of the highest importance. Now in themselves, the Churinga are objects of wood and stone like all others. They are distinguished from profane things of the same sort by only one particularity. This is that the totemic mark is drawn or engraved upon them. So it is this mark and this alone which gives them their sacred character. It is true that, according to Spencer and Gillen, the Churinga serve as the residence of an ancestor's soul, and that it is the presence of this soul which confers these properties. While declaring this interpretation inexact, Strelo, in his turn, proposes another which does not differ materially from the other. He claims that the Churinga are considered the image of the ancestor's body, or the body itself. So in any case, it would be sentiments inspired by the ancestor which fix themselves upon the material object and convert it into a sort of fetish. But in the first place, both conceptions, which, by the way, scarcely differ except in the letter of the myth, have obviously been made up afterwards to account for the sacred character of the Churinga. In the constitution of these pieces of wood and bits of stone, and in their external appearance, there is nothing which predestines them to be considered the seat of an ancestral soul, or the image of his body. So if men have imagined this myth, it was in order to explain the religious respect which these things inspired in them, and the respect was not determined by the myth. This explanation, like so many mythological explanations, resolves the question only by repeating it in slightly different terms. For saying that the Churinga is sacred, and saying that it has such and such a relation with the sacred being, is merely to proclaim the same fact in two different ways. It is not accounting for them. Moreover, according to the avowal of Spencer and Gillen, there are some Churinga among the Arunta which are made by the old men of the group, to the knowledge of and before the eyes of all. These obviously do not come from the great ancestors. However, except for certain differences of degree, they have the same power as the others and are preserved in the same manner. Finally, there are whole tribes where the Churinga is never associated with the spirit. Its religious nature comes to it, then, from some other source, and whence could it come, if not from the totemic stamp which it bears? It is to this image, therefore, that the demonstrations of the rite are really addressed. It is this which sanctifies the object upon which it is carved. Among the Arunta and the neighboring tribes, there are two other liturgical instruments closely connected with the totem and the Churinga itself, which ordinarily enters into their composition. They are the Nurtunja and the Waninga. The Nurtunja, which is found among the northern Arunta and their immediate neighbors, is made up principally of a vertical support which is either a single lance or several lances united into a bundle, or of a simple pole. Bunches of grass are fastened all around it by means of belts or little cords made of hair. Above this, down is placed, arranged either in circles or in parallel lines which run from the top to the bottom of the support. The top is decorated with the plumes of an eagle hawk. This is only the most general and typical form. In particular cases, it has all sorts of variations. The Waninga, which is found only among the southern Arunta, the Urabunna and the Loricha, has no one unique model either. Reduced to its most essential elements, it too consists in a vertical support formed by a long stick or by a lance several yards high, with sometimes one and sometimes two cross pieces. In the former case, it has the appearance of a cross. Cords made either of human hair or opossum or bandicoot fur diagonally cross the space included between the arms of the cross and the extremities of the central axis. As they are quite close to each other, they form a network in the form of a lozenge. When there are two crossbars, these cords go from one to the other and from these to the top and bottom of the support. They are sometimes covered with a layer of down thick enough to conceal the foundation. Thus, the Waninga has the appearance of a veritable flag. Now, the Nurtunja and the Waninga, which figure in a multitude of important rites, are the object of a religious respect quite like that inspired by the Churinga. The process of their manufacture and erection is conducted with the greatest solemnity. Fixed in the earth, or carried by an officiant, they mark the central point of the ceremony. It is about them that the dances take place and the rites are performed. In the course of the initiation, the novice is led to the foot of a Nurtunja erected for the occasion. Someone says to him, quote, "There is the Nurtunja of your father. Many young men have already been made by it." End quote. After that, the initiate must kiss the Nurtunja. By this kiss, he enters into relations with the religious principle which resides there. It is a veritable communion which should give the young man the force required to support the terrible operation of sub-incision. The Nurtunja also plays a considerable role in the mythology of these societies. The myths relate that in the fabulous times of the great ancestors, the territory of the tribe was overrun in every direction by companies composed exclusively of individuals of the same totem. Each of these troops had a Nurtunja with it. When it stopped to camp, before scattering to hunt, the members fixed their Nurtunja in the ground, from the top of which their Churinga was suspended. That is equivalent to saying that they confided the most precious things they had to it. It was at the same time a sort of standard which served as a rallying center for the group. One cannot fail to be struck by the analogies between the Nurtunja and the sacred post of the Omaha. Now its sacred character can come from only one cause, that is, that it represents the totem materially. The vertical lines or rings of down which cover it, and even the cords of different colors which fasten the arms of the Waninga to the central axis, are not arranged arbitrarily according to the taste of the makers. They must conform to a type strictly determined by tradition which, in the minds of the natives, represents the totem. Here we cannot ask, as we did in the case of the Churinga, whether the veneration accorded to this instrument of the cult is not merely the reflex of that inspired by the ancestors, for it is a rule that each Nurtunja and each Waninga last only during the ceremony where they are used. They are made all over again every time that it is necessary, and when the rite is once accomplished, they are stripped of their ornaments, and the elements out of which they are made are scattered. They are nothing more than images, and temporary images at that, of the totem, and consequently it is on this ground, and on this ground alone, that they play a religious role. So the Churinga, the Nortunja, and the Waninga owe their religious nature solely to the fact that they bear the totemic emblem. It is the emblem that is sacred. It keeps this character no matter where it may be represented. Sometimes it is painted upon rocks. These paintings are called Churinga Ilkinia, sacred drawings. The decorations with which the officiants and assistants at the religious ceremonies adorn themselves have the same name. Women and children may not see them. In the course of certain rites, the totem is drawn upon the ground. The way in which this is done bears witness to the sentiments inspired by this design, and the high value attributed to it. It is traced upon a place that has been previously sprinkled and saturated with human blood, and we shall presently see that the blood is in itself a sacred liquid, serving for pious uses only. When the design has been made, the faithful remain seated on the ground before it, in an attitude of the purest devotion. If we give the word a sense corresponding to the mentality of the primitive, we may say that they adore it. This enables us to understand how the totemic blazon has remained something very precious for the Indians of North America. It is always surrounded with a sort of religious halo. But if we are seeking to understand how it comes that these totemic representations are so sacred, it is not without interest to see what they consist in. Among the Indians of North America, they are painted, engraved, or carved images which attempt to reproduce as faithfully as possible the external aspect of the totemic animal. The means employed are those which we use today in similar circumstances, except that they are generally cruder. But it is not the same in Australia, and it is in the Australian societies that we must seek the origin of these representations. Although the Australian may show himself sufficiently capable of imitating the forms of things in a rudimentary way, sacred representations generally seem to show no ambitions in this line. They consist essentially in geometrical designs drawn upon the Churinga, the Nurtunga, rocks, the ground, or the human body. They are either straight or curved lines, painted in different ways, and the whole having only a conventional meaning. The connection between the figure and the thing represented is so remote and indirect that it cannot be seen except when it is pointed out. Only the members of the clan can say what meaning is attached to such and such combinations of lines. Men and women are generally represented by semicircles, and animals by whole circles or spirals, the tracks of men or animals by lines of points, etc. The meaning of the figures thus obtained is so arbitrary that a single design may have two different meanings for the men of two different totems, representing one animal here and another animal or plant there. This is perhaps still more apparent with the Nurtunja and Waninga. Each of them represents a different totem, but the few and simple elements which enter into their composition do not allow a great variety of combinations. The result is that two Nurtunja may have exactly the same appearance, and yet express two things as different as a gum tree and an emu. When a Nurtunja is made, it is given a meaning which it keeps during the whole ceremony, but which, in the last resort, is fixed by convention. These facts prove that if the Australian is so strongly inclined to represent his totem, it is in order not to have a portrait of it before his eyes which would constantly renew the sensation of it. It is merely because he feels the need of representing the idea which he forms of it by means of material and external signs, no matter what these signs may be. We are not yet ready to attempt to understand what has thus caused the primitive to write his idea of his totem upon his person and upon different objects. but it is important to state at once the nature of the need which has given rise to these numerous representations. End of section 21. Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 1 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Chapter 2, Totemic Beliefs, continued. The Totemic Animal and Man. But totemic images are not the only sacred things. There are real things which are also the object of rites, because of the relations which they have with the totem. Before all others are the beings of the totemic species and the members of the clan. Section 1. First of all, since the designs which represent the totem arouse religious sentiments, it is natural that the things whose aspect these designs reproduce should have this same property, at least to a certain degree. For the most part, these are animals or plants. The profane function of vegetables and even of animals is ordinarily to serve as food. Then the sacred character of the totemic animal or plant is shown by the fact that it is forbidden to eat them. It is true that since they are sacred things, they can enter into the composition of certain mystical repasts, and we shall see, in fact, that they sometimes serve as veritable sacraments, yet normally they cannot be used for everyday consumption. Whoever oversteps this rule exposes himself to grave dangers. It is not that the group always intervenes to punish this infraction artificially. It is believed that the sacrilege produces death automatically. A redoubtable principle is held to reside in the totemic plant or animal, which cannot enter into the profane organism without disorganizing it or destroying it. In certain tribes at least, only the old men are free from this prohibition. We shall see the reason for this later. However, if this prohibition is formal in a large number of tribes, with certain exceptions which will be mentioned later, it is incontestable that it tends to weaken as the old totemic organization is disturbed. But the restrictions which remain even then prove that these attenuations are not admitted without difficulty. For example, when it is permitted to eat the plant or animal that serves as totem, it is not possible to do so freely. Only a little bit may be taken at a time. To go beyond this amount is a ritual fault that has grave consequences. Elsewhere, the prohibition remains intact for the parts that are regarded as the most precious, that is to say, the most sacred. For example, the eggs or the fat. In still other parts, consumption is not allowed except when the animal in question has not yet reached full maturity. In this case, they undoubtedly think that its sacred character is not yet complete. So the barrier which isolates and protects the totemic being yields but slowly and with active resistance, which bears witness to what it must have been at first. It is true that according to Spencer and Gillen, these restrictions are not the remnants of what was once a rigorous prohibition now losing a hold, but the beginnings of an interdiction which is only commencing to establish itself. These writers hold that at first there was a complete liberty of consumption, and that the limitations which were presently brought are relatively recent. They think they find the proof of their theory in the two following facts. In the first place, as we just said, there are solemn occasions when the members of the clan or their chief not only may, but must, eat the totemic animal or plant. Moreover, the myths relate that the great ancestors, the founders of the clans, ate their totems regularly. Now, it is said, these stories cannot be understood except as an echo of a time when the present prohibitions did not exist. But the fact that in the course of certain solemn ceremonies a consumption of the totem, and a moderate one at that, is ritually required in no way implies that it was once an ordinary article of food. Quite on the contrary, the food that one eats at a mystical repast is essentially sacred, and consequently forbidden to the profane. As for the myths, a somewhat summary critical method is employed, if they are so readily given the value of historical documents.
In general, their object is to interpret existing rites rather than to commemorate past events. They are an explanation of the present much more than history. In this case, the traditions according to which the ancestors of the fabulous epoch ate their totem are in perfect accord with the beliefs and rites which are always in force. The old men and those who have attained a high religious dignity are freed from the restrictions under which ordinary men are placed. They can eat the sacred thing because they are sacred themselves. This rule is in no way peculiar to Totemism, but is found in all the most diverse religions. Now the ancestral heroes were nearly gods. It is therefore still more natural that they should eat the sacred food, but that is no reason why the same privilege should be awarded to the simple profane. However, it is neither certain nor even probable that the prohibition was ever absolute. It seems to have always been suspended in case of necessity, as, for example, when a man is famished and has nothing else with which to nourish himself. A stronger reason for this is found when the totem is a form of nourishment which a man cannot do without. Thus there are a great many tribes where water is a totem. A strict prohibition is manifestly impossible in this case. However, even here, the privilege granted is submitted to certain restrictions which greatly limit its use and which show clearly that it goes against a recognized principle. Among the Kaitish and the Warramunga, a man of this totem is not allowed to drink water freely. He may not take it up himself. He may receive it only from the hands of a third party who must belong to the phratry of which he is not a member. The complexity of this procedure and the embarrassment which results from it are still another proof that access to the sacred thing is not free. This same rule is applied in certain central tribes every time that the totem is eaten, whether from necessity or any other cause. It should also be added that when this formality is not possible, that is, when a man is alone or with members of his own phratry only, he may, on necessity, do without an intermediary. It is clear that the prohibition is susceptible of various moderations. Nevertheless, it rests upon ideas so strongly ingrained in the mind that it frequently survives its original cause for being. We have seen that in all probability, the different clans of a phratry are only subdivisions of one original clan which has been dismembered. So there was a time when all the clans, being welded together, had the same totem. Consequently, wherever the souvenir of this common origin is not completely effaced, each clan continues to feel itself united to the others and to consider that their totems are not completely foreign to it. For this reason, an individual may not eat freely of the totems held by the different clans of the phratry of which he is a member. He may touch them only if the forbidden plant or animal is given him by a member of the other phratry. Another survival of the same sort is the one concerning the maternal totem. There are strong reasons for believing that at first the totem was transmitted in the uterine line. Therefore, whoever descent in the paternal line has been introduced, this probably took place only after a long period, during which the opposite principle was applied, and the child had the totem of his mother along with all the restrictions attached to it. Now in certain tribes, where the child inherits the paternal totem today, some of the interdictions which originally protected the totem of his mother still survive. He cannot eat it freely. In the present state of affairs, however, there is no longer anything corresponding to this prohibition. To this prohibition of eating is frequently added that of killing the totem or picking it when it is a plant. However, here also there are exceptions and tolerations. These are especially in the case of necessity, when the totem is a dangerous animal, for example, or when the man has nothing to eat. There are even tribes where men are forbidden to hunt the animals whose names they bear, on their own accounts, but where they may kill them for others. But the way in which this act is generally accomplished clearly indicates that it is something illicit. One excuses himself as though for a fault, and bears witness to the chagrin which he suffers and the repugnance which he feels, while precautions are taken that the animal may suffer as little as possible. In addition to these fundamental interdictions, certain cases of a prohibition of contact between a man and his totem are cited. Thus, among the Omaha, in the clan of the Elk, no one may touch any part of the body of a male elk. In the subclan of the buffalo, no one is allowed to touch the head of this animal. Among the Bechuana, no man dares to clothe himself in the skin of his totem. But these cases are rare, and it is natural that they should be exceptional, for normally a man must wear the image of his totem or something which brings it to mind. The tattooings and the totemic costumes would not be possible if all contact were forbidden. It has also been remarked that this prohibition has not been found in Australia, but only in those societies where totemism has advanced far from its original form. It is therefore probably of late origin, and due perhaps to the influence of ideas that are really not totemic at all. If we now compare these various interdictions with those whose object is the totemic emblem, contrarily to all that could be foreseen, it appears that these latter are more numerous, stricter, and more severely enforced than the former. The figures of all sorts which represent the totem are surrounded with a respect sensibly superior to that inspired by the very being whose form these figures reproduce. The Churinga, the Nutunja, and the Waninga can never be handled by the women or the uninitiated, who are even allowed to catch glimpses of it only very exceptionally and from a respectful distance. On the other hand, the plant or animal whose name the clan bears may be seen and touched by everybody. The Churinga are preserved in a sort of temple, upon whose threshold all noises from the profane life must cease. It is the domain of sacred things. On the contrary, the totemic animals and plants live in the profane world and are mixed up with the common everyday life. Since the number and importance of the interdictions which isolate a sacred thing and keep it apart correspond to the degree of sacredness with which it is invested, we arrive at the remarkable conclusion that the images of totemic beings are more sacred than the beings themselves. Also, in the ceremonies of the cult, it is the Churinga and the Nurtunja which have the most important place. The animal appears there only very exceptionally. In a certain rite, of which we shall have occasion to speak, it serves as the substance for a religious repast, but it plays no active role. The Arunta dance around the Nurtunja and assemble before the image of their totem to adore it, but a similar demonstration is never made before the totemic being itself. If this latter were the primarily sacred object, it would be with it the sacred animal or plant that the young initiate would communicate when he is introduced into the religious life. But we have seen that on the contrary, the most solemn moment of the initiation is the one when the novice enters into the sanctuary of the Churinga. It is with them and the Nurtunja that he communicates. The representations of the totem are therefore more actively powerful than the totem itself. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 2 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. We must now determine the place of man in the scheme of religious things. By the force of a whole group of acquired habits and of language itself, we are inclined to consider the common man, the simple believer, as an essentially profane being. It may well happen that this conception is not literally true for any religion. In any case, it is not applicable to Totemism. Every member of the clan is invested with a sacred character which is not materially inferior to that which we just observed in the animal. This personal sacredness is due to the fact that the man believes that while he is a man in the usual sense of the word, he is also an animal or plant of the totemic species. In fact, he bears its name. This identity of name is therefore supposed to imply an identity of nature. The first is not merely considered as an outward sign of the second, it supposes it logically. This is because the name, for a primitive, is not merely a word or a combination of sounds, it is a part of the being and even something essential to it. A member of the kangaroo clan calls himself a kangaroo. He is therefore, in one sense, an animal of this species. The totem of any man, unquote, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, is regarded as the same thing as himself. A native once said to us when we were discussing the matter with him, "That one," pointing to his photograph which we had taken, "is the same thing to me, so is a kangaroo," his totem. End quote. So each individual has a double nature. Two beings coexist within him, a man and an animal. In order to give a semblance of intelligibility to this duality, so strange for us, the primitive has invented myths which, it is true, explain nothing and only shift the difficulty, but which, by shifting it, seem at least to lessen the logical scandal. With slight variations of detail, all are constructed on the same plan. Their object is to establish genealogical connections between the man and the totemic animal, making the one a relative of the other. By this common origin, which, by the way, is represented in various manners, they believe that they account for their common nature. The Narinyeri, for example, have imagined that certain of the first men had the power of transforming themselves into beasts. Other Australian societies place at the beginning of humanity either strange animals from which the men were descended in some unknown way, or mixed beings halfway between the two kingdoms, or else unformed creatures, hardly representable, deprived of all determined organs and even of all definite members, and the different parts of whose bodies were hardly outlined. Mythical powers, sometimes conceived under the form of animals, then intervened and made men out of these ambiguous and innumerable beings, which Spencer and Gillen say represent, quote, stages in the transformation of animals and plants into human beings, end quote. These transformations are represented to us under the form of violent and, as it were, surgical operations. It is under the blows of an axe, or, if the operator is a bird, blows of the beak, that the human individual was carved out of this shapeless mass, his members separated from each other, his mouth opened, and his nostrils pierced. Analogous legends are found in America, except that owing to the more highly developed mentality of these peoples, the representations which they employ do not contain confusions so troublesome for the mind. Sometimes it is a legendary personage who, by an act of his power, metamorphosed the animal who gives its name to the clan into a man. Sometimes the myth attempts to explain how, by a series of nearly natural events and a sort of spontaneous evolution, the animal transformed himself little by little and finally took a human form. It is true that there are societies, the Haida, Tlingit, Tsimshian, where it is no longer admitted that man was born of an animal or plant, but the idea of an affinity between the animals of the totemic species and the members of the clan has survived there nevertheless, and expresses itself in myths which, though differing from the preceding, still retain all that is essential in them. Here is one of the fundamental themes. The ancestor who gives his name to the clan is here represented as a human being, but who, in the course of various wanderings, has been led to live for a while among the fabulous animals of the very species which gave the clan its name. As the result of this intimate and prolonged connection, he became so like his new companions that when he returned to men, they no longer recognized him. He was therefore given the name of the animal which he resembled. It is from his stay in this mythical land that he brought back the totemic emblem, together with the powers and virtues believed to be attached to it. Thus in this case, as in the others, men are believed to participate in the nature of the animal, though this participation may be conceived in slightly different forms. So, man also has something sacred about him. Though diffused into the whole organism, this characteristic is especially apparent in certain privileged places. There are organs and tissues that are specially marked out. These are particularly the blood and the hair. In the first place, Human blood is so holy a thing that in the tribes of Central Australia, it frequently serves to consecrate the most respected instruments of the cult. For example, in certain cases, the Nurtunja is regularly anointed from top to bottom with the blood of a man. It is upon ground all saturated with blood that the men of the Emu, among the Arunta, trace their sacred images. We shall presently see that streams of blood are poured upon the rocks which represent the totemic animals and plants. There is no religious ceremony where blood does not have some part to play. During the initiation, the adults open their veins and sprinkle the novice with their blood, and this blood is so sacred a thing that women may not be present while it is flowing. The sight of it is forbidden them, just as the sight of a churinga is. The blood lost by a young initiate during the very violent operations he must undergo has very particular virtues. It is used in various ceremonies. That which flows during the subincision is piously kept by the Arunta and buried in a place upon which they put a piece of wood, warning passers-by of the sacredness of the spot. No woman should approach it. The religious nature of blood also explains the equal importance, religiously, of the red ochre, which is very frequently employed in ceremonies. They rub the churinga with it and use it in ritual decorations. This is due to the fact that because of its color, it is regarded as something kindred to blood. Many deposits of red ochre, which are found in the Arunta territory, are even supposed to be the coagulated blood which certain heroines of the mythical period shed onto the soil. Hair has similar properties. The natives of the center wear belts made of human hair, whose religious functions we have already pointed out. They are also used to wrap up certain instruments of the cult. Does one man loan another one of his churinga? As a sign of acknowledgement, the second makes a present of hair to the first. These two sorts of things are therefore thought to be of the same order and of equivalent value, so the operation of cutting the hair is a ritual act accompanied by definite ceremonies. The individual operated upon must squat on the ground, with his face turned in the direction of the place where the fabulous ancestors from which the clan of his mother is believed to be descended are thought to have camped. For the same reason, as soon as a man is dead, they cut his hair off and put it away in some distant place, for neither women nor the non-initiated have the right of seeing it. It is here, far from profane eyes, that the belts are made. Other organic tissues might be mentioned which have similar properties in varying degrees. Such are the whiskers, the foreskin, the fat of the liver, etc. But it is useless to multiply examples. Those already given are enough to prove that there is something in man which holds profane things at a distance and which possesses a religious power. In other words, the human organism conceals within its depths a sacred principle, which visibly comes to the surface in certain determined cases. This principle does not differ materially from that which causes the religious character of the totem. In fact, we have just seen that the different substances in which it incarnates itself especially enter into the ritual composition of the objects of the cult, Nurtunja, totemic designs, or else are used in the anointings whose object is to renew the virtues either of the churinga or of the sacred rocks. They are things of the same species. Sometimes, the religious dignity which is inherent in each member of the clan on this account is not equal for all. Men possess it to a higher degree than women. In relation to them, women are like profane beings. Thus, every time that there is an assembly, either of the totemic group or of the tribe, the men have a separate camp distinct from that of the women, and into which these latter may not enter, they are separated off. But there are also differences in the way in which men are marked with a religious character. The young men not yet initiated are wholly deprived of it, since they are not admitted to the ceremonies. It is among the old men that it reaches its greatest intensity. They are so very sacred that certain things forbidden to ordinary people are permissible for them. They may eat the totemic animal more freely, and, as we have seen, there are even some tribes where they are freed from all dietetic restrictions. So we must be careful not to consider totemism a sort of animal worship. The attitude of a man towards the animals or plants whose name he bears is not at all that of a believer towards his God, for he belongs to the sacred world himself. Their relations are rather those of two beings who are on the same level and of equal value. The most that can be said is that in certain cases, at least, the animal seems to occupy a slightly more elevated place in the hierarchy of sacred things. It is because of this that it is sometimes called the father or the grandfather of the men of the clan, which seems to show that they feel themselves in a state of moral dependence in regard to it. But in other, and perhaps even more frequent cases, it happens that the expressions used denote rather a sentiment of equality. The totemic animal is called the friend or the elder brother of its human fellows. Finally, the bonds which exist between them and it are much more like those which unite the members of a single family. The animals and the men are made of the same flesh, as the Bwandiks say. On account of this kinship, men regard the animals of the totemic species as kindly associates upon whose aid they think they can rely. They call them to their aid, and they come to direct their blows in the hunt and to give warnings of whatever dangers there may be. In return for this, men treat them with regard and are never cruel to them. But these attentions in no way resemble a cult. Men sometimes even appear to have a mysterious sort of property right over their totems. The prohibition against killing and eating them is applied only to members of the clan, of course. It could not be extended to other persons without making life practically impossible. If, in a tribe like the Arunta, where there is such a host of different totems, it were forbidden to eat, not only the animal or plant whose name one bears, but also all the animals and all the plants which serve as totems to other clans, the sources of food would be reduced to nothing. Yet, there are tribes where the consumption of the totemic plant or animal is not allowed without restrictions, even to foreigners. Among the Wakelbura, it must not take place in the presence of men of this totem. In other places, their permission must be given. For example, among the Kaitish and the Umajera, whenever a man of the Emu totem happens to be in a place occupied by a grass seed clan, and gathers some of these seed, before eating them he must go to the chief and say to him, quote, "I have gathered these seeds in your country," end quote. To this the chief replies, quote, "All right, you may eat them," end quote. But if the Emu man ate them before demanding permission, it is believed that he would fall sick and run the risk of dying. There are even cases where the chief of the group must take a little of the food and eat it himself. It is a sort of payment which must be made. For the same reason, the Churinga gives the hunter a certain power over the corresponding animal. By rubbing his body with a Euro Churinga, for example, a man acquires a greater chance of catching Euros. This is the proof that the fact of participating in the nature of a totemic being confers a sort of eminent right over this latter. Finally, there is one tribe in northern Queensland, the Karingbul, where the men of the totem are the only ones who have a right to kill the animal or, if the totem is a tree, to peel off its bark. Their aid is indispensable to all others who want to use the flesh of this animal or the wood of this tree for their own personal ends. So they appear as proprietors, though it is quite evidently over a special sort of property, of which we find it hard to form an idea. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Section 21 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 3, Section 1. The Cosmological System of Totemism and the Idea of Class. We are beginning to see that Totemism is a much more complex religion than it first appeared to be. We have already distinguished 3 classes of things which it recognizes as sacred in varying degrees: the totemic emblem, the animal or plant whose appearance this emblem reproduces, and the members of the clan. However, this list is not yet complete. In fact, a religion is not merely a collection of fragmentary beliefs in regard to special objects like those we have just been discussing. To a greater or less extent, all known religions have been systems of ideas which tend to embrace the universality of things and to give us a complete representation of the world. If Totemism is to be considered as a religion comparable to the others, it too should offer us a conception of the universe. As a matter of fact, it does satisfy this condition. The fact that this aspect of totemism has generally been neglected is due to the too narrow notion of the clan which has been prevalent. Ordinarily, it is regarded as a mere group of human beings. Being a simple subdivision of the tribe, it seems that, like this, it is made up of nothing but men. But in reasoning thus, we substitute our European ideas for those which the primitive has of man and of society. For the Australian, things themselves, everything which is in the universe, are a part of the tribe. They are constituent elements of it and, so to speak, regular members of it. Just like men, they have a determined place in the general scheme of organization of the society. Quote, "The South Australian savage," end quote, says Fisson, quote, "looks upon the universe as the great tribe, to one of whose divisions he himself belongs, and all things, animate and inanimate, which belong to his class are parts of the body corporate, whereof he himself is a part," end quote. As a consequence of this principle, whenever the tribe is divided into two phratries, all known things are distributed between them. Quote, "all nature," end quote, says Palmer, in speaking of the Bellinger River tribe, quote, "is also divided into class, phratry names. The sun and moon and stars are said to belong to classes, phratries, just as the blacks themselves," end quote. The Port Mackay tribe in Queensland has two phratries, with the names Yungaru and Wutaru, as do the neighboring tribes. Now, as Bridgman says, quote, "all things, animate and inanimate, are divided by these tribes into two classes, named Yungaru and Wutaru," end quote. Nor does the classification stop here. The men of each phratry are distributed among a certain number of clans. Likewise, the things attributed to each phratry are in their turn distributed among the clans of which the phratry is composed. A certain tree, for example, will be assigned to the kangaroo clan and to it alone. Then, just like the human members of the clan, it will have the kangaroo as totem. Another will belong to the snake clan. Clouds will be placed under one totem, the sun under another, etc. All known things will thus be arranged in a sort of tableau or systemic classification embracing the whole of nature. We have given a certain number of these classifications elsewhere. At present, we shall confine ourselves to repeating a few of these as examples. One of the best known of these is the one found in the Mount Gambier tribe. This tribe includes two phratries, named respectively the Kumite and the Kroki. Each of these, in its turn, is subdivided into 5 clans. Now, quote, "everything in nature belongs to one or another of these 10 clans," end quote. Fisson and Howitt say they are all, quote, "included," end quote, within it. In fact, they are classified under these 10 totems just like species in their respective classes. This is well shown by the following table, based on information gathered by Kerr and by Fisson and Howitt. Now there are 2 phratries, each consisting of 5 clans. The first, the Kumite, has as clans the Fishhawk clan, to which are classed smoke, honeysuckle, certain trees, etc. The second clan is the Pelican clan, to which are classed blackwood trees, dogs, fire, frost, etc. The third clan is the Crow clan, to which are classed rain, thunder, lightning, clouds, hail, winter, etc. The fourth clan is the Black Cockatoo clan, to which are classed the stars, the moon, etc. And the fifth clan is a non-poisonous snake clan, to which are classed fish, seal, eel, the stringy bark tree, etc. These are the 5 clans of the Kumite. The second phratry is the Croaky phratry, to which there are 5 clans. The first clan of the Croaky phratry is the Tea Tree clan, to which are classed duck, crayfish, owls, etc. The second clan is an edible root clan, to which are classed bustard, quail, a small kangaroo, etc. The third clan of the Croaky phratry is a white crestless cockatoo clan, to which are classed kangaroo, the summer, the sun, wind, the autumn, etc. Details are lacking for the 4th and 5th Croaky clans. The list of things attached to each clan is quite incomplete. Kerr himself warns us that he has limited himself to enumerating some of them. But through the work of Matthews and of Howitt, we have more extended information today on the classification adopted by the Wotjobaluk tribe, which enables us to better understand how a system of this kind is able to include the whole universe as known to the natives. The Wotjobaluk also are divided into 2 phratries, called Gurogiti and Gumati, Krokich and Gamuch according to Howitt. Not to prolong this enumeration, we shall content ourselves with indicating, after Matthews, the things classed in some of the clans of the Gurogiti phratry. In the clan of the Yam are classified the plain turkey, the native cat, the mopoke, the dim owl, the Malay hen, the rosella parrot, the pewee. In the Mussel clan are the grey emu, the porcupine, the curlew, the white cockatoo, the wood duck, the Malay lizard, the stinking turtle, the flying squirrel, the ring-tail opossum, the bronze-wing pigeon, the wijugla. In the Sun clan are the bandicoot, the moon, the kangaroo rat, the black and white magpies, the opossum, the ngurt hawk, the gum tree grub, the wattle tree grub, the planet Venus. In the clan of the warm wind are the grey-headed eagle hawk, the carpet snake, the smoker parrot, the shell parrot, the murakan hawk, the dikkomur snake, the ringneck parrot, the mirudai snake, the shingle-back lizard. If we remember that there are many other clans, Howitt names 12 and Matthews 14 and adds that his list is incomplete, we will understand how all the things in which the native takes an interest find a natural place in these classifications. Similar arrangements have been observed in the most diverse parts of the Australian continent, in South Australia, in Victoria, and in New South Wales among the Ewahlai. Very clear traces of it are found in the central tribes. In Queensland, where the clans seem to have disappeared and where the matrimonial classes are the only subdivisions of the phratry, things are divided up among these classes. Thus the Wakelbura are divided into 2 phratries, Mallera and Wutaru. The classes of the first are called Kurgilla and Bambe, those of the second, Wungo and Obu. Now to the Bambe belong the opossum, the kangaroo, the dog, honey of little bees, etc. To the Wungo are attributed the emu, the bandicoot, the black duck, the black snake, the brown snake. To the Obu, the carpet snake, the honey of stinging bees, etc. To the Kurgilla, the porcupine, the turkey of the plains, water, rain, fire, thunder, etc. This same organization is found among the Indians of North America. The Zunyi have a system of classification which, in its essential lines, is in all points comparable to the one we have just described. that of the Omaha rests on the same principles as that of the Audiobook. An echo of these same ideas survives even into the more advanced societies. Among the Haida, all the gods and mythical beings who are placed in charge of the different phenomena of nature are classified in one or the other of the two phratries which make up the tribe, just like men. Some are eagles, the others crows. Now the gods of things are only another aspect of the things which they govern. This mythological classification is therefore merely another form of the preceding one. So we may rest assured that this way of conceiving the world is independent of all ethnic or geographic particularities, and at the same time it is clearly seen to be closely united to the whole system of totemic beliefs. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 3, Section 2. In the paper to which we have already made allusion several times, we have shown what light these facts throw upon the way in which the idea of kind or class was formed in humanity. In fact, these systematic classifications are the first we meet with in history, and we have just seen that they are modeled upon the social organization, or rather, that they have taken the forms of society as their framework. It is the phratries which have served as classes, and the clans as species. It is because men were organized that they have been able to organize things. For in classifying these latter, they limited themselves to giving them places in the groups they formed themselves. And if these different classes of things are not merely put next to each other, but are arranged according to a unified plan, it is because the social groups with which they commingle themselves are unified, and through their union form an organic whole, the tribe. The unity of these first logical systems merely reproduces the unity of the society. Thus we have an occasion for verifying the proposition which we laid down at the commencement of this work, and for assuring ourselves that the fundamental notions of the intellect, the essential categories of thought, may be the product of social factors. The above-mentioned facts show clearly that this is the case with the very notion of category itself. However, it is not our intention to deny that the individual intellect has of itself the power of perceiving resemblances between the different objects of which it is conscious. Quite on the contrary, it is clear that even the most primitive and simple classifications presuppose this faculty. The Australian does not place things in the same clan or in different clans at random. For him, as for us, similar images attract one another, while opposed ones repel one another, and it is on the basis of these feelings of affinity or of repulsion that he classifies the corresponding things in one place or another. There are also cases where we are able to perceive the reasons which inspired this. The two phratries were very probably the original and fundamental bases for these classifications, which were consequently bifurcate at first. Now, when a classification is reduced to two classes, these are almost necessarily conceived as antitheses. They are used primarily as a means of clearly separating things between which there is a very marked contrast. Some are set at the right, the others at the left. As a matter of fact, this is the character of the Australian classifications. If the white cockatoo is in one phratry, the black one is in the other. If the sun is on one side, the moon and the stars of night are on the opposite side. Very frequently, the beings which serve as the totems of the two phratries have contrary colors. These oppositions are even met with outside of Australia, where one of the phratries is disposed to peace, the other is disposed to war. If one has water as its totem, the other has earth. This is undoubtedly the explanation of why the two phratries have frequently been thought of as naturally antagonistic to one another. They say that there is a sort of rivalry, or even a constitutional hostility between them. This opposition of things has extended itself to persons. The logical contrast has begotten a sort of social conflict. It is also to be observed that within each phratry, those things have been placed in a single clan, which seem to have the greatest affinity with that serving as totem. For example, the moon has been placed with the black cockatoo, but the sun, together with the atmosphere and the wind, with the white cockatoo. Or again, to a totemic animal has been united all that serves him as food, as well as the animals with which he has the closest connection. Of course, we cannot always understand the obscure psychology which has caused many of these connections and distinctions, but the preceding examples are enough to show that a certain intuition of the resemblances and differences presented by things has played an important part in the genesis of these classifications. But the feeling of resemblances is one thing, and the idea of class is another. The class is the external framework of which objects perceive to be similar form, in part, the contents. Now the contents cannot furnish the frame into which they fit. They are made up of vague and fluctuating images, due to the superimposition and partial fusion of a determined number of individual images, which are found to have common elements. The framework, on the contrary, is a definite form with fixed outlines, but which may be applied to an undetermined number of things, perceived or not, actual or possible. In fact, every class has possibilities of extension, which go far beyond the circle of objects which we know, either from direct experience or from resemblance. This is why every school of thinkers has refused, and not with good reason, to identify the idea of class with that of a generic image. The generic image is only the indistinctly bounded residual representation left in us by similar representations, when they are present in consciousness simultaneously. The class is a logical symbol by means of which we think distinctly of these similarities and of other analogous ones. Moreover, the best proof of the distance separating these two notions is that an animal is able to form generic images, though ignorant of the art of thinking, in classes and species. The idea of class is an instrument of thought which has obviously been constructed by men, but in constructing it, we have at least had need of a model, for how could this idea ever have been born if there had been nothing either in us or around us which was capable of suggesting it to us? To reply that it was given to us a priori is not to reply at all. This lazy man's solution is, as has been said, the death of analysis. But it is hard to see where we could have found this indispensable model, except in the spectacle of the collective life. In fact, a class is not an ideal, but a clearly defined group of things between which internal relationships exist, similar to those of kindred. Now the only groups of this sort known from experience are those formed by men in associating themselves. Material things may be able to form collections of units or heaps or mechanical assemblages with no internal unity, but not groups in the sense we have given the word. A heap of sand or a pile of rock is in no way comparable to that variety of definite and organized society which forms a class. In all probability, we would never have thought of uniting the beings of the universe into homogeneous groups, called classes, if we had not had the example of human societies before our eyes, if we had not even commenced by making things themselves members of men's society, and also if human groups and logical groups had not been confused at first. It is also to be borne in mind that a classification is a system whose parts are arranged according to a hierarchy. There are dominating members, and others which are subordinate to the first. Species and their distinctive properties depend upon classes and the attributes which characterize them. Again, the different species of a single class are conceived as all placed on the same level in regard to each other. Does someone prefer to regard them from the point of view of the understanding? Then he represents things to himself in an inverse order. He puts at the top the species that are the most particularized and the richest in reality, while the types that are most general and the poorest in qualities are at the bottom. Nevertheless, all are represented in a hierarchic form, and we must be careful not to believe that the expression has only a metaphorical sense here. There are really relations of subordination and coordination, the establishment of which is the object of all classification. And men would never have thought of arranging their knowledge in this way if they had not known beforehand what a hierarchy was. But neither the spectacle of physical nature nor the mechanism of mental associations could furnish them with this knowledge. The hierarchy is exclusively a social affair. It is only in society that there are superiors, inferiors, and equals. Consequently, even if the facts were not enough to prove it, the mere analysis of these ideas would reveal their origin. We have taken them from society and projected them into our conceptions of the world. It is society that has furnished the outlines which logical thought has filled in. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain, Book 2, Chapter 3, Section 3. But these primitive classifications have a no less direct interest for the origins of religious thought. They imply that all the things thus classed in a single clan or a single phratry are closely related both to each other and to the thing serving as the totem of this clan or phratry. When an Australian of the Port Mackay tribe says that the sun, snakes, etc. are of the Yungaroo phratry, he does not mean merely to apply a common, but nonetheless a purely conventional nomenclature to these different things. The word has an objective signification for him. He believes that, quote, alligators really are Yungaroo, and that kangaroos are Wootaroo. The sun is Yungaroo, the moon Wootaroo, and so on for the constellations, trees, plants, etc., end quote. An internal bond attaches them to the group in which they are placed. They are regular members of it. It is said that they belong to the group, just exactly as the individual men make a part of it. Consequently, the same sort of a relation unites them to these latter. Men regard the things in their clan as their relatives or associates. They call them their friends, and think that they are made out of the same flesh as themselves. Therefore, between the two there are elective affinities and quite special relations of agreement. Things and people have a common name, and in a certain way they naturally understand each other and harmonize with one another. For example, when a Wakelbura of the Malara phratry is buried, the scaffold upon which the body is exposed, quote, must be made of the wood of some tree belonging to the Malara phratry, end quote. The same is true for the branches that cover the corpse. If the deceased is of the Bombay class, a Bombay tree must be used. In this same tribe, a magician can use in his art only those things which belong to his own phratry. Since the others are strangers to him, he does not know how to make them obey him. Thus a bond of mystic sympathy unites each individual to those beings, whether living or not, which are associated with him. The result of this is a belief in the possibility of deducing what he will do or what he has done from what they are doing. Among these same Wakelbura, when a man dreams that he has killed an animal belonging to a certain social division, he expects to meet a man of this same division the next day. Inversely, the things attributed to a clan or phratry cannot be used against the members of this clan or phratry. Among the Wachabuluk, each phratry has its own special trees. Now in hunting an animal of the Gurogiti phratry, only arms whose wood is taken from trees of the other phratry may be used, and vice versa. Otherwise the hunter is sure to miss his aim. The native is convinced that the arrow would turn of itself and refuse, so to speak, to hit a kindred and friendly animal. Thus, the men of the clan and the things which are classified in it form by their union a solid system, all of whose parts are united and vibrate sympathetically. This organization, which at first may have appeared to us as purely logical, is at the same time moral. A single principle animates it and makes its unity. This is the totem. Just as a man who belongs to the Crow clan has within him something of this animal, so the rain, since it is of the same clan and belongs to the same totem, is also necessarily considered as being, quote, the same thing as a crow, end quote. For the same reason, the moon is a black cockatoo, the sun a white cockatoo, every black nut tree a pelican, etc. All the beings arranged in a single clan, whether men, animals, plants, or inanimate objects, are merely forms of the totemic being. This is the meaning of the formula which we have just cited, and this is what makes the two really of the same species. All are really of the same flesh, in the sense that all partake of the nature of the totemic animal. Also, the qualifiers given them are those given to the totem. The Audiobook give the name mir both to the totem and to the things classed with it. It is true that among the Arunta, where visible traces of classification still exist, as we shall see, different words designate the totem and the other beings placed with it. However, the name given to these latter bears witness to the close relations which unite them to the totemic animal. It is said that they are its intimates, its associates, its friends. It is believed that they are inseparable from it. So there is a feeling that these are very closely related things. But we also know that the totemic animal is a sacred being. All the things that are classified in the clan of which it is the emblem have this same character, because in one sense, they are animals of the same species, just as the man is. They too are sacred, and the classifications which locate them in relation to the other things of the universe, by that very act, give them a place in the religious world. For this reason, the animals or plants among these may not be eaten freely by the human members of the clan. Thus, in the Mount Gambier tribe, the men whose totem is a certain non-poisonous snake must not merely refrain from eating the flesh of this snake, that of seals, eels, etc. is also forbidden to them. If, driven by necessity, they do eat some of it, they must at least attenuate the sacrilege by expiatory rites, just as if they had eaten the totem itself. Among the Awakhlayi, where it is permitted to use the totem but not to abuse it, the same rule is applied to the other members of the clan. Among the Arunta, the interdictions protecting the totemic animal extend over the associated animals, and in any case, particular attention must be given to these latter. The sentiments inspired by the two are identical. But the fact that the things thus attached to the totem are not of a different nature from it, and consequently have a religious character, is best proved by the fact that on certain occasions they fulfill the same functions. They are accessory or secondary totems, or, according to an expression now consecrated by usage, they are sub-totems. It is constantly happening in the clans that under the influence of various sympathies, particular affinities are forming, smaller groups and more limited associations arise, which tend to lead a relatively autonomous life, and to form a new subdivision, like a sub-clan within the larger one. In order to distinguish and individualize itself, this sub-clan needs a special totem, or, consequently, a subtotem. Now the totems of these secondary groups are chosen from among the things classified under the principal totem. So they are always almost totems, and the slightest circumstance is enough to make them actually so. There is a latent totemic nature in them, which shows itself as soon as conditions permit it or demand it. It thus happens that a single individual has two totems, a principal totem common to the whole clan, and a subtotem, which is special to the subclan of which he is a member. This is something analogous to the nomen and cognomen of the Romans. Sometimes we see a subclan emancipate itself completely and become an autonomous group and an independent clan. Then the subtotem on its side becomes a regular totem. One tribe where this process of segmentation has been pushed to the limit, so to speak, is the Arunta. the information contained in the first book of Spencer and Gillen show that there were some 60 totems among the Arunta, but the recent researches of Strelo have shown the number to be much larger. He counted no less than 442. Spencer and Gillen did not exaggerate at all when they said, quote, "In fact, there is scarcely an object, animate or inanimate, to be found in the country occupied by the natives which does not give its name to some totemic group." End quote. Now, this multitude of totems, whose number is prodigious when compared to the population, is due to the fact that under special circumstances, the original clans have divided and subdivided infinitely. Consequently, nearly all the subtotems have passed to the stage of totems. This has been definitely proved by the observations of Strelo. Spencer and Gillen cited only certain isolated cases of associated totems. Strelo has shown that this is in reality an absolutely general organization. He has been able to draw up a table where nearly all the totems of the Arunta are classified according to this principle. All are attached, either as associates or as auxiliaries, to some 60 principal totems. The first are believed to be in the service of the second. This state of dependence is very probably the echo of a time when the, quote, allies, end quote, of today were only subtotems, and consequently when the tribe contained only a small number of clans subdivided into subclans. Numerous survivals confirm this hypothesis. It frequently happens that two groups thus associated have the same totemic emblem. Now this unity of emblem is explicable only if the two groups were at first only one. The relation of the two clans is also shown by the part and the interest that each one takes in the rights of the other. The two cults are still only imperfectly separated. This is very probably because they were at first completely intermingled. Tradition explains the bonds which unite them by imagining that formerly the two clans occupied neighboring places. In other cases, the myth says expressly that one of them was derived from the other. It is related that at first the associated animal belonged to the species still serving as principal totem. It differentiated itself at a later period. Thus, the Chantunga birds, which are associated with the Witchetly grub today, were Witchetly grubs in fabulous times who later transformed themselves into birds. Two species which are now attached to the honey ant were formerly honey ants, etc. This transformation of a subtotem into a totem goes on by imperceptible degrees, so that in certain cases the situation is undecided, and it is hard to say whether one is dealing with a principal totem or a secondary one. As Howitt says in regard to the Audiobook, there are subtotems which are totems in formation. Thus, the different things classified in a clan constitute, as it were, so many nuclei around which new totemic cults are able to form. This is the best proof of the religious sentiments which they inspire. If they did not have a sacred character, they could not be promoted so easily to the same dignity as the things which are sacred before all others, the regular totems. So the field of religious things extends well beyond the limits within which it seemed to be confined at first. It embraces not only the totemic animals and the human members of the clan, but since no known thing exists that is not classified in a clan and under a totem, there is likewise nothing which does not receive to some degree something of a religious character. When, in the religions which later come into being, the gods properly so-called appear, each of them will be set over a special category of natural phenomena, this one over the sea, that one over the air, another over the harvest or over fruits, etc., and each of these provinces of nature will be believed to draw what life there is in it from the god upon whom it depends. This division of nature among the different divinities constitutes the conception which these religions give us of the universe. Now, so long as humanity has not passed the phase of totemism, the different totems of the tribe fulfill exactly the same functions that will later fall upon the divine personalities. In the Mount Gambier tribe, which we have taken as our principal example, there are 10 clans. Consequently, the entire world is divided into 10 classes, or rather into 10 families, each of which has a special totem as its basis. It is from this basis that the things classed in the clan get all their reality, for they are thought of as variant forms of the totemic being. To return to our example, the rain, thunder, lightning, clouds, hail, and winter are regarded as different sorts of crows. When brought together, these 10 families of things make up a complete and systematic representation of the world, and this representation is religious, for religious notions furnish its basis. Far from being limited to one or two categories of beings, the domain of totemic religion extends to the final limits of the known universe. Just like the Greek religion, it puts the divine everywhere. The celebrated formula, panta plere theon, everything is full of the gods, might equally well serve it as motto. However, if totemism is to be represented thus, the notion of it which has long been held must be modified on one essential point. Until the discoveries of recent years, it was made to consist entirely in the cult of one particular totem, and it was defined as the religion of the clan. From this point of view, each tribe seemed to have as many totemic religions, each independent of the others, as it had different clans. This conception was also in harmony with the idea currently held of the clan. In fact, this was regarded as an autonomous society, more or less closed to other similar societies, or having only external and superficial relations with these latter. But the reality is more complex. Undoubtedly, the cult of each totem has its home in the corresponding clan. It is there, and only there, that it is celebrated. It is members of the clan who have charge of it. It is through them that it is transmitted from one generation to another, along with the beliefs which are its basis. But it is also true that the different totemic cults thus practiced within a single tribe do not have a parallel development, though remaining ignorant of each other, as if each of them constituted a complete and self-sufficing religion. On the contrary, they mutually imply each other. They are only the parts of a single whole, the elements of a single religion. The men of one clan never regard the beliefs of neighboring clans with that indifference, skepticism, or hostility which one religion ordinarily inspires for another which is foreign to it. They partake of these beliefs themselves. The Crow people are also convinced that the Snake people have a mythical serpent as ancestor, and that they owe special virtues and marvelous powers to this origin. And have we not seen that at least in certain conditions, a man may eat a totem that is not his own only after he has observed certain ritual formalities? Especially, he must demand the permission of the men of this totem, if any are present. So for him also, this food is not entirely profane. He also admits that there are intimate affinities between the members of a clan of which he is not a member and the animal whose name they bear. Also, this community of belief is sometimes shown in the cult. If in theory the rites concerning a totem can be performed only by the men of this totem, nevertheless representatives of different clans frequently assist at them. It sometimes happens that their part is not simply that of spectators. It is true that they do not officiate, but they decorate the officiants and prepare the service. They themselves have an interest in its being celebrated. Therefore, in certain tribes, it is they who invite the qualified clan to proceed with the ceremonies. There is even a whole cycle of rites which must take place in the presence of the assembled tribe. These are the totemic ceremonies of initiation. Finally, the totemic organization, such as we have just described it, must obviously be the result of some sort of an indistinct understanding between all the members of the tribe. It is impossible that each clan should have made its beliefs in an absolutely independent manner. It is absolutely necessary that the cults of the different totems should be in some way adjusted to each other, since they complete one another exactly. In fact, we have seen that normally a single totem is not repeated twice in the same tribe, and that the whole universe is divided up among the totems thus constituted in such a way that the same object is not found in two different clans. So methodical a division could never have been made without an agreement, tacit or planned, in which the whole tribe participated. So, the group of beliefs which thus arise are partially, but only partially, a tribal affair. To sum up, then, in order to form an adequate idea of totemism, we must not confine ourselves within the limits of the clan, but must consider the tribe as a whole. It is true that the particular cult of each clan enjoys a very great autonomy. We can now see that it is within the clan that the active ferment of their religious life takes place. But it is also true that these cults fit into each other and the totemic religion in a complex system formed by their union, just as Greek polytheism was made by the union of all the particular cults addressed to the different divinities. We have just shown that, thus understood, Totemism also has its cosmology. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Chapter 4. Totemic Beliefs, the Individual Totem and the Sexual Totem. Up to the present, we have studied totemism only as a public institution. The only totems of which we have spoken are common to a clan, a phratry, or, in a sense, to a tribe. An individual has a part in them only as a member of a group, but we know that there is no religion which does not have an individual aspect. This general observation is applicable to totemism. In addition to the impersonal and collective totems, which hold the first place, there are others which are peculiar to each individual, which express his personality, and whose cult he celebrates in private. 1. In certain Australian tribes, and in the majority of the Indian tribes of North America, each individual personally sustains relations with some determined object, which are comparable to those which each clan sustains with its totem. This is sometimes an inanimate being or an artificial object, but it is generally an animal. In certain cases, a special part of the organism, such as the head, the feet, or the liver, fulfills this office. The name of the thing also serves as the name of the individual. It is his personal name, his forename, which is added to that of the collective totem, as the praenomen of the Romans was to the nomen gentilicium. It is true that this fact is not reported except in a certain number of societies, but it is probably general. In fact, we shall presently show that there is an identity of nature between the individual and the thing. Now, an identity of nature implies one of name. Being given in the course of especially important religious ceremonies, this forename has a sacred character. It is not pronounced in the ordinary circumstances of profane life. It even happens that the word designating this object in the ordinary language must be modified to a greater or less extent if it is to serve in this particular case. This is because the terms of the usual language are excluded from religious life. In certain American tribes, at least, this name is reinforced by an emblem belonging to each individual and representing, under various forms, the thing designated by the name. For example, each Mandan wears the skin of the animal of which he is the namesake. If it is a bird, he decorates himself with its feathers. The Hurons and Algonquins tattoo their bodies with its image. It is represented on their arms. Among the northwestern tribes, the individual emblem, just like the collective emblem of the clan, is carved or engraved on the utensils, houses, and so forth. It serves as a mark of ownership. Frequently, the two coats of arms are combined together, which partially explains the great diversity of aspects presented by the totemic escutcheons among these peoples. Between the individual and his animal namesake, there exist the very closest bonds. The man participates in the nature of the animal. He has its good qualities as well as its faults. For example, a man having the eagle as his coat of arms is believed to possess the gift of seeing into the future. If he is named after a bear, they say that he is apt to be wounded in combat, for the bear is heavy and slow and easily caught. If the animal is despised, the man is the object of the same sentiment. The relationship of the two is even so close that it is believed that in certain circumstances, especially in the case of danger, the man can take the form of the animal. Inversely, the animal is regarded as a double of the man, as his alter ego. The association of the two is so close that their destinies are frequently thought to be bound up together. Nothing can happen to one without the others feeling a reaction. If the animal dies, the life of the man is menaced. Thus it comes to be a very general rule that one should not kill the animal, nor eat its flesh. This interdiction, which, when concerning the totem of the clan, allows of all sorts of attenuations and modifications, is now much more formal and absolute. On its side, the animal protects the man and serves him as a sort of patron. It informs him of possible dangers and of the way of escaping them. They say that it is his friend. Since it frequently happens to possess marvelous powers, it communicates them to its human associate, who believes in them, even under the proof of bullets, arrows, and blows of every sort. This confidence of an individual in the efficacy of his protector is so great that he braves the greatest dangers and accomplishes the most disconcerting feats with an intrepid serenity. Faith gives him the necessary courage and strength. However, the relations of a man with his patron are not purely and simply those of dependence. He, on his side, is able to act upon the animal. He gives it orders. He has influence over it. A Kurnai, having the shark as an ally and friend, believes that he can disperse the sharks who menace a boat by means of a charm. In other cases, the relations thus contracted are believed to confer upon the man a special aptitude for hunting the animal with success. The very nature of these relations seems clearly to imply that the being to which each individual is thus associated is only an individual itself, and not a species. A man does not have a species as his alter ego. In fact, there are cases where it is certainly a certain determined tree, rock, or stone that fulfills this function. It must be thus every time that it is an animal, and that the existence of the animal and the man are believed to be connected. A man could not be united so closely to a whole species, for there is not a day, nor, so to speak, an instant, when the species does not lose some one of its members. Yet the primitive has a certain incapacity for thinking of the individual apart from the species. The bonds uniting him to the one readily extend to the other. He confounds the two in the same sentiment. Thus the entire species becomes sacred for him. This protector is naturally given different names in different societies. Nagual, among the Indians of Mexico, Manitou, among the Algonquins, and Okai, among the Hurons, Snam, among certain Salish, Sula, among others, Bajan, among the Yuan, Yunbiai, among the Ulai, and so forth. Owing to the importance of these beliefs and practices among the Indians of North America, some have proposed creating a word Nagualism or Manitouism to designate them. But in giving them a special and distinctive name, we run the risk of misunderstanding their relations with the rest of Totemism. In fact, the same principle is applied in the one case to the clan and in the other to the individual. In both cases, we find the same belief that there are vital connections between the things and the men, and that the former are endowed with special powers, of which their human allies may also enjoy the advantage. We also find the same custom of giving the man the name of the thing with which he is associated, and of adding an emblem to this name. The totem is the patron of the clan, just as the patron of the individual is his personal totem. So it's important that our terminology should make the relationship of the two systems apparent. That is why we, with Fraser, shall give the name individual totemism to the cult rendered by each individual to his patron. A further justification of this expression is found in the fact that in certain cases the primitive himself uses the same word to designate the totem of the clan and the animal protector of the individual. If Tyler and Powell have rejected this term and demanded different ones for these two sorts of religious institutions, it is because the collective totem is, in their opinion, only a name or a label, having no religious character. But we, on the contrary, know it is a sacred thing, and even more so than the protecting animal. Moreover, the continuation of our study will show how these two varieties of totemism are inseparable from each other. Yet, howsoever close the kinship between these two institutions may be, there are important differences between them. While the clan believes that it is the offspring of the animal or plant serving it as its totem, the individual does not believe that he has any relationship of descent with his personal totem. It is a friend, an associate, a protector, but it is not a relative. He takes advantage of the virtues it is believed to possess, but he is not of the same blood. In the second place, the members of a clan allow neighboring clans to eat of the animal whose name they bear collectively, under the simple condition that the necessary formalities shall be observed. But on the contrary, the individual respects the species to which his personal totem belongs, and also protects it against strangers, at least in those parts where the destiny of the man is held to be bound up with that of the animal. But the chief difference between these two sorts of totems is in the manner in which they are acquired. The collective totem is part of the civil status of each individual. It is generally hereditary. In any case, it is birth which designates it, and the wish of men counts for nothing. Sometimes the child has the totem of his mother, Kamilaroi, Dieri, Urabuna, etc. Sometimes that of his father, Narinyeri, Waramunga, and so forth. Sometimes the one predominating in the locality where his mother conceived, Arunta, Loricha. But, on the contrary, the individual totem is acquired by a deliberate act. A whole series of ritual operations are necessary to determine it. The method generally employed by the Indians of North America is as follows. About the time of puberty, as the time for initiation approaches, the young man withdraws into a distant place, for example, into a forest. There, during a period varying from a few days to several years, he submits himself to all sorts of exhausting and unnatural exercises. He fasts, mortifies himself, and inflicts various mutilations upon himself. Now he wanders about, uttering violent cries and veritable howls. Now he lies extended, motionless and lamenting, upon the ground. Sometimes he dances, prays, and invokes his ordinary divinities. At last, he thus gets himself into an extreme state of super-excitation, verging on delirium. When he has reached this paroxysm, his representations readily take on the character of hallucinations. When, says Heckwelder, a boy is on the eve of being initiated, he is submitted to an alternating regime of fasts and medical treatment. He abstains from all food and takes the most powerful and repugnant drugs. At times, he drinks intoxicating concoctions until his mind really wanders. Then he has, or thinks he has, visions and extraordinary dreams to which he was, of course, predisposed by all this training. He imagines himself flying through the air, advancing under the ground, jumping from one mountaintop to another across the valleys, and fighting and conquering giants and monsters. If in these circumstances he sees, or as amounts to the same thing, he thinks he sees, while dreaming or while awake, an animal appearing to him in an attitude seeming to show friendly intentions, then he imagines that he has discovered the patron he awaited. Yet this procedure is rarely employed in Australia. On this continent, the personal totem seems to be imposed by a third party, either at birth or at the moment of initiation. Generally, it is a relative who takes this part, or else a personage invested with special powers, such as an old man or a magician. Sometimes divination is used for this purpose. For example, on Charlotte Bay, Cape Bedford, or the Proserpine River, the grandmother or some other old woman takes a little piece of umbilical cord to which the placenta is still attached and whirls it about quite violently. Meanwhile, the other old women propose different names. That one is adopted which happens to be pronounced just at the moment when the cord breaks. Among the Yarai Kana of Cape York, after a tooth has been knocked out of the young initiate, they give him a little water to rinse his mouth and ask him to spit in a bucketful of water. The old men carefully examine the clot formed by the blood and saliva thus spit out, and the natural object, whose shape it resembles, becomes the personal totem of the young man. In other cases, the totem is transmitted from one individual to another, for example, from father to son, or uncle to nephew. This method is also used in America. In a case reported by Hill Tout, the operator was a shaman who wished to transmit his totem to his nephew. The uncle took the symbol of his snam, his personal totem, which in this case was a dried bird's skin, and bade his nephew breathe upon it. He then blew upon it also himself, uttered some mystic words, and the dried skin seemed to Paul, the nephew, to become a living bird, which flew about them for a moment or two, and then finally disappeared. Paul was then instructed by his uncle to procure that day a bird's skin of the same kind as his uncle's, and wear it on his person. This he did, and that night he had a dream, in which the snam appeared to him in the shape of a human being, disclosed to him its mystic name by which it might be summoned, and promised him protection. Not only is the individual totem acquired and not given, but ordinarily the acquisition of one is not obligatory. In the first place, there are a multitude of tribes in Australia where the custom seems to be absolutely unknown. Also, even where it does exist, it is frequently optional. Thus, among the Ulai, while all the magicians have individual totems from which they get their powers, there are a great number of laymen who have none at all. It is a favor given by the magician, but which he reserves for his friends, his favorites, and those who aspire to becoming his colleagues. Likewise, among certain Salish, persons desiring to excel especially either in fighting or in hunting, or aspirants to the position of shaman, are the only ones who provide themselves with protectors of this sort. So, among certain peoples at least, the individual totem seems to be considered an advantage, a convenient thing, rather than a necessity. It is a good thing to have, but a man can do without one. Inversely, a man need not limit himself to a single totem. If he wishes to be more fully protected, nothing hinders his seeking and acquiring several. And if the one he has fulfills its part badly, he can change it. But while it is more optional and free, individual totemism contains within it a force of resistance never attained by the totemism of the clan. One of the chief informers of Hill Tout was a baptized Salish. However, though he had sincerely abandoned the faith of his fathers, and though he had become a model catechist, still his faith in the efficacy of his personal totems remained unshaken. Similarly, though no visible traces of collective totemism remain in civilized countries, the idea that there is a connection between each individual and some animal, plant, or other object is at the bottom of many customs still observable in many European countries. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Chapter 4. Totemic Beliefs, the Individual Totem and the Sexual Totem. Part 2. Between collective totemism and individual totemism, there is an intermediate form partaking of the characteristics of each. This is sexual totemism. It is found only in Australia and in a small number of tribes. It is mentioned especially in Victoria and New South Wales. Matthews, it is true, claims to have observed it in all the parts of Australia that he has visited, but he gives no precise facts to support this affirmation. Among these different peoples, all the men of the tribe on the one hand, and all the women on the other, to whatever special clan they may belong, form, as it were, two distinct and even antagonistic societies. Now, each of these two sexual corporations believes that it is united by mystical bonds to a determined animal. Among the Kurnai, all the men think they are brothers, as it were, of the Emu wren, the Yirung, all the women that they are sisters of the linnet, the Djitgung. All the men are Yirung, and all the women are Djitgung. Among the Wotjobalak and the Wurundjeri, it is the bat and the nightjar, a species of screech owl, respectively, who take this role. In other tribes, the woodpecker is substituted for the nightjar. Each sex regards the animal to which it is thus related as a sort of protector, which must be treated with the greatest regard. It is also forbidden to kill and eat it. Thus, this protecting animal plays the same part in relation to the sexual society that the totem of the clan plays to this latter group. So the expression sexual totemism, which we borrow from Fraser, is justified. This new sort of totem resembles that of the clan particularly in that it, too, is collective. It belongs to all the people of one sex indiscriminately. It also resembles this form in that it implies a relationship of descent and consanguinity between the animal patron and the corresponding sex. Among the Kurnai, all the men are believed to be descended from Yirung, and all the women from Djitgung. The first observer to point out this curious institution described it, in 1834, in the following terms, quote, Tilmun, a little bird the size of a thrush, it is a sort of woodpecker, is supposed by the women to be the first maker of women. These birds are held in veneration by the women only. End quote. So it was a great ancestor. But in other ways, this same totem resembles the individual totem. In fact, it is believed that each member of a sexual group is personally united to a determined individual of the corresponding animal species. The two lives are so closely associated that the death of the animal brings about that of the man. The life of a bat, say the Wotjobalak, is the life of a man. That is why each sex not only respects its own totem, but forces the members of the other to do so as well. Every violation of this interdiction gives rise to actual bloody battles between the men and the women. Finally, the really original feature of these totems is that they are, in a sense, a sort of tribal totems. In fact, they result from men's representing the tribe as descended, as a whole, from one couple of mythical beings. Such a belief seems to demonstrate clearly that the tribal sentiment has acquired sufficient force to resist, at least to a considerable extent, the particularism of the clans. In regard to the distinct origins assigned to men and to women, it must be said that its cause is to be sought in the separate conditions in which the men and the women live. It would be interesting to know how the sexual totems are related to the totems of the clans, according to the theory of the Australians. What relations there were between the two ancestors thus placed at the commencement of the tribe, and from which one each special clan is believed to be descended. But the ethnographical data at our present disposal do not allow us to resolve these questions. Moreover, however natural and even necessary it may appear to us, it is very possible that the natives never raised it. They do not feel the need of coordinating and systematizing their beliefs as strongly as we do. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 1. Origins of These Beliefs. critical examination of preceding theories. The beliefs which we have just summarized are manifestly of a religious nature, since they imply a division of things into sacred and profane. It is certain that there is no thought of spiritual beings, and in the course of our exposition we have not even had occasion to pronounce the words spirits, genii, or divine personalities. But if certain writers, of whom we shall have something more to say presently, have for this reason refused to regard Totemism as a religion, it is because they have an inexact notion of what religious phenomena are. On the other hand, we are assured that this religion is the most primitive one that is now observable, and even, in all probability, that has ever existed. In fact, it is inseparable from a social organization on a clan basis. Not only is it impossible, as we have already pointed out, to define it except in connection with the clan, but it even seems as though the clan could not exist, in the form it has taken in a great number of Australian societies, without the totem. For the members of a single clan are not united to each other either by a common habitat or by common blood, as they are not necessarily consanguineous, and are frequently scattered over different parts of the tribal territory. Their unity comes solely from their having the same name and the same emblem, their believing that they have the same relations with the same categories of things, their practicing the same rites, or in a word, from their participating in the same totemic cult. Thus Totemism and the clan mutually imply each other, insofar at least as the latter is not confounded with the local group. Now the social organization on a clan basis is the simplest which we know. In fact, it exists in all its essential elements from the moment when the society includes two primary clans. Consequently, we may say that there are none more rudimentary, as long as societies reduced to a single clan have not been discovered, and we believe that up to the present no traces of such have been found. A religion so closely connected to a social system, surpassing all others in simplicity, may well be regarded as the most elementary religion we can possibly know. If we succeed in discovering the origins of the beliefs which we have just analyzed, we shall very probably discover at the same time the causes leading to the rise of the religious sentiment in humanity. But before treating this question for ourselves, we must examine the most authorized solutions of it which have already been proposed. 1. In the first place, we find a group of scholars who believe that they can account for totemism by deriving it from some previous religion. For Tyler and Wilkin, totemism is a special form of the cult of the ancestors. It was the widespread doctrine of the transmigration of souls that served as a bridge between these two religious systems. A large number of peoples believe that after death, the soul does not remain disincarnate forever, but presently animates another living body. On the other hand, the lower psychology, drawing no definite line of demarcation between the souls of men and of beasts, can at least admit without difficulty the transmigration of human souls into the bodies of the lower animals. Tyler cites a certain number of cases. Under these circumstances, the religious respect inspired by the ancestor is quite naturally attached to the animal or plant with which he is presently confounded. The animal thus serving as a receptacle for a venerated being becomes a holy thing, the object of a cult, that is, a totem, for all the descendants of the ancestor who form the clan descended from him. Facts pointed out by Wilkin among the societies of the Malay archipelago would tend to prove that it really was in this manner that the totemic beliefs originated. In Java and Sumatra, crocodiles are especially honored. They are regarded as benevolent protectors who must not be killed. Offerings are made to them. Now the cult thus rendered to them is due to their being supposed to incarnate the souls of ancestors. The Malays of the Philippines consider the crocodile their grandfather. The tiger is treated in the same way for the same reasons. Similar beliefs have been observed among the Bantus. In Melanesia, it sometimes happens that an influential man, at the moment of death, announces his desire to reincarnate himself in a certain animal or plant. It is easily understood how the object thus chosen as his posthumous residence becomes sacred for his whole family. So, far from being a primitive fact, Totemism would seem to be the product of a more complex religion which preceded it. But the societies from which these facts were taken had already arrived at a rather advanced stage of culture. In any case, they had passed the stage of pure totemism. They have families and not totemic clans. Even the majority of the animals to which religious honors are thus rendered are venerated, not by special groups of families, but by the tribes as a whole. So if these beliefs and practices do have some connection with ancient totemic cults, they now represent only altered forms of them, and are consequently not very well fitted for showing us their origins. It is not by studying an institution at the moment when it is in full decadence that we can learn how it was formed. If we want to know how totemism originated, it is neither in Java, nor Sumatra, nor Melanesia that we must study it, but in Australia. Here we find neither a cult of the dead, nor the doctrine of transmigration. Of course, they believe that the mythical heroes, the founders of the clan, reincarnate themselves periodically, but this is in human bodies only. Each birth, as we shall see, is the product of one of these reincarnations. So if the animals of the totemic species are the object of rites, it is not because the ancestral souls are believed to reside in them. It is true that the first ancestors are frequently represented under the form of an animal, and this very common representation is an important fact for which we must account. But it was not the belief in metempsychosis which gave it birth, for this belief is unknown among Australian societies. Moreover, far from being able to explain totemism, this belief takes for granted one of the fundamental principles upon which this rests. That is to say, it begs the question to be explained. It, just as much as totemism, implies that man is considered a close relative of the animal. For if these two kingdoms were clearly distinguished in the mind, men would never believe that a human soul could pass so easily from one into the other. It is even necessary that the body of the animal be considered its true home, for it is believed to go there as soon as it regains its liberty. Now, while the doctrine of transmigration postulates this singular affinity, It offers no explanation of it. The only explanation offered by Tyler is that men sometimes resemble in certain traits the anatomy and physiology of the animal. Quote, "The half-human features and actions and characters of animals are watched with wondering sympathy by the savage, as by the child. The beast is the very incarnation of familiar qualities of man, and such names as lion, bear, fox, owl, parrot, viper, worm, when we apply them as epithets to man, condense into a word some leading features of a human life." End quote. But even if these resemblances are met with, they are uncertain and exceptional. Before all else, men resemble their relatives and companions, and not plants and animals. Such rare and questionable analogies could not overcome such unanimous proofs, nor could they lead a man to think of himself and his forefathers in forms contradicted by daily experience. So this question remains untouched, and as long as it is not answered, we cannot say that totemism is explained. Finally, this whole theory rests upon a fundamental misunderstanding. For Tyler, as for Wundt, totemism is only a particular case of the cult of animals. But we, on the contrary, know that it is something very different from a sort of animal worship. The animal is never adored. The man is nearly its equal, and sometimes even treats it as his possession. So far is he from being subordinate to it, like a believer before his God. If the animals of the totemic species are really believed to incarnate the ancestors, the members of foreign clans would not be allowed to eat their flesh freely. In reality, it is not to the animal as such that the cult is addressed, but to the emblem and the image of the totem. Now between this religion of the emblem and the ancestor cult, there is no connection whatsoever. While Tyler derives totemism from the ancestor cult, Jevons derives it from the nature cult, and here is how he does so. When, under the impulse of the surprise occasioned by the irregularities observed in the course of phenomena, man had once peopled the world with supernatural beings, they felt the need of making agreements with these redoubtable forces with which they had surrounded themselves. They understood that the best way to escape being overwhelmed by them was to ally themselves to some of them, and thus make sure of their aid. But at this period of history, men knew no other form of alliance and association than the one resulting from kinship. All the members of a single clan aid each other mutually because they are kindred, or, as amounts to the same thing, because they think they are. On the other hand, different clans treat each other as enemies because they are of different blood. So the only way of assuring themselves of the support of these supernatural beings was to adopt them as kindred, and to be adopted by them in the same quality. The well-known processes of the blood covenant permitted them to attain this result quite easily. But since at this period the individual did not yet have a real personality, and was regarded only as a part of his group or clan, it was the clan as a whole, and not the individual, which collectively contracted this relationship. For the same reason it was contracted, not with a particular object, but with the natural group or species of which this object was a part. For men think of the world as they think of themselves, and just as they could not conceive themselves apart from their clans, so they were unable to conceive of anything else as distinct from the species to which it belonged. Now, a species of things, united to a clan by a bond of kinship, is, says Jevons, a totem. In fact, it is certain that totemism implies the close association of a clan to a determined category of objects, but that this association was contracted with a deliberate design and in the full consciousness of an end sought after, as Jevons would have us believe, is a statement having but little harmony with what history teaches. Religions are too complex and answer to needs that are too many and too obscure to have their origin in a premeditated act of the will. And while it sins through oversimplicity, this hypothesis is also highly improbable. It says that men sought to assure themselves of the aid of the supernatural beings upon which things depend. Then they should preferably have addressed themselves to the most powerful of these, and to those whose protection promised to be the most beneficial. But quite on the contrary, the beings with whom they have formed this mystic kinship are often among the most humble which exist. Also, if it were only a question of making allies and defenders, they would have tried to make as many as possible, for one cannot be defended too well. Yet, as a matter of fact, each clan systematically contents itself with a single totem, that is to say, with one single protector, leaving the other clans to enjoy their own in perfect liberty. Each group confines itself within its own religious domain, never seeking to trespass upon that of its neighbors. This reserve and moderation are inexplicable according to the hypothesis under consideration. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 2. Moreover, all these theories are wrong in omitting one question which dominates the whole subject. We have seen that there are two sorts of totemism, that of the individual and that of the clan. There is too evident a kinship between the two for them not to have some connection with each other. So we may well ask if one is not derived from the other, and in the case of an affirmative answer, which is the more primitive? According to the solution accepted, the problem of the origins of totemism will be posed in different terms. This question becomes all the more necessary because of its general interest. Individual totemism is an individual aspect of the totemic cult. Then, if it was the primitive fact, we must say that religion is born in the consciousness of the individual, that before all else it answers to individual aspirations, and that its collective form is merely secondary. The desire for an undue simplicity with which ethnologists and sociologists are too frequently inspired has naturally led many scholars to explain, here as elsewhere, the complex by the simple, the totem of the group by that of the individual. Such, in fact, is the theory sustained by Fraser in his Golden Bough, by Hill Tout, by Miss Fletcher, by Boas, and by Swanton. It has the additional advantage of being in harmony with the conception of religion which is currently held. This is quite generally regarded as something intimate and personal. From this point of view, the totem of the clan can only be an individual totem which has become generalized. Some eminent man, having found from experience the value of a totem he chose for himself by his own free will, transmitted it to his descendants. These latter, multiplying as time went on, finally formed the extended family known as a clan, and thus the totem became collective. Hill Tout believes that he has found a proof supporting this theory in the way totemism has spread among certain societies of northwestern America, especially among the Salish and certain Indians on the Thompson River. Individual totemism and the clan totemism are both found among these peoples, but they either do not coexist in the same tribe, or else when they do coexist, they are not equally developed. They vary in an inverse proportion to each other, where the clan totem tends to become the general rule, the individual totem tends to disappear, and vice versa. Is that not as much as to say that the first is a more recent form of the second, which excludes it by replacing it? Mythology seems to confirm this interpretation. In these same societies, in fact, the ancestor of the clan is not a totemic animal. The founder of the group is generally represented in the form of a human being who, at a certain time, had entered into familiar relations with a fabulous animal from whom he received his totemic emblem. This emblem, together with the special powers which are attached to it, was then passed on to the descendants of this mythical hero by right of heritage. So these people themselves seem to consider the collective totem as an individual one, perpetuated in the same family. Moreover, it still happens today that a father transmits his own totem to his children. So if we imagine that the collective totem had, in a general way, this same origin, we are assuming that the same thing took place in the past, which is still observable today. It is still to be explained whence the individual totem comes. The reply given to this question varies with different authors. Hill Tout considers it a particular case of fetishism. Feeling himself surrounded on all sides by dreaded spirits, the individual experienced that sentiment which we have just seen Jevons attribute to the clan. In order that he might continue to exist, he sought some powerful protector in this mysterious world. Thus, the use of a personal totem became established. For Fraser, this same institution was rather a subterfuge or trick of war, invented by men that they might escape from certain dangers. It is known that according to a belief which is very widespread in a large number of inferior societies, the human soul is able, without great inconvenience, to quit the body it inhabits for a while. Howsoever far away it may be, it continues to animate this body by a sort of detached control. Then, in certain critical moments, when life is supposed to be particularly menaced, it may be desirable to withdraw the soul from the body and lead it to some place or into some object where it will be in greater security. In fact, there are a certain number of practices whose object is to withdraw the soul in order to protect it from some danger, either real or imaginary. For example, at the moment when men are going to enter a newly built house, a magician removes their souls and puts them in a sack, to be saved and returned to their proprietors after the door-sill has been crossed. This is because the moment when one enters a new house is exceptionally critical. One may have disturbed, and consequently offended, the spirits who reside in the ground, and especially under the sill, and if precautions are not taken, these could make a man pay dearly for his audacity. But when this danger is once past, and one has been able to anticipate their anger, and even to make sure of their favor through the accomplishment of certain rites, the souls may safely retake their accustomed place. It is this same belief which gave birth to the personal totem. To protect themselves from sorcery, men thought it wise to hide their souls in the anonymous crowd of some species of animal or vegetable. But after these relations had once been established, each individual found himself closely united to the animal or plant where his own vital principle was believed to reside. Two beings so closely united were finally thought to be practically indistinguishable. Men believed that each participated in the nature of the other. When this belief had once been accepted, it facilitated and hastened the transformation of the personal totem into an hereditary and consequently a collective totem. For it seemed quite evident that this kinship of nature should be transmitted hereditarily from father to child. We shall not stop to discuss these two explanations of the individual totem at length. They are ingenious fabrications of the mind, but they completely lack all positive proof. If we are going to reduce totemism to fetishism, we must first establish that the latter is prior to the former. Now, not merely is no fact brought forward to support this hypothesis, but it is even contradicted by everything that we know. The ill-determined group of rites going under the name of fetishism seem to appear only among peoples who have already attained to a certain degree of civilization. But it is a species of cult unknown in Australia. It is true that some have described the chiringa as a fetish, but even supposing that this qualification were justified, it would not prove the priority which is postulated. Quite on the contrary, the chiringa presupposes totemism, since it is essentially an instrument of the totemic cult and owes the virtues attributed to it to totemic beliefs alone. As for the theory of Fraser, it presupposes a thoroughgoing idiocy on the part of the primitive, which known facts do not allow us to attribute to him. He does have a logic, however strange this may at times appear. Now, unless he were completely deprived of it, he could never be guilty of the reasoning imputed to him. Nothing could be more natural than that he should believe it possible to assure the survival of his soul by hiding it in a secret and inaccessible place, as so many heroes of myths and legends are said to have done. But why should he think it safer in the body of an animal than in his own? Of course, if it were thus lost in space, it might have a chance to escape the spells of a magician more readily, but at the same time it would be prepared for the blows of hunters. It is a strange way of sheltering it to place it in a material form, exposing it to risks at every instant. But above all, it is inconceivable that a whole people should allow themselves to be carried into such an aberration. Finally, in a very large number of cases, the function of the individual totem is very different from that assigned it by Fraser. Before all else, it is a means of conferring extraordinary powers upon magicians, hunters, or warriors. As to the kinship of the man and the thing, with all the inconveniences it implies, it is accepted as a consequence of the right, but it is not desired in its and for itself. There is still less occasion for delaying over this controversy, since it concerns no real problem. What we must know before everything else is whether or not the individual totem is really a primitive fact, from which the collective totem was derived. For, according to the reply given to this question, we must seek the home of the religious life in one or the other of two opposite directions. Against the hypothesis of Hill Tout, Miss Fletcher, Boas, and Fraser, there is such an array of decisive facts that one is surprised that it has been so readily and so generally accepted. In the first place, we know that a man frequently has the greatest interest not only in respecting, but also in making his companions respect, the species serving him as personal totem. His own life is connected with it. Then, if collective totemism were only a generalized form of individual totemism, it too should repose upon this same principle. Not only should the men of a clan abstain from killing and eating their totem animal themselves, but they should also do all in their power to force this same abstention upon others. But as a matter of fact, far from imposing such a renunciation upon the whole tribe, each clan, by rites which we shall describe below, takes care that the plant or animal whose name it bears shall increase and prosper, so as to assure an abundant supply of food for the other clans. So we must at least admit that in becoming collective, individual totemism was transformed profoundly, and we must therefore account for this transformation. In the second place, how is it possible to explain, from this point of view, the fact that except where totemism is in full decay, two clans of a single tribe always have different totems? It seems that nothing prevents two or several members of a single tribe, even when there is no kinship between them, from choosing their personal totem in the same animal species and passing it on to their descendants. Does it not happen today that two distinct families have the same name? The carefully regulated way in which the totems and subtotems are divided up, first between the two phratries, and then among the various clans of the phratry, obviously presupposes a social agreement and a collective organization. This is as much as to say that totemism is something more than an individual practice spontaneously generalized. Moreover, collective totemism cannot be deduced from individual totemism except by a misunderstanding of the differences separating the two. The one is acquired by the child at birth. It is a part of his civil status. The other is acquired during the course of his life. It presupposes the accomplishment of a determined right and a change of condition. Some seek to diminish this distance by inserting between the two, as a sort of middle term, the right of each possessor of a totem to transmit it to whomsoever he pleases. But wherever these transfers do take place, they are rare and relatively exceptional acts. They cannot be performed except by magicians or other personages invested with special powers. In any case, they are possible only through ritual ceremonies which bring about the change. So it is necessary to explain how this prerogative of a few became the right of all, how that which at first implied a profound change in the religious and moral constitution of the individual was able to become an element of this constitution, and finally how a transmission which at first was the consequence of a right was later believed to operate automatically from the nature of things and without the intervention of any human will. In support of his interpretation, Hill-Tout claims that certain myths give the totem of the clan an individual origin. They tell how the Totemic emblem was acquired by some special individual who then transmitted it to his descendants. But in the first place, it is to be remarked that these myths are all taken from the Indian tribes of North America, which are societies arrived at a rather high degree of culture. How could a mythology so far removed from the origins of things aid in reconstituting the primitive form of an institution with any degree of certainty? There are many chances for intermediate causes to have gravely disfigured the recollection which these people have been able to retain. Moreover, it is very easy to answer these myths with others, which seem much more primitive and whose signification is quite different. The totem is there represented as the very being from whom the clan is descended. So it must be that it constitutes the substance of the clan. Men have it within them from their birth. It is a part of their very flesh and blood. So far are they from having received it from without. More than that, the very myths upon which Hill-Tout relies contain an echo of this ancient conception. The founder who gave his name to the clan certainly had a human form, but he was a man who, after living among animals of a certain species, finally came to resemble them. This is undoubtedly because a time came when the mind was too cultivated to admit any longer, as it had formerly done, that men might have been born of animals. So the animal ancestor, now become inconceivable, is replaced by a human being. But the idea persists that this man had acquired certain characteristics of the animal, either by imitation or by some other process. Thus, even this late mythology bears the mark of a more remote epoch, when the totem of the clan was never regarded as a sort of individual creation. But this hypothesis does not merely raise grave logical difficulties. It is contradicted directly by the following facts. If individual totemism were the initial fact, it should be more developed and apparent the more primitive the societies are, and inversely, it should lose ground and disappear before the other among the more advanced peoples. Now it is the contrary which is true. The Australian tribes are far behind those of North America. Yet Australia is the classic land of collective totemism. In the great majority of the tribes, it alone is found, while we do not know a single one where individual totemism alone is practiced. This latter is found in a characteristic form only in an infinitesimal number of tribes. Even where it is met with, it is generally in a rudimentary form. It is made up of individual and optional practices having no generality. Only magicians are acquainted with the art of creating mysterious relationships with species of animals to which they are not related by nature. Ordinary people do not enjoy this privilege. In America, on the contrary, the collective totem is in full decadence. In the societies of the Northwest especially, its religious character is almost gone. Inversely, the individual totem plays a considerable role among these same peoples. A very great efficacy is attributed to it. It has become a real public institution. This is because it is the sign of a higher civilization. This is undoubtedly the explanation of the inversion of these two forms of totemism, which Hiltout believes he has observed among the Salish. If in those parts where collective totemism is the most fully developed, the other form is almost lacking, it is not because the second has disappeared before the first, but rather because the conditions necessary for its existence have not yet been fully realized. But a fact which is still more conclusive is that individual totemism, far from having given birth to the totemism of the clan, presupposes this latter. It is within the frame of collective totemism that it is born and lives. It is an integral part of it. In fact, in those very societies where it is preponderating, the novices do not have the right of taking any animal as their individual totem. To each clan a certain definite number of species are assigned, outside of which it may not choose. In return, those belonging to it thus are its exclusive property. Members of other clans may not usurp them. They are thought to have relations of close dependence upon the one serving as totem to the clan as a whole. There are even cases where it is quite possible to observe these relations. The individual aspect represents a part or a particular aspect of the collective totem. Among the Watchabolic, each member of the clan considers the personal totems of his companions as being his own after a fashion, so they are probably subtotems. Now the subtotem supposes the totem, as the species supposes the class. Thus, the first form of individual religion met with in history appears, not as the active principle of all public religion, but, on the contrary, as a simple aspect of this latter. The cult which the individual organizes for himself in his own inner conscience, far from being the germ of the collective cult, is only this latter adapted to the personal needs of the individual. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 3. In a more recent study, which the works of Spencer and Gillen suggested to him, Fraser has attempted to substitute a new explanation of totemism for the one he first proposed, and which we have just been discussing. It rests on the postulate that the totemism of the Arunta is the most primitive which we know. Fraser even goes so far as to say that it scarcely differs from the really and absolutely original type. The singular thing about it is that the totems are attached neither to persons nor to determined groups of persons, but to localities. In fact, each totem has its center at some definite spot. It is there that the souls of the first ancestors, who founded the Totemic group at the beginning of time, are believed to have their preferred residence. It is there that the sanctuary is located where the Chiringa are kept. There the cult is celebrated. It is also this geographical distribution of totems which determines the manner in which the clans are recruited. The child has neither the totem of his father nor that of his mother, but the one whose center is at the spot where the mother believes that she felt the first symptoms of approaching maternity. For it is said that the Arunta is ignorant of the exact relation existing between generation and the sexual act. He thinks that every conception is due to a sort of mystic fecundation. According to him, it is due to the entrance of the soul of an ancestor into the body of a woman, and its becoming the principle of a new life there. So at the moment when a woman feels the first tremblings of the child, she imagines that one of the souls whose principal residence is at the place where she happens to be has just entered into her. As the child who is presently born is merely the reincarnation of this ancestor, he necessarily has the same totem. Thus his totem is determined by the locality where he is believed to have been mysteriously conceived. Now it is this local totemism which represents the original form of totemism. At most, it is separated from this by a very short step. This is how Fraser explains its genesis. At the exact moment when the woman realizes that she is pregnant, she must think that the spirit by which she feels herself possessed has come to her from the objects about her, and especially from one of those which attract her attention at the moment. So if she is engaged in plucking a plant or watching an animal, she believes that the soul of this plant or animal has passed into her. Among the things to which she will be particularly inclined to attribute her condition are, in the first place, the things she has just eaten. If she has recently eaten emu or yam, she will not doubt that an emu or yam has been born in her and is developing. Under these conditions, it is evident how the child, in his turn, will be considered a sort of yam or emu, how he regards himself as a relative of the plant or animal of the same species, how he has sympathy and regard for them, how he refuses to eat them, etc. From this moment, totemism exists in its essential traits. It is the native's theory of conception that gave rise to it, so Fraser calls this primitive totemism conceptional. It is from this original type that all the other forms of totemism are derived. Quote, "When several women had, one after the other, felt the first premonitions of maternity at the same spot and under the same circumstances, the place would come to be regarded as haunted by spirits of a peculiar sort, and so the whole country might in time be dotted over with totem centers and distributed into totem districts." End quote. This is how the local totemism of the Arunta originated. In order that the totems may subsequently be detached from their territorial base, it is sufficient to think that the ancestral souls, instead of remaining immutably fixed to a determined spot, are able to move freely over the surface of the territory, and that in their voyages they follow the men and women of the same totem as themselves. In this way, a woman may be impregnated by her own totem or that of her husband, though residing in a different totemic district. According to whether it is believed that it is the ancestor of the husband or of the wife who thus follow the family about, seeking occasions to reincarnate themselves, the totem of the child will be that of his father or mother. In fact, it is in just this way that the Gwanji and Umbaya on the one hand, and the Urabuna on the other, explain their systems of filiation. But this theory, like that of Tyler, rests upon a begging of the question. If he is to imagine that human souls are the souls of animals or plants, one must believe beforehand that men take either from the animal or vegetable world whatever is most essential in them. Now this belief is one of those at the foundation of totemism. To state it as something evident is therefore to take for granted that which is to be explained. Moreover, from this point of view, the religious character of the totem is entirely inexplicable, for the vague belief in an obscure kinship between the man and the animal is not enough to found a cult. This confusion of distinct kingdoms could never result in dividing the world into sacred and profane. It is true that, being consistent with himself, Fraser refuses to admit that totemism is a religion, under the pretext that he finds in it neither spiritual beings, nor prayers, nor invocations, nor offerings, etc. According to him, it is only a system of magic, by which he means a sort of crude and erroneous science, a first effort to discover the laws of things. But we know how inexact this conception, both of magic and of religion, is. We have a religion as soon as the sacred is distinguished from the profane, and we have seen that totemism is a vast system of sacred things. If we are to explain it, we must therefore show how it happened that these things were stamped with this character. But he does not even raise this problem. But this system is completely overthrown by the fact that the postulate upon which it rests can no longer be sustained. The whole argument of Fraser supposes that the local totemism of the Arunta is the most primitive we know, and especially that it is clearly prior to hereditary totemism, either in the paternal or the maternal line. Now, as soon as the facts contained in the first volume of Spencer and Gillen were at our disposal, we were able to conjecture that there had been a time in the history of the Arunta people when the totems, instead of being attached to localities, were transmitted hereditarily from mother to child. This conjecture is definitely proved by the new facts discovered by Strello, which only confirm the previous observations of Schultz. In fact, both of these authors tell us that even now, in addition to his local totem, each Arunta has another which is completely independent of all geographical conditions and which belongs to him as a birthright. It is his mother's. This second totem, just like the first, is considered a powerful friend and protector by the natives, which looks after their food, warns them of possible dangers, etc. They have the right of taking part in its cult. When they are buried, the corpse is laid so that the face is turned towards the region of the maternal totemic center. So after a fashion, this center is also that of the deceased. In fact, it is given the name Tamara Altgira, which is translated Camp of the Totem which is associated with me. So it is certain that among the Arunta, hereditary totemism in the uterine line is not later than local totemism, but on the contrary must have preceded it. For today, the maternal totem has only an accessory and supplementary role. It is a second totem, which explains how it was able to escape observation as attentive and careful as that of Spencer and Gillen. But in order that it should be able to retain this secondary place, being employed along with the local totem, there must have been a time when it held the primary place in the religious life. It is in part a fallen totem, but one recalling an epoch when the totemic organization of the Arunta was very different from what it is today. So the whole superstructure of Fraser's system is undermined at its foundation. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 4. Although Andrew Lang has actively contested this theory of Fraser's, the one he proposes himself in his later works resembles it on more than one point. Like Fraser, he makes totemism consist in the belief in a sort of consubstantiality of the man and the animal, but he explains it differently. He derives it entirely from the fact that the totem is a name. As soon as human groups were founded, each one felt the need of distinguishing between the neighboring groups with which it came into contact, and, with this end in view, it gave them different names. The names were preferably chosen from the surrounding flora and fauna, because animals and plants can easily be designated by movements or represented by drawings. The more or less precise resemblances which men may have with such and such objects determine the way in which these collective denominations were distributed among the groups. Now it is a well-known fact that to the early mind, names and the things known by names are in a mystic and transcendental connection of rapport. For example, the name of an individual is not considered as a simple word or conventional sign, but as an essential part of the individual himself. So if it were the name of an animal, the man would have to believe that he himself had the most characteristic attributes of this same animal. This theory would become better and better accredited as the historic origins of these denominations became more remote and were effaced from the memory. Myths arose to make this strange ambiguity of human nature more easily representable in the mind. To explain this, they imagined that the animal was the ancestor of the man, or else that the two were descended from a common ancestor. Thus came the conception of bonds of kinship uniting each clan to the animal species whose name it bore. With the origins of this fabulous kinship once explained, it seems to our author that totemism no longer contains a mystery. But whence comes the religious character of the totemic beliefs and practices? For the fact that a man considers himself an animal of a certain species does not explain why he attributes marvelous powers to this species, and especially why he renders a cult to the images symbolizing it. To this question, Lang gives the same response as Fraser. He denies that totemism is a religion. I find in Australia, he says, no example of religious practices such as praying to, nourishing, or burying the totem. It was only at a later epoch, when it was already established, that totemism was drawn into and surrounded by a system of conceptions properly called religious. According to a remark of Howitt, when the natives undertake the explanation of the totemic institutions, they do not attribute them to the totems themselves nor to a man, but to some supernatural being such as Bunjil or Byami. Accepting this evidence, says Lang, one source of the religious character of totemism is at once revealed. The totemist obeys the decree of Bunjil or Byami, as the Cretans obeyed the divine decrees given by Zeus to Minos. Now, according to Lang, the idea of these great divinities arose outside of the totemic system. So this is not a religion in itself. It has merely been given a religious coloring by contact with a genuine religion. But these very myths contradict Lang's conception of totemism. If the Australians had regarded totemism as something human and profane, it would never have occurred to them to make a divine institution out of it. If, on the other hand, they have felt the need of connecting it with a divinity, it is because they have seen a sacred character in it. So these mythological interpretations prove the religious nature of totemism, but do not explain it. Moreover, Lang himself recognizes that this solution is not sufficient. He realizes that totemic things are treated with a religious respect, that especially the blood of an animal, as well as that of a man, is the object of numerous interdictions, or, as he says, taboos, which this comparatively late mythology cannot explain. Then where do they come from? Here are the words with which Lang answers this question. Quote, "As soon as the animal-named groups evolved the universally diffused beliefs about the wakan or mana, or mystically sacred quality of the blood as the life, they would also develop the various taboos." End quote. The words wakan and mana, as we shall see in the following chapter, involve the very idea of sacredness itself. The one is taken from the language of the Sioux, the other from that of the Melanesian peoples. To explain the sacred character of totemic things by postulating this characteristic is to answer the question by the question. What we must find out is whence this idea of wakan comes, and how it comes to be applied to the totem, and all that is derived from it. As long as these two questions remain unanswered, nothing is explained. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 5, Section 5. We have now passed in review all the principal explanations which have been given for totemic beliefs, leaving to each of them its own individuality. But now that this examination is finished, we may state one criticism which addresses itself to all these systems alike. If we stick to the letter of the formulae, it seems that these may be arranged in two groups. Some, Fraser, Lang, deny the religious character of totemism. In reality, that amounts to denying the facts. Others recognize this, but think that they can explain it by deriving it from an anterior religion out of which totemism developed. But as a matter of fact, this distinction is only apparent. The first group is contained within the second. Neither Fraser nor Lang have been able to maintain their principles systematically and explain totemism as if it were not a religion. By the very force of facts, they have been compelled to slip ideas of a religious nature into their explanations. We have just seen how Lang calls in the idea of sacredness, which is the cardinal idea of all religion. Fraser, on his side, in each of the theories which he has successively proposed, appeals openly to the idea of souls or spirits. For according to him, totemism came from the fact that men thought they could deposit their souls in safety in some external object, or else that they attributed conception to a sort of spiritual fecundation of which a spirit was the agent. Now a soul, and still more a spirit, are sacred things and the object of rites. So the ideas expressing them are essentially religious, and it is therefore in vain that Fraser makes totemism a mere system of magic, for he succeeds in explaining it only in the terms of another religion. We have already pointed out the insufficiencies of animism and naturism, so one may not have recourse to them as Tyler and Jevons do, without exposing himself to these same objections. Yet neither Fraser nor Lang seems to dream of the possibility of another hypothesis. On the other hand, we know that totemism is tightly bound up with the most primitive social system which we know, and in all probability of which we can conceive. To suppose that it has developed out of another religion, differing from it only in degree, is to leave the data of observation and enter into the domain of arbitrary and unverifiable conjectures. If we wish to remain in harmony with the results we have already obtained, it is necessary that while affirming the religious nature of totemism, we abstain from deriving it from another different religion. There can be no hope of assigning it non-religious ideas as its cause, but among the representations entering into the conditions from which it results, there may be some which directly suggest a religious nature of themselves. These are the ones we must look for. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 1. The notion of the totemic principle, or mana, and the idea of force. Since individual totemism is later than the totemism of the clan, and even seems to be derived from it, it is to this latter form that we must turn first of all. But as the analysis which we have just made of it has resolved it into a multiplicity of beliefs which may appear quite heterogeneous, before going farther, we must seek to learn what makes its unity. Begin section 1. We have seen that totemism places the figured representations of the totem in the first rank of the things it considers sacred. Next come the animals or vegetables whose name the clan bears, and finally the members of the clan. Since all these things are sacred in the same way, though to different degrees, their religious character can be due to none of the special attributes distinguishing them from each other. If a certain species of animal or vegetable is the object of a reverential fear, this is not because of its special properties, for the human members of the clan enjoy this same privilege, though to a slightly inferior degree, while the mere image of this same plant or animal inspires an even more pronounced respect. The similar sentiments inspired by these different sorts of things in the mind of the believer, which give them their sacred character, can evidently come only from some common principle partaken of alike by the totemic emblems, the men of the clan, and the individuals of the species serving as totem. In reality, it is to this common principle that the cult is addressed. In other words, Totemism is the religion, not of such and such animals or men or images, but of an anonymous and impersonal force, found in each of these beings but not to be confounded with any of them. No one possesses it entirely, and all participate in it. It is so completely independent of the particular subjects in whom it incarnates itself, that it precedes them and survives them. Individuals die, generations pass and are replaced by others, but this force always remains actual, living, and the same. It animates the generations of today as it animated those of yesterday, and as it will animate those of tomorrow. Taking the words in a large sense, we may say that it is the God adored by each totemic cult. Yet it is an impersonal God, without name or history, immanent in the world and diffused in an innumerable multitude of things. But even now we have only an imperfect idea of the real ubiquity of this quasi-divine entity. It is not merely found in the whole totemic species, the whole clan, and all the objects symbolizing the totem. The circle of its action extends beyond that. In fact, we have seen that in addition to the eminently holy things, all those attributed to the clan as dependencies of the principal totem have this same character to a certain degree. They also have something religious about them, for some are protected by interdictions, while others have determined functions in the ceremonies of the cult. Their religiousness does not differ in kind from that of the totem under which they are classified. It must therefore be derived from the same source. So it is because the totemic god, to use again the metaphorical expression which we have just employed, is in them, just as it is in the species serving as totem and in the men of the clan. We may see how much it differs from the beings in which it resides from the fact that it is the soul of so many different beings. But the Australian does not represent this impersonal force in an abstract form. Under the influence of causes which we must seek, he has been led to conceive it under the form of an animal or vegetable species, or, in a word, of a visible object. This is what the totem really consists in. It is only the material form under which the imagination represents this immaterial substance, this energy diffused through all sorts of heterogeneous things, which alone is the real object of the cult. We are now in a better condition for understanding what the native means when he says that the men of the Crow fratry, for example, are crows. He does not exactly mean to say that they are crows in the vulgar and empiric sense of the term, but that the same principle is found in all of them, which is their most essential characteristic, which they have in common with the animals of the same name, and which is thought of under the external form of a crow. Thus the universe, as Totemism conceives it, is filled and animated by a certain number of forces which the imagination represents in forms taken, with only a few exceptions, from the animal or vegetable kingdoms. There are as many of them as there are clans in the tribe, and each of them is also found in certain categories of things, of which it is the essence and vital principle. When we say that these principles are forces, we do not take the word in a metaphorical sense. They act just like veritable forces. In one sense, there are even material forces which mechanically engender physical effects. Does an individual come in contact with them without having taken proper precautions? He receives a shock which might be compared to the effect of an electric discharge. Sometimes they seem to conceive of these as a sort of fluid escaping by points. If they are introduced into an organism not made to receive them, they produce sickness and death by a wholly automatic action. Outside of men, they play the role of vital principle. It is by acting on them, we shall see, that the reproduction of the species is assured. It is upon them that the universal life reposes. But in addition to this physical aspect, they also have a moral character. When someone asks a native why he observes his rites, he replies that his ancestors always have observed them, and he ought to follow their example. So if he acts in a certain way towards the totemic beings, it is not only because the forces resident in them are physically redoubtable, but because he feels himself morally obliged to act thus. He has the feeling that he is obeying an imperative, that he is fulfilling a duty. For these sacred beings he has not merely fear, but also respect. Moreover, the totem is the source of the moral life of the clan. All the beings partaking of the same totemic principle consider that owing to this very fact, they are morally bound to one another. They have definite duties of assistance, vendetta, etc. towards each other, and it is these duties which constitute kinship. So while the totemic principle is a totemic force, it is also a moral power, so we shall see how it easily transforms itself into a divinity properly so called. Moreover, there is nothing here which is special to Totemism. Even in the most advanced religions, there is scarcely a god who has not kept something of this ambiguity and whose functions are not at once cosmic and moral. At the same time that it is a spiritual discipline, every religion is also a means enabling men to face the world with greater confidence. Even for the Christian, is not God the Father the guardian of the physical order, as well as the legislator and the judge of human conduct? End of section 34. Section 35 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 2. Perhaps someone will ask whether, in interpreting Totemism thus, we do not endow the native with ideas surpassing the limits of his intellect. Of course, we are not prepared to affirm that he represents these forces with the relative clarity which we have been able to give to them in our analysis. We are able to show quite clearly that this notion is implied by the whole system of beliefs which it dominates, but we are unable to say how far it is conscious and how far, on the contrary, it is only implicit and confusedly felt. There is no way of determining just what degree of clarity an idea like this may have in obscure minds, but it is well shown, in any case, that this in no way surpasses the capacities of the primitive mind, and, on the contrary, the results at which we have just arrived are confirmed by the fact that either in the societies closely related to these Australian tribes, or even in these tribes themselves, we find, in an explicit form, conceptions which differ from the preceding only by shades and degrees. The native religions of Samoa have certainly passed the Totemic phase. Real gods are found there who have their own names and, to a certain degree, their own personal physiognomy. Yet the traces of Totemism are hardly contestable. In fact, each god is attached to a group, either local or domestic, just as the totem is to its clan. Then each of these gods is thought of as immanent in a special species of animal. But this does not mean that he resides in one subject in particular. He is immanent in all at once. He is diffused in the species as a whole. When an animal dies, the men of the group who venerate it weep for it and render pious duties to it, because a god inhabits it. But the god is not dead. He is eternal like the species. He is not even confused with the present generation. He has already been the soul of the preceding one, as he will be the soul of the one which is to follow. So he has all the characteristics of the totemic principle. He is the totemic principle, reclothed in a slightly personal form by the imagination. But still, we must not exaggerate a personality which is hardly reconcilable with this diffusion and ubiquity. If its contours were clearly defined, it could never spread out thus, and enter into such a multitude of things. However, it is incontestable that in this case, the idea of an impersonal religious force is beginning to change, but there are other cases where it is affirmed in all its abstract purity and even reaches a higher degree of generality than in Australia. If the different totemic principles to which the various clans of a single tribe address themselves are distinct from each other, they are, nonetheless, comparable to each other at bottom, for all play the same role in their respective spheres. There are societies which have had the feeling of this unity with nature and have consequently advanced to the idea of a unique religious force, of which all other sacred principles are only expressions, and which makes the unity of the universe. As these societies are still thoroughly impregnated with Totemism, and as they remain entangled in a social organization identical with that of the Australians, we may say that Totemism contained this idea in potentiality. This can be observed in a large number of American tribes, especially those belonging to the great Sioux family, the Omaha, Ponca, Kansas, Osage, Assiniboine, Dakota, Iowa, Winnebago, Mandan, Hidatsa, etc. Many of these are still organized in clans, as the Omaha and the Iowa. Others were so not long since, and, says Dorsey, it is still possible to find among them, quote, all the foundations of the totemic system, just as in the other societies of the Sioux. Now among these peoples, above all the particular deities to whom men render a cult, there is a preeminent power to which all the others have the relation of derived forms, and which is called Wakan. Owing to the preponderating place thus assigned to this principle in the Siouan pantheon, it is sometimes regarded as a sort of sovereign god, or Jupiter or Jahve. and travelers have frequently translated Wakan by, quote, Great Spirit, end quote. This is misrepresenting its real nature gravely. The Wakan is in no way a personal being. The natives do not represent it in a determined form. According to an observer cited by Dorsey, quote, they say that they have never seen the Wakanda, so they cannot pretend to personify it, end quote. It is not even possible to define it by determined attributes and characteristics. Quote, no word, end quote, says Riggs, quote, can explain the meaning of this term among the Dakota. It embraces all mystery, all secret power, all divinity, end quote. All the beings which the Dakota reveres, quote, the earth, the four winds, the sun, the moon, and the stars are manifestations of this mysterious life and power, end quote, which enters into all. Sometimes it is represented in the form of a wind, as a breath having its seat in the four cardinal points and moving everything. Sometimes it is a voice heard in the crashing of the thunder. The sun, moon, and stars are Wakan. But no enumeration could exhaust this infinitely complex idea. It is not a definite and definable power, the power of doing this or that. It is power in an absolute sense, with no epithet or determination of any sort. The various divine powers are only particular manifestations and personifications of it. Each of them is this power seen under one of its numerous aspects. It is this which made one observer say, quote, he is a protean god. He is supposed to appear to different persons in different forms, end quote. Nor are the gods the only beings animated by it. It is the principle of all that lives or acts or moves. Quote, all life is Wakan. So also is everything which exhibits power, whether in action as the winds and drifting clouds, or in passive endurance as the boulder by the wayside, end quote. Among the Iroquois, whose social organization has an even more pronouncedly totemic character, this same idea is found once again. The word orenda, which expresses it, is the exact equivalent of the Wakan of the Sioux. Quote, the savage man, end quote, says Hewitt, quote, conceived the diverse bodies collectively constituting his environment to possess inherently mystic potence, whether they be the rocks, the waters, the tides, the plants and the trees, the animals and man, the wind and the storms, the clouds and the thunders and the lightnings, end quote, etc. Quote, this potence is held to be the property of all things, and by the inchoate mentation of man is regarded as the efficient cause of all phenomena, all the activities of his environment, end quote. A sorcerer or shaman has orenda, but as much would be said of a man succeeding in his enterprises. At bottom, there is nothing in the world which does not have its quota of orenda, but the quantities vary. There are some beings, either men or things, which are favored. There are others which are relatively disinherited, and the universal life consists in the struggles of these orenda of unequal intensity. The more intense conquer the weaker. Is one man more successful than his companions in the hunt or at war? It is because he has more orenda. If an animal escapes from a hunter who is pursuing it, it is because the orenda of the former was the more powerful. The same idea is found among the Shoshone under the name of Pokunt, among the Algonquin under the name of Manitou, of Nawala among the Kwakiutl, of Yek among the Tlingit, and of Skana among the Haida. But it is not peculiar to the Indians of North America. It is in Melanesia that it was studied for the first time. It is true that in certain of the islands of Melanesia, social organization is no longer on a totemic basis, but in all, Totemism is still visible, in spite of what Codrington has said about it. Now among these peoples we find, under the name of Mana, an idea which is the exact equivalent of the Wakan of the Sioux and the orenda of the Iroquois. The definition given by Codrington is as follows, quote, there is a belief in a force altogether distinct from physical power, which acts in all ways for good and evil, and which it is of the greatest advantage to possess or control. This is mana. I think I know what our people mean by it. It is a power or influence, not physical and in a way supernatural, but it shows itself in physical force, or in any kind of power or excellence which a man possesses. This manner is not fixed in anything, and can be conveyed in almost anything. All Melanesian religion consists, in fact, in getting this manner for oneself, or getting it used for one's benefit." End quote. Is this not the same notion of an anonymous and diffused force, the germs of which we recently found in the Totemism of Australia? Here is the same impersonality, for, as Codrington says, we must be careful not to regard it as a sort of supreme being. Any such idea is, quote, absolutely foreign, end quote, to Melanesian thought. Here is the same ubiquity. The manner is located nowhere definitely, and it is everywhere. All forms of life and all the effects of the action, either of men or of living beings or of simple minerals, are attributed to its influence. Therefore, there is no undue temerity in attributing to the Australians an idea such as the one we have discovered in our analysis of totemic beliefs, for we find it again, but abstracted and generalized to a higher degree, at the basis of other religions whose roots go back into a system like the Australian one, and which visibly bear the mark of this. The two conceptions are obviously related, they differ only in degree. While the manner is diffused into the whole universe, what we call the God, or, to speak more precisely, the totemic principle, is localized in the more limited circle of the beings and things of certain species. It is mana, but a little more specialized, yet, as a matter of fact, this specialization is quite relative. Moreover, there is one case where this connection is made especially apparent. Among the Omaha, there are totems of all sorts, both individual and collective, but both are only particular forms of Wakan. Quote, "The foundation of the Indian's faith in the efficacy of the totem," end quote, says Miss Fletcher, quote, "rested upon his belief concerning nature and life. This conception was complex and involved two prominent ideas. First, that all things, animate and inanimate, were permeated by a common life, and second, that this life could not be broken, but was continuous." End quote. Now, this common principle of life is the Wakan. The totem is the means by which an individual is put into relations with this source of energy. If the totem has any powers, it is because it incarnates the Wakan. If a man who has violated the interdictions protecting his totem is struck by sickness or death, it is because this mysterious force against which he has thus set himself, that is, the Wakan, reacts against him with a force proportionate to the shock received. Also, just as the totem is Wakan, so the Wakan, in its turn, sometimes shows its totemic origin by the way in which it is conceived. In fact, Say says that among the Dakota the, quote, Wakanda, end quote, is manifested sometimes in the form of a grey bear, sometimes of a bison, a beaver, or some other animal. Undoubtedly, this formula cannot be accepted without reserve. The Wakan repels all personification, and consequently it is hardly probable that it has ever been thought of in its abstract generality with the aid of such definite symbols. But Say's remark is probably applicable to the particular forms which it takes in specializing itself in the concrete reality of life. Now, if there is a possibility that there was a time when these specializations of the Wakan bore witness to such an affinity for an animal form, that would be one more proof of the close bonds uniting this conception to the totemic beliefs. It is possible to explain why this idea has been unable to reach the same degree of abstraction in Australia as in the more advanced societies. This is not merely due to the insufficient aptitude of the Australian for abstracting and generalizing. Before all, it is the nature of the social environment which has imposed this particularism. In fact, as long as totemism remains at the basis of the cultural organization, the clan keeps an autonomy in the religious society which, though not absolute, is always very marked. Of course, we can say that, in one sense, each totemic group is only a chapel of the tribal church, but it is a chapel enjoying a large independence. The cult celebrated there, though not a self-sufficing whole, has only external relations with the others. They interchange without intermingling. The totem of the clan is fully sacred only for this clan. Consequently, the groups of things attributed to each clan, which are a part of it in the same way the men are, have the same individuality and autonomy. Each of them is represented as irreducible into similar groups, as separated from them by a break of continuity, and as constituting a distinct realm. Under these circumstances, it would occur to no one that these heterogeneous worlds were different manifestations of one and the same fundamental force. On the contrary, one might suppose that each of them corresponded to an organically different mana, whose action could not extend beyond the clan and the circle of things attributed to it. The idea of a single and universal mana could be born only at the moment when the tribal religion developed above that of the clans and absorbed them more or less completely. It is along with the feeling of the tribal unity that the feeling of the substantial unity of the world awakens. As we shall presently show, it is true that the Australian societies are already acquainted with a cult that is common to the tribe as a whole. But if this cult represents the highest form of the Australian religions, it has not succeeded in touching and modifying the principles upon which they repose. Totemism is essentially a federative religion, which cannot go beyond a certain degree of centralization without ceasing to be itself. One characteristic fact clearly shows the fundamental reason which has kept the idea of the mana so specialized in Australia. The real religious forces, those thought of in the form of totems, are not the only ones with which the Australian feels himself obliged to reckon. There are also some over which magicians have particular control. While the former are theoretically considered healthful and beneficent, the second have it as their especial function to cause sickness and death. And at the same time that they differ so greatly in the nature of their effects, they are contrasted also by the relations which they sustain with the social organization. A totem is always a matter of the clan, but on the contrary, magic is a tribal and even an intertribal institution. Magic forces do not belong to any special portion of the tribe in particular. All that is needed to make use of them is the possession of efficient recipes. Likewise, everybody is liable to feel their effects, and consequently should try to protect himself against them. These are vague forces, specially attached to no determined social division, and even able to spread their action beyond the tribe. Now, it is a remarkable fact that among the Arunta and Loricha, they are conceived as simple aspects and particular forms of the unique force, called in Arunta Arunkilta or Arunkulta. Quote, "This is a term," end quote, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, "of somewhat vague import, but always associated at bottom with the possession of supernatural evil power. The name is applied indiscriminately to the evil influence or to the object in which it is, for the time being, or permanently, resident." End quote. Quote, "By Arunkulta," end quote, says Strelo, quote, "the native signifies a force which suddenly stops life and brings death to all who come in contact with it." End quote. This name is given to the bones and pieces of wood from which evil-working charms are derived, and also to poisonous animals and vegetables, so it may accurately be called a harmful mana. Gray mentions an absolutely identical notion among the tribes he observed. Thus, among these different peoples, while the properly religious forces do not succeed in avoiding a certain heterogeneity, magic forces are thought of as being all of the same nature. The mind represents them in their generic unity. This is because they rise above the social organization and its divisions and subdivisions, and move in a homogeneous and continuous space where they meet with nothing to differentiate them. The others, on the contrary, being localized in definite and distinct social forms, are diversified and particularized in the image of the environment in which they are situated. From this, we can see how thoroughly the idea of an impersonal religious force enters into the meaning and spirit of Australian Totemism, for it disengages itself with clarity as soon as no contrary cause opposes it. It is true that the Arunkilta is purely a magic force, but between religious forces and magic forces there is no difference of kind. Sometimes they are even designated by the same name. In Melanesia, the magicians and charms have manner just like the agents and rites of the regular cult. The word Oranda is employed in the same way by the Iroquois. So we can legitimately infer the nature of the one from that of the other. End section 35. Section 36 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 3. The results to which the above analysis has led us do not concern the history of Totemism only, but also the genesis of religious thought in general. Under the pretext that in early times men were dominated by their senses and the representations of their senses, it has frequently been held that they commenced by representing the divine in the concrete form of definite and personal beings. The facts do not confirm this presumption. We have just described a systematically united scheme of religious beliefs which we have good reason to regard as very primitive, yet we have met with no personalities of this sort. The real Totemic cult is addressed neither to certain determined animals, nor to certain vegetables, nor even to an animal or vegetable species, but to a vague power spread through these things. Even in the most advanced religions which have developed out of Totemism, such as those which we find among the North American Indians, this idea, instead of being effaced, becomes more conscious of itself. It is declared with a clarity it did not have before, while at the same time it attains a higher generality. It is this which dominates the entire religious system. This is the original matter out of which have been constructed those beings of every sort which the religions of all times have consecrated and adored. The spirits, demons, genii, and gods of every sort are only the concrete forms taken by this energy, or, quote, potentiality, end quote, as Hewitt calls it, in individualizing itself, in fixing itself upon a certain determined object or point in space, or in centering around an ideal and legendary being, though unconceived as real by the popular imagination. A decoder, questioned by Miss Fletcher, expressed this essential consubstantiality of all secret things in language that is full of relief. Quote, everything as it moves, now and then, here and there, makes stops. The bird as it flies stops in one place to make its nest, and in another to rest in its flight. A man when he goes forth stops when he wills. So the God has stopped. The sun, which is so bright and beautiful, is one place where he has stopped. The trees, the animals are where he has stopped, and the Indian thinks of these places and sends his prayers to reach the place where the God has stopped and to win help and a blessing, end quote. In other words, the Wakan, for this is what he was talking about, comes and goes through the world, and sacred things are the points upon which it alights. Here we are, for once, just as far from Naturism as from Animism. If the sun, the moon, and the stars have been adored, they have not owed this honor to their intrinsic nature or their distinctive properties, but to the fact that they are thought to participate in this force which alone is able to give things a sacred character, and which is also found in a multitude of other beings, even the smallest. If the souls of the dead have been the object of rites, it is not because they are believed to be made out of some fluid and impalpable substance, nor is it because they resemble the shadow cast by a body or its reflection on a surface of water. Lightness and fluidity are not enough to confer sanctity. They have been invested with this dignity only insofar as they contained within them something of this same force, the source of all religiosity. We are now in a better condition to understand why it has been impossible to define religion by the idea of mythical personalities, gods, or spirits. It is because this way of representing religious things is in no way inherent in their nature. What we find at the origin and basis of religious thought are not determined and distinct objects and beings possessing a sacred character of themselves. They are indefinite powers, anonymous forces, more or less numerous in different societies, and sometimes even reduced to unity, and whose impersonality is strictly comparable to that of the physical forces whose manifestations the sciences of nature study. As for particular sacred things, they are only individualized forms of this essential principle. So it is not surprising that even in the religions where there are avowed divinities, there are rites having an efficient virtue in themselves, independently of all divine intervention. It is because this force may be attached to words that are pronounced, or movements that are made just as well as to corporeal substances. The voice or the movements may serve as its vehicle, and it may produce its effects through their intermediacy, without the aid of any god or spirit. Even should it happen to concentrate itself especially in a rite, this will become a creator of divinities from that very fact. This is why there is scarcely a divine personality who does not retain some impersonality. Those who represent it most clearly in a concrete and visible form think of it at the same time as an abstract power which cannot be defined except by its own efficacy, or as a force spread out in space and which is contained, at least in part, in each of its effects. It is the power of producing rain or wind, crops, or the light of day. Zeus is in each of the raindrops which falls, just as Ceres is in each of the sheaves of the harvest. As a general rule, in fact, this efficacy is so imperfectly determined that the believer is able to form only a very vague notion of it. Moreover, it is this indecision which has made possible these syncretisms and duplications in the course of which gods are broken up, dismembered, and confused in every way. Perhaps there is not a single religion in which the original mana, whether unique or multiform, has been resolved entirely into a clearly defined number of beings who are distinct and separate from each other. Each of them always retains a touch of impersonality, as it were, which enables it to enter into new combinations, not as the result of a simple survival, but because it is the nature of religious forces to be unable to individualize themselves completely. This conception, to which we have been led by the study of Totemism alone, has the additional recommendation that many scholars have recently adopted it, quite independently of one another, as a conclusion from very different sorts of studies. There is a tendency towards a spontaneous agreement on this point which should be remarked, for it is a presumption of objectivity. As early as 1899, we pointed out the impossibility of making the idea of a mythical personality enter into the definition of religious phenomena. In 1900, Marx showed the existence of a religious phase which he called pre-animistic, in which the rites are addressed to impersonal forces, like the Melanesian mana and the Wakan of the Omaha and Dakota. However, Marx did not go so far as to maintain that always and in every case the idea of a spirit is logically and chronologically posterior to that of mana and is derived from it. He even seemed disposed to admit that it has sometimes appeared independently and consequently that religious thought flows from a double source. On the other hand, He conceived the manner as an inherent property of things, as an element of their appearance, for, according to him, this is simply the character which we attribute to everything out of the ordinary, and which inspires a sentiment of fear or admiration. This practically amounts to a return to the naturist theory. A little later, Messrs. Hubert and Mauss, while attempting to formulate a general theory of magic, established the fact that magic as a whole reposes on the notion of mana. The close kinship of the magic rite and the religious rite being known, it was even possible to foresee that the same theory should be applied to religion. This was sustained by Proust in a series of articles in the Globus that same year. Relying chiefly upon facts taken from American civilizations, Proust set out to prove that the ideas of the soul and spirit were not developed until after those of power and impersonal force, that the former are only a transformation of the latter, and that up to a relatively late date they retain the marks of their original impersonality. In fact, he shows that even in the advanced religions, they are represented in the form of vague emanations disengaging themselves automatically from the things in which they reside, and even tending to escape by all the ways that are open to them, the mouth, the nose, and all the other openings of the body, the breath, the look, the word, etc. At the same time, Proust pointed out their protean forms and their extreme plasticity, which permits them to give themselves successively and almost concurrently to the most varied uses. It is true that if we stick to the letter of the terminology employed by this author, we may believe that for him the forces have a magic, not a religious nature. He calls them charms, Zauber, Zauberkräfte. But it is evident that in expressing himself thus, he does not intend to put them outside of religion, for it is in the essentially religious rites that he shows their action, for example, in the great Mexican ceremonies. If he uses these expressions, it is undoubtedly because he knows no others, which mark better the impersonality of these forces and the sort of mechanism with which they operate. Thus, this same idea tends to come to light on every side. The impression becomes more and more prevalent that even the most elementary mythological constructions are secondary products, which cover over a system of beliefs at once simpler and more obscure, vaguer and more essential, which form the solid foundations upon which the religious systems are built. It is this primitive foundation which our analysis of totemism has enabled us to reach. The various writers whose studies we have just mentioned arrived at this conclusion only through facts taken from very diverse religions, some of which even correspond to a civilization that is already far advanced. Such is the case, for example, with the Mexican religions, of which Proust makes great use. So it might be asked if this theory is equally applicable to the most simple religions. But since it is impossible to go lower than totemism, we are not exposed to this risk of error, and at the same time, we have an opportunity of finding the initial notion from which the ideas of Wakan and Mana are derived. This is the notion of the Totemic principle. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 4. But this notion is not only of primary importance because of the role it has played in the development of religious ideas. It also has a lay aspect in which it is of interest for the history of scientific thought. It is the first form of the idea of force. In fact, the Wakan plays the same role in the world as the Sioux conceives it, as the one played by the forces with which science explains the diverse phenomena of nature. This, however, does not mean that it is thought of as an exclusively physical energy. On the contrary, in the next chapter we shall see that the elements going to make up this idea are taken from the most diverse realms. But this very compositeness of its nature enables it to be utilized as a universal principle of explanation. It is from it that all life comes. Quote, all life is wakan, end quote. And by this word life, we must understand everything that acts and reacts, that moves and is moved, in both the mineral and biological kingdoms. The wakan is the cause of all the movements which take place in the universe. We have even seen that the orenda of the Iroquois is, quote, the efficient cause of all the phenomena and all the activities which are manifested around men, end quote. It is a power, quote, inherent in all bodies and all things, end quote. It is the orenda which makes the wind blow, the sun lighten and heat the earth, or animals reproduce, and which makes men strong, clever, and intelligent. When the Iroquois says that the life of all nature is the product of the conflicts aroused between the unequally intense orenda of the different beings, he only expresses, in his own language, this modern idea that the world is a system of forces limiting and containing each other and making an equilibrium. The Melanesian attributes this same general efficacy to his mana. It is owing to his mana that a man succeeds in hunting or fighting, that gardens give a good return, or that flocks prosper. If an arrow strikes its mark, it is because it is charged with mana. It is the same cause which makes a net catch fish well, or a canoe ride well on the sea, etc. It is true that if certain phrases of Codrington are taken literally, mana should be the cause to which is attributed, quote, everything which is beyond the ordinary power of men, outside the common processes of nature, end quote. But from the very examples which he cites, it is quite evident that the sphere of the mana is really much more extended. In reality, it serves to explain usual and everyday phenomena. There is nothing superhuman or supernatural in the fact that a ship sails or a hunter catches game, etc. However, among these events of daily life, there are some so insignificant and familiar that they pass unperceived. They are not noticed, and consequently no need is felt of explaining them. The concept of mana is applied only to those that are important enough to cause reflection and to awaken a minimum of interest and curiosity, but they are not marvelous for all that. And what is true of the mana as well as the orenda and wakan may be said equally well of the totemic principle. It is through this that the life of the men of the clan and the animals or plants of the totemic species, as well as all the things which are classified under the totem and partake of its nature, is manifested. So the idea of force is of religious origin. It is from religion that it has been borrowed, first by philosophy, then by the sciences. This has already been foreseen by Comte, and this is why he made metaphysics the air of, quote, theology, end quote. But he concluded from this that the idea of force is destined to disappear from science, for, owing to its mystic origins, he refused it all objective value. But we are going to show that, on the contrary, religious forces are real, howsoever imperfect the symbols may be, by the aid of which they are thought of. From this it will follow that the same is true of the concept of force in general. End section 37.
Section 38 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 1. Origin of the idea of the totemic principle or mana.
The proposition established in the preceding chapter determines the terms in which the problem of the origins of totemism should be posed. Since totemism is everywhere dominated by the idea of a quasi-divine principle, immanent in certain categories of men and things and thought of under the form of an animal or vegetable, the explanation of this religion is essentially the explanation of this belief. To arrive at this, we must seek to learn how men have been led to construct this idea and out of what materials they have constructed it. Section 1. It is obviously not out of the sensations which the things serving as totems are able to arouse in the mind. We have shown that these things are frequently insignificant. The lizard, the caterpillar, the rat, the ant, the frog, the turkey, the breamfish, the plum tree, the cockatoo, etc., to cite only those names which appear frequently in the lists of Australian totems, are not of a nature to produce upon men these great and strong impressions which in a way resemble religious emotions, and which impress a sacred character upon the objects they create. It is true that this is not the case with the stars and the great atmospheric phenomena, which have, on the contrary, all that is necessary to strike the imagination forcibly, but as a matter of fact, these serve only very exceptionally as totems. It is even probable that they were very slow in taking this office. So it is not the intrinsic nature of the thing whose name the clan bears that marked it out to become the object of a cult. Also, if the sentiments which it inspired were really the determining cause of the totemic rites and beliefs, it would be the preeminently sacred thing. The animals or plants employed as totems would play an eminent part in the religious life. But we know that the center of the cult is actually elsewhere. It is the figurative representations of this plant or animal and the totemic emblems and symbols of every sort which have the greatest sanctity. So it is in them that is found the source of that religious nature, of which the real objects represented by these emblems receive only a reflection. Thus, the totem is before all a symbol, a material expression of something else. But of what? From the analysis to which we have been giving our attention, it is evident that it expresses and symbolizes two different sorts of things. In the first place, it is the outward and visible form of what we have called the totemic principle or God, but it is also the symbol of the determined society called the clan. It is its flag, it is the sign by which each clan distinguishes itself from the others, the visible mark of its personality, a mark borne by everything which is a part of the clan under any title whatsoever, men, beasts, or things. So if it is at once the symbol of the God and of the society, is that not because the God and the society are only one? How could the emblem of the group have been able to become the figure of this quasi-divinity if the group and the divinity were two distinct realities? The God of the clan, the totemic principle, can therefore be nothing else than the clan itself, personified and represented to the imagination under the visible form of the animal or vegetable which serves as totem. But how has this apotheosis been possible, and how did it happen to take place in this fashion? End of section 38. Section 39 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 2. In a general way, it is unquestionable that a society has all that is necessary to arouse the sensation of the divine in minds, merely by the power that it has over them, for to its members it is what a god is to his worshippers. In fact, a god is, first of all, a being whom men think of as superior to themselves, and upon whom they feel that they depend. Whether it be a conscious personality, such as Zeus or Yahweh, or merely abstract forces such as those in play in Totemism, the worshipper, in the one case as in the other, believes himself held to certain manners of acting which are imposed upon him by the nature of the sacred principle with which he feels that he is in communion. Now society also gives us the sensation of a perpetual dependence, since it has a nature which is peculiar to itself and different from our individual nature. It pursues ends which are likewise special to it, but as it cannot attain them except through our intermediacy, it imperiously demands our aid. It requires that, forgetful of our own interests, we make ourselves its servitors, and it submits us to every sort of inconvenience, privation, and sacrifice, without which social life would be impossible. It is because of this that at every instant we are obliged to submit ourselves to rules of conduct and of thought, which we have neither made nor desired, and which are sometimes even contrary to our most fundamental inclinations and instincts. Even if society were unable to obtain these concessions and sacrifices from us, except by a material constraint, it might awaken in us only the idea of a physical force to which we must give way of necessity, instead of that of a moral power such as religions adore. But as a matter of fact, the empire which it holds over consciences is due much less to the physical supremacy of which it has the privilege, than to the moral authority with which it is invested. If we yield to its orders, it is not merely because it is strong enough to triumph over our resistance, it is primarily because it is the object of a venerable respect. We say that an object, whether individual or collective, inspires respect when the representation expressing it in the mind is gifted with such a force that it automatically causes or inhibits actions without regard for any consideration relative to their useful or injurious effects. When we obey somebody because of the moral authority which we recognize in him, we follow out his opinions not because they seem wise, but because a certain sort of physical energy is immanent in the idea that we form of this person, which conquers our will and inclines it in the indicated direction. Respect is the emotion which we experience when we feel this interior and wholly spiritual pressure operating upon us. Then we are not determined by the advantages or inconveniences of the attitude which is prescribed or recommended to us. It is by the way in which we represent to ourselves the person recommending or prescribing it. That is why commands generally take a short, peremptory form, leaving no place for hesitation. It is because, insofar as it is a command and goes by its own force, it excludes all idea of deliberation or calculation. It gets its efficacy from the intensity of the mental state in which it is placed. It is this intensity which creates what is called a moral ascendancy. Now the ways of action to which society is strongly enough attached to impose them upon its members are, by that very fact, marked with a distinctive sign provocative of respect. Since they are elaborated in common, the vigor with which they have been thought of by each particular mind is retained in all the other minds, and reciprocally. The representations which express them within each of us have an intensity which no purely private states of consciousness could ever attain, for they have the strength of the innumerable individual representations which have served to form each of them. It is society who speaks through the mouths of those who affirm them in our presence. It is society whom we hear in hearing them, and the voice of all has an accent which that of one alone could never have. The very violence with which society reacts, by way of blame or material suppression, against every attempted dissidence, contributes to strengthening its empire by manifesting the common conviction through this burst of ardor. In a word, when something is the object of such a state of opinion, the representation which each individual has of it gains a power of action from its origins and the conditions in which it was born, which even those feel who do not submit themselves to it. It tends to repel the representations which contradict it, and it keeps them at a distance. On the other hand, it commands those acts which will realize it, and it does so not by a material coercion, or by the perspective of something of this sort, but by the simple radiation of the mental energy which it contains. It has an efficacy coming solely from its psychical properties, and it is by just this sign that moral authority is recognized. So opinion, primarily a social thing, is a source of authority, and it might even be asked whether all authority is not the daughter of opinion. It may be objected that science is often the antagonist of opinion, whose errors it combats and rectifies, but it cannot succeed in this task if it does not have sufficient authority, and it can obtain this authority only from opinion itself. If a people did not have faith in science, all the scientific demonstrations in the world would be without any influence whatsoever over their minds. Even today, if science happened to resist a very strong current of public opinion, it would risk losing its credit there. Since it is in spiritual ways that social pressure exercises itself, it could not fail to give men the idea that outside themselves there exist one or several powers, both moral and, at the same time, efficacious, upon which they depend. They must think of these powers, at least in part, as outside themselves, for these address them in a tone of command, and sometimes even order them to do violence to their most natural inclinations. It is undoubtedly true that if they were able to see that these influences which they feel emanate from society, then the mythological system of interpretations would never be born. But social action follows ways that are too circuitous and obscure, and employs psychical mechanisms that are too complex to allow the ordinary observer to see whence it comes. As long as scientific analysis does not come to teach it to them, men know well that they are acted upon, but they do not know by whom. So they must invent by themselves the idea of these powers with which they feel themselves in connection, and from that we are able to catch a glimpse of the way by which they were led to represent them under forms that are really foreign to their nature, and to transfigure them by thought. But a God is not merely an authority upon whom we depend, it is a force upon which our strength relies. The man who has obeyed his God, and who for this reason believes that God is with him, approaches the world with confidence and with the feeling of an increased energy. Likewise, social action does not confine itself to demanding sacrifices, privations, and efforts from us, for the collective force is not entirely outside of us. It does not act upon us wholly from without, but rather, since society cannot exist except in and through individual consciousnesses, this force must also penetrate us and organize itself within us. It thus becomes an integral part of our being, and by that very fact, this is elevated and magnified. There are occasions when this strengthening and vivifying action of society is especially apparent. In the midst of an assembly animated by a common passion, we become susceptible of acts and sentiments of which we are incapable when reduced to our own forces, and when the assembly is dissolved, and when, finding ourselves alone again, we fall back to our ordinary level, we are then able to measure the height to which we have been raised above ourselves. History abounds in examples of this sort. It is enough to think of the night of the 4th of August, 1789, when an assembly was suddenly led to an act of sacrifice and abnegation which each of its members had refused the day before, and at which they were all surprised the day after. This is why all parties, political, economic, or confessional, are careful to have periodical reunions, where their members may revivify their common faith by manifesting it in common. To strengthen those sentiments which, if left to themselves, would soon weaken, it is sufficient to bring those who hold them together, and to put them into closer and more active relations with one another. This is the explanation of the particular attitude of a man speaking to a crowd, at least if he has succeeded in entering into communion with it. His language has a grandiloquence that would be ridiculous in ordinary circumstances. His gestures show a certain domination. His very thought is impatient of all rules, and easily falls into all sorts of excesses. It is because he feels within him an abnormal oversupply of force, which overflows and tries to burst out from him, sometimes He even has the feeling that he is dominated by a moral force which is greater than he, and of which he is only the interpreter. It is by this trait that we are able to recognize what has often been called the demon of oratorical inspiration. Now this exceptional increase of force is something very real. It comes to him from the very group which he addresses. The sentiments provoked by his words come back to him, but enlarged and amplified, and to this degree they strengthen his own sentiment. The passionate energies he arouses re-echo within him and quicken his vital tone. It is no longer a simple individual who speaks. It is a group incarnate and personified. Beside these passing and intermittent states, there are other more durable ones, where the strengthening influence of society makes itself felt with greater consequences and frequently even with greater brilliancy. There are periods in history when, under the influence of some great collective shock, social interactions have become much more frequent and active. Men look for each other and assemble together more than ever. That general effervescence results which is characteristic of revolutionary or creative epochs. Now this greater activity results in a general stimulation of individual forces. Men see more and differently now than in normal times. Changes are not merely of shades and degrees. Men become different. The passions moving them are of such an intensity that they cannot be satisfied except by violent and unrestrained actions of superhuman heroism or of bloody barbarism. This is what explains the Crusades, for example, or many of the scenes, either sublime or savage, of the French Revolution. Under the influence of the general exaltation, we see the most mediocre and inoffensive bourgeois become either a hero or a butcher. And so clearly are all these mental processes the ones that are also at the root of religion, that the individuals themselves have often pictured the pressure before which they thus gave way in a distinctly religious form. The Crusaders believed that they felt God present in the midst of them, enjoining them to go to the conquest of the Holy Land. Joan of Arc believed that she obeyed celestial voices. But it is not only in exceptional circumstances that the stimulating action of society makes itself felt. There is not, so to speak, a moment in our lives when some current of energy does not come to us from without. The man who has done his duty finds, in the manifestations of every sort expressing the sympathy, esteem, or affection which his fellows have for him, a feeling of comfort, of which he does not ordinarily take account, but which sustains him none the less. The sentiments which society has for him raise the sentiments which he has for himself. Because he is in moral harmony with his comrades, he has more confidence, courage, and boldness in action, just like the believer who thinks that he feels the regard of his God turned graciously towards him. It thus produces, as it were, a perpetual sustenance for our moral nature. Since this varies with a multitude of external circumstances, as our relations with the groups about us are more or less active, and as these groups themselves vary, we cannot fail to feel that this moral support depends upon an external cause. But we do not perceive where this cause is, nor what it is, so we ordinarily think of it under the form of a moral power which, though immanent in us, represents within us something not ourselves. This is the moral conscience, of which, by the way, men have never made even a slightly distinct representation except by the aid of religious symbols. In addition to these free forces which are constantly coming to renew our own, there are others which are fixed in the methods and traditions which we employ. We speak a language that we did not make. We use instruments that we did not invent. We invoke rights that we did not found. A treasury of knowledge is transmitted to each generation that it did not gather itself, etc. It is to society that we owe these varied benefits of civilization, and if we do not ordinarily see the source from which we get them, we at least know that they are not our own work. Now it is these things that give man his own place among things. A man is a man only because he is civilized. so he could not escape the feeling that outside of him there are active causes from which he gets the characteristic attributes of his nature, and which, as benevolent powers, assist him, protect him, and assure him of a privileged fate. And, of course, he must attribute to these powers a dignity corresponding to the great value of the good things he attributes to them. Thus, the environment in which we live seems to us to be peopled with forces that are at once imperious and helpful, august and gracious, and with which we have relations. Since they exercise over us a pressure of which we are conscious, we are forced to localize them outside ourselves, just as we do for the objective causes of our sensations. But the sentiments which they inspire in us differ in nature from those which we have for simple visible objects. As long as these latter are reduced to their empirical characteristics as shown in ordinary experience, and as long as the religious imagination has not metamorphosed them, we entertain for them no feeling which resembles respect, and they contain within them nothing that is able to raise us outside ourselves. Therefore, the representations which express them appear to us to be very different from those aroused in us by collective influences. The two form two distinct and separate mental states in our consciousness, just as do the two forms of life to which they correspond. Consequently, we get the impression that we are in relations with two distinct sorts of reality, and that a sharply drawn line of demarcation separates them from each other. On the one hand is the world of profane things, on the other that of sacred things. Also, in the present day, just as much as in the past, we see society constantly creating sacred things out of ordinary ones. If it happens to fall in love with a man, and if it thinks it has found in him the principal aspirations that move it, as well as the means of satisfying them, this man will be raised above the others and, as it were, deified. Opinion will invest him with a majesty exactly analogous to that protecting the gods. This is what has happened to so many sovereigns in whom their age had faith. If they were not made gods, they were at least regarded as direct representatives of the deity. And the fact that it is society alone which is the author of these varieties of apotheosis is evident, since it frequently chances to consecrate men thus who have no right to it from their own merit. The simple deference inspired by these men invested with high social functions is not different in nature from religious respect. It is expressed by the same movements. A man keeps at a distance from a high personage. He approaches him only with precautions. In conversing with him, he uses other gestures and language than those used with ordinary mortals. The sentiment felt on these occasions is so closely related to the religious sentiment that many peoples have confounded the two. In order to explain the consideration accorded to princes, nobles, and political chiefs, a sacred character has been attributed to them. In Melanesia and Polynesia, for example, it is said that an influential man has mana, and that his influence is due to this mana. However, it is evident that his situation is due solely to the importance attributed to him by public opinion. Thus the moral power conferred by opinion, and that with which sacred beings are invested, are at bottom of a single origin and made up of the same elements. That is why a single word is able to designate the two. In addition to men, society also consecrates things, especially ideas. If a belief is unanimously shared by a people, then, for the reason which we pointed out above, it is forbidden to touch it, that is to say, to deny it or to contest it. Now the prohibition of criticism is an interdiction like the others, and proves the presence of something sacred. Even today, howsoever great may be the liberty which we accord to others, a man who should totally deny progress or ridicule the human ideal to which modern societies are attached would produce the effect of a sacrilege. There is at least one principle which those the most devoted to the free examination of everything tend to place above discussion and to regard as untouchable, that is to say, as sacred. This is the very principle of free examination. This aptitude of society for setting itself up as a god, or for creating gods, was never more apparent than during the first years of the French Revolution. At this time, in fact, Under the influence of the general enthusiasm, things purely laical by nature were transformed by public opinion into sacred things. These were the fatherland, liberty, reason. A religion tended to become established which had its dogmas, symbols, altars, and feasts. It was to these spontaneous aspirations that the cult of reason and the supreme being attempted to give a sort of official satisfaction. It is true that this religious renovation had only an ephemeral duration, but that was because the patriotic enthusiasm which at first transported the masses soon relaxed. The cause being gone, the effect could not remain, but this experiment, though short-lived, keeps all its sociological interest. It remains true that in one determined case we have seen society and its essential ideas become, directly and with no transfiguration of any sort, the object of a veritable cult. All these facts allow us to catch glimpses of how the clan was able to awaken within its members the idea that outside of them there exist forces which dominate them, and at the same time sustain them, that is to say, in fine, religious forces. It is because there is no society with which the primitive is more directly and closely connected. The bonds uniting him to the tribe are much more lax and more feebly felt. Although this is not at all strange or foreign to him, it is with the people of his own clan that he has the greatest number of things in common. It is the action of this group that he feels the most directly, so it is this also which, in preference to all others, should express itself as religious symbols. But this first explanation has been too general, for it is applicable to every sort of society indifferently, and consequently to every sort of religion. Let us attempt to determine exactly what form this collective action takes in the clan, and how it arouses the sensation of sacredness there. For there is no place where it is more easily observable, or more apparent in its results. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 3. The life of the Australian societies passes alternately through two distinct phases. Sometimes the population is broken up into little groups who wander about independently of one another in their various occupations. Each family lives by itself, hunting and fishing and, in a word, trying to procure its indispensable food by all the means in its power. Sometimes, on the contrary, the population concentrates and gathers at determined points for a length of time varying from several days to several months. This concentration takes place when a clan or a part of the tribe is summoned to the gathering, and on this occasion they celebrate a religious ceremony, or else hold what is called a corroboree in the usual ethnological language. These two phases are contrasted with each other in the sharpest way. In the first, economic activity is the preponderating one, and it is generally of a very mediocre intensity. Gathering the grains or herbs that are necessary for food, or hunting and fishing are not occupations to awaken very lively passions. The dispersed condition in which the society finds itself results in making its life uniform, languishing, and dull. But when a corroboree takes place, everything changes. Since the emotional and passional faculties of the primitive are only imperfectly placed under the control of his reason and will, he easily loses control of himself. Any event of some importance puts him quite outside himself. Does he receive good news? There are at once transports of enthusiasm. In the contrary conditions, he is to be seen running here and there like a madman, giving himself up to all sorts of immoderate movements, crying, shrieking, rolling in the dust, throwing it in every direction, biting himself, brandishing his arms in a furious manner, etc. The very fact of the concentration acts as an exceptionally powerful stimulant. When they are once come together, a sort of electricity is formed by their collecting, which quickly transports them to an extraordinary degree of exaltation. Every sentiment expressed finds a place without resistance in all the minds, which are very open to outside impressions. Each re-echoes the others and is re-echoed by the others. The initial impulse thus proceeds, growing as it goes, as an avalanche grows in its advance. And as such active passions, so free from all control, could not fail to burst out, on every side one sees nothing but violent gestures, cries, veritable howls, and deafening noises of every sort, which aid in intensifying still more the state of mind which they manifest. And since a collective sentiment cannot express itself collectively, except on the condition of observing a certain order, permitting cooperation and movements in unison, these gestures and cries naturally tend to become rhythmic and regular. Hence come songs and dances. But in taking a more regular form, they lose nothing of their natural violence. A regulated tumult remains tumult. The human voice is not sufficient for the task. It is reinforced by means of artificial processes. Boomerangs are beaten against each other, bull roars are whirled. It is probable that these instruments, the use of which is so general in the Australian religious ceremonies, are used primarily to express in a more adequate fashion the agitation felt. But while they express it, they also strengthen it. This effervescence often reaches such a point that it causes unheard of actions. The passions released are of such an impetuosity that they can be restrained by nothing. They are so far removed from their ordinary conditions of life, and they are so thoroughly conscious of it, that they feel that they must set themselves outside of and above their ordinary morals. The sexes unite contrarily to the rules governing sexual relations. Men exchange wives with each other, sometimes even incestuous unions, which in normal times are thought abominable and are severely punished, are now contracted openly and with impunity. If we add to all this that the ceremonies generally take place at night in a darkness pierced here and there by the light of fires, we can easily imagine what effect such scenes ought to produce on the minds of those who participate. They produce such a violent super-excitation of the whole physical and mental life that it cannot be supported very long. The actor taking the principal part finally falls exhausted on the ground. To illustrate and make specific this necessarily schematic picture, let us describe certain scenes taken from Spencer and Gillen. One of the most important religious ceremonies among the Warramunga is the one concerning the snake Wollunkwa. It consists in a series of ceremonies lasting through several days. On the fourth day comes the following scene. According to the ceremonial used among the Warramunga, representatives of the two phratries take part, one as officiants, the other as preparers and assistants. Only the members of the Uluru phratry are qualified to celebrate the rite, but the members of the Kingili phratry must decorate the actors, make ready the place and the instruments, and play the part of an audience. In this capacity, they were charged with making a sort of mound in advance out of wet sand, upon which a design is marked with red down, which represents the snake Wallunkwa. The real ceremony only commenced after nightfall. Towards 10 or 11 o'clock, the Uluru and Kingili men arrived on the ground, sat down on the mound, and commenced to sing. Everyone was evidently very excited. A little later in the evening, the Uluru brought up their wives and gave them over to the Kingili, who had intercourse with them. Then the recently initiated young men were brought in, and the whole ceremony was explained to them in detail, and until 3 o'clock in the morning singing went on without a pause. Then followed a scene of the wildest excitement. While fires were lighted on all sides, making the whiteness of the gum trees stand out sharply against the surrounding darkness, the Uluru knelt down one behind another beside the mound. Then rising from the ground they went around it, with a movement in unison, their 2 hands resting upon their thighs. Then a little farther on they knelt down again, and so on. At the same time they swayed their bodies, now to the right and now to the left, while uttering at each movement a piercing cry, a veritable yell, a quote, "Yeesh! Yeesh! Yeesh!" End quote. In the meantime, the Kingili, in a state of great excitement, clanged their boomerangs, and their chief was even more agitated than his companions. When the procession of the Uluru had twice gone around the mound, quitting the kneeling position, they sat down and commenced to sing again. At moments the singing died away, then suddenly took up again. When day commenced to dawn, all leapt to their feet. The fires that had gone out were relighted, and the Uluru, urged on by the Kingili, attacked the mound furiously with boomerangs, lances, and clubs. In a few minutes it was torn to pieces. The fires died away, and profound silence reigned again. A still more violent scene at which these same observers assisted was in connection with the fire ceremonies among the Warramunga. Commencing at nightfall, all sorts of processions, dances, and songs had taken place by torchlight. The general effervescence was constantly increasing. At a given moment, 12 assistants each took a great lighted torch in their hands, and one of them holding his like a bayonet, charged into a group of natives. Blows were warded off with clubs and spears. A general melee followed. The men leapt and pranced about, uttering savage yells all the time. The burning torches continually came crashing down on the heads and bodies of the men, scattering lighted sparks in every direction. Quote, "The smoke, the blazing torches, the showers of sparks falling in all directions, and the masses of dancing, yelling men," end quote, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, "formed altogether a genuinely wild and savage scene of which it is impossible to convey any adequate idea in words." End quote. One can readily conceive how, when arrived at this state of exaltation, a man does not recognize himself any longer. Feeling himself dominated and carried away by some sort of an external power which makes him think and act differently than in normal times, he naturally has the impression of being himself no longer. It seems to him that he has become a new being. The decorations he puts on and the masks that cover his face figure materially in this interior transformation, and to a still greater extent they aid in determining its nature. And as at the same time all his companions feel themselves transformed in the same way and express this sentiment by their cries, their gestures and their general attitude, everything is just as though he really were transported into a special world entirely different from the one where he ordinarily lives, and into an environment filled with exceptionally intense forces that take hold of him and metamorphose him. How could such experiences as these, especially when they are repeated every day for weeks, fail to leave in him the conviction that there really exist 2 heterogeneous and mutually incomparable worlds? One is that where his daily life drags wearily along, but he cannot penetrate into the other without at once entering into relations with extraordinary powers that excite him to the point of frenzy. The first is the profane world, the second that of sacred things. So it is in the midst of these effervescent social environments and out of this effervescence itself that the religious idea seems to be born. The theory that this is really its origin is confirmed by the fact that in Australia, the really religious activity is almost entirely confined to the moments when these assemblies are held. To be sure, there is no people among whom the great solemnities of the cult are not more or less periodic, but in the more advanced societies there is not, so to speak, a day when some prayer or offering is not addressed to the gods, and some ritual act is not performed. But in Australia, on the contrary, apart from the celebrations of the clan and tribe, the time is nearly all filled with lay and profane occupations. Of course, there are prohibitions that should be and are preserved even during these periods of temporal activity. It is never permissible to kill or eat freely of the totemic animal, at least in those parts where the interdiction has retained its original vigor. But almost no positive rites are then celebrated, and there are no ceremonies of any importance. These take place only in the midst of assembled groups. The religious life of the Australian passes through successive phases of complete lull and of super-excitation, and social life oscillates in the same rhythm. This puts clearly into evidence the bond uniting them to one another, but among the peoples called civilized, the relative continuity of the two blurs their relations. It might even be asked whether the violence of this contrast was not necessary to disengage the feeling of sacredness in its first form. By concentrating itself almost entirely in certain determined moments, the collective life has been able to attain its greatest intensity and efficacy, and consequently to give men a more active sentiment of the double existence they lead and of the double nature in which they participate. But this explanation is still incomplete. We have shown how the clan, by the manner in which it acts upon its members, awakens within them the idea of external forces which dominate them and exalt them. But we must still demand how it happens that these forces are thought of under the form of totems, that is to say, in the shape of an animal or plant. It is because this animal or plant has given its name to the clan and serves it as emblem. In fact, it is a well-known law that the sentiments aroused in us by something spontaneously attach themselves to the symbol which represents them. For us, black is a sign of mourning. It also suggests sad impressions and ideas. This transference of sentiments comes simply from the fact that the idea of a thing and the idea of its symbol are closely united in our minds. The result is that the emotions provoked by the one extend contagiously to the other. But this contagion, which takes place in every case to a certain degree, is much more complete and more marked when the symbol is something simple, definite, and easily representable, while the thing itself, owing to its dimensions, the number of its parts, and the complexity of their arrangement, is difficult to hold in the mind. For we are unable to consider an abstract entity which we can represent only laboriously and confusedly, the source of the strong sentiments which we feel. We cannot explain them to ourselves except by connecting them to some concrete object of whose reality we are vividly aware. Then if the thing itself does not fulfill this condition, it cannot serve as the accepted basis of the sentiments felt, even though it may be what really aroused them. Then some sign takes its place. It is to this that we connect the emotions it excites. It is this which is loved, feared, respected. It is to this that we are grateful. It is for this that we sacrifice ourselves. The soldier who dies for his flag dies for his country, but as a matter of fact, in his own consciousness, it is the flag that is the first place. It sometimes happens that this even directly determines action. Whether one isolated standard remains in the hands of the enemy or not does not determine the fate of the country, yet the soldier allows himself to be killed to regain it. He loses sight of the fact that the flag is only a sign and that it has no value in itself, but only brings to mind the reality that it represents. It is treated as if it were this reality itself. Now the totem is the flag of the clan. It is therefore natural that the impressions aroused by the clan in individual minds, impressions of dependence and of increased vitality, should fix themselves to the idea of the totem rather than that of the clan, for the clan is too complex a reality to be represented clearly in all its complex unity by such rudimentary intelligences. More than that, the primitive does not even see that these impressions come to him from the group. He does not know that the coming together of a number of men associated in the same life results in disengaging new energies which transform each of them. All that he knows is that he is raised above himself and that he sees a different life from the one he ordinarily leads. However, he must connect these sensations to some external object as their cause. Now what does he see about him? On every side, those things which appeal to his senses and strike his imagination are the numerous images of the totem. They are the Waninga and the Nurtunja, which are symbols of the sacred being. They are Churinga and bull roarers, upon which are generally carved combinations of lines having the same significance. They are the decorations covering the different parts of his body, which are totemic marks. How could this image, repeated everywhere and in all sorts of forms, fail to stand out with exceptional relief in his mind? Placed thus in the center of the scene, it becomes representative. The sentiments experienced fix themselves upon it, for it is the only concrete object upon which they can fix themselves. It continues to bring them to mind and to evoke them even after the assembly has dissolved, for it survives the assembly, being carved upon the instruments of the cult, upon the sides of rocks, upon bucklers, etc. By it, the emotions experienced are perpetually sustained and revived. Everything happens just as if they inspired them directly. It is still more natural to attribute them to it, for, since they are common to the group, they can be associated only with something that is equally common to all. Now the totemic emblem is the only thing satisfying this condition. By definition, it is common to all. During the ceremony, it is the center of all regards. While generations change, it remains the same. It is the permanent element of the social life. So it is from it that those mysterious forces seem to emanate with which men feel that they are related, and thus they have been led to represent these forces under the form of the animate or inanimate being whose name the clan bears. When this point is once established, we are in a position to understand all that is essential in the totemic beliefs. Since religious force is nothing other than the collective and anonymous force of the clan, and since this can be represented in the mind only in the form of the totem, the totemic emblem is like the visible body of the god. Therefore, it is from it that those kindly or dreadful actions seem to emanate, which the cult seeks to provoke or prevent. Consequently, it is to it that the cult is addressed. This is the explanation of why it holds the first place in the series of sacred things. But the clan, like every other sort of society, can live only in the individual consciousnesses that compose it. So religious force, insofar as it is conceived as incorporated in the totemic emblem, appears to be outside of the individuals and to be endowed with a sort of transcendence over them. It, like the clan of which it is the symbol, can be realized only in and through them. In this sense, it is immanent in them, and they necessarily represent it as such. They feel it present and active within them, for it is this which raises them to a superior life. This is why men have believed that they contain within them a principle comparable to the one residing in the totem, and consequently why they have attributed a sacred character to themselves, but one less marked than that of the emblem. It is because the emblem is the preeminent source of the religious life. The man participates in it only indirectly, as he is well aware. He takes into account the fact that the force that transports him into the world of sacred things is not inherent in him, but comes to him from the outside. But for still another reason, the animals or vegetables of the totemic species should have the same character, and even to a higher degree. If the totemic principle is nothing else than the clan, it is the clan thought of under the material form of the totemic emblem. Now this form is also that of the concrete beings whose name the clan bears. Owing to this resemblance, they could not fail to evoke sentiments analogous to those roused by the emblem itself. Since the latter is the object of religious respect, they too should inspire respect of the same sort, and appear to be sacred. Having external forms so nearly identical, it would be impossible for the native not to attribute to them forces of the same nature. It is therefore forbidden to kill or eat the totemic animal, since its flesh is believed to have the positive virtues resulting from the rites. It is because it resembles the emblem of the clan, that is to say, it is in its own image. And since the animal naturally resembles the emblem more than the man does, it is placed on a superior rank in the hierarchy of sacred things. Between these two beings there is undoubtedly a close relationship, for they both partake of the same essence. Both incarnate something of the totemic principle. However, since the principle itself is conceived under an animal form, the animal seems to incarnate it more fully than the man. Therefore, if men consider it and treat it as a brother, it is at least as an elder brother. But even if the totemic principle has its preferred seat in a determined species of animal or vegetable, it cannot remain localized there. A sacred character is to a high degree contagious. It therefore spreads out from the totemic being to everything that is closely or remotely connected with it. The religious sentiments inspired by the animal are communicated to the substances upon which it is nourished, and which serve to make or remake its flesh and blood, to the things that resemble it, and to the different beings with which it has constant relations. Thus, little by little, sub-totems are attached to the totems, and from the cosmological systems expressed by the primitive classifications. At last, the whole world is divided up among the totemic principles of each tribe. We are now able to explain the origin of the ambiguity of religious forces as they appear in history, and how they are physical as well as human, moral as well as material. They are moral powers because they are made up entirely of the impressions this moral being, the group, arouses in those other moral beings, its individual members. They do not translate the manner in which physical things affect our senses, but the way in which the collective consciousness acts upon individual consciousnesses. Their authority is only one form of the moral ascendancy of society over its members. But, on the other hand, since they are conceived of under material forms, they could not fail to be regarded as closely related to material things. Therefore, they dominate the two worlds. Their residence is in men, but at the same time they are the vital principles of things. They animate minds and discipline them, but it is also they who make plants grow and animals reproduce. It is this double nature which has enabled religion to be like the womb from which come all the leading germs of human civilization. Since it has been made to embrace all of reality, the physical world as well as the moral one, the forces that move bodies as well as those that move minds, have been conceived in a religious form. That is how the most diverse methods and practices, both those that make possible the continuation of the moral life, laws, morals, beaux-arts, and those serving the material life, the natural, technical, and practical sciences, are either directly or indirectly derived from religion. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 4. The first religious conceptions have often been attributed to feelings of weakness and dependence, of fear and anguish which seized men when they came into contact with the world. Being the victims of nightmares of which they were themselves the creators, they believed themselves surrounded by hostile and redoubtable powers which their rites sought to appease. We have now shown that the first religions were of a wholly different origin. The famous formula primus in orbe Deus fecitimur is in no way justified by the facts. The primitive does not regard his gods as foreigners, enemies, or thoroughly and necessarily malevolent beings whose favors he must acquire at any price. Quite on the contrary, they are rather friends, kindred, or natural protectors for him. Are these not the names he gives to the beings of the totemic species? The power to which the cult is addressed is not represented as soaring high above him and overwhelming him by its superiority. On the contrary, it is very near to him, and confers upon him very useful powers which he could never acquire by himself. Perhaps the deity has never been nearer to men than at this period of history, when it is present in the things filling their immediate environment and is, in part, immanent in himself. In fine, the sentiments at the root of totemism are those of happy confidence rather than of terror and compression. If we set aside the funeral rites, the sober side of every religion, we find the totemic cult celebrated in the midst of songs, dances, and dramatic representations. As we shall see, cruel expiations are relatively rare. Even the painful and obligatory mutilations of the initiations are not of this character. The terrible and jealous gods appear but slowly in the religious evolution. This is because primitive societies are not those huge leviathans which overwhelm a man by the enormity of their power and place him under a severe discipline. He gives himself up to them spontaneously and without resistance. As the social soul is then made up of only a small number of ideas and sentiments, it easily becomes wholly incarnate in each individual consciousness. The individual carries it all inside of him, it is a part of him, and consequently, when he gives himself up to the impulses inspired by it, he does not feel that he is giving way before compulsion, but that he is going where his nature calls him. This way of understanding the origins of religious thought escapes the objections raised against the most accredited classical theories. We have seen how the Naturists and Animists pretend to construct the idea of sacred beings out of the sensations evoked in us by different phenomena of the physical or biological order, and we have shown how this enterprise is impossible and even self-contradictory. Nothing is worth nothing. The impressions produced in us by the physical world can, by definition, contain nothing that surpasses this world. Out of the visible, only the visible can be made. Out of that which is heard, we cannot make something not heard. Then, to explain how this idea of sacredness has been able to take form under these conditions, the majority of the theorists have been obliged to admit that men have superimposed upon reality, such as it is given by observation, an unreal world, constructed entirely out of the fantastic images which agitate his mind during a dream, or else out of the frequently monstrous aberrations produced by the mythological imagination under the bewitching but deceiving influence of language. But it remained incomprehensible that humanity should have remained obstinate in these errors throughout the ages, for experience should have very quickly proven them false. But from our point of view, these difficulties disappear. Religion ceases to be an inexplicable hallucination and takes a foothold in reality. In fact, we can say that the believer is not deceived when he believes in the existence of a moral power upon which he depends and from which he receives all that is best in himself. This power exists. It is society. When the Australian is carried outside himself and feels a new life flowing within him whose intensity surprises him, he is not the dupe of an illusion. This exaltation is real and is really the effect of forces outside of and superior to the individual. It is true that he is wrong in thinking that this increase in vitality is the work of a power in the form of some animal or plant, but this error is merely in regard to the letter of the symbol by which this being is represented to the mind and the external appearance which the imagination has given it, and not in regard to the fact of its existence. Behind these figures and metaphors, be they gross or refined, there is a concrete and living reality. Thus religion acquires a meaning and a reasonableness that the most intransigent rationalist cannot misunderstand. Its primary object is not to give men a representation of the physical world, for, if that were its essential task, we could not understand how it has been able to survive, for, on this side, it is scarcely more than a fabric of errors. Before all, it is a system of ideas with which the individuals represent to themselves the society of which they are members, and the obscure but intimate relations which they have with it. This is its primary function, and though metaphorical and symbolic, this representation is not unfaithful. Quite on the contrary, it translates everything essential in the relations which are to be explained, for it is an eternal truth that outside of us there exists something greater than us, with which we enter into communion. That is why we can rest assured in advance that the practices of the cult, whatever they may be, are something more than movements without importance and gestures without efficacy. By the mere fact that their apparent function is to strengthen the bonds attaching the believer to his God, they at the same time really strengthen the bonds attaching the individual to the society of which he is a member, since the God is only a figurative expression of the society. We are even able to understand how the fundamental truth thus contained in religion has been able to compensate for the secondary errors which it almost necessarily implies, and how believers have consequently been restrained from tearing themselves off from it, in spite of the misunderstandings which must result from these errors. It is undeniably true that the recipes which it recommends that men use to act upon things are generally found to be ineffective, but these checks can have no profound influence, for they do not touch religion in its fundamentals. However, it may be objected that even according to this hypothesis, religion remains the object of a certain delirium. What other name can we give to that state when, after a collective effervescence, men believe themselves transported into an entirely different world from the one they have before their eyes? It is certainly true that religious life cannot attain a certain degree of intensity without implying a psychical exaltation not far removed from delirium. That is why the prophets, the founders of religions, the great saints, in a word, the men whose religious consciousness is exceptionally sensitive, very frequently give signs of an excessive nervousness that is even pathological. These physiological defects predestine them to great religious roles. The ritual use of intoxicating liquors is to be explained in the same way. Of course, this does not mean that an ardent religious faith is necessarily the fruit of the drunkenness and mental derangement which accompany it, but as experience soon informed people of the similarities between the mentality of a delirious person and that of a seer, they sought to open a way to the second by artificially exciting the first. But if, for this reason, it may be said that religion is not without a certain delirium, it must be added that this delirium, if it has the causes which we have attributed to it, is well founded. The images out of which it is made are not pure illusions like those the Naturists and Animists put at the basis of religion. They correspond to something in reality. Of course, it is only natural that the moral forces they express should be unable to affect the human mind powerfully without pulling it outside itself and without plunging it into a state that may be called ecstatic, provided that the word be taken in its etymological sense, ecstasis, but it does not follow that they are imaginary. Quite on the contrary, the mental agitation they cause bears witness to their reality. It is merely one more proof that a very intense social life always does a sort of violence to the organism, as well as to the individual consciousness, which interferes with its normal functioning. Therefore, it can last only a limited length of time. Moreover, if we give the name delirious to every state in which the mind adds to the immediate data given by the senses, and projects its own sentiments and feelings into things, then nearly every collective representation is in a sense delirious. Religious beliefs are only one particular case of a very general law. Our whole social environment seems to us to be filled with forces which really exist only in our minds. We know what the flag is for the soldier. In itself, it is only a piece of cloth. Human blood is only an organic liquid, but even today we cannot see it flowing without feeling a violent emotion which its physico-chemical properties cannot explain. From the physical point of view, a man is nothing more than a system of cells, or from the mental point of view, than a system of representations. In either case, he differs only in degree from animals. Yet society conceives him, and obliges us to conceive him, as invested with a character sui generis that isolates him, holds at a distance all rash encroachments, and, in a word, imposes respect. This dignity which puts him into a class by itself appears to us as one of his distinctive attributes, although we can find nothing in the empirical nature of man which justifies it. A cancelled postage stamp may be worth a fortune, but surely this value is in no way implied in its natural properties. In a sense, our representation of the external world is undoubtedly a mere fabric of hallucinations, for the odors, tastes, and colors that we put into bodies are not really there, or at least they are not such as we perceive them. However, our olfactory, gustatory, and visual sensations continue to correspond to certain objective states of the things represented. They express in their way the properties, either of material particles or of ether waves, which certainly have their origin in the bodies which we perceive as fragrant, sapid, or colored. But collective representations very frequently attribute to the things to which they are attached qualities which do not exist under any form or to any degree. Out of the commonest object they can make a most powerful sacred being. Yet the powers which are thus conferred, though purely ideal, act as though they were real. They determine the conduct of men with the same degree of necessity as physical forces. The Arunta who has been rubbed with his churinga feels himself stronger. He is stronger. If he has eaten the flesh of an animal which, though perfectly healthy, is forbidden to him, he will feel himself sick and may die of it. Surely the soldier who falls while defending his flag does not believe that he sacrifices himself for a bit of cloth. This is all because social thought, owing to the imperative authority that is in it, has an efficacy that individual thought could never have. By the power which it has over our minds, it can make us see things in whatever light it pleases. It adds to reality or deducts from it according to the circumstances. Thus there is one division of nature where the formula of idealism is applicable almost to the letter. This is the social kingdom. Here, more than anywhere else, the idea is the reality. Even in this case, of course, idealism is not true without modification. We can never escape the duality of our nature and free ourselves completely from physical necessities. In order to express our own ideas to ourselves, it is necessary, as has been shown above, that we fix them upon material things which symbolize them. But here the part of matter is reduced to a minimum. The object serving as support for the idea is not much in comparison with the ideal superstructure, beneath which it disappears, and also it counts for nothing in the superstructure. This is what that pseudo-delirium consists in, which we find at the bottom of so many collective representations. It is only a form of this essential idealism. So it is not properly called delirium, for the ideas thus objectified are well-founded, not in the nature of the material things upon which they settle themselves, but in the nature of society. We are now able to understand how the totemic principle, and in general every religious force, comes to be outside of the object in which it resides. It is because the idea of it is in no way made up of the impressions directly produced by this thing upon our senses or minds. Religious force is only the sentiment inspired by the group in its members, but projected outside of the consciousnesses that experience them, and objectified. To be objectified, they are fixed upon some object which thus becomes sacred, but any object might fulfill this function. In principle, there are none whose nature predestines them to it to the exclusion of all others, but also there are none that are necessarily impossible. Everything depends upon the circumstances which lead the sentiment creating religious ideas to establish itself here or there, upon this point or upon that one. Therefore, the sacred character assumed by an object is not implied in the intrinsic properties of the latter. It is added to them. The world of religious things is not one particular aspect of empirical nature, it is superimposed upon it. This conception of the religious, finally, allows us to explain an important principle found at the bottom of a multitude of myths and rites, and which may be stated thus. When a sacred thing is subdivided, each of its parts remains equal to the thing itself. In other words, as far as religious thought is concerned, the part is equal to the whole. It has the same powers, the same efficacy. The debris of a relic has the same virtue as a relic in good condition. The smallest drop of blood contains the same active principle as the whole thing. The soul, as we shall see, may be broken up into nearly as many pieces as there are organs or tissues in the organism. Each of these partial souls is worth a whole soul. This conception would be inexplicable if the sacredness of something were due to the constituent properties of the thing itself, for, in that case, it should vary with this thing, increasing and decreasing with it. But, if the virtues it is believed to possess are not intrinsic in it, and if they come from certain sentiments which it brings to mind and symbolizes, though these originate outside of it, then, since it has no need of determined dimensions to play this role of reminder, it will have the same value whether it is entire or not. Since the part makes us think of the whole, it evokes the same sentiments as the whole. A mere fragment of the flag represents the fatherland just as well as the flag itself, so it is sacred in the same way and to the same degree. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 5. But if this theory of totemism has enabled us to explain the most characteristic beliefs of this religion, it rests upon a fact not yet explained. When the idea of the totem, the emblem of the clan, is given, all the rest follows, but we must still investigate how this idea has been formed. This is a double question and may be subdivided as follows. What has led the clan to choose an emblem, and why have these emblems been borrowed from the animal and vegetable worlds, and particularly from the former? That an emblem is useful as a rallying center for any sort of a group, it is superfluous to point out. By expressing the social unity in a material form, it makes this more obvious to all, and for that very reason the use of emblematic symbols must have spread quickly when once thought of. But more than that, this idea should spontaneously arise out of the conditions of common life, for the emblem is not merely a convenient process for clarifying the sentiment society has of itself, it also serves to create this sentiment. It is one of its constituent elements. In fact, if left to themselves, individual consciousnesses are closed to each other. They can communicate only by means of signs which express their internal states. If the communication established between them is to become a real communion, that is to say, a fusion of all particular sentiments into one common sentiment, the signs expressing them must themselves be fused into one single and unique resultant. It is the appearance of this that informs individuals that they are in harmony and makes them conscious of their moral unity. It is by uttering the same cry, pronouncing the same word, or performing the same gesture in regard to some object that they become and feel themselves to be in unison. It is true that individual representations also cause reactions in the organism that are not without importance. However, they can be thought of apart from these physical reactions which accompany them or follow them, but which do not constitute them. But it is quite another matter with collective representations. They presuppose that minds act and react upon one another. They are the product of these actions and reactions, which are themselves possible only through material intermediaries. These latter do not confine themselves to revealing the mental state with which they are associated. They aid in creating it. Individual minds cannot come in contact and communicate with each other except by coming out of themselves, but they cannot do this except by movements. So it is the homogeneity of these movements that gives the group consciousness of itself, and consequently makes it exist. When this homogeneity is once established, and these movements have once taken a stereotyped form, they serve to symbolize the corresponding representations, but they symbolize them only because they have aided in forming them. Moreover, without symbols, social sentiments could have only a precarious existence. Though very strong as long as men are together and influence each other reciprocally, they exist only in the form of recollections after the assembly has ended, and when left to themselves, they become feebler and feebler, for since the group is now no longer present and active, individual temperaments easily regain the upper hand. The violent passions which may have been released in the heart of a crowd fall away and are extinguished when this is dissolved. And men ask themselves with astonishment how they could have been so carried away from their normal character. But if the movements by which these sentiments are expressed are connected with something that endures, the sentiments themselves become more durable. These other things are constantly bringing them to mind and arousing them. It is as though the cause which excited them in the first place continued to act. Thus, these systems of emblems, which are necessary if society is to become conscious of itself, are no less indispensable for assuring the continuation of this consciousness. So we must refrain from regarding these symbols as simple artifices, as sorts of labels attached to representations already made in order to make them more manageable. They are an integral part of them. Even the fact that collective sentiments are thus attached to things completely foreign to them is not purely conventional. It illustrates under a conventional form a real characteristic of social facts, that is, their transcendence over individual minds. In fact, it is known that social phenomena are born, not in individuals, but in the group. Whatever part we may take in their origin, each of us receives them from without. So when we represent them to ourselves as emanating from a material object, we do not completely misunderstand their nature. Of course, they do not come from the specific thing to which we connect them, but nevertheless, it is true that their origin is outside of us. If the moral force sustaining the believer does not come from the idol he adores or the emblem he venerates, still it is from outside of him, as he is well aware. The objectivity of its symbol only translates its externalness. Thus, social life, in all its aspects and in every period of its history, is made possible only by a vast symbolism. The material emblems and figurative representations with which we are more especially concerned in our present study are one form of this, but there are many others. Collective sentiments can just as well become incarnate in persons or formulae. Some formulae are flags, while there are persons, either real or mythical, who are symbols. But there is one sort of emblem which should make an early appearance without reflection or calculation. This is tattooing. Indeed, well-known facts demonstrate that it is produced almost automatically in certain conditions. When men of an inferior culture are associated in a common life, they are frequently led, by an instinctive tendency, as it were, to paint or cut upon the body images that bear witness to their common existence. According to a text of Procopius, The early Christians printed on their skin the name of Christ or the sign of the cross. For a long time, the groups of pilgrims going to Palestine were also tattooed on the arm or wrist with designs representing the cross or the monogram of Christ. This same usage is also reported among the pilgrims going to certain holy places in Italy. A curious case of spontaneous tattooing is given by Lombroso. 20 young men in an Italian college, when on the point of separating, decorated themselves with tattoos recording in various ways the years they had spent together. The same fact has frequently been observed among the soldiers in the same barracks, the sailors in the same boat, or the prisoners in the same jail. It will be understood that especially where methods are still rudimentary, tattooing should be the most direct and expressive means by which the communion of minds can be affirmed. The best way of proving to oneself and to others that one is a member of a certain group is to place a distinctive mark on the body. The proof that this is the reason for the existence of the totemic image is the fact, which we have already mentioned, that it does not seek to reproduce the aspect of the thing it is supposed to represent. It is made up of lines and points to which a wholly conventional significance is attributed. Its object is not to represent or bring to mind a determined object, but to bear witness to the fact that a certain number of individuals participate in the same moral life. Moreover, the clan is a society which is less able than any other to do without an emblem or symbol, for there is almost no other so lacking in consistency. The clan cannot be defined by its chief, for if central authority is not lacking, it is at least uncertain and unstable. Nor can it be defined by the territory it occupies, for the population, being nomad, is not closely attached to any special locality. Also, owing to the exogamic law, husband and wife must be of different totems, so wherever the totem is transmitted in the maternal line, and this system of filiation is still the most general one, the children are of a different clan from their father, though living near to him. Therefore, we find representatives of a number of different clans in each family, and still more in each locality. The unity of the group is visible, therefore, only in the collective name borne by all the members, and in the equally collective emblem reproducing the object designated by this name. A clan is essentially a reunion of individuals who bear the same name and rally around the same sign. Take away the name and the sign which materializes it, and the clan is no longer representable. Since the group is possible only on this condition, both the institution of the emblem and the part it takes in the life of the group are thus explained. It remains to ask why these names and emblems were taken almost exclusively from the animal and vegetable kingdoms, but especially from the former. It seems probable to us that the emblem has played a more important part than the name. In any case, the written sign still holds a more central place in the life of the clan today than does the spoken sign. Now, the basis of an emblematic image can be found only in something susceptible of being represented by a design. On the other hand, these things had to be those with which the men of the clan were the most immediately and habitually coming in contact. Animals fulfilled this condition to a preeminent degree. For these nations of hunters and fishers, the animal constituted an essential element of the economic environment. In this connection, plants had only a secondary place, for they can hold only a secondary place as food as long as they are not cultivated. Moreover, the animal is more closely associated with the life of men than the plant is, if only because of the natural kinship uniting these two to each other. On the other hand, the sun, moon, and stars are too far away. They give the effect of belonging to another world. Also, as long as the constellations were not distinguished and classified, the starry vault did not offer a sufficient diversity of clearly differentiated things to be able to mark all the clans and subclans of a tribe. But, on the contrary, the variety of the flora, and especially of the fauna, was almost inexhaustible. Therefore, celestial bodies, in spite of their brilliancy and the sharp impression they make upon the senses, were unfitted for the role of totems, while animals and plants seemed predestined to it. An observation of Strehlau even allows us to state precisely the way in which these emblems were probably chosen. He says that he has noticed that the totemic centers are generally situated near a mountain, spring, or gorge, where the animals serving as totems to the group gather in abundance, and he cites a certain number of examples of this fact. Now these totemic centers are surely the consecrated places where the meetings of the clan are held. So it seems as though each group had taken as its insignia the animal or plant that was the commonest in the vicinity of the place where it had the habit of meeting. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim, translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Section 6. This conception of totemism will give us the explanation of a very curious trait of human mentality which, even though more marked formerly than today, has not yet disappeared, and which, in any case, has been of considerable importance in the history of human thought. It will furnish still another occasion for showing how logical evolution is closely connected with religious evolution, and how it, like this latter, depends upon social conditions. If there is one truth which appears to be absolutely certain today, it is that beings differing not only in their outward appearance, but also in their most essential properties, such as minerals, plants, animals, and men, cannot be considered equivalent and interchangeable. Long usage, which scientific culture has still more firmly embedded in our minds, has taught us to establish barriers between the kingdoms, whose existence transformism itself does not deny, for though this admits that life may have arisen from non-living matter and men from animals, still it does not fail to recognize the fact that living beings, once formed, are different from minerals, and men different from animals. Within each kingdom the same barriers separate the different classes. We cannot conceive of one mineral having the same distinctive characteristics as another, or of one animal species having those of another species. But these distinctions, which seem so natural to us, are in no way primitive. In the beginning, all the kingdoms are confounded with each other. Rocks have a sex, they have the power of begetting. The sun, moon, and stars are men or women who feel and express human sentiments, while men, on the contrary, are thought of as animals or plants. This state of confusion is found at the basis of all mythologies. Hence comes the ambiguous character of the beings portrayed in the mythologies. They can be classified in no definite group, for they participate at the same time in the most opposed groups. It is also readily admitted that they can go from one into another, and for a long time men believed that they were able to explain the origin of things by these transmutations. That the anthropomorphic instinct with which the animists have endowed primitive men cannot explain their mental condition is shown by the nature of the confusions of which they are guilty. In fact, these do not come from the fact that men have immoderately extended the human kingdom to the point of making all the others enter into it, but from the fact that they confound the most disparate kingdoms. They have not conceived the world in their own image any more than they have conceived themselves in the world's image. They have done both at the same time. Into the idea they have formed of things, they have undoubtedly made human elements enter, but into the idea they have formed of themselves, they have made enter elements coming from things. Yet there is nothing in experience which could suggest these connections and confusions. As far as the observation of the senses is able to go, everything is different and disconnected. Nowhere do we really see beings mixing their natures and metamorphosing themselves into each other. It is therefore necessary that some exceptionally powerful cause should have intervened to transfigure reality in such a way as to make it appear under an aspect that is not really its own. It is religion that was the agent of this transfiguration. It is religious beliefs that have substituted for the world, as it is perceived by the senses, another different one. This is well shown by the case of Totemism. The fundamental thing in this religion is that the men of the clan and the different beings whose form the totemic emblems reproduce pass as being made of the same essence. Now when this belief was once admitted, the bridge between the different kingdoms was already built. The man was represented as a sort of animal or plant. The plants and animals were thought of as the relatives of men, or rather all these beings, so different for the senses, were thought of as participating in a single nature. So this remarkable aptitude for confusing things that seem to be obviously distinct comes from the fact that the first forces with which the human intellect has peopled the world were elaborated by religion. Since these were made up of elements taken from the different kingdoms, men conceived a principle common to the most heterogeneous things, which thus became endowed with a sole and single essence. But we also know that these religious conceptions are the result of determined social causes. Since the clan cannot exist without a name and an emblem, and since this emblem is always before the eyes of men, it is upon this, and the objects whose image it is, that the sentiments which society arouses in its members are fixed. Men were thus compelled to represent the collective force, whose action they felt, in the form of the thing serving as flag to the group. Therefore, in the idea of this force were mixed up the most different kingdoms. In one sense it was essentially human, since it was made up of human ideas and sentiments, but at the same time it could not fail to appear as closely related to the animate or inanimate beings who gave it its outward form. Moreover, the cause whose action we observe here is not peculiar to totemism. There is no society where it is not active. In a general way, a collective sentiment can become conscious of itself only by being fixed upon some material object, but by this very fact it participates in the nature of this object, and reciprocally the object participates in its nature. So it was social necessity which brought about the fusion of notions appearing distinct at first, and social life has facilitated this fusion by the great mental effervescences it determines. This is one more proof that logical understanding is a function of society, for it takes the forms and attitudes that this latter presses upon it. It is true that this logic is disconcerting for us, yet we must be careful not to depreciate it. However crude it may appear to us, it has been an aid of the greatest importance in the intellectual evolution of humanity. In fact, it is through it that the first explanation of the world has been made possible. Of course, the mental habits it implies prevented men from seeing reality as their senses show it to them, but as they show it, it has the grave inconvenience of allowing no explanation. For to explain is to attach things to each other and to establish relations between them which make them appear to us as functions of each other and as vibrating sympathetically according to an internal law founded in their nature. But sensations, which see nothing except from the outside, could never make them disclose these relations and internal bonds. The intellect alone can create the notion of them. When I learn that A regularly precedes B, my knowledge is increased by a new fact. But my intelligence is not at all satisfied with a statement which does not show its reason. I commence to understand only if it is possible for me to conceive B in a way that makes it appear as something that is not foreign to A, and is united to A by some relation of kinship. The great service that religions have rendered to thought is that they have constructed a first representation of what these relations of kinship between things may be. In the circumstances under which it was attempted, the enterprise could obviously attain only precarious results. But then, does it ever attain any that are definite, and is it not always necessary to reconsider them? And also, it is less important to succeed than to try. The essential thing was not to leave the mind enslaved to visible appearances, but to teach it to dominate them and to connect what the senses separated. For from the moment when men have an idea that there are internal connections between things, science and philosophy become possible. Religion opened up the way for them. But if it has been able to play this part, it is only because it is a social affair. In order to make a law for the impressions of the senses, and to substitute a new way of representing reality for them, thought of a new sort had to be founded. This is collective thought. If this alone has had this efficacy, it is because of the fact that to create a world of ideals through which the world of experienced realities would appear transfigured, a super-excitation of the intellectual forces was necessary, which is possible only in and through society. So it is far from true that this mentality has no connection with ours. Our logic was born of this logic. The explanations of contemporary science are surer of being objective because they are more methodical and because they rest on more carefully controlled observations, but they do not differ in nature from those which satisfy primitive thought. Today, as formerly, to explain is to show how one thing participates in one or several others. It has been said that the participations of this sort implied by the mythologies violate the principle of contradiction, and that they are by that opposed to those implied by scientific explanations. Is not the statement that a man is a kangaroo or the sun a bird equal to identifying the two with each other? But our manner of thought is not different when we say of heat that it is a movement, or of light that it is a vibration of the ether, etc. Every time that we unite heterogeneous terms by an internal bond, we forcibly identify contraries. Of course, the terms we unite are not those which the Australian brings together. We choose them according to different criteria and for different reasons, but the processes by which the mind puts them in connection do not differ essentially. It is true that if primitive thought had that sort of general and systematic indifference to contradictions which has been attributed to it, it would be in open contradiction on this point with modern thought, which is always careful to remain consistent with itself. But we do not believe that it is possible to characterize the mentality of inferior societies by a single and exclusive inclination for indistinction. If the primitive confounds things which we distinguish, he also distinguishes things which we connect together, and he even conceives these distinctions in the form of sharp and clear-cut oppositions. Between two things which are classified in two different phratries, there is not only separation, but even antagonism. For this reason, the same Australian who confounds the sun and the white cockatoo opposes this latter to the black cockatoo as to its contrary. The two seem to him to belong to two separate classes between which there is nothing in common. A still more marked opposition is that existing between sacred things and profane things. They repel and contradict each other with so much force that the mind refuses to think of them at the same time. They mutually expel each other from the consciousness. Thus, between the logic of religious thought and that of scientific thought, there is no abyss. The two are made up of the same elements, though unequally and differently developed. The special characteristic of the former seems to be its natural taste for moderate confusions as well as sharp contrasts. It is voluntarily excessive in each direction. When it connects, it confounds. When it distinguishes, it opposes. It knows no shades and measures. It seeks extremes. It consequently employs logical mechanisms with a certain awkwardness, but it ignores none of them. End of section 43.
Section 44 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, The Idea of the Soul. In the preceding chapters, we have been studying the fundamental principles of the Totemic religion. We have seen that no idea of soul or spirit or mythical personality is to be found among these. Yet, even if the idea of spiritual beings is not at the foundation of Totemism, or consequently, of religious thought in general, still there is no religion where this notion is not met with. So it is important to see how it is formed. To make sure that it is the product of a secondary formation, we must discover the way in which it is derived from the more essential conceptions which we have just described and explained. Among the various spiritual beings, there is one which should receive our attention first of all, because it is the prototype after which the others have been constructed. This is the soul. Section 1. Just as there is no known society without a religion, so there exists none, howsoever crudely organized they may be, where we do not find a whole system of collective representations concerning the soul, its origin, and its destiny. So far as we are able to judge from the data of ethnology, the idea of the soul seems to have been contemporaneous with humanity itself, and it seems to have had all of its essential characteristics so well formulated at the very outset that the work of the more advanced religions and philosophy has been practically confined to refining it, while adding nothing that is really fundamental. In fact, all the Australian societies admit that every human body shelters an interior being, the principle of the life which animates it. This is the soul. It sometimes happens, it is true, that women form an exception to this general rule. There are tribes where they are believed to have no souls. If Dawson is to be believed, it is the same with young children in the tribes that he has observed. But these are exceptional and probably late cases. The last one even seems to be suspect, and may well be due to an erroneous interpretation of the facts. It is not easy to determine the idea which the Australian makes of the soul, because it is so obscure and floating, but we should not be surprised at this. If someone asked our own contemporaries, or even those of them who believe most firmly in the existence of the soul, how they represented it, the replies that he would receive would not have much more coherence and precision. This is because we are dealing with a very complex notion, into which a multitude of badly analyzed impressions enter, whose elaboration has been carried on for centuries, though men have no clear consciousness of it. Yet from this come the most essential, though frequently contradictory, characteristics by which it is defined. In some cases, they tell us that it has the external appearance of the body, but sometimes it is also represented as having the size of a grain of sand. Its dimensions are so reduced that it can pass through the smallest crevices or the finest tissues. We shall also see that it is represented in the appearance of animals. This shows that its form is essentially inconsistent and undetermined. It varies from one moment to another with the demands of circumstances or according to the exigencies of the myth and the rite. The substance out of which it is made is no less indefinable. It is not without matter, for it has form, howsoever vague this may be, and in fact, even during this life, it has physical needs. It eats, and inversely, it may be eaten. Sometimes it leaves the body, and in the course of its travels, it occasionally nourishes itself on foreign souls. After it has once been completely freed from the organism, it is thought to lead a life absolutely analogous to the one it led in this world. It eats, drinks, hunts, and so forth. When it flutters among the branches of trees, it causes rustlings and cracklings which even profane ears may hear. But at the same time, it is believed to be invisible to the vulgar. It is true that magicians, or old men, have the faculty of seeing souls. But it is in virtue of special powers which they owe either to age or to a special training that they perceive things which escape our senses.
According to Dawson, ordinary individuals enjoy the same privilege at only one moment of their existence, when they are on the eve of a premature death. Therefore, this quasi-miraculous vision is considered a sinister omen. Now, invisibility is generally considered one of the signs of spirituality, so the soul is conceived as being immaterial to a certain degree, for it does not affect the senses in the way bodies do. It has no bones, as the tribes of the Tully River say. In order to conciliate all these opposed characteristics, they represent it as made of some infinitely rare and subtle matter, like something ethereal, and comparable to a shadow or breath. It is distinct and independent of the body, for during this life it can leave at any moment. It does leave it during sleep, fainting spells, and so forth. It may even remain absent for some time without entailing death. However, during these absences, life is weakened and even stops if the soul does not return home. But it is especially at death that this distinction and independence manifest themselves with the greatest clarity. While the body no longer exists and no visible traces of it remain, the soul continues to live. It leads an autonomous existence in another world. But howsoever real this duality may be, it is in no way absolute. It would show a grave misunderstanding to represent the body as a sort of habitat in which the soul resides, but with which it has only external relations. Quite on the contrary, it is united to it by the closest bonds. It is separable from it, only imperfectly and with difficulty. We have already seen that it has, or at least is able to have, its external aspect. Consequently, everything that hurts the one hurts the other. Every wound of the body spreads to the soul. It is so intimately associated with the life of the organism that it grows with it and decays with it. This is why a man who has attained a certain age enjoys privileges refused to young men. It is because the religious principle within him has acquired greater force and efficacy as he has advanced in life. But when senility sets in, and the old man is no longer able to take a useful part in the great religious ceremonies in which the vital interests of the tribe are concerned, this respect is no longer accorded to him. It is thought that the weakness of the body is communicated to the soul. Having the same powers no longer, he no longer has a right to the same prestige. There is not only a close union of soul and body, but there is also a partial confusion of the two. Just as there is something of the body in the soul, since it sometimes reproduces its form, so there is something of the soul in the body. Certain regions and certain products of the organism are believed to have a special affinity with it. Such is the case with the heart, the breath, the placenta, the blood, the shadow, the liver, the fat of the liver, the kidneys, and so forth. These various material substrata are not mere habitations of the soul, they are the soul itself, seen from without. When blood flows, the soul escapes with it. The soul is not in the breath, it is the breath. It and the part of the body where it resides are only one. Hence comes the conception according to which a man has a number of souls. Being dispersed in various parts of the organism, the soul is differentiated and broken up into fragments. Each organ has individualized, as it were, the portion of the soul which it contains, and which has thus become a distinct entity. The soul of the heart could not be that of the breath, or the shadow, or the placenta. While they are all related, still they are to be distinguished, and even have different names. Moreover, even if the soul is localized especially in certain parts of the organism, it is not absent from the others. In varying degrees, it is diffused through the whole body, as is well shown by the funeral rites. After the last breath has been expired, and the soul is believed to be gone, it seems as though it should profit by the liberty thus regained to move about at will and to return as quickly as possible to its real home, which is elsewhere. Nevertheless,
it remains near to the corpse. The bond uniting them has been loosened, but not broken. A whole series of special rites are necessary to induce it to depart definitely. It is invited to go by gestures and significant movements. The way is laid open for it, and outlets are arranged so that it can go more easily. This is because it has not left the body entirely. It was too closely united to it to break away all at once. Hence comes the very frequent rite of funeral anthropophagy. The flesh of the dead is eaten because it is thought to contain a sacred principle, which is really nothing more than the soul. In order to drive it out definitely, the flesh is melted, either by submitting it to the heat of the sun or to that of an artificial fire. The soul departs with the liquids which result. But even the dry bones still retain some part of it. Therefore, they can be used as sacred objects or instruments of magic, or if someone wishes to give complete liberty to the principle which they contain, he breaks these. But a moment does arrive when the final separation is accomplished. The liberated soul takes flight, but by nature it is so intimately associated with the body that this removal cannot take place without a profound change in its condition. So it takes a new name also. Although keeping all the distinctive traits of the individual whom it animated, his humors and his good and bad qualities, still it has become a new being. From that moment, a new existence commences for it. It goes to the land of souls. This land is conceived differently by different tribes. Sometimes different conceptions are found existing side by side in the same society. For some, it is situated under the earth, where each totemic group has its part. This is a spot where the first ancestors, the founders of the clan, entered the ground at a certain time, and where they live since their death. In the subterranean world there is a geographical disposition of the dead corresponding to that of the living. There the sun always shines, and rivers flow which never run dry. Such is the conception which Spencer and Gillen attribute to the central tribes, Arunta, Warramunga, and so forth. It is found again among the Wachupaluk. In other places, all the dead, no matter what their totems may have been, are believed to live together in the same place, which is more or less vaguely localized as beyond the sea, in an island, or on the shores of a lake. Sometimes, finally, it is into the sky, beyond the clouds, that the souls are thought to go. There, says Dawson, quote, there is a delectable land, abounding in kangaroos and game of every sort, where men lead a happy life. Souls meet again there and recognize one another. End quote. It is probable that certain of the features of this picture have been taken from the paradise of the Christian missionaries, but the idea that souls, or at least some souls, enter the skies after death appears to be quite indigenous, for it is found again in other parts of the continent. In general, all the souls meet the same fate and lead the same life. However, a different treatment is sometimes accorded them based on the way they have conducted themselves upon earth, and we can see the first outlines of these two distinct and even opposed compartments into which the world will come later to be divided. The souls of those who have excelled during life as hunters, warriors, dancers, and so forth are not confounded with the common horde of the others. A special place is granted to them. Sometimes this is the sky. Strelo even says that according to one myth, the souls of the wicked are devoured by dreadful spirits and destroyed. Nevertheless, these conceptions always remain very vague in Australia. They begin to have clarity and determination only in the more advanced societies, such as those of America. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, The Idea of the Soul. Section 2. Such are the beliefs relative to the soul and its destiny, in their most primitive form, and reduced to their most essential traits. We must now attempt to explain them. What is it that has been able to lead men into thinking that there are two beings in them, one of which possesses these very special characteristics which we have just enumerated? To find the reply to this question, let us begin by seeking the origin attributed to this spiritual principle by the primitive himself. If it is well analyzed, his own conception will put us on the way towards the solution. Following out the method which we have set before ourselves, we shall study these ideas in a determined group of societies where they have been observed with an especial precision. These are the tribes of Central Australia. Though not narrow, the area of our observations will be limited, but there is good reason for believing that these same ideas are quite generally held, in various forms, even outside of Australia. It is also to be noted that the idea of the soul, as it is found among these central tribes, does not differ specially from the one found in other tribes. It has the same essential characteristics everywhere. As one effect always has the same cause, we may well think that this idea, which is everywhere the same, does not result from one cause here and another there. So the origin which we shall be led to attribute to it as a result of our study of these particular tribes with which we are going to deal ought to be equally true for the others. These tribes will give us a chance to make an experiment, as it were, whose results, like those of every other well-made experiment, are susceptible of generalization. The homogeneity of the Australian civilization would of itself be enough to justify this generalization, but we shall be careful to verify it afterwards with facts taken from other peoples, both in Australia and America. As the conceptions which are going to furnish us with the basis of our demonstration have been reported in different terms by Spencer and Gillen on one hand, and Strelo on the other, we must give these two versions one after the other. We shall see that when they are well understood, they differ in form rather than in matter, and that they both have the same sociological significance. According to Spencer and Gillen, the souls which, in each generation, come to animate the bodies of newly born children are not special and original creations. All these tribes hold that there is a definite stock of souls, whose number cannot be augmented at all, and which reincarnate themselves periodically. When an individual dies, his soul quits the body in which it dwelt, and after the mourning is accomplished, it goes to the land of the souls. But after a certain length of time, it returns to incarnate itself again, and these reincarnations are the cause of conception and birth. At the beginning of things, it was these fundamental souls which animated the first ancestors, the founders of the clan. At an epoch beyond which the imagination does not go, and which is considered the very beginning of time, there were certain beings who were not derived from any others. For this reason, the Arunta call them the Altjaranga Mitjuna, the uncreated ones, those who exist from all eternity, and, according to Spencer and Gillen, they give the name Altjaringa to the period when these fabulous beings are thought to have lived. Being organized in totemic clans, just as the men of today are, they passed their time in travels, in the course of which they accomplished all sorts of prodigious actions, the memory of which is preserved in the myths. But a moment arrived when this terrestrial life came to a close. Singly or in groups, they entered into the earth, but their souls live forever. They are immortal. They even continue to frequent the places where the existence of their former hosts came to an end. Moreover, owing to the memories attached to them, these places have a sacred character. It is here that the Oknanakila are located, the sorts of sanctuaries where the Charinga of the clan is kept, and the centers of different totemic cults. When one of the souls which wander about these sanctuaries enters into the body of a woman, the result is a conception and later a birth. So each individual is considered a new appearance of a determined ancestor. It is this ancestor himself, come back in a new body and with new features. Now, what were these ancestors? In the first place, they were endowed with powers infinitely superior to those possessed by men today, even the most respected old men and the most celebrated magicians. They are attributed virtues which we may speak of as miraculous. Quote, they could travel on or above or beneath the ground. By opening a vein in the arm, each of them could flood whole tracts of country or cause level plains to arise. In rocky ranges, they could make pools of water spring into existence, or they could make deep gorges and gaps through which to travel the ranges, and where they planted their sacred poles, Nurchunga, there rocks or trees arose to mark the spot." End quote. It is they who gave the earth the form it has at present. They created all sorts of beings, both men and animals. They are nearly gods, so their souls also have a divine character. And since the souls of men are these ancestral souls reincarnated in a human body, these are sacred beings too. In the second place, these ancestors were not men in the proper sense of the word, but animals or vegetables, or perhaps mixed beings in which the animal or vegetable element predominated. In the Alcharinga, say Spencer and Gillen, quote, "lived ancestors who, in the native mind, are so intimately associated with the animals or plants the name of which they bear that an Alcharinga man of, say, the kangaroo totem may sometimes be spoken of as either a man-kangaroo or a kangaroo man. The identity of the human individual is often sunk in that of the animal or plant from which he is supposed to have originated." End quote. Their immortal souls necessarily have the same nature. In them also, the human element is wedded to the animal element, with a certain tendency for the latter to predominate over the former. So they are made of the same substance as the totemic principle, for we know that the special characteristic of this is to present this double nature, and to synthesize and confound the two realms in itself. Since no other souls than these exist, we reach the conclusion that, in a general way, the soul is nothing other than the totemic principle incarnate in each individual. And there is nothing to surprise us in this derivation. We already know that this principle is immanent in each of the members of the clan, but in penetrating into these individuals, it must inevitably individualize itself. Because the consciousnesses, of which it becomes thus an integral part, differ from each other, it differentiates itself according to their image. Since each has its own physiognomy, it takes a distinct physiognomy in each. Of course, it remains something outside of and foreign to the man, but the portion of it which each is believed to possess cannot fail to contract close affinities with the particular subject in which it resides. It becomes his to a certain extent. Thus it has two contradictory characteristics, but whose coexistence is one of the distinctive features of the notion of the soul. Today, as formerly, the soul is what is best and most profound in ourselves, and the preeminent part of our being. Yet it is also a passing guest which comes from the outside, which leads us in an existence distinct from that of the body, and which should one day regain its entire independence. In a word, just as society exists only in and through individuals, the totemic principle exists only in and through the individual consciousness whose association forms the clan. If they did not feel it in them, it would not exist. It is they who put it into things. So it must of necessity be divided and distributed among them. Each of these fragments is a soul, a myth which is found in a rather large number of the societies of the center, and which, moreover, is only a particular form of the preceding ones, shows even better that this is really a matter out of which the idea of the soul is made. In these tribes, tradition puts the origin of each clan not in a number of ancestors, but in only two, or even in one. This unique being, as long as he remained single, contained the totemic principle within him integrally, for at this moment there was nothing to which this principle could be communicated. Now, according to this same tradition, all the human souls which exist, both those which now animate the bodies of men and those which are at present unemployed, being held in reserve for the future, have issued from this unique personage. They are made of his substance. While traveling over the surface of the ground, or moving about, or shaking himself, he made them leave his body and planted them in the various places he is believed to have passed over. Is this not merely a symbolic way of saying that they are parts of the totemic divinity? But this conclusion presupposes that the tribes of which we have just been speaking admit the doctrine of reincarnation. Now, according to Strelo, this doctrine is unknown to the Arunta, the society which Spencer and Gillen have studied the longest and the best. If, in this particular case, these two observers have misunderstood things to such an extent, their whole testimony would become suspect. So it is important to determine the actual extent of this divergence. According to Strelo, after the soul has once been definitely freed from the body by the rites of mourning, it never reincarnates itself again. It goes off to the Isles of the Dead, where it passes its days in sleeping and its nights in dancing, until it returns again to earth. Then it comes back into the midst of the living and plays the role of a protecting genius to the young sons, or, if such are lacking, to the grandsons whom the dead man left behind him. It enters their body and aids their growth. It remains thus in the midst of its former family for a year or two, after which it goes back to the land of the souls. But after a certain length of time, it goes away once more to make another sojourn upon the earth, which is to be the last. A time will come when it must take up again, and with no hope of return this time, the route to the Isles of the Dead. Then, after various incidents, the details of which it is useless to relate, a storm will overtake it, in the course of which it will be struck by a flash of lightning. Thus its career is definitely terminated. So it cannot reincarnate itself, nor can conceptions and births be due to the reincarnations of souls, which periodically commence new existences in new bodies. It is true that Strelo, as Spencer and Gillen, declares that for the Arunta, commerce of the sexes is in no way the determining condition of generation, which is considered to be the result of mystic operations, but different from the ones which the other observers told us about. This takes place in one or the other of the two following ways. Whenever the ancestor of the Alcharinga times is believed to have entered into the ground, there is either a stone or a tree representing his body. The tree or rock, which has this mystic relation with the departed hero, is called the Nanja, according to Spencer and Gillen, or Nangara, according to Strelo. Sometimes it is a waterhole which is believed to have been formed in this way. Now, on each of these rocks and in each of these waterholes, there live embryo children called Ratapa, which belong to exactly the same totem as the corresponding ancestor. For example, on a gum tree representing an ancestor of the kangaroo totem, there are Ratapa, all of which have the kangaroo as their totem. If a woman happens to pass it, and she is of the matrimonial class to which the mothers of these Ratapa should belong, one of them may enter her through the hip. The woman learns of this act by the characteristic pains which are the first symptoms of pregnancy. The child thus conceived will, of course, belong to the same totem as the ancestor upon whose mystical body he resided before becoming incarnate. In other cases, the process employed is slightly different. The ancestor himself acts in person. At a given moment, he leaves his subterranean retreat and throws onto the passing woman a little charinga of a special form called a namatuna. The charinga enters the body of the woman and takes a human form there, while the ancestor disappears again into the earth. These two ways of conception are believed to be equally frequent. The features of the child will reveal the manner in which he was conceived. According to whether his face is broad or long, they say that he is the incarnation of a Ratapa or a Namatuna. Besides these two means of fecundation, Strelo places a third, which, however, is much more rare. After his Namatuna has penetrated into the body of the woman, the ancestor himself enters her and voluntarily submits to a new birth. So in this case, the conception is due to a real reincarnation of the ancestor. But this is very exceptional, and when a man who has been conceived thus dies, the ancestral soul which animated him goes away, just like ordinary souls, to the Isles of the Dead where, after the usual delays, it is definitely annihilated, so it cannot undergo any further reincarnations. Such is the version of Strelo. In the opinion of this author, it is radically opposed to that of Spencer and Gillen, but in reality it differs only in the letter of the formula and symbols, while in both cases we find the same mythical theme in slightly different forms. In the first place, all observers agree that every conception is the result of an incarnation. Only, according to Strelo, that which is incarnated is not a soul, but a Ratapa or a Namatuna. But what is a Ratapa? Strelo says that it is a complete embryo, made up of a soul and a body. But the soul is always represented in material forms. It sleeps, dances, hunts, eats, and so forth. So it, too, has a corporal element. Inversely, the Ratapa is invisible to ordinary men. No one sees it as it enters the body of the woman. This is equivalent to saying that it is made of matter quite similar to that of the soul. So it hardly seems possible to differentiate the two clearly in this regard. In reality, These are mythical beings which are obviously conceived after the same model. Schultz calls them the souls of children. Moreover, the Ratapa, just like the soul, sustains the closest relations with the ancestor of which the sacred tree or rock is the materialized form. It is of the same totem as its ancestor, of the same phratry, and of the same matrimonial class. Its place in the social organization of the tribe is the very one that its ancestor is believed to have held before it. It bears the same name, which is proof that these two personalities are at least very closely related to one another. But there is more than this. This relationship goes even as far as a complete identification. In fact, it is on the mystical body of the ancestor that the Ratapa is formed. It comes from this. It is like a detached portion of it. So it really is part of the ancestor which penetrates into the womb of the mother and which becomes the child. Thus we get back to the conception of Spencer and Gillen. Birth is due to the reincarnation of an ancestral personage. Of course, it is not the entire person that is reincarnated. It is only an emanation from him. But this difference has only a secondary interest, for when a sacred being divides and duplicates itself, all of its essential characteristics are to be found again in each of the fragments into which it is broken up. So really, the Alcharinga ancestor is entire in each part of himself, which becomes a Ratapa. The second mode of conception, distinguished by Strelo, has the same significance. In fact, the Charinga, and more especially the particular Charinga that is called the Namatuna, is considered a transformation of the ancestor, according to Strelo. It is his body, just as the Nanja tree is. In other words, the personality of the ancestor, his Charinga, and his Nanja tree are sacred things, inspiring the same sentiments and to which the same religious value is attributed. So they transmute themselves into one another in the spot where the ancestor lost his Charinga, a sacred tree or rock has come out of the soil, just the same as in those places where he entered the ground himself. So there is the mythological equivalence of a person of the Alcharinga and his Charinga. Consequently, when the former throws a Namatura into the body of a woman, it is as if he entered into it himself. In fact, we have seen that sometimes he does enter in person after the Namatuna. According to other stories, he precedes it. It might be said that he opens up the way for it. The fact that these two themes exist side by side in the same myth completes the proof that one is only a doublet of the other. Moreover, in whatever way the conception may have taken place, there can be no doubt that each individual is united in some determined ancestor of the Alcharinga by especially close bonds. In the first place, each man has his appointed ancestor. Two persons cannot have the same one simultaneously. In other words, a being of the Alcharinga never has more than one representative among the living. More than that, the one is only an aspect of the other. In fact, as we already know, the Charinga left by the ancestor expresses his personality. If we adopt the interpretation of Strelo, which, perhaps, is the more satisfactory, we shall say that it is his body. But this same Charinga is related in the same way to the individual who is believed to have been conceived under the influence of this ancestor, and who is the fruit of his mystic works. When the young initiate is introduced into the sanctuary of the clan, he is shown the Charinga of his ancestor, and someone says to him, quote, "You are this body. You are the same thing as this." End quote. So, in Strelo's own expression, the Charinga is, quote, "the body common to the individual and his ancestor." End quote. Now, if they are to have the same body, it is necessary that on one side, at least two of their personalities be confounded. Strelo recognizes this explicitly, moreover, when he says, quote, "By the Charinga, the individual is united to his personal ancestor." End quote. For Strelo, as well as for Spencer and Gillen, there is a mystic, religious principle in each newborn child, which emanates from an ancestor of the Alcharinga. It is this principle which forms the essence of each individual. Therefore, it is his soul, or in any case, the soul is made of the same matter and the same substance. Now, it is only upon this one fundamental fact that we have relied in determining the nature and origin of the idea of the soul. The different metaphors by means of which it may have been expressed have only a secondary interest for us. Far from contradicting the data upon which our theory rests, the recent observations of Strelo bring new proofs confirming it. Our reasoning consisted in inferring the totemic nature of the human soul from the totemic nature of the ancestral soul, of which the former is an emanation and a sort of replica. Now, some of the new facts which we owe to Strelo show this character of both even more categorically than those we had at our disposal before do. In the first place, Strelo, like Spencer and Gillen, insists on, quote, the intimate relations uniting each ancestor to an animal, to a plant, or to some other natural object, end quote. Some of these, Altarenga mitgina, these are Spencer and Gillen's men of the Altarenga, should, he says, quote, be manifested directly as animals. Others take the animal form in a way, end quote. Even now, they are constantly transforming themselves into animals. In any case, whatever external aspect they may have, quote, the special and distinctive qualities of the animal clearly appear in each of them, end quote. For example, the ancestors of the kangaroo clan eat grass just like real kangaroos and flee before the hunter. Those of the emu clan run and feed like emus, and so forth. Before that, those ancestors who had a vegetable as totem become this vegetable itself on death. Moreover, this close kinship of the ancestor and the totemic being is so keenly felt by the natives that it is shown even in their terminology. Among the Arunta, the child calls the totem of his mother, which serves him as a secondary totem, Altjira. As filiation was at first in the uterine line, there was once a time when each individual had no other totem than that of his mother, so it is very probable that the term Altjira then designated the real totem. Now this clearly enters into the composition of the word, which means great ancestor, Altjaringa Mitchinga. The idea of the totem and that of the ancestor are even so closely kindred that they sometimes seem to be confounded. Thus, after speaking of the totem of the mother, or Altjira, Strelo goes on to say, quote, this Altjira appears to the natives in dreams and gives them warnings, just as it takes information concerning them to their sleeping friends, end quote. This Altjira, which speaks and which is attached to each individual personally, is evidently an ancestor. Yet it is also an incarnation of the totem. A certain text in Roth, which speaks of invocations addressed to the totem, should certainly be interpreted in this sense. So it appears that the totem is sometimes represented in the mind in the form of a group of ideal beings or mythical personages who are more or less indistinct from the ancestors. In a word, the ancestors are the fragments of the totem. But if the ancestor is so readily confused with the totemic being, the individual soul, which is so near the ancestral soul, cannot do otherwise. Moreover, this is what actually results from the close union of each man with his Chiringa. In fact, we know that the Chiringa represents the personality of the individual who is believed to have been born of it, but it also expresses the totemic animal. When the civilizing hero, Mangar Kunja Kunja, presented each member of the kangaroo clan with his personal totem, he spoke as follows, quote, here is the body of a kangaroo, end quote. Thus, the Chiringa is at once the body of the ancestor, of the individual himself, and of the totemic animal. So, according to a strong and very just expression of Strelo, these three beings form a solid unity. They are almost equivalent and interchangeable terms. This is as much as to say that they are thought of as different aspects of one and the same reality, which is also defined by the distinctive attributes of the totem. Their common essence is the totemic principle. The language itself expresses this identity. The word Ratapa and the Aratapa of the Lorita language designate the mythical embryo which is detached from the ancestor and which becomes the child. Now these same words also designate the totem of this same child, such as is determined by the spot where the mother believes that she conceived. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 3. Up to the present, we have studied the doctrine of reincarnation only in the tribes of Central Australia. Therefore, the bases upon which our inference rests may be deemed too narrow. But in the first place, for the reasons which we have pointed out, the experiment holds good outside of the societies which we have observed directly. Also, there are abundant facts proving that the same or analogous conceptions are found in the most diverse parts of Australia, or at least have left very evident traces there. They are found even in America. Howitt mentions them among the Dieri of South Australia. The word mura mura, which Gasson translates with good spirit, and which he thinks expresses a belief in a God-creator, is really a collective word designating the group of ancestors placed by the myth at the beginning of the tribe. They continue to exist today as formerly. Quote, "They are believed to live in trees, which are sacred for this reason." End quote. Certain irregularities of the ground, rocks and springs, are identified with these mura mura, which consequently resemble the Altjaranga Machina of the Arunta in a singular way. The Kurnai of Gippsland, though retaining only vestiges of Totemism, also believe in the existence of ancestors called Muk-Kurnai, and which they think of as beings intermediate between men and animals. Among the Nimbali, Taplin has observed a theory of conception similar to that which Strelo attributes to the Arunta. We find this belief in reincarnation held integrally by the Watjabaluk in Victoria. Quote, "The spirits of the dead," says Matthews, "assemble in the Mayor of their respective clans. They leave these to be born again in human form when a favorable occasion presents itself." End quote. Matthews even affirms that, quote, "the belief in reincarnation or transmigration of souls is strongly enrooted in all the Australian tribes." If we pass to the northern regions, we find the pure doctrine of the Arunta among the Niol in the northwest. Every birth is attributed to the incarnation of a pre-existing soul, which introduces itself into the body of a woman. In northern Queensland, myths, differing from the preceding only in form, express exactly the same ideas. Among the tribes on the Pennefather River, it is believed that every man has two souls. The one, called Nagai, resides in the heart. The other, called Choi, remains in the placenta. Soon after birth, the placenta is buried in a consecrated place. A particular genius, named Angia, who has charge of the phenomena of procreation, comes to get this Choi, and keeps it until the child, being grown up, is married. When the time comes to give him a son, Angia takes a bit of the Choi of this man, places it in the embryo he is making, and inserts it into the womb of the mother. So it is out of the soul of the father that the child is made. It is true that the child does not receive the paternal soul integrally at first, for the Nagai remains in the heart of the father as long as he lives. But when he dies, the Nagai, being liberated, also incarnates itself in the bodies of the children. If there are several children, it is divided equally among them. Thus there is a perfect spiritual continuity between the generations. It is the same soul which is transmitted from a father to his children, and from these to their children. And this unique soul, always remaining itself, in spite of its successive divisions and subdivisions, is the one which animated the first ancestor at the beginning of all things. Between this theory and the one held by the central tribes, there is only one difference of any importance. This is that the reincarnation is not the work of the ancestors themselves, but that of a special genius who takes charge of this function professionally. But it seems probable that this genius is the product of a syncretism which has fused the numerous figures of the first ancestors into one single being. This hypothesis is at least made probable by the fact that the words Angia and Anjur are evidently very closely related. Now the second designates the first man, the original ancestor from whom all men are descended. These same ideas are found again among the Indian tribes of America. Krauss says that among the Tlingit, the souls of the departed are believed to come back to Earth and introduce themselves into the bodies of the pregnant women of their families. Quote, so, when a woman dreams during pregnancy of some deceased relative, she believes that the soul of this latter has penetrated into her. If the young child has some characteristic mark which the dead man had before, they believe that it is the dead man himself come back to Earth, and his name is given to the child. End quote. This belief is also general among the Haida. It is the shaman who reveals which relative it was who reincarnated himself in the child and what name should consequently be given to him. Among the Kwakiutl, it is believed that the latest member of a family who died comes back to life in the person of the first child to be born in that family. It is the same with the Hurons, the Iroquois, the Tana, and many other tribes of the United States. The universality of these conceptions extends, of course, to the conclusion which we have deduced from them, that is, to the explanation of the idea of the soul which we have proposed. Its general acceptability is also proved by the following facts. We know that each individual contains within him something of that anonymous force which is diffused in the sacred species. He is a member of this species himself. But as an empirical and visible being, he is not, for in spite of the symbolic designs and marks with which he decorates his body, there is nothing in him to suggest the form of an animal or plant. So it must be that there is another being in him, in whom he recognizes himself, but whom he represents in the form of an animal or vegetable species. Now, is it not evident that this double can only be the soul, since the soul is, of itself, already a double of the subject whom it animates? The justification of this identification is completed by the fact that the organs where the fragment of the totemic principle contained in each individual incarnates itself the most eminently are also those where the soul resides. This is the case with the blood. The blood contains something of the nature of the totem, as is proved by the part it takes in the totemic ceremonies. But at the same time, the blood is one of the seats of the soul, or rather, it is the soul itself, seen from without. When blood flows, life runs out, and, in the same process, the soul escapes. So the soul is confused with the sacred principle which is immanent in the blood. Regarding matters from another point of view, if our explanation is well founded, the totemic principle, in penetrating into the individual as we suppose, should retain a certain amount of autonomy there, since it is quite distinct from the subject in whom it is incarnated. Now this is just how it claims to have observed among the Yun. Quote, that in this tribe, the totem is thought to be in some way part of a man is clearly seen by the case of Umbara, before mentioned, who told me that, many years ago, someone of the lace lizard totem sent it while he was asleep, and that it went down his throat and almost ate his totem, which was in his breast, so that he nearly died. End quote. So it is quite true that the totem is broken up in individualizing itself, and that each of the bits thus detached plays the part of a spirit or soul residing in the body. But there are other more clearly demonstrative facts. If the soul is only the totemic principle individualized, it should have, in certain cases at least, rather close relations with the animal or vegetable species whose form is reproduced by the totem. And in fact, quote, the Giawigal, a tribe of New South Wales, had a superstition that everyone had within himself an affinity to the spirit of some bird, beast, or reptile. Not that he sprung from the creature in any way, but that the spirit which was in him was akin to that of the creature. End quote. There are even cases where the soul is believed to emanate directly from the animal or vegetable serving as totem. Among the Runta, according to Strelo, when a woman has eaten a great deal of fruit, it is believed that she will give birth to a child who will have this fruit as a totem. If at the moment when she felt the first tremblings of the child, she was looking at a kangaroo, it is believed that the ratapa of the kangaroo has entered her body and fertilized her. H. Basdow reported the same fact from the Wogate. We know also that the ratapa and the soul are almost indistinguishable things. Now, such an origin could never have been attributed to the soul if men did not think that it was made out of the same substances as the plants and animals of the totemic species. Thus the soul is frequently represented in an animal form. It is known that, in inferior societies, death is never considered a natural event due to the action of purely physical causes. It is generally attributed to the evil workings of some sorcerer. In a large number of Australian societies, in order to determine who is the responsible author of this murder, they work on the principle that the soul of the murderer must inevitably come to visit its victim. Therefore, the body is placed upon a scaffolding. Then the ground under the corpse and all around it is carefully smoothed off so that the slightest mark becomes easily perceptible. They return the next day. If an animal has passed by there during the interval, its tracks are readily recognizable. Their form reveals the species to which it belongs, and from that, they infer the social group of which the guilty man is a member. They say that it is a man of such a class or such a clan, according to whether the animal is the totem of this or that class or clan. So the soul is believed to have come in the form of the totemic animal. In other societies where totemism has weakened or disappeared, the soul still continues to be thought of in an animal form. The natives of Cape Bedford, North Queensland, believe that the child, at the moment of entering the body of its mother, is a curlew if it is a girl, or a snake if it is a boy. It is only later that it takes a human form. Many of the Indians of North America, says the Prince of Weed, say that they have an animal in their bodies. The Bororo of Brazil represent the soul in the form of a bird, and therefore they believe that they are birds of the same variety. In other places, it is thought of as a snake, a lizard, a fly, a bee, and so forth. But it is especially after death that this animal nature of the soul is manifested. During life, this characteristic is partially veiled, as it were, by the very form of the human body. But when death has once set it free, it becomes itself again. Among the Omaha, in at least 2 of the buffalo clans, it is believed that the souls of the dead go to rejoin the buffalo, their ancestors. The Hapai are divided into a certain number of clans, whose ancestors were animals or beings with animal forms. Now, Schoolcraft tells us that they say that at death they take their original form again. Each becomes a bear or a deer, according to the clan to which he belongs. Very frequently, the soul is believed to reincarnate itself in the body of an animal. It is probably from this that the widely spread doctrine of metempsychosis was derived. We have already seen how hard-pressed Tyler is to account for it. If the soul is an essentially human principle, what could be more curious than this marked predilection, which it shows, in so large a number of societies, for the animal form? On the other hand, everything is explained if, by its very constitution, the soul is closely related to the animal. For, in that case, when it returns to the animal world at the close of this life, it is only returning to its real nature. Thus, the generality of the belief in metempsychosis is a new proof that the constituent elements of the idea of the soul have been taken largely from the animal kingdom, as is presupposed by the theory which we have just set forth. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 4. Thus, the notion of the soul is a particular application of the beliefs relative to sacred beings. This is the explanation of the religious character which this idea has had from the moment when it first appeared in history, and which it still retains today. In fact, the soul has always been considered a sacred thing. On this ground, it is opposed to the body, which is, in itself, profane. It is not merely distinguished from its material envelope as the inside from the outside. It is not merely represented as made out of a more subtle and fluid matter, but more than this, it inspires those sentiments which are everywhere reserved for that which is divine. If it is not made into a god, it is at least regarded as a spark of the divinity. This essential characteristic would be inexplicable if the idea of the soul were only a pre-scientific solution given to the problem of dreams, for there is nothing in the dream to awaken religious emotions, so the cause by which these are explained could not have such a character. But if the soul is a part of the divine substance, it represents something not ourselves that is within us. If it is made of the same mental matter as the sacred beings, it is natural that it should become the object of the same sentiments. And the sacred character which men thus attribute to themselves is not the product of a pure illusion either. Like the notions of a religious force and of divinity, the notion of the soul is not without a foundation in reality. It is perfectly true that we are made up of two distinct parts, which are opposed to one another as the sacred to the profane, and we may say that, in a certain sense, there is divinity in us. For society, this unique source of all that is sacred does not limit itself to moving us from without and affecting us for the moment. It establishes itself within us in a durable manner. It arouses within us a whole world of ideas and sentiments which express it, but which, at the same time, form an integral and permanent part of ourselves. When the Australian goes away from a religious ceremony, the representations which this communal life has aroused or re-aroused within him are not obliterated in a second. The figures of the great ancestors, the heroic exploits whose memory these rites perpetuate, the great deeds of every sort in which he, too, has participated through the cult, in a word, all these numerous ideals which he has elaborated with the cooperation of his fellows, continue to live in his consciousness, and through the emotions which are attached to them, and the ascendancy which they hold over his entire being, they are sharply distinguished from the vulgar impressions arising from his daily relations with external things. Moral ideas have the same character. It is society which forces them upon us, and as the respect inspired by it is naturally extended to all that comes from it, its imperative rules of conduct are invested, by reason of their origin, with an authority and a dignity which is shared by none of our internal states. Therefore, we assign them a place apart in our psychical life. Although our moral conscience is part of our consciousness, we do not feel ourselves on an equality with it. In this voice, which makes itself heard only to give us orders and establish prohibitions, we cannot recognize our own voices. The very tone in which it speaks to us warns us that it expresses something within us that is not of ourselves. This is the objective foundation of the idea of the soul. Those representations whose flow constitutes our interior life are of two different species which are irreducible one into another. Some concern themselves with the external and material world, others with an ideal world to which we attribute a moral superiority over the first. So we are really made up of two beings facing in different and almost contrary directions, one of whom exercises a real preeminence over the other. Such is the profound meaning of the antithesis which all men have more or less clearly conceived between the body and the soul, the material and the spiritual beings who coexist within us. Moralists and preachers have often maintained that no one can deny the reality of duty and its sacred character without falling into materialism. And it is true that if we have no idea of moral and religious imperatives, our psychical life will all be reduced to one level. All our states of consciousness will be on the same plane, and all feeling of duality will perish. To make this duality intelligible, it is, of course, in no way necessary to imagine a mysterious and unrepresentable substance under the name of the soul, which is opposed to the body. But here, as in regard to the idea of sacredness, the error concerns the letter of the symbol employed, not the reality of the fact symbolized. It remains true that our nature is double. There really is a particle of divinity in us, because there is within us a particle of these great ideas, which are the soul of the group. So the individual soul is only a portion of the collective soul of the group. It is the anonymous force at the basis of the cult, but incarnated in an individual whose personality it espouses. It is mana individualized. Perhaps dreams aided in determining certain secondary characteristics of the idea.
The inconsistency and instability of the images which fill our minds during sleep, and their remarkable aptitude for transforming themselves into one another, may have furnished the model for this subtle, transparent, and protean matter out of which the soul is believed to be made. Also, the facts of swooning, catalepsy, and so forth may have suggested the idea that the soul was mobile and quitted the body temporarily during this life. This, in its turn, has served to explain certain dreams. But all these experiences and observations could have had only a secondary and complementary influence, whose very existence it is difficult to establish. All that is really essential in the idea comes from elsewhere. But does not this genesis of the idea of the soul misunderstand its essential characteristic? If the soul is a particular form of the impersonal principle which is diffused in the group, the totemic species, and all the things of every sort which are attached to these, at bottom is impersonal itself. So with differences only of degree, it should have the same properties as the force of which it is a special form, and particularly the same diffusion, the same aptitude for spreading itself contagiously, and the same ubiquity. But quite on the contrary, the soul is voluntarily represented as a concrete, definite being, wholly contained within itself, and not communicable to others. It is made the basis of our personality. But this way of conceiving the soul is the product of a late and philosophic elaboration. The particular representation, as it is spontaneously formed from common experience, is very different, especially at first. For the Australian, the soul is a very vague thing, undecided and wavering in form, and spread over the whole organism. Though it manifests itself especially at certain points, there are probably none from which it is totally absent. So it has a diffusion, a contagiousness, and an omnipresence comparable to those of the mana. Like the mana, it is able to divide and duplicate itself infinitely, though remaining entire in each of its parts. It is from these divisions and duplications that the plurality of souls is derived. On the other hand, the doctrine of reincarnation, whose generality we have established, shows how many impersonal elements enter into the idea of the soul, and how essential those are. For if the same soul is going to clothe a new personality in each generation, the individual forms in which it successively develops itself must all be equally external to it, and have nothing to do with its true nature. It is a sort of generic substance which individualizes itself only secondarily and superficially. Moreover, this conception of the soul is by no means completely gone. The cult of relics shows that for a host of believers, even today, the soul of a saint, with all its essential powers, continues to adhere to his different bones, and this implies that he is believed to be able to diffuse himself, subdivide himself, and incorporate himself in all sorts of different things simultaneously. Just as the characteristic attributes of the mana are found in the soul, so secondary and superficial changes are enough to enable the mana to individualize itself in the form of a soul. We pass from the first idea to the second with no break of continuity. Every religious force which is attached in a special way to a determined being participates in the characteristics of this being, takes on its appearance, and becomes its spiritual double. Trigar, in his Maori Polynesian dictionary, has thought it possible to connect the word mana with another group of words, such as manawa, mana, and so forth, which seem to belong to the same family, and which signify heart, life, consciousness. Is not this equivalent to saying that some sort of kinship ought to exist between the corresponding ideas as well? That is to say, between the idea of impersonal force and those of internal life, mental force, and, in a word, of the soul? This is why the question whether the Churinga is sacred because it serves as the residence of a soul, as Spencer and Gillen believe, or because it has impersonal virtues, as Strelo thinks, seems to us to have little interest and to be without sociological importance. Whether the efficacy of a sacred object is represented in an abstract form in the mind or is attributed to some personal agent does not really matter.
The psychological roots of both beliefs are identical. An object is sacred because it inspires, in one way or another, a collective sentiment of respect which removes it from profane touches. In order to explain this sentiment, men sometimes fall back onto a vague and imprecise cause, and sometimes onto a determined spiritual being endowed with a name and a history. But these different interpretations are superadded to one fundamental phenomenon, which is the same in both cases. This, moreover, is what explains the singular confusions, examples of which we have met with as we have progressed. The individual, the soul of the ancestor which he reincarnates, or from which his own is an emanation, his chiringa, and the animals of the totemic species are, as we have said, partially equivalent and interchangeable things. This is because, in certain connections, they all affect the collective consciousness in the same way. If the chiringa is sacred, it is because of the collective sentiments of respect inspired by the totemic emblem carved upon its surface. Now the same sentiment attaches itself to the animals or plants whose outward form is reproduced by the totem, to the soul of the individual, for it is thought of in the form of the totemic being, and finally to the ancestral soul, of which the preceding one is only a particular aspect. So, all these various objects, whether real or ideal, have one common element by which they arouse a single affective state in the mind, and through this they become confused. Insofar as they are expressed by one and the same representation, they are indistinct. This is how the Aruna has come to regard the chiringa as the body common to the individual, the ancestor, and even the totemic being. It is his way of expressing the identity of the sentiments of which these different things are the object. However, it does not follow from the fact the idea of the soul is derived from the idea of mana that the first has a relatively later origin, or that there was a period in history when men were acquainted with religious forces only in their impersonal forms. When some wish to designate by the word pre-animist an historical period during which animism was completely unknown, they build up an arbitrary hypothesis, for there is no people among whom the ideas of the soul and of mana do not coexist side by side. So there is no ground for imagining that they were formed at two distinct times. Everything, on the contrary, goes to show that the two are coeval. Just as there is no society without individuals, so those impersonal forces which are disengaged from the group cannot establish themselves without incarnating themselves in the individual consciousness, where they individualize themselves. In reality, we do not have two different developments, but two different aspects of one and the same development. It is true that they do not have an equal importance. One is more essential than the other. The idea of mana does not presuppose the idea of the soul, for if the mana is going to individualize itself and break itself up into the particular souls, it must first of all exist. And what it is in itself does not depend upon the forms it takes when individualized. But, on the contrary, the idea of the soul cannot be understood except when taken in connection with the idea of mana. So, on this ground, it is possible to say that it is the result of a secondary formation, but we are speaking of a secondary formation in the logical, not the chronological, sense of the word. End of section 47. Section 48 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 5. But how does it come that men have believed that the soul survives the body and is even able to do so for an indefinite length of time? From the analysis which we have made, it is evident that the belief in immortality has not been established under the influence of moral ideas. Men have not imagined the prolongation of their existence beyond the tomb in order that a just retribution for moral acts may be assured in another life, if it fails in this one, for we have seen that all considerations of this sort are foreign to the primitive conception of the beyond. Nor is the other hypothesis any better, according to which the other life was imagined as a means of escaping the agonizing prospect of annihilation. In the first place, it is not true that the need of personal survival was actively felt at the beginning. The primitive generally accepts the idea of death with a sort of indifference, being trained to count his own individuality for little, and being accustomed to exposing his life constantly, he gives it up easily enough. More than that, the immortality promised by the religions he practices is not personal. In a large number of cases, the soul does not continue the personality of the dead man, or does not continue it for long, for, forgetful of its previous existence, it goes away, after a while, to animate another body, and thus becomes the vivifying principle of a new personality. Even among the most advanced peoples, it was only a pale and sad existence that shades led in Sheol or Erebus, and could hardly attenuate the regrets occasioned by the memories of the life lost. A more satisfactory explanation is the one attaching the conception of a posthumous life to the experiences of dreams. Our dead friends and relatives reappear to us in dreams. We see them act, we hear them speak. It is natural to conclude that they continue to exist. But if these observations were able to confirm the idea after it had once been born, they hardly seem capable of creating it out of nothing. Dreams in which we see departed persons living again are too rare and too short, and leave only too vague recollections of themselves, to have been able to suggest so important a system of beliefs to men all by themselves. There is a remarkable lack of proportion between the effect and the cause to which it is attributed. What makes this question embarrassing is the fact that, in itself, the idea of the soul does not imply that of its survival, but rather seems to exclude it. In fact, we have seen that the soul, though being distinguished from the body, is believed, nevertheless, to be closely united to it. It ages along with the body. It feels a reaction from all the maladies that fall upon the body. So it would seem natural that it should die with the body. At least, men ought to have believed that it ceased to exist from the moment when it definitely lost its original form, and when it was no longer what it had been. Yet it is at just this moment that a new life opens out before it. The myths which we have already described give the only possible explanation of this belief. We have seen that the souls of newborn children are either emanations of the ancestral souls, or these souls themselves reincarnated. But in order that they may either reincarnate themselves, or periodically give off new emanations, they must have survived their first holders. So it seems as though they admitted the survival of the dead in order to explain the birth of the living. The primitive does not have the idea of an all-powerful God who creates souls out of nothing. It seems to him that souls cannot be made except out of souls. So those who are born can only be new forms of those who have been. Consequently, it is necessary that these latter continue to exist in order that others may be born. In fine, the belief in the immortality of the soul is the only way in which men were able to explain a fact which could not fail to attract their attention. This fact is the perpetuity of the life of the group. Individuals die, but the clan survives. So the forces which give it life must have the same perpetuity. Now, these forces are the souls which animate individual bodies, for it is in them, and through them, that the group is realized. For this reason, it is necessary that they endure. It is even necessary that, in enduring, they remain always the same. For, as the clan always keeps its characteristic appearance, the spiritual substance out of which it is made must be thought of as qualitatively invariable. Since it is always the same clan, with the same totemic principle, it is necessary that the souls be the same, for the souls are only the totemic principle, broken up
and particularized. Thus there is something like a germinative plasm of a mystic order which is transmitted from generation to generation, and which makes, or at least is believed to make, the spiritual unity of the clan through all time. And this belief, in spite of its symbolic character, is not without a certain objective truth. For though the group may not be immortal in the absolute sense of the word, still it is true that it endures longer than the individuals, and that it is born and incarnated afresh in each new generation. A fact confirms this interpretation. We have seen that, according to the testimony of Strelo, the Arunta distinguish two sorts of souls. On the one hand are those of the ancestors of the Alcharinga, on the other, those of individuals who actually compose the active body of the tribe at each moment in history. The second sort only survive the body for a relatively short time. They are soon totally annihilated. Only the former are immortal. As they are uncreated, so they do not perish. It is also to be noticed that they are the only ones whose immortality is necessary to explain the permanence of the group, for it is upon them, and upon them alone, that it is incumbent to assure the perpetuity of the clan, for every conception is their work. In this connection, the others have no part to play. So souls are not said to be immortal, except insofar as this immortality is useful in rendering intelligible the continuity of the collective life. Thus the causes leading to the first beliefs in a future life had no connections with the functions to be filled at a later period by the institutions beyond the tomb. But when that had once appeared, they were soon utilized for other purposes besides those which had been their original reasons for existence. Even in the Australian societies, we see them beginning to organize themselves for this other purpose. Moreover, there was no need of any fundamental transformation for this. How true it is that the same social institution can successively fulfill different functions without changing its nature. End of section 48. Section 49 of The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life by Émile Durkheim. Translated by Joseph Ward Swain. Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 6. The idea of the soul was, for a long time, and still is in part, the popular form of the idea of personality. So the genesis of the former of these ideas should aid us in understanding how the second one was formed. From what has already been said, it is clear that the notion of person is the product of two sorts of factors. One of these is essentially impersonal. It is a spiritual principle, serving as the soul of the group. In fact, it is this which constitutes the very substance of individual souls. Now, this is not the possession of any one in particular. It is part of the collective patrimony. In it and through it, all consciousnesses communicate. But, on the other hand, in order to have separate personalities, it is necessary that another factor intervene to break up and differentiate this principle. In other words, an individualizing factor is necessary. It is the body that fulfills this function. As bodies are distinct from each other, and as they occupy different points of space and time, each of them forms a special center about which the collective representations reflect and color themselves differently. The result is that even if all the consciousnesses in these bodies are directed towards the same world, to wit, the world of the ideas and sentiments which brings about the moral unity of the group, they do not all see it from the same angle. Each one expresses it in its own fashion. Of these two equally indispensable factors, the former is certainly not the less important, for this is the one which furnishes the original matter for the idea of the soul. Perhaps some will be surprised to see so considerable a role attributed to the impersonal element in the genesis of the idea of personality. But the philosophical analysis of the idea of person, which has gone far ahead of the sociological analysis, has reached analogous results on this point. Among all the philosophers, Leibniz is one of those who have felt most vividly what a personality is. For before all, the monad is a personal and autonomous being. Yet for Leibniz, the contents of all the monads is identical. In fact, all are consciousnesses which express one and the same object, the world. And as the world itself is only a system of representations, each particular consciousness is really only the reflection of the universal consciousness. However, each one expresses it from its own point of view and in its own manner. We know how this difference of perspectives comes from the fact that the monads are situated differently in relation to each other and to the whole system which they constitute. Kant expresses the same sentiment, though in a different form. For him, the cornerstone of the personality is the will. Now, the will is the faculty of acting in conformity with reason, and the reason is that which is most impersonal within us. For reason is not my reason, it is human reason in general. It is the power which the mind has of rising above the particular, the contingent, and the individual, to think in universal forms. So from this point of view, we may say that what makes man a personality is that by which he is confounded with other men, that which makes him a man, not a certain man. The senses, the body, and, in a word, all that individualizes is, on the contrary, considered as the antagonist of the personality by Kant. This is because individuation is not the essential characteristic of the personality. A person is not merely a single subject distinguished from all the others. It is especially a being to which is attributed a relative autonomy in relation to the environment with which it is most immediately in contact. It is represented as capable of moving itself to a certain degree. This is what Leibniz expressed in an exaggerated way when he said that the monad was completely closed to the outside. Now, our analysis permits us to see how this conception was formed and to what it corresponds. In fact, the soul, a symbolic representation of the personality, has the same characteristic. Although closely bound to the body, it is believed to be profoundly distinct from it and to enjoy, in relation to it, a large degree of independence. During life, it may leave it temporarily, and it definitely withdraws at death. Far from being dependent upon the body, it dominates it from the higher dignity which is in it. It may well take from the body the outward form in which it individualizes itself, but it owes nothing essential to it, nor is the autonomy which all peoples have attributed to the soul a pure illusion. We know now what its objective foundation is. It is quite true that the elements which serve to form the idea of the soul and those which enter into the representations of the body come from two different sources that are independent of one another. One sort are made up of the images and impressions coming from all parts of the organism. The others consist in the ideas and sentiments which come from and express society. So the former are not derived from the latter. There really is a part of ourselves which is not placed in immediate dependence upon the organic factor. This is all that which represents society in us, the general ideas which religion or science fix in our minds, the mental operations which these ideas suppose, the beliefs and sentiments which are at the basis of our moral life, and all these superior forms of psychical activity which society awakens in us. These do not follow in the trail of our bodily states, as our sensations and our general body consciousness do. As we have already shown, this is because the world of representations in which social life passes is superimposed upon its material substratum, far from arising from it. The determinism which reigns there is much more supple than the one whose roots are in the constitution of our tissues, and it leaves with the actor a justified impression of the greatest liberty. The medium in which we thus move is less opaque and less resistant. We feel ourselves to be, and we are, more at our ease there. In a word, the only way we have of freeing ourselves from physical forces is to oppose them with collective forces. But whatever we receive from society, we hold in common with our companions. So it is not at all true that we are more personal as we are more individualized. The two terms are in no way synonymous. In one sense, they oppose more than they imply one another. Passion individualizes, yet it also enslaves. Our sensations are essentially individual, yet we are more personal the more we are freed from our senses and able to think and act with concepts. So those who insist upon all the social elements of the individual do not mean by that to deny or debase the personality. They merely refuse to confuse it with the fact of individuation. End of section 49.